A poor salesman with nothing to lose gets a super cashback system, but he must be bound to a high-quality beauty, and he must be in touch with his skin for 30 seconds. Chapter 1, Not Sad at All. Why does everyone know that Sherman is sick, but I'm the last to know? Jiang Yan's mind was puzzled. He carried a fruit basket in his left hand and milk in his right hand, standing in the corridor looking left and right. In no time, Jiang Yan found Ward 302. Suddenly, Jiang Yan heard strange sounds coming from inside. Brother Wang, you're so bad. Bad. I'll let you meet a worse one. Flirting conversations came from room 302. Jiang Yan's hand that was holding the door handle trembled violently. The woman's voice, he was familiar with it. It was because of the familiarity that he didn't dare to confirm it. Jiang Yan carefully looked at the door room number 302. That's right, the nurse said Li Sherman is in this ward. Jiang Yan pushed open a doorway, and immediately saw what he didn't dare to believe. A woman was snuggled in the arms of a middle-aged man with a flushed face and delicate eyebrows. The woman was Jiang Yan's girlfriend, dating for half a year. The man Jiang Yan also recognized, called Wang Defa, is a small boss of the building materials company. A few days ago over to see the car. Is Jiang Yan reception? Wang Defa wants to buy an Audi S6. Jiang Yan thought of his girlfriend's performance this month. Not very good. Just want to help her pull a single, but did not want to let them hook up. Jiang Yan looked more and more angry, deliberately kicked the door vigorously. Bang! The loud sound of the door opening scared the wild lovebirds inside. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Li Sherman raised her head and saw that the person who came was Jiang Yan. She was a little panicked on her face and straightened her messy clothes. What do you think I'm doing? If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What are you afraid of? Li Sherman, I've been dating you for half a year. My mouth is not even kissed. You and Boss Wang haven't even known each other for 2 days. And you're mixing in bed? You are also too cheap. Li Sherman's face was a bit pale because of her illness, but instead of affecting her appearance, it added a bit more of a icy pity flavor. Li Sherman's face was first ashamed and then plain. She organized her clothes and said, Why did you come? Don't you have to work overtime? Overtime, your sister. Overtime has turned my head into a prairie. Jiang Yan said angrily. Wang Defa was first startled. He looked behind Jiang Yan, no one followed in. Only he was alone. His heart was relieved. He thought his wife had come, scared to death. Since Jiang Yan is the only one, Wang Dfa has nothing to be afraid of. Wang Dfa didn't pay attention to Jiang Yan. Instead, he stroked on Li Sherman's thigh again and played with it. Wang Dfa, how dare you rob my woman? Jiang Yan's face was red and his fists were clenched. His anger exploded as his body quickly moved to the edge of the bed, raising his hand to give Wang Dfa a punch. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? What gives you the right to hit someone? Li Sherman hurriedly sat up from the bed and blocked in front of that Wang Dfa. I like Boss Wang. I love him. He can give me everything I want. Jiang Yan heard Li Sherman scolding. Frozen, fixed in place, Li Sherman even defending this old man with a wife. Originally, Jiang Yan was still wondering if Li Sherman had any unavoidable pain. Is there any handle for Wang Dfa to catch? Now it seems, is too much to think. Girlfriend cheating. Have to think of a good excuse for her. Jiang Yan think the world. There is no more than his more stupid man. Thinking of once together to watch a movie. Together to go to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise. Together shopping all kinds of images. All these beautiful pasts are bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yan held up his fists rigidly motionless, his body trembling terribly. Young man, fire is still quite big. This bank card, take it. There are $3,000 in it. It's considered your payment for being a licking dog in the past. Wang Defa waved his hand and threw a bank card at Jiang Yan's feet. Jiang Yan ignored it. Li Sherman, if you want to leave, you can tell me. I'll set you free. Do you just have to cuckold me? Jiang Yan said coldly. Li Sherman had nothing to say and averted her face to the side. Wang Defa said, Man using you more is your good fortune. Also don't look in the mirror. Is a toad worthy of a swan? Jiang Yan looked at Wang Dfa pitted pockmarked face, and then look at his own handsome figure. You damn say the opposite, right? No need for you to answer. I want Li Sherman to say. Jiang Yan looked straight at Li Sherman. Li Sherman was embarrassed by the look. After all, she was the one who apologized to Jiang Yan. There were still a few moments of shame. Wang Dfa didn't want to let Jiang Yan continue in his nonsense. Alright, this man. I'm going to take a lunch break with my girlfriend. Please take your bit of stuff and leave here immediately. Wang Defa walked up and kicked the bank card on the ground towards Jiang Yan's side. The past is not traceable. A woman who has changed her heart is harder than iron. Jiang Yan already knew the answer from Li Sherman's silence. $3,000? You're hitting on a beggar. Let me tell you, Wang Defa. I have your wife's phone number. If she knows you're keeping a mistress, what will she do? It's wonderful when I think about it. Wang Dfa was furious. How this kid still stomped on his nose. But there is a tough wife in the family. Wang Dfa's heart is flustered. How much do you want? 30,000. Wang Dfa shouted. No way. At most 10,000. Otherwise we will fish death. Anyway, I am trying to divorce the yellow face of the family and marry Man. Upon hearing this, Li Sherman instead expected Jiang Yan to not agree, but she was disappointed. Deal. Transfer the money. Remember to make a note of voluntary gift. Jiang Yan said. What a money-minded guy. Man was right to leave you. Wang Defa reluctantly transferred $10,000 to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan received. Also no longer entangled. Things have come to this point. Irreparable. People always have to look forward. This $10,000. Jiang Yan does not take it for nothing. He sincerely sends his blessing for the boss. Thank you, Boss Wang, for the reward. I wish you to grow old together. Forever. All the best. While Li Shimon's face was bashful and red, and Wang Defa was gloating, Jiang Yan left. At the entrance of the hospital, Jiang Yan held back her tears and cursed herself. What's so sad? Not sad at all. How many lickspittles give their time, money, but get nothing, while I get paid $10,000. How proud is this? Ding ding. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's phone rang. Hey, pay the rent. I'll transfer it right away. $10,000 hadn't even warmed up before 3,000 went out. The house Jiang Yan rented was paid once a quarter. Once was 3 months' rent. Ding. The super rebate system is loaded. Is it activated? A sudden voice, as if it came from the depths of the soul. Jiang Yan felt that this was heavenly music. As a youth of the new era, who hasn't read novels? This is a legendary system. Activate immediately. Jiang Yan said excitedly. Activation successful. Bind high-quality women. Give them consumption. We'll get 10 times cash rebate. Consumption 10 times rebate. Then all the high-quality beauties in the world. Won't they all be my ATM? Jiang Yan was very excited. How do I need to bind? Jiang Yan inquired. The system replied back. You need to be in skin contact with a high-quality female for 30 seconds to activate it, and anything below 80 points will be directly ignored. Jiang Yan stood in the crowd, looked around, saw a lot of young bright girls. Nah, he can't rush up to touch people right. Then he had to social death on the spot. Moreover, it is not to touch a little, but to touch and not let go. 30 seconds of time are enough to be killed by passers-by 3 times. Just as he was thinking, a place attracted Jiang Yan's attention. Fairyland Mansion. Luxurious atmospheric decoration. Know that the consumption is definitely not low. The general working people will not come to this kind of place to play. Wonderland Mansion was known for its high spending in Shanghai City. It was a comprehensive entertainment place with health clubs, gyms, bars, and various other entertainment programs. I've lived for more than 20 years. Worked diligently, lived carefully. What's wrong with enjoying myself nowadays? Jiang Yan's heart crossed. Striding in, targeting the health club, he was going to pinch his feet. Chapter 2. High-quality beauty technician. Push open the door. The hall is 7 or 8 meters high, decorated with gold and blue. Bright floor, can shine out the human shadow. 2 rows of Cheongsam girls stood neatly. Seeing Li Yan come in, bending down in unison to greet him. Hello, welcome to Wonderland Club. Jiang Yan had never seen this kind of battle before, and didn't even react for a moment. At this time, a woman in her flowery years greeted him. Hello, may I ask what is the guest's name? The words were soft and her voice was charming. Free of your surname, Jiang. Jiang Yan came to this kind of high consumption occasion for the first time, so he couldn't help but feel a bit rushed. The woman obviously saw it, but didn't show it. She guided Jiang Yan to the private room and told him to wait a little. Jiang Yan hands holding the booklet to look through. Inside the project are ridiculously expensive. The cheapest 380. Seems to be just a foot soak. The most expensive to tens of thousands of dollars. The average person a few months of wages. Jiang Yan ordered a medium package, 888 yuan. Did not force to order expensive, mainly because the wallet does not allow. He was afraid that in a while there are other invisible consumption, directly overspending the budget. It would be a shame. Give me a female technician. Pretty, Jiang Yan specifically instructed. The woman nodded and replied, then exited the box and went to go find a technician. The door of the box was left slightly a crack, not closed tightly. The subtle sound of conversation came from outside the door. Jiang Yan did not pay attention to it. He now just wanted to enjoy the first pedicure of his life. Tong tong. Here's a man who just arrived. Come and serve him. No way. Sister Hua, I have an appointment here. Young Chi will be here in 10 minutes. Then Xiao Mei, go ahead. I can't. Sister Hua, I've been having my period for the past few days and I'm all out of energy. Sister Hua was helpless. Those in their line of work were all human. Just now when Jiang Yan came in, the security guard sent Jiang Yan's information to their technicians group. Everyone now knew that Jiang Yan was an ordinary customer dressed in ordinary clothes, walking far from the street on foot. Jiang Yan thought that the middle-priced packages were actually the club's lowest consumption standard. Those low-end packages, those who knew what they were doing wouldn't order them. It was just a means of attracting traffic. No money and still dare to have requirements. But also beautiful female technician. You're $800. Who wants to come? Sister Hua held her forehead and also had a big headache. The woman called Xiao Mei suddenly remembered something, and busily said to Sister Hua, Sister Hua, hasn't Zhang Shui always wanted to practice and get out of the class early? Just right. Let her go. When Sister Hua heard that, she thought about Zhang Shui, a very good-looking girl who had just come to work in Fairyland not long ago, but she's only been learning for 2 weeks. Can she do it? Just let her practice. It's just an ordinary casual customer anyway. Sister Hua didn't have a better solution for a while. The clubhouse had so many guests coming in right now that there simply weren't enough staff, so she could only do what Tong Tong said. Jiang Yan did not expect that he had only come in and was seen through. They guessed right. Jiang Yan had just a few $1,000s in his pocket. He came here. One is to enjoy. The second is the meaning of luck. See if there are any beautiful women who can make the system recognized 80 points. Not long after, the door of the room was knocked. Come in a young girl about 20 years old, wearing white overalls, combing a ponytail. The lights are dim. Away from the distance cannot really see. Hazy only feel that this is a youthful beauty. Hello sir, technician number 88 Zhang Shui is at your service. Zhang Shui had a smile on her face, but in reality she was so nervous that her palms were already sweaty. But she still pretended to be calm and introduced the various services for Jiang Yan. This was her first client and she wanted to do her best. Jiang Yan flipped while looking at the booklet, observing the young girl and thinking in his mind, I wonder if this technician can fulfill the requirements of the system. Jiang Yan leaned back in the soft sofa. Zhang Shui's hands were slightly cooler because of the foot soak. Jiang Yan is the first time to do it. There is no comparison. Do not know Zhang Shui technique is what level. Only feel the slippery small hands on the legs. Constantly pinch to pinch. Let Jiang Yan body fluffy, comfortable drowsy. In a trance he seemed to hear a hint of something, but it was not real. Ding. Binding in progress. Please do not interrupt. The system's beep made Jiang Yan ecstatic. So it was the system that triggered it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system. Name, Zhang Shui. Age, 25. Face value, 92. The extremely simple panel could be described as rudimentary. However, this face value attribute was very high, far exceeding the 80-point limit. Ding! Congratulations on binding one high-quality female, rewarding you with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Title deed. License plate number already. Parked in the Wonderland parking lot. A Rolls-Royce logo car key appeared out of thin air in Jiang Yan's pocket. Changing a car out of thin air. This mustn't scare people? Jiang Yan muttered in his heart. The amount of money and items rebated by the system are all legal and traceable in origin, and will not bring any harm to the owner's life. Just now, with the dim lighting of the box, Jiang Yan had only taken a general look at the woman, not really looking at her. Now that he took a closer look, she was indeed a top-notch beauty, killing all the women Jiang Yan had ever seen, including a bunch of internet celebrities on the internet. This woman was born with picturesque eyebrows, bright eyes and teeth, slender swan neck revealing white and clean skin. The line of sight moved down, but unfortunately, the loose uniform covers most of the beauty, can only see the bottomless canyon. Jiang Yan stared blankly at Zhang Shui, such a beautiful girl. Why is she working here? Outside she should be a little princess who was courted by thousands of men and well cared for by her parents. Jiang Yan's heart was very sad and emotional, but then he relieved himself of this peculiar psychological change. After all, a great scholar had said this sentence, persuade a woman of the wind and dust to go to the good side, and pull a woman of the good side down. This sentence illustrated the general inferiority of men. Jiang Yan's thoughts were scattered, and he had a wild thought. Jiang Yan's blazing eyes, as if he wanted to eat her. Zhang Shui was like a frightened beast, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her cheeks quickly turned red. Jiang Yan realized that he was out of line, and immediately stood up and asked, can I check out first? Chapter 3, Crazy Swiping Money. Zhang Shui was surprised. This guest was in such a hurry to settle the bill. Did he not have enough money in his pocket and was afraid of overspending his budget? But this was the guest's choice. She had no right to interfere and could only smile and nod. It's okay, sir. Jiang Yan excitedly ran towards the cashier, even forgetting to put on his shoes. Sir, your slippers are still on. Zhang Shui held Jiang Yan's slippers with a helpless face. What a strange guest. Jiang Yan's bare feet, walking across the brightly illuminated marble floor. leaving a long string of footprints with water stains, attracting passers-by to turn around and stare. Coming to the cashier lady extended her code scanning device and swept Jiang Yan's cell phone payment code. Ding! This consumption of 888 yuan, 10 times cashback of 2,664 yuan. Crisp prompts appeared in Jiang Yan's head. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and looked at the text message from the bank, finally believing that the system was real and that his life was about to undergo a sea change. Why the tenfold cashback is 2,664 yuan. That's because this 888 yuan, Zhang Shui can only get 30%. The remaining 70% is the owner of the club. Tong Tong, who was waiting for Qi Xiao in the lobby, saw this scene. Sure enough, he's a pauper. I'm afraid he doesn't even bother to buy slippers, right? Tong Tong despised in her heart. Wonderland Club, Zhanghai's top entertainment center. The slippers worn by everyone's feet were all brand new and unopened big brands. The wool came out of the sheep's back. This part of the consumption naturally had to be borne by the guests. When Tong Tong saw Jiang Yan running to the hall with bare feet, not even wearing slippers, she thought that Jiang Yan purposely didn't wear them in order to save money and couldn't afford to pay for the slippers. Jiang Yan returned to the box, sitting on the comfortable sofa, his heart at the moment floating, feeling very unreal. Seeing Jiang Yan come back, Zhang Shui asked with a smile on her face, "Sir, do you still need further service?" Although Jiang Yan was behaving strangely, as the service staff of Wonderland, she had done the most professional training. Even if she had more thoughts in her mind, she would not show them. "I'm satisfied with your service. Bring me the booklet. I'll add a few more services." Jiang Yan added a few more items and came up with $10,000. In fact, he wanted to have a full set, but he was so shy that he only had over $10,000 in his pocket, and he had to add the cash that he had just received from the rebate. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhang Shui's face surfaced a touch of joy. Unexpectedly, the first time out of the master can meet such a large amount of customers? Really lucky. Although for some former technicians, spending $10,000 of customers is nothing at all. Some tycoons even spend more than 100,000 in one day. So that the former technician who served at that time earned 3 months of salary of an ordinary person in one day. This story deeply inspired Zhang Shui. She needs money. She needs a lot of money. With money, in order to cure her seriously ill mother. Now the first time she received customers, she came to an open door, which made her hopeful for the future. Jiang Yan ordered and couldn't wait to check out again. Zhang Shui was dumbfounded. After ordering a set menu of over 10,000, instead of rushing to enjoy the service, she rushed out to check out again. What kind of fetish was this? Ding! Pay 10,000 yuan. System 10 times cashback. Get 30,000 yuan. Jiang Yan simply loved the sound. It was the most wonderful music in the world. Jiang Yan repeated the previous operation. The balance of the bank card rose at an alarming rate. Payment of $30,000, tenfold cashback of $90,000. Pay $90,000, 10 times cashback $270,000. Tong Tong, who was in the lobby, was also a bit shocked at the moment. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so rich, spending 90,000 yuan in one day, far more than most of the ordinary customers. She admitted that she was a bit hasty. She thought that it was a bumpkin who came to experience life, but she didn't expect it to be a real tycoon. Tong Tong counted the number of times Jiang Yan came and went, a full 5 times. From the first payment of 888 yuan, to the current payment of 90,000 yuan. Jiang Yan dress, not like a rich man, that wide t-shirt. A look is a certain treasure $30 to buy. The group's security uncle also said that he came on foot, did not drive. This person should have won the lottery, right? Ordinary people who suddenly gained huge amounts of money and had poor self-control would not be able to control their crazy spending. This man should be such a case. Normal tycoons, all of them would apply for a VIP guest card. Where would they be like this? With a cutie, like this, trip after trip. Tong Tong watched with a sour heart. Lucky streak. I also bought several lottery tickets in a row in the past few days. How come I didn't even win $5? Her heart secretly calculating. This bumpkin today has spent $90,000. If this performance own take 30% commission, then she will have $20,000 of income today. A day's income of nearly $20,000. Enough to kill 99% of the country's workers. Tong Tong heart although marveled, but not sorry, because she still have Qi Xiao. That is a real rich second generation. Every time she came to make her performance sword, lottery first prize, but a few million. Want to often spend in Wonderland? A few million worth is not enough. It is estimated that this bumpkin will only come this time. One satiation and one satiation. Tong Tong thought she could still tell the difference. Thinking of this, Her psyche felt much better, took out her lipstick from her bag, looked at the small mirror in her hand, applied Chishao's favorite peach red color, and continued to wait with anticipation. Doing this is too inefficient. Jiang Yan was greedy and wanted more, taking half a day's effort, running back and forth many times, ordering all the packages that can be ordered, the expensive packages, but also repeated the orders several times. Jiang Yan for the first time to feel spend money is also so difficult to spend out of the money. Zhang Shui can only get 30%, so the amount of cash back is only 30%, can only be cheap boss for nothing, must spend the money directly on Zhang Shui, so that his interests will be maximized. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan immediately returned to the private room. He wants to change the way to continue wool gathering. Zhang Shui didn't know how to describe the mood at this moment. This guest had already madly spent more than $100,000, but didn't let her do any service at all. Sir, you've ordered too many services. I can't do it all. Please don't order any more. Zhang Shui's small hand unconsciously rubbed the corner of her coat with a face at a loss for words. That look, just like a cute Muppet cat, really want to hold it in my arms and pet it hard and ravage it. Chapter 4, Snubbing the White Paper Girl. Jiang Yan can see in front of this girl, afraid of just entering the society soon, like a white paper that has never been polluted by the world. Let a person cannot bear to touch, for fear of making it stained with a little bit of dust. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan faced with a sad look. I fell out of love. Girlfriend and other men good. It would be a guilty pleasure to use some kind of ruse on such a blank slate girl, but it had to be done for the grand plan of getting rich. Jiang Yan struggled slightly inside, but the amplitude was very small, did not set off any waves. People with a conscience may get rich, but without a conscience may earn more. Jiang Yan said is the truth. At this moment is also considered the true feelings, but his purpose is not to find a person to complain. Zhang Shui a face of ignorance. She is still just into the society of the young girl. In the school is also a good by the rules of good students. Never talked about love. Now work in Wonderland Club. Because the family is in urgent need of money. No to Wonderland Club technician's salary is not expensive. So came. Fortunately, the personnel manager was reasonable and didn't turn her away because of her inexperience. Zhang Shui was very grateful. If Jiang Yan knew her inner thoughts, I'm afraid that she would immediately scoff. This world, 10 men 9 color, and one is such a beautiful woman. Even if she can't do anything, as long as she is properly utilized, she will also be the gold standard of fairyland. Jiang Yan's eyes were a little red. Sitting dumbly, his mind drifted, as if he was remembering the past beauty. Zhang Shui looked at the sad man in front of him. That kind of lonely and despondent demeanor, piercing straight into the heart, making people unconsciously follow him into the sea of sadness. In the spirit of customer first service requirements, seeing Jiang Yan so sad, Zhang Shui consoled, Sir, there is no need to be sad. Losing you will be the biggest loss in her life. This is my first love. It's really hard for me to let go. Sir, I heard that the best way to end a relationship is to start a new one. You can try. Where does Zhang Shui know about love? Don't they all talk about it in TV dramas? She thought she had found the key to solving the problem. Jiang Yan raised his head, silently gazing at Zhang Shui, straight eyes, blushing the girl's cheeks. Feeling that the fire had arrived, he immediately exposed the nature of the big bad wolf to Little Red Riding Hood. Why don't you be my girlfriend? Ah! Zhang Shui wondered if her ears had heard it wrong as she looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Do you have a boyfriend? No. What about opposite-sex friends with ambiguous relationships? Jiang Yan then asked. This time Zhang Shui didn't answer first, but instead cocked her little head in thought. No, I guess. I have a neighboring brother, but I don't have male or female feelings for him. Jiang Yan secretly thought. Oh, childhood friend. It doesn't matter. It's the emperor's consort. I have to swing the hoe to dig over. Since I don't have one, why don't you come be my temporary girlfriend? As long as Zhang Shui agreed, Jiang Yan would be able to spend money on her in a righteous manner, and by then, she would still be counting money until her hands cramped up. Zhang Shui heard Jiang Yan's re-questioning. Her heart was immediately startled. How to comfort people. Comforting, but also put herself into it. Jiang Yan picked up the red wine on the table and poured a glass. As long as a week's time, I'll probably forget about her, right? The goblet shook gently in his hands, the bright red liquid tumbling in the cup, matching Jiang Yan's melancholic eyes and hoarse voice, as if he was a forlorn nobleman. When Zhang Shui saw the scene in front of her, she only felt that her heart followed her sadness. It's just a week then. It's a quick time. It's not unacceptable. The most important thing is that he looks so pitiful. Zhang Shui's heart began to struggle tangled, thought for a while, and finally squirmed and said, I also have never been in love. Do not know how to be a girlfriend. Jiang Yan rejoiced. His own wealth plan came to fruition, a large number of glorious days, and then beckoned to himself. as long as in this week, in the name of the girlfriend of the madness to Zhang Shui to buy, he will be able to immediately realize the freedom of wealth. Thinking of this, immediately took out his cell phone, dialed the phone to Sister Flower, saying that he wants to open a large order. The cell phone number was given by Sister Hua when Jiang Yan had just made the payment. Originally, Sister Hua suggested that Jiang Yan just wait in the private room, she will bring the payment machine over. No need to run around like this, but was rejected by Jiang Yan. The reason was simple. By doing so, Jiang Yan felt that the money was earned by his own efforts. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Come in. Sister Hua pushed the door in and said with a coquettish smile, Mr. Jiang, having a good time? She was also confused by Jiang Yan's entirety. Ordered the set meal and did not enjoy it. Immediately had to go to the checkout. After the checkout and then order. He wanted to run on his behalf. He was still unwilling to do so, and it felt like Jiang Yan was just here to enjoy spending money to come. One day consumption of $90,000 definitely belongs to the level of luxury customers. She had to admit that she had previously looked away. Flower Sister did not go far, especially waiting at the door of the private room. Such a big customer. Can be served well? Need to serve the time. They are not in front. Delay the customer's time. That is their own serious dereliction of duty. This is not a moment. Jiang Yan, a call came. Chapter 5 Money should be spent on the knife edge. Jiang Yan saw Sister Hua come in, smiled and said, Sister Hua, I have to thank you. Thank you for sending Shuer to my side. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Shui into his arms. Ah! The beauty let out a cry of surprise and her face brushed red, looking very shy. But you promised me. Oh. Jiang Yan whispered in Zhang Shui's ear, exhaling hot air, blowing on the beauty's small and lovely earlobes. Zhang Shui was instantly tingling, unable to lift a trace of strength. Flower Sister looked at the ambiguous two people in a daze. Heart secretly said, Zhang Shui, this girl is usually quite innocent. Ah, how to be Jiang Yan so quickly get into the hands of? A few days ago, there is a gold VIP customer in Wonderland consumption. Looking at the training Zhang Shui, bid $50,000 to let Zhang Shui accompanied by one night, where she flatly refused. If not for the strong background of the club, the golden VIP customers absolutely will not stop. Fairyland never forced employees to do unwilling things. Of course, if you love me, no one will stop. Zhang Shui saw Sister Hua's gaze. Her face was shy like a red apple. If there was a crack on the ground, she would immediately drill into it. Prying away your employees during working hours. Sister Hua won't mind, right? Jiang Yan joked. Of course I don't mind. Although Shuer has not been turned in my Wonderland club, I truly like this niece. Now that she has found her true love, I'm licensing her for a few days of vacation. Thank you, Sister Flower, for being an adult. Jiang Yan made some polite remarks and randomly returned to the topic. He was still thinking of giving Zhang Shui a spending spree. Flipping through the booklet, skillfully finding a few of the most expensive items to place in order. Then flipping through the women's service items. This look, good lord, much more than the men's items, and much more expensive. Just what I want. Jiang Yan, heart secretly happy. A wave of the hand. Ordered several of the most expensive packages. If not Flower Sister tips, these a few done. It will take several hours. He had to point all over. Jiang Yan finished ordering service packages. The booklet will be handed to the Flower Sister. Suddenly, Jiang Yan seems to think of something like, specially instructed, I ordered before the project, as already done, do not have to save me. The actual Zhang Shui pressure did not do anything at all. In addition to the beginning of the minutes, Jiang Yan after that has been in the brush money. There is no time to do. Jiang Yan was afraid that if Sister Hua pre-saved the previously undone items, then the cashback he had just gotten would most likely be gone, and he couldn't take that risk. Sister Hua gave Zhang Shui a meaningful look, thinking that Jiang Yan was afraid that Zhang Shui's commission would be gone, so she purposely reminded him. I didn't expect this guy to be quite considerate, Sister Hua said in her heart as she looked at Jiang Yan, who was so proud of his wealth. Her assessment of Jiang Yan's financial strength had risen another notch. $90,000 down the drain just to let Zhang Shui get that minuscule commission. The average rich second generation didn't have this kind of boldness. Mr. Jiang, you spent 100,000 this time. Is there anything else you need? Bring over your QR code. I spend money like to pay first. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone. Want to check out now? He can immediately get the system 10 times the rebate. Think about it, all excited. Can't wait a moment. That kind of spiritual satisfaction is any service can't compare. At this time Jiang Yan bank card balance has reached 270,000. He has so many deposits from the previous hard work. To the end of the year can only leave 30,000. According to the normal speed, 270,000. He has to save 9 years. In order to save so much, Flower's sister got up and retired, arranged to go. At this moment, only Jiang Yan and Zhang Shui were left in the private room. The air suddenly became silent. Jiang Yan pretended that he only came back to his senses at this moment, loosened his arm around Zhang Shui's waist, scratched his head in embarrassment, and flusteredly explained, "Just now, I couldn't help myself." He was afraid that Zhang Shui would get annoyed and backtrack on what? Where could he find such a highly rated beauty himself? "If you do this again without my consent, I'll back out immediately." Zhang Shui raised her showy fists and pretended to threaten viciously, but unfortunately, her appearance was more like she was pouting than threatening. "Why did you order the set menu for me as well? All the items here are expensive. Isn't that what boyfriends are supposed to do?" But we're fake. If I wanted to fake it, what would you think?" Jiang Yan suddenly said this, and then stared straight at Zhang Shui's delicate face. Zhang Shui heard Jiang Yan's words, somewhat at a loss for words. Her eyes stared blankly, round and somewhat playful and cute. The young girl's heart flooded with a few ripples. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Shui's lovely appearance, instantly felt that he had picked up a treasure. Such a treasure girl can only be found in the fantasy world, right? If it was before, even if he met such a treasure girl, Jiang Yan would not have the courage to pursue. He could only silently watch her being embraced by another man in his arms, and then cursed in his heart. Good cabbages are all letting pigs arch. Now it was different. With the help of the system, he had the certainty to make this 1-week engagement into a month, a year, and a lifetime. Money is a man's guts. There is no fault in this sentence. Jiang Yan's self-confidence is bursting at the moment. That is, Jack Horse came, but also dared to compare the size with him. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Shui's shy face. The heart secretly complacent thought, such a small white paper, or let me on it, waving ink. Just as he was thinking about it, a beep suddenly came from the system. Ding! This consumption of 80,000 cashback 800,000. Jiang Yan knows the system cashback over 100,000 yuan. Zhang Shui's accounted for 80%, said women and children's money is the best to earn. Men have to rank behind the dog. This sentence is somewhat biased, but it is also a fact. Fairyland Club women's all kinds of physical therapy, beauty, foot bath, countless projects, and even packages of booklets are thicker than the men's a big cut. The price is generally much higher. Of course, men may have a hidden menu, that may also be very expensive, but Jiang Yan is not interested at all. There is a luxury car. Who will take the bus? Jiang Yan ran back and forth many times. Are not as much as this time to give. Direct cashback 800,000. Jiang Yan now bank card amounted to 970,000. Immediately into the 1 million mark. It seems, or to spend the money on the knife edge. Otherwise it can only be cheaper for nothing, boss. Not long after, the knock on the door sounded, and Sister Hua arrived with the technician. The project Zhang Shui was going to do was more private and required the use of some specialized equipment, so she went to the women's exclusive area. Jiang Yan this time is thoroughly enjoy around. The new over the technician is very beautiful. Technology is also very good, even more comfortable than Zhang Shui's service, but unfortunately did not hear the system beep. Jiang Yan do not die. Successively let the flower sister changed several technicians. All look quite good looking, but the system is still no response. Highly rated beauties. It seems that they are indeed rare. How lucky is he to be able to meet Zhang Shui at the very beginning? Jiang Yan thought secretly. Chapter 6 Platinum VIP Membership Card. Fairyland Clubhouse. Female Healthcare and Wellness Area. Zhang Shui was wearing a simple plain bathrobe, lying on her back on the bed. Her snow-white torso was fat if she gained a point, and thin if she lost a point. Perfect. Shuier, just now you were doing work? How come you're our guest in this moment? The technician who was serving teased. Senior, don't laugh at me. Zhang Shui's face was so bashful that she buried herself on the bed, not daring to raise her head to see anyone. He said she fell out of love and asked me to be his temporary girlfriend. I saw him as pathetic, so I agreed. Why didn't he look for me? Sister, I'm also single. The technician's hand movements do not stop, looking at Zhang Shui's delicate body, snow-white skin, slender waist, slender thighs, the whole body golden ratio. No matter where to change a little, will destroy this beauty. This niece has such a material body. She is afraid that if she is a man, she will also be fascinated by it. This temporary boyfriend of yours? Generous. Ordered the most expensive SPA package we have here. It doesn't look like you are only allowed to be a temporary girlfriend? How much is it? $80,000. So expensive. Just now Zhang Shui only knew that Jiang Yan paid $100,000, not realizing that 80,000 of them were ordered for herself. It was at this moment that a waitress pushed the door in. holding a bottle of red wine in her hands. "Hello, guest. This is the red wine you asked for. Romane Conti from the world's first winery, 2009 edition. This is the best red wine in our store." "Right. I remember it seems to be more than $20,000. The technician's movements all stopped, looking at Zhang Shui with envious eyes. A man she just met was so generous to Zhang Shui. She also wanted to have a diamond boyfriend. "Shuier, you came here to work? Sister brought you not too thin, and taught you everything to the best of her ability. I've never drank such an expensive wine in my life. You let sister taste it too." Zhang Shui had the intention to stop. She was too embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift from Zhang Yan, but the technician's movements were fast. Before she could say anything, the technician picked up the wine and opened it, taking 2 cups in his hand. One poured a cup for Zhang Shui, and poured a cup for himself. Both hands cupped the cups in their hands and took a small sip. The aftertaste was long and intoxicating. Sister is also someone who has drunk the world's first winery. Expensive things are different. She took a small sip, the red wine in the cup for a while, then saw the bottom, but she didn't pour it in, because she knew it didn't belong to her. "Shuier, it's not easy for a woman to meet a man who is willing to spend money for himself. Cherish it." At this time, Zhang Shui's heart has undergone an inexplicable change. She stared blankly at the red wine in the cup, and thought to herself, "This man, so generous. If it is really his boyfriend, how good it should be." Thinking of this, Zhang Shui immediately shook her head violently. She felt that she had changed for the worse. Zhang Yan leaned on the sofa of the box. The service technician had already left. Compared to enjoyment, Zhang Yan cared more about the system cashback. "Sister Flower, get me a VIP card." "What are the prices?" "Our Fairyland's VIP card is divided into ordinary, gold, platinum, 3 levels. Charging 100,000 is ordinary VIP, 500,000 is gold, and 1 million platinum card. Give me a $1 million one." "Do it for Zhang Shui." "1 million? For Zhang Shui?" The smile on Sister Flower's face instantly became stiff. Her brain was not able to turn around for a moment, repeatedly asking the guest's request. This was a taboo in the service industry. Fairyland Club from the opening. Platinum VIP card also sold out a few, but those are the Jianghai city's dignified characters, like Zhang Yan. Spend $1 million to the woman card consumption is a never seen. Zhang Yan see Flower Sister at the moment some confusion. Also do not care. He directly took the Flower Sister hand payment equipment. Swipe card payment. Flower Sister only then reacted. The heart suddenly rose a burst of emotion. Just now they also and a few technicians' heart despised Zhang Yan. All think he just come to experience the poor boy. Did not think it is a low-profile rich son. "Zhang Yang, you first rest. Platinum card processing still needs some process. I will immediately help you send." Sister Hua's attitude at this time was even more respectful, gently walking the private room and closing the door. Originally Zhang Yan's money is not enough. He, in order to make up $1 million, deliberately ordered a bottle of 20,000 yuan of red wine. Let the waiter send to Zhang Shui's room. This is not. Immediately another cashback of 200,000 yuan, to make up $1 million. As long as the money is in place, the service is absolutely good. Not long after, Sister Hua personally sent the card. A very ordinary card. Simple design. White card body printed with the trademark of Wonderland Club. If you do not know, no one will be able to tell that there is $1 million of consumption in this card. After Sister Hua left, Zhang Yan quietly waited for the system to return the cash. $10 million. That was money that Zhang Yan couldn't earn in several lifetimes. The system's rebate is a bit sluggish this time. Could the system be stuck too? Zhang Yan muttered in his mind. Ding. The system warmly suggests that the system rebate can only be reached if consumption is accepted. Otherwise it is invalid. Dry. This system of yours, there are quite a lot of bends and turns. It's not good to drill a little hole. Zhang Shui will come out later. How do I fool her into accepting this card? Knock knock. The quiet box resounded with a knock on the door, pulling Zhang Yan's rambling thoughts back to reality. Come in. The door to the private room was pushed open. Zhang Shui, dressed in ordinary apricot-colored bathrobe, with long and slender legs, walked in. Perhaps just did SPA. Exquisite face, Q elastic delicate, full of collagen scents, black hair draped over the shoulder, as if out of the water as a lotus flower, as beautiful and extraordinary. At this moment, her face with a few shyness, Zhang Yan's gaze to see her a little embarrassed. Zhang Yan, I didn't expect to spend so much money on you. It's fine. Money is meant to be spent. Not to mention spending it on a beauty like you is even more worth it. Zhang Yan praised from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shui was very happy to hear that. After all, there wasn't that girl who didn't like compliments. Zhang Yan followed up by saying, I've done a card in your name here. Why don't you take it? Zhang Shui took the card. glanced at it and immediately knew that it was the club's platinum VIP card, which had to be recharged with $1 million to get. No, this is too expensive. We are only temporary boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. I'm already happy that you can treat me to SPA. I can't charge you anything more. To apply for this card you need an ID card. I don't have one with me, so I'll have to use yours. You're in the clubhouse and have a copy of your ID card. Ah, doing the card also need ID card. Zheng Shui dully returned. This she really didn't know, although she worked here, but after all, the time was short. It was normal not to know. This card is not a supermarket membership card. Just need a cell phone number. The amount of money inside is huge. Definitely need identity registration. Otherwise someone picks it up. Wouldn't it be a random use? You just keep it for me first. Jiang Yan took advantage of Zheng Shui's confusion and hurriedly shoved the card into Zheng Shui's hands. Good. Then I'll take it first, but I won't use it. Jiang Yan looked at the girl in front of him. Infinite pity rose in his heart. Giving money to spend needs to be thought of, compared to other women in society. I'd rather cry in a BMW than sit on the back of a bicycle and laugh. Jiang Yan more and more determined himself. It is impossible to let go of such a woman. Slipping away from their hands, Zheng Shui pounced into the arms of other men pampered. That picture, think about it, is infuriating. The swan has been stewed in the pot. Can still let her fly. Jiang Yan secretly said in his heart. Ding! Spend 1 million. 10 times 10 million cashback. The system's beep finally arrived. Chapter 7, Shi Xiao. Night fell and the time came to evening. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the night scene of the city, the colorful neon lights will be a skyscraper, shining through. The pedestrians below are like ants. Countless vehicles in the city through. This glimpse of the mountains feel awesome. No wonder so many mansions are on the top floor. Really has its purpose. By now at this time, the two of them have been hungry for a long time. Zheng Shui doesn't have to go to work right now and doesn't have much to do, so she takes the initiative to treat her. After all, after spending so much money on Jiang Yan, she has to return the favor. Courtesy to courtesy. I can only treat you to a snack. I hope you don't mind. Zheng Shui ruffled her hair in front of her eyes and said with some embarrassment. Snacks are good. I like places with fireworks the most. Jiang Yan just got the system today. If you ask him to go to a high-class Western restaurant, he will show his cowardice instead. Jiang Yan and Zheng Shui changed their clothes and took the elevator to leave. Sister Hua bowed to see them off. Tong Tong waited for a long time at the entrance of Wonderland, and finally saw a black Mercedes-Benz Big G, slowly drove into the Wonderland parking lot, and the window dropped, revealing a youth in his 20s. The youth was pale, with a dry and thin figure, and a white gold necklace hung around his neck. He had a frivolous look in his eyes, and he looked like a playboy. Tong Tong twisted her waist and hurriedly walked towards the youth's car with a fawning smile on her face. Shi Xiao, you finally come. Waiting for me is so heartbreaking. Tong Tong misses me so much. I didn't have something to do temporarily, so I came a little late. I wanted to, especially at night when I'm alone. I dream about it. Tong Tong's face was tinged with the slightest of winks, exuding a flirtatious aura. You're a ninny who can really talk. I like it a lot. Hearing Tong Tong's words, Chi Boken opened the car door and wrapped Tong Tong into his arms with one hand, an open smile on his face. Tong Tong saw Chi Boken's newly purchased Mercedes-Benz Big G. Her face duly revealed a color of envy, and daintily asked, Did Chi Xiao change to a new car? Well, just went to pick up the car, so I came late. This car is so domineering feeling. More not less money, right? Not much, just over $2 million. Chi Boken's vanity has been greatly satisfied. Driving a luxury car is not waiting for this moment well. Otherwise, 300,000 car and 2 million car really not much difference. Chi Boken looked at Tong Tong charming look, the heart of a sudden evil fire. He waved his hand and refused the service of the parking little brother. Evil smile, do you want to go up to see Tong Tong naturally begged for it. She still wanted to take more pictures and show them off in her circle of friends. The two laughed and got into the car, drove to the underground parking lot, found a hidden corner to stop, but did not come down. Not long after, the vehicle began to shake. Less than 5 minutes of work, the car no longer shaking. The two people from the car down. Tong Tong tidied up her messy clothes and got out of the car. Suddenly she frowned and said, Chi Xiao, how do I feel that there is always an odor if anything in this car? Odor? How can I not smell? New cars are this odor. Right. Chi Boken's face suddenly some embarrassment. This car is not a new car. A few days ago, Nanyang sudden rainstorm, an inland city, directly into a water city, so a large number of flooded cars online. Chi Boken is now tight. See this quasi-new Mercedes-Benz Big G online. Decisive shot. Spent far less than half the price of the market to take down. People say that they are newly purchased. Can give him a lot of face. Flooded car is not handled well. There will be a smell of silt and decay. Chiboken used several bottles of perfume or cannot cover, but 13 loaded. This shortcoming is also acceptable. It is good that Tong Tong did not look deeply into this problem. Just a sound. She suddenly saw that there was a car parked next to Chiboken's Mercedes-Benz Big G. It was also an SUV. A little more rounded than the Big G, but the aura was much larger. What kind of car is this for young Chi? It doesn't seem too bad. It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Then how much does this car cost? It's estimated to be close to $10 million. Chiboken looked at the Cullinan flowing body. The heart is also full of envy. The Big G are second-hand flooded car. This is more his unattainable dream. Tong Tong, although a listen, cannot help but stagger. That can buy 5 Big G MMP you so analogous. Let me embarrassed. Chiboken frowned and didn't say anything. Originally he came to pretend. Who expected how to come out of a Cullinan? A moment to just buy the Big G then down. The heart is a little depressed. Just parked when also did not pay attention. Should find a place to park our ordinary cars. This Turin and Mercedes-Benz Big G scenery all taken away. Chi Shao. I'll take a picture without delaying you. Right? Tong Tong at this time relied on the car body to scratch her head. A smile appeared on her face and began to take pictures frantically on her cell phone. The little bimbo who hates new things. Tong Tong had just behaved well. Chiboken couldn't say much and could only silently spit out a sentence in his heart. For the women in the clubhouse, he knows very well, as long as you have money, you are God. Chiboken is the Wonderland Clubhouse regulars. He likes it here. Put his entire pocket money are spent here, enjoying the godlike treatment. A few days ago, Chiboken met a superb here. He has never seen such a beautiful girl. Let him soul. Today is also to see. There is no opportunity. The thought of the girl, the heart just extinguished down the evil fire. Miso up again. Chiboken picked up a cigarette, was about to light, saw the elevator down a pair of men and women. The woman looks very beautiful, bright eyes and teeth, such as a waterfall of long straight black hair draped over the shoulder, with the pace of the slight swing, although the face is plain, but the skin is white and delicate, flooded with glittering cold light, is countless net stars, are eager to have a cold white skin, with a delicate and dead angle-free face, a good one of the absolute beauty. Of course, the male is not bad, handsome face, eyes deep and charming, and beside the beautiful woman complement each other. Let a person feel that the two men are talented. Very good match. These two were Jiang Yan and Zhang Shui who came out from the box. Jiang Yan was talking about jokes he saw on the internet, making Zhang Shui giggle. When Tong Tong saw this scene, she said with a bit of sourness, "This Zhang Shui guy, he's fallen for a rich man." "Oh, a thug? How rich?" "Estimated to be a guy who won the lottery. The money came to hand, then rushed to come here to pretend 13 to come, not even a substitute car." Tong Tong twisted her body in Chiboken's arms and said to Chiboken, "Lottery first prize, but it's just a few million. Remove the tax will be even less. That's just a few dollars." Chiboken heard is a lottery and the heart is more disdain. Of course it's not comparable to Chi Shao. He's a profiteer at best. Tong Tong belittled Jiang Yan while not forgetting to pat Chi Shao on the back. Chapter 8 The Disgraced Chi Shao. Chiboken's family had money, and it just so happened that he also loved to play. And most of all, he loved Wonderland Club, spending more than $500,000 in the club in just a few months. A few days ago, he noticed a new trainee technician in the clubhouse. That person is Zhang Shui. Although relying on his family's money, he also played a lot of women. But this is the first time to see such a superb. He was bidding 50,000 to let Zhang Shui accompany himself for a night, and thought that he would be able to get his hands on it, which thought that he would be rejected. Fairyland Club background is deep. Chiboken also dare not easily offend, so can not force. Now see a lottery tycoon, and Zhang Shui have a laugh. His heart immediately rose in anger. Angry. Thinking of this, Chiboken took the initiative to welcome him with a false fake smile. "Zhang Shui, off work? Let me send you." "No need, young Chi. I already have someone to send me." Zhang Shui saw that Chiboken's eyes were full of greed, and her heart was filled with a wave of disgust, but she was only a small service technician. She couldn't offend the guests, so she could only politely refuse. Zhang Shui pulled Jiang Yan and walked to the side. "Hey, wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Last time was inside the club." Chiboken did not dare to force. Now to the underground parking lot, surrounded by empty behavior suddenly unrestrained. See Zhang Shui talking, the footsteps do not stop, directly to go. This is to not give face to it. As for Zhang Shui and walk side by side Jiang Yan, Chiboken pressure did not even look at. A lottery tycoon. Chiboken does not look in the eye. A few money is even a week in the lottery. but also cannot catch up with his family's industry. Schwerer, I for you. Just handle the clubhouse VIP gold card. When you out, I will take care of your business. Chi Boken spoke with a lewd face, ostentatiously taking out a gold-colored card that looked high-end and luxurious. Very much like a tycoon. Zhang Shui had a difficult look on her face, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yan was about to open his mouth when suddenly a shout came from the distance. Jiang Xiao, wait! A delicate female voice came from behind Jiang Yan. As soon as Jiang Yan turned around, he saw Sister Hua twisting her water snake waist and running over with small steps. Young Jiang, your card! Sister Hua panted, holding up the card as she ran over. The card was picked up by the waitress when she was cleaning and took the initiative to hand it over to the lobby manager. This kind of card is all real name. No one else can use it without the owner's authorization. When Zhang Shui heard Sister Hua's voice, she subconsciously rummaged through her bag and said to Jiang Yan with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, I left my card in the private room. It's fine. It's not back. Jiang Yan comforted. Chi Boken saw Sister Hua holding a white card with the Wonderland Clubhouse logo on it, a contemptuous smile on his face. VIP card? Who doesn't have one like that? Sister Hua, isn't it just a membership card? Still need you to personally send a trip. As it happens, I also have one here. Chi Boken said also took out his own VIP card. Golden card body. Chi Boken felt the Nat one's compulsion is not know how much higher. Flower sister see Chi Boken present, is also a little surprised. This is the Wonderland Clubhouse regulars. The last few months is in the Clubhouse crazy consumption. Yesterday also recharged $500,000 for the gold VIP card. The shrewd and old-fashioned flower sister. A glance will see the reason why Chi Boken is here. Look at the current situation. This broad young man on Zhang Shui still cannot forget although Jiang Yan is the first time to club consumption, but this time is far more than Chi Boken's several months of consumption. So the flower sister more dare not offend. Young Chi is also in awe. Young Chi, this card is a platinum VIP card. It needs to be recharged with $1 million to get it. It's the top membership card of this club. Sister Hua first greeted with a smile and then explained for Chi Boken. Chi Boken was charging the membership card. Thought the gold VIP is the highest level of membership card. Did not think there is a platinum above. The heart suddenly a burst of embarrassment. I wipe. A broken membership card also engaged in so many levels. Charged 500,000 even is not the highest. Hate I saved a year's pocket money I gave it to Zhang Shui. This is her card. Jiang Yan pushed Sister Hua's hand that was handed over to Zhang Shui and said faintly, oops. Sorry Jiang Xiao. Look at my memory. Sister Hua handed the card to Zhang Shui. Tong Tong heard Jiang Yan give Zhang Shui a platinum card. Immediately her eyes red with jealousy. In her heart there were 10,000 alpacas running wild. Being rich was not such a defeat. $1 million, enough to buy a small house in a second-tier city. Tong Tong thought of her own stupid thing. Even so generous rich man let out. If agreed to flower sister to service words, maybe that 1 million of the membership card is their own. The heart that regret Although Chi Boken's family is rich, but also only charged $500,000 to do a gold card. And Jiang Yan even directly to the woman charged $1 million. Defeat is not so defeat. Chi Boken is also ate a shock. He cursed in his heart, in the lottery is not so spend it. Have not seen the money of the thing. Although the heart thinks so, but the hands of the gold VIP card, not moving silently put back in the pocket. Chi Boken also remembers. Tong Tong said Jiang Yan did not drive. Is walking over. Thought of here he has proudly said, this friend does not have a car. I send you. In order to show poise, Chi Boken deliberately used the word you. In order to show off, also deliberately pressed the car key unlock button. Mercedes-Benz Big G bright lights flashed, showing the presence of luxury cars. However, Jiang Yan didn't pay attention to him at all, directly pulling Zhang Shui's small hand. He walked over to Chi Boken and Tong Tong and said indifferently, can you give way? I need to drive. Drive? Drive what? Do you have a car? Chi Boken had a puzzled look on his face. Didn't he say he didn't have a car? Tong Tong also had a question mark on her face. Jiang Yan walked over. The big brother of the security guard at the door but saw it clearly. She and the big brother of the security guard had a great relationship. The security guard couldn't possibly lie to her. Chi Boken and Tong Tong had a skeptical look on their faces, but their bodies still gave way. After all, Jiang Yan didn't have a car was just their guess. Sorry, you guys are still blocking the road. My car is over here. Jiang Yan pointed at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This sentence directly knocked Chi Boken and Tong Tong confused. This $9 million luxury car was actually Jiang Yan's. Jiang Yan also did not talk nonsense with them. Calmly took out the key and unlocked it. The lights of the Rolls-Royce flashed, and a crystal flying goddess statue immediately popped out of the front of the car. Jiang Yan first let Zheng Shui sit on it, and he himself sat back on the main driver. Chi Boken's face at this moment was hot and painful, as if he had been slapped. He didn't move again and slowly put the car keys back into his pocket, awkwardly watching Jiang Yan get into the car. Chapter 9 Spiral Powder. The car slowly started. Like an awakened beast, the engine emitted a low growl. Jiang Yan stepped on the gas pedal. The vehicle quickly drove out of the parking lot. The remaining 3 people, their respective expressions to show life. Sister Hua is smiling and cheering. Chi Boken is a face of shame for failing to pretend. Tong Tong is the remorse of missing out on becoming a millionaire. Don't you say he's a thug who won the lottery? Tycoon. Also buy Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Tycoon. Also give a woman to do $1 million platinum VIP card? Chi Boken saw Jiang Yan leaving and could no longer contain his anger. Ranting loudly at Tong Tong. The more Chi Boken spoke, the more angry he became. He felt that he had lost all his face, as if he had put it on the ground to be stepped on. And the person who stepped on it didn't feel like it was too much, so he pissed on it again. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he slapped Tong Tong's face. Chi family can only be regarded as an average luxury family, knowing that Jiang Yan's financial strength far exceeds their own unknown identity, and do not dare to offend, for fear of bringing trouble to their own family. At this time, people go always have to be angry place. A club of ordinary technician is not just a qualified outlet. Tong Tong was dumbfounded by the slap, covering her fiery cheeks. Her fire was also prancing straight up. She also had a belly full of fire, which was now directly erupting. Lao Maiden waited for you to wait for an afternoon, but also let you have a free shot. 3 minutes or less then. The whole Lao Maiden is not up and down. A point of benefit did not get, but also be beaten by you. Really think that there are a few stinking money is the people on the people. Now is the rule of law society. Lao Maiden is not afraid of you. Originally Jiang Yan is their own customers. In order to wait for the surname Chi, missed a major opportunity in life. If they did not wait, the platinum card is perhaps her. A million, just so fly away. Tong Tong felt her own suffering. Who can understand? A broken second-hand flooded car, but also new. You when the old lady is a little cute. What about it? My cousin is in the used car business. Since all tore his face, Tong Tong also did not give Chi Boken to leave a little face. On the spot, he bought a second-hand luxury car things. Revealed. Hand is not willing to show weakness. 9 in white bone claw. Chi Boken a weak sparrow body. For a moment, actually some cannot resist Tong Tong's claw power. Flower sister is eyeing Jiang Yan it. A moment of inattention. Did not expect these 2 people actually fought. Rushed up to persuade the fight. Zheng Shui pointed the way. Jiang Yan drove to a night market. This time the street people come and go. The roadside food stalls cannot see the end of the road. Each stalls are erected colorful luminous signboards. Jiang Yan drove in the street, turned around for a long time, but did not see a parking space. It seems that luxury cars also have to find a parking space. Finally, there is a car to leave. Jiang Yan rushed to occupy, but due to driving technology is not very skillful, tried several times before the car parked in the exact location. Anxious Jiang Yan is also sweating. No way. The first time on the road after graduating from driving school, it was not easy to park the car. Jiang Yan vainly sneaked back a few glances, found Zheng Shui did not notice himself, suddenly relieved. People are like this, will be very concerned about other people's eyes or ideas. In fact, others will not care about any of your behavior. Everything is mediocre. Jiang Yan's confidence did not grow with his wallet. He still needed some time to get used to it. Zheng Shui, who was a little jittery in her heart as she was riding in such a luxurious car for the first time, looked up to see the Rolls-Royce's starry roof. It's really beautiful, but this beauty doesn't belong to me. Zheng Shui thought of the 1-week agreement. After a week, she was a fish in the pond water, and Jiang Yan was a bird flying in the sky, unattainable, like 2 parallel lines that never intersect. Zheng Shui's heart is very clear. Cinderella fell in love with the prince. That after all, only in the drama plot, the reality of a few pairs can become. 2 people think about their own things. Jiang Yan parked the car. A gentleman for Zheng Shui opened the door. Zheng Shui convergence of chaotic thoughts out of the car. She wore a pair of tight old jeans today. Her straight and long legs outlined a perfect arc. The curve extended to the hips, outlining an attractive peach buttocks. The upper half of her body wore a white shirt, revealing only her cold white collarbone, slender swan neck, and her delicate face was also the same cold white color. All the exposed skin muddled together, also white as jade. Perfect. Zheng Shui brought Jiang Yan to the stall she often came to. It was a stall selling snail powder. The stall owner was an aunt in her 40s. Shui is here same old thing. The usual, 2 servings. The stall owner's aunt took a serious look at Jiang Yan beside Zheng Shui, and seeing that the young man had decent features and a handsome face, she laughed and said, Shui, this is a boyfriend It seems that the boy in my house is going to be heartbroken. Auntie. Shuer shyly stomped her foot, embarrassed to look at Jiang Yan. Seems to be afraid of Jiang Yan misunderstanding. Whispered to explain, Auntie's son just went to junior high school this year, or a small child. Don't worry. I won't just be jealous. If I am jealous, I shall not die of exhaustion. Look at the men around. Zheng Shue's eyes looked around the week. Suddenly found so many men's eyes are stealing glances. Found Zheng Shue's gaze swept over. Have averted their gazes, pretending to look around as if nothing happened. Jiang Yan saw this scene and instantly thought of his former self. A day ago he was just like these passers-by, always sneaking glances when he saw the goddess, not even daring to look directly at the goddess's gaze, not realizing that the more people cower like this, the more people will look down on you. Money is a man's guts. If having money is still a wimp, it means that there's still not enough money. Zheng Shue's pretty face was slightly red. She knew that she was good looking and often people sneak a look at her. She had long gotten used to it and didn't feel that she was any different from others. Now that she was reminded by Jiang Yan, she suddenly felt a small sense of pride in her heart. The stall owner and was busy while chatting with Zheng Shuai. She could tell she was a very talkative person. The snail noodles are ready. I've recently improved the processing method. Try it. Is it tastier? I'll try it. The stall owner's auntie sharply loaded the snail noodle into the bowl. Ingredients: pouring the juice action in a fluid and smooth flow, all in one go. The business of the stall was so good that the many small tables prepared by the stall owner were simply not enough, and there were no more places left long ago. Let's go eat in the car. There are seats in the trunk and small tables just for this moment. Ah, go to the car, huh? But the snail food tastes great. Come on, isn't that what the car is for? Just go to the car wash to get rid of the odor then. Okay. Zheng Shuai was about to go to the restroom when Jiang Yan came back with the 2 servings of snail powder he had made. Jiang Yan put the snail powder aside, opened the trunk of the car, pressed the button, and the 2 seats slowly popped out of the mezzanine, with a small shelf table rising in the center, and then opened the starry top on the lid of the trunk. Such a peculiar move, in the lively night market, naturally attracted the attention of many people. It. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ah, I've only seen it on the internet. The strongest SUV on the earth is really worthy of its name. It looks just domineering. What's so impressive? Isn't it just 4 wheels and 2 sofas? Don't compare your Alto to this car. Look at the trunk of this car. There are still 2 seats. I'll go. There's a starry sky roof in the trunk. This car is awesome. Chapter 10, Night Market. The unique design of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with its trunk range seats, managed to spark a discussion among the crowd. A short teenager flew to the front of the car and said with a surprised expression, "Uncle, is this a Rolls-Royce? It's really beautiful. Can I touch it up close?" The teenager was only 12 or 13 years old, thin and weak, holding several empty bowls stacked on top of each other. The soup from the leftover food in the bowls also spilled a little bit onto his body. His appearance was in a sorry state, but his eyes were flashing with a bright light. Good. Jiang Yan saw the young man's eyes longing, cannot help but think of his own this big time, is also very want a racing bicycle, but unfortunately at that time the family is poor, can only hope, later to go to school in the county, must use the bicycle. The mother bit the bullet and bought a toothless 2/8 cylinder, who let it the cheapest it, the family has a lot of money to use. Even so, Jiang Yan did not blame the mother. A woman alone to raise Jiang Yan grew up. The hardship, not outsiders can imagine. To junior high school, see many of his classmates, riding on a racing bike. Jiang Yan will also expect and they will be exchanged for cycling. But Jiang Yan never mentioned, because he has an inferiority complex. Jiang Yan empathized with the teenager's feelings. The teenager will be in the hands of the empty bowl. Find a place to put down. Looked at his hands of grease stains are embarrassed. A moment cannot find something to wipe their hands. So in the t-shirt wiped twice. Is that the golden waistline of the Rao shirt? It's beautiful. Is that his star top? It's so pretty. Is this Rolls-Royce's flying goddess logo? It's so beautiful. The teenager's fingertips crossed the waistline of the car body. His eyes were glowing as he looked at the glowing stars on the roof of the car, and then ran to the front of the car and put his head in front of the flying goddess logo to take a closer look, and his mouth kept on praising it. But the adjectives were too few, and he would only say it's too beautiful. Jiang Yan opened the door and said, "Go up and sit down?" No, I'm a bit dirty, so I won't go up, but can I listen to his sound? Sure. This teenager knew how to be polite. Jiang Yan liked it very much, so he naturally agreed. The 6.7-liter V12 twin-turbo engine, with 571 horsepower and 850 torque, brought an explosive roar, and the huge sound wave was like a tiger roaring, attracting all the eyeballs of those who were looking at the car again and passers-by who were walking in silence. With a 100% turnaround rate, it's beautiful. The teenager gave a thumbs up to praise. I'll buy one in the future too, the teenager said to Jiang Yan. his tone firm and sincere. Jiang Yan patted the teenager's shoulder and said sincerely, I'm sure that when you grow up, you'll definitely buy one too. Yang Yang, why are you here? A heavenly female voice sounded behind the teenager. Yang Yang turned around to see the person he came from and exclaimed in surprise, Sister Schwer, I just heard my mom say that you're coming to the night market as well. It's a pity that I've just gone to pick up the goods to come and didn't see Sister Schwer. Well, I've just arrived too. Your mom has a hard time setting up the stall every day. You need to come over more often to help. Well, I know. I'm not helping mom clean up the bowls here. Yang Yang raised the stack of bowls in his hand high, his face filled with pride and pride. Yang Yang, I asked you to collect the bowls. Where have you been? Why aren't you back yet? A loud middle-aged woman's voice came from the distance. Yang Yang was suddenly jolted. Hurriedly said, my mom called me. I have to hurry back to work. After running 2 steps, the teenager suddenly turned back as if he thought of something. Uncle, you have a Rolls Royce. Sister Schwer, I won't fight with you. You must be good to her. Or else. Humph. Yang Yang raised his skinny fist in demonstration, then turned around and ran away in a puff of smoke. A little kid. Still arguing with me? And am I old? Jiang Yan had a speechless expression on his face. He didn't feel anything when he just called him uncle. But now that Zhang Shui was beside him, calling him uncle and calling Zhang Shui sister, it made Jiang Yan's heart not feel right. But, Zhang Shui pretended to look at Jiang Yan seriously and said, well, it is indeed old. Jiang Yan was speechless. At this time, the people looking at the luxury car also dispersed most of the people. After all, even the best car is also someone else's. Luxury car, this thing to look at a long time to see the good. 2 people sitting in the trunk seat shivering powder, looking at the street to and fro crowd. The head of the starry skytop extraordinarily beautiful. After dinner, Zhang Shui proposed a walk. Jiang Yan of course agreed. The bustling night market is not only food. There are buy clothes, buy household goods, children's toys, all kinds of stalls, everything. The 2 passed by a stall selling bags. All kinds of international brands are available. Even the Magic City luxury street is not as complete as the variety here. Jiang Yan noticed that Zhang Shui's bag's corners had already broken the skin. It looked like it had been used for a long time. Wait, for my girlfriend? I haven't given you anything yet? This bag, you won't mind it. Jiang Yan casually lifted up a house-looking bag. 3 small windows were drawn on the black body. Jiang Yan looked at this bag very peculiar and felt that it matched Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui turned around stunned, walked to Jiang Yan and said quietly, all the ones here are cottage goods. You're not going to buy them here, are you? Do you care? Don't care, but I don't want it. I can't afford to return the gift to you. Zhang Shui bristled, instead worrying if Jiang Yan wanted to return the gift himself. Well, that's a problem. Gift giving between lovers is also mutual. Jiang Yan pretended to be contemplating, and after a while, as if he came to a realization, he said, then I'll owe it first. Put. Zhang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. She thought she had thought of some good idea. Just this? She looked at the bag in Jiang Yan's hand, picked it up and looked at it carefully for a few moments. The small window on it. Very interesting. At this time, a man with a big belly walked over with his arm around a heavily made-up woman. He looked at the bag in Jiang Yan's hand contemptuously. A Shanghai fake bag from the night market. How could anyone buy it? Jiang Yan looked up at the visitor and was shocked. How can I put it? This person exceeded Jiang Yan's perception of fat. Big belly is to describe fat, but used in this man is very inappropriate, because he is too fat. Jiang Yan visual estimate conservative estimate 350 pounds. But the head is only 1 meter 5. A fat surprisingly produced a rippling feeling. That is, Zhaoshan Eagle his brother, sitting on the ground pig to come also have to bow to the wind. The fat man contemptuously glanced at Jiang Yan, directly to Zhang Shui said, beauty, leave a phone number. Brother tomorrow to take you to buy designer bags. The woman beside the fat man, seeing the man hitting on a woman in front of her face, also dared to be angry, but only stared at Zhang Shui with malicious eyes. And the beautiful bag in her hand was pinched and changed shape. This was what Fatty had just spent a few $1,000s on. Sorry, I don't have a cell phone. Self-righteous men were the most annoying. Although Zhang Shui had long been used to it, she still felt disgusted. So the reason for refusal was strong, without a bit of wiggle room. No cell phone. Lying to cutie. And, are there young people these days who don't use cell phones? Although the fat man thought of being rejected, he didn't expect it to be this kind of perfunctory reason, which really made him angry. Humph, don't know how to raise your voice, then you will follow this poor guy and buy the broken cottage bag. The fat man turned around and walked away after saying that. His tonnage was too big, and with every step he took, his fat body trembled and dust flew up. Jiang Yan thought to himself, how does this guy do push-up exercise? Female on male style? In his mind, but his feet were not idle. Sneaking out. Ouch. Who the hell tripped me? Chapter 11, Cottage Bags. Huge body like a mountain fall. Raised a burst of dust. Thick makeup woman luck. Just by inertia to bring down. If she was pressed by the fat man underneath. That body plate. Estimated to be broken. Perhaps too fat. An ordinary fall. Even half a day cannot stand up. Thick makeup woman up to help the fat man. But her thin arms and legs. Simply cannot help. Jiang Yan lucidly pulled out $100 to the boss. Picked up the bag, turned around and pulled Zhang Shui to run. Go, go, why are you so bad? Zhang Shui laughed and couldn't stop at all. Her ebony hair fluttered away in the wind, and her cold white delicate face was embellished with a bit of red lips. Crystal clear. I also do not want who let him so cheap? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. He raised the bag in his hand. Like it? Love it. Zhang Shui cheerfully returned. She could no longer refuse Jiang Yan. This bag was only $100. Seeing as it had just helped her out, Zhang Shui took it. Although I like this gift, it's a pity that it's ultimately a cottage. I can't let my woman carry a fake bag. Tomorrow, let's go to a luxury store and buy it exactly like this one. And if we don't have one, we'll have them make one exactly like it. You can't refuse because it's about a man's face. Jiang Yan said domineeringly, while Zhang Shui lowered her head and walked silently without saying anything. Although a little depressed, but more joyful, he always finds reasons he can't refuse. Oh, so much already. How can this be paid back? Zhang Shui's home is in the village not far from the night market. Send the beauty to the village entrance. Jiang Yan wanted to send again, but unfortunately the little ninja does not allow. She is afraid that her parents will see. Said what also do not want to let Jiang Yan send again. Jiang Yan can't. Had to stand at the intersection, watching Zhang Shui's beautiful back gradually blurred. Jiang Yan returned the same way, but coincidentally ran into the fat man. He and the woman with heavy makeup is now about to get into a BMW 5 Series left. Good, you a treacherous kid. It is you who makes me right. Yeah, I didn't realize that you, this little fatty, is quite smart. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed and didn't deny it. I'm going to make you pay. When the big fatty heard Jiang Yan's reply, he was furious, and he directly went for a meatball impact, and slammed over towards Jiang Yan. He intended to give Jiang Yan a hard time, with a weight of 350 pounds. If he slammed into him, he would probably break several ribs. He could already imagine Jiang Yan's miserable face on the ground wailing in pain. But Jiang Yan suddenly a flash, revealing the front of a car. The fat man hastily used the foot brake. That car he recognized. Seen on the internet, full landing more than 9 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan. His body is important to hit. 10 BMW 5 Series cannot afford to lose. But its own weight base is too large. Inertia is too strong. Cannot brake. Can only take the face of the brakes. And came a dog. This is not New Year's. Not festive. How to line such a big gift? I do not have the New Year's money to you. Jiang Yan walked to the fat man smilingly. The fat man raised his head. His face was full of blood. His teeth had fallen out too. Whimpering, unable to speak. Alright, I have something to go home. You can kneel if you want to. Jiang Yan did not want to and he grated. No point. He now just wanted to go home and sleep. Today this day, life big fall big rise, can put him exhausted. From his pocket took out the car keys. Rolls-Royce classic horse carriage style folio door opened. Jiang Yan idly sit on it, slowly start the car. He turned the car around. The car but just facing the fat man's face. Jiang Yan slammed on the gas. The huge body like an arrow shot out. The fat man was choking on exhaust gas, coughing more than originally wanted to help the fat man. Woman also froze. Did not expect this young man actually drove a Rolls-Royce. Go. I'm going to go. Blocked over the spell. Broken hook. This is Jiang Yan's alarm clock. As to why it was chosen, is because the sound is loud enough, so that you can wake up quickly. Not easy to be late. The loud tenor woke Jiang Yan from his sleep. Skillfully clicked on the option of ringing again after 10 minutes. Ready to sleep for another 10 minutes. But suddenly Jiang Yan reacted. Yesterday seems to get a system. Hurriedly sit up and open the window to see a large black SUV quietly lying downstairs. This big man makes the surrounding cars seem so small. The second step is to check the cell phone. Open the bank app software, face verification, and find the balance option. Jiang Yan like a child breaking his fingers, counted. 1, 2, 3, I am indeed the son of destiny, the protagonist of the world. Jiang Yan was ecstatic. It seemed that everything was not a dream. Jiang Yan got up and dressed and washed up. He planned to go to work. After all, there is money and need to find something to do. How many rich second generation? The family's money. A few lifetimes cannot be spent. But still honestly work. They lack of money? Is it for the 3,005 salary a month? driving a luxury car to work. The gas money is not enough. Life always need to find something to do. Idle, lying at home every day to sleep, will eventually get tired. Jiang Yan decided not to resign for the time being, go to work to touch the fish to think about their own this 10 million. How to spend. The joy of being paid to fish is not comparable to the feeling of quitting your job and being at home. Jiang Yan lived in a small farmhouse. He was on the second floor of the location. Rented a small room, only 7 or 8 square feet. A double bed put down. Even a larger table cannot be put. The landlord has 2 houses in the urban village. One to live by themselves. The other will be used to rent out the room. He grids the room into a small room, in order to maximize the revenue. This will be very crowded. But there is also a benefit. That is, the rent will be very cheap. Jiang Yan also because of this, choose to rent here. Jiang Yan went downstairs and saw 2 ladies in the small courtyard, chatting. One of them, a woman over 50 years old, was Jiang Yan's landlord. Xiao Jiang, going to work? I was just about to go find you. Let me know. The rent is going up 20% next month. This is already the 3rd time this year that the landlord has raised the rent. Originally Jiang Yan still wanted to live for a few days, and then go to find a new big house. When he heard that the landlord is going to raise the rent again, Jiang Yan directly did not want to live. Well, go to work. The house. I won't rent it tomorrow. I found a new house. Jiang Yan said faintly to the landlord. This is not yet the date of the contract. If you don't rent it, it's a breach of contract in the first place. I can't refund the deposit. The landlady was flabbergasted. Hearing that Jiang Yan wasn't going to rent it, she immediately thought of the deposit, and her little scheme was heard by her ancestors far underground. Jiang Yan's value was not what it used to be today, and he didn't want to affect his mood for the sake of that several $100 deposit. So he agreed. I will move out tomorrow. The things in the house, don't want. If you need to take it to use, don't need me to find someone to pack out. Yes, how can I not want it? You youngsters, you know how to waste things. Chapter 12 Rolls-Royce scratched. The landlady was full of smiles. She knew Jiang Yan had several small appliances, and in the summer, a second-hand air conditioner was installed. Then I'll go to work first. I'll count today as officially retiring the rent. Call if there's anything. Jiang Yan walked out of the small courtyard, not in a hurry to go to work. He wanted to eat a breakfast first. Long time not eat breakfast. It is not good for the body. Now that there is money, it is necessary to take good care of it. Walked out of the courtyard gate, took out the car key to unlock, but suddenly found the Rolls-Royce head was painted a big red pig head. Black body was painted with messy red lines. Gold double waistline is painted mess. Jiang Yan froze, squatting down. Observed. This is painted with a red paint pen. This kind of pen can be removed with alcohol, but there are a few places where the force is too strong. Has hurt the car paint. Jiang Yan looked around, saw the landlord's children playing on the side, hurriedly asked him, Xiao Hu, who painted this car? Have you seen? Ah, what's wrong? At this time, little Tiger had an innocent expression on his face. He was holding a paintbrush in his hand and was still writing and drawing on the concrete floor. Who drew the pig's head on this car? Jiang Yan pointed to the red notes on the car and asked the question again. He was also a little depressed. This car was in his hands for but a day, and then something happened. This was too unlucky. Jiang Yan glanced at the paintbrush in Xiaohu's hand. It was red and matched the color of the wow on the car. Little Tiger saw Jiang Yan's serious voice and cold expression, then cried out in fear. Oh, I don't know. It wasn't me who drew it. The landlady heard Little Tiger's cries and immediately stepped out of the yard. Seeing Jiang Yan standing across from her baby son, who was currently crying and wailing. Seeing this scene, the landlady was on fire. Good. Jiang Yan has made a fortune. Isn't it just that you didn't return your deposit? How dare you bully my son? My car was scratched. I'll ask Xiaohu again if he's seen it. If you don't bully him, can he cry like this? Jiang Yan's head was spinning for a while. He was now in a position where he couldn't make sense of it. The landlady took a look at the car. The black body, crooked red lines, everywhere. There were a few awesome places that had scratched the paint. She is just an ordinary housewife. Do not recognize what this is a car. However, the car's block is obviously bigger than the next sedan to be one. It is estimated that it is not cheap. The landlady was shocked in her heart. It would not really be her son who did it. Her own mixed up little devil son. She also understands, but there is no evidence. She could not possibly admit it. It's Little Tiger who did it. Do you have evidence? You goddamn thing. Such an adult. But you bullied a 5-year-old child. I bullied your child. Where did you see me bullying him? Jiang Yan was furious at hearing this. He originally just asked to see if Xiaohu saw who did it. Not thinking that much. I did not expect to ask. The child cried. And then the landlady came out to be a rake. Said Jiang Yan bullying his child. Jiang Yan faced depressed. He is looking for who messed with who. When the landlady heard Jiang Yan's words, she became even more arrogant. What? You're not just bullying my child. You want to bully me too? I'll call my husband right now. I'll make you suffer. The landlady's voice was very loud, attracting the attention of many neighbors. Young people are either busy working or still sleeping, so those who came to see the fun were older men and women. What kind of car is this? It's still strange to look at. Now it's been painted in a mess. What a pity. I don't know, but it doesn't look as good as the BMW that my kid bought. You know the BMW, right? More than $400,000. Yo, then your eldest son is quite capable of earning money. I remember that the BMW is a luxury car. There is another one called what Ben came? You are talking about Mercedes-Benz. BMW and Mercedes-Benz are luxury cars. Other cars cannot. Surrounded by watching the grandpa and grandma, said even pulled up the family, especially the son to buy a BMW car that is simply the most beautiful boy in the crowd. And even the eyes of many grandma look at him with a few envy. The landlady's arrogant face completely enraged Jiang Yan. He did not say that his small tiger did, is to ask, did not want how. Originally intended to think of the car was painted flowers also nothing, with alcohol or special tools to remove the paint rubbed on the good. That a few hard slightly hard, but there are some minor abrasions. Jiang Yan also does not matter. People cannot avoid some small injuries on the body of small marks, not to mention the car. This is not a big deal. Accidents, problems, let's go to solve the problem. But the landlady's such a direct mess, refused to face the problem, but instead of a rake of people is the most hateful. Jiang Yan did not go on the landlady then height, but open the phone, dial the police, let the traffic police to deal with, under the loud voice of the landlady. In fact, is full of emptiness. Their own children know best, naughty and mischievous, a small age, but as long as there is no evidence, she will never admit. Traffic police efficiency is very high. More than 10 minutes to come. 2 traffic police from a pickup truck down, is an old man and a young man. The old traffic police look over 50 years old, the other face tender. It seems to be just entering society. The old traffic police saw the car froze. This car he had not seen, but no matter what car, the case still have to do. Formulaic inquiry. Who reported to the police? It was me who notified. Jiang Yan replied. The old traffic cop glanced at Jiang Yan, then at the landlady. Then tell us the specifics. Little Lee, take out our camera. Little Lee, ha! The old traffic police called twice, and did not see the small traffic police to make a move. His eyes at the moment, still looking straight at the damaged vehicle. The old traffic police heartside now young people, do not concentrate at all. This only to participate in the work, on the distraction. The future can do a good job? Jiang Yan described in detail what happened, nodded to indicate understanding. The old traffic police looked around and said, there is no camera attached to this. We need to explore the scene first. Jiang Yan and the traffic police to investigate the scene, informed the old traffic police. He found in the hands of Xiaohu, there is the same color paint pen on the car, but there is no evidence. The old traffic police have received many such cases. Most of them are headless cases. There are no witnesses. There are no cameras. There is no way to catch anyone. My child was just playing there. The paint pen was just picked up. We don't have this in our house. The landlady looked at Jiang Yan with a smug face. Without evidence, even if the traffic police came, they couldn't make a reasonable judgment. Jiang Yan called the Rolls-Royce sales center to explain his situation. The service staff immediately answered Jiang Yan's doubts, informing him that Rolls-Royce was equipped with parking surveillance, which would still record all angles of the body even if the engine was off. Jiang Yan followed the instructions, opened the surveillance video to see. Indeed as the little tiger did. High-definition camera. The bare child's face will be clearly photographed. Cannot afford a little deniability. Little tiger, you brat, give me over. Landlady at this moment, angry, peeled off Xiaohu's pants to beat. Slap. The sound of the landlady's slap on little tiger's butt was crisp and loud. Wow. Little tiger cried his heart out, tears and snot flowing. The surrounding neighbors, the grandparents, also spoke up. You a sentence. I a sentence. Things have already happened. What's the use of beating the child? We all know each other. This painting, most of them can also be wiped off. Why don't we find a car wash to wash it? That's it. This descendant, at first glance, he has a good face, not a person with a hard heart. Chapter 13, Sky High Repair Fee. Jiang Yan indifferently looked at the crowd's discussion and paid no attention to it. If the landlady could communicate calmly, on the basis that we were all acquaintances, Jiang Yan might not have pursued the matter. However, her nonsense had completely angered Jiang Yan, so how could Jiang Yan just laugh it off? The landlady saw Jiang Yan look cold, Know that beating the child's bitter trick is not good. So many neighbors to say. Jiang Yan is not even half of the expression. This kid is really hard-hearted. Thought here she also no longer plays Xiaohu. From the pocket out of the cell phone. On the transfer to Jiang Yan $500. The heart of the flesh pain thought, as today's bad luck. Playing mahjong lose $500. $500. I'll find another tenant and come back with a few hundred more. The landlady really felt much better in her heart when she thought this way. She said coldly to Jiang Yan, $500. Is it enough? I can see that the painting can be wiped off. There are just a few places that are a bit more powerful, but it's not serious. A few days ago, the village's old Wang cycling electric car accidentally scratched the roadside car. Much more powerful than this, but also gave $200. I see you, this is a new car. Just give more. Jiang Yan suddenly were angry laugh. $500? It's the second-hand air conditioner Jiang Yan left in the rental room are more than $500. This landlady is how to think. The small traffic police on the side froze. So this big sister does not know what this car ah? The feeling of so many people. No one knows what kind of car this is ah. But think about it, Rolls-Royce was not common. They have not seen a few times. Not to mention this group of grandparents. Sister, this is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. A nearly $10 million. $500. It's not enough to fix the car. The little traffic cop took out his cell phone and opened the Rolls-Royce's car information and showed it to the landlady. At this point, the Moncler jacket sale ladies who were watching were shocked. $10 million? So expensive. This can buy more than 20 BMWs. You just know your BMW. How much is $10 million do you know? With your $4,000 of retirement pay, you need to live until you're over 260 years old to receive this much money. Mama, yeah, so much money. This car is so expensive. The old traffic cop was also shocked. No wonder he didn't recognize it. It turned out to be so expensive. The old traffic cop was old and didn't pay attention to this aspect. He has dealt with countless traffic accidents for more than 30 years, but such a nearly $10 million car has not seen. BMW Mercedes-Benz is rather often seen. A $10 million car? The landlord's big sister had a dumbfounded look on her face. Not $10 million. The full price landed on more than $9 million. The little traffic cop gave a comfort that wasn't really a comfort. No way. Jiang Yan also live in her place for a few days. He is a poor working person. By breakfast meat sandwich in the morning. Even meat are not willing to add. Just a cake. Said he bought a nearly 10 million luxury car. She is 10,000 do not believe. Is the end of the world is coming soon? Also then this credible. Small traffic police look at her. Still do not believe. He opened the car picture. Explained, is true. You look at this car label. The car body of the gold double waistline. Exactly the same. Absolutely true. Hearing the explanation of the little traffic police, the landlady was stunned. She did not know what to do for a moment. Then this repair car. How much money is needed? You look at the handwriting is mostly able to erase. There are a few places maybe a little powerful. I make a little effort to estimate that it is also gone. The landlady said, ran to the home to bring the kitchen rag. Sticky detergent is going to wipe. Hey, you cannot. The little traffic cop hurriedly stopped her. Such an expensive car rubbed a little skin is more than 100,000 yuan. You do not want to cause secondary injury. It's going to be well over 100,000. The landlord's sister heard the price, immediately sat on the ground. She felt scared at this time, and hurriedly called her husband. You this deadbeat. I just did not tell you that there is something at home. Why do you not come back ah? Your son broke into a big trouble, scratched other people's cars. The traffic police have come. You say how to do. Just scratched. Just a few $100s. Where is the importance of the baby son? A few $100s. People say 100,000 may not be enough. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of car? A paint job is still more than $100,000. I don't know. But the traffic police said it's called what comes. The little traffic policeman came over at the right time and said, it's a Rolls-Royce. Auntie. When the landlady heard this, she nodded her head in a hurry and said, well, yes, it's a Rolls-Royce. What? Rolls-Royce? Where is Xiaohu? Give me a hard beating. Don't feel sorry for him. Is it easy for my old man to earn a little bit of money? Before he grows up he knows how to lose money. The man on the other end of the phone was furious. Regardless of the lively scene of the landlord's family, Jiang Yan still wants to go to work. Almost late. There was no Rolls-Royce after-sales store in Shanghai City. So the head office needed to send someone to come and appraise the damage. So there was still a few days to wait. Comrade police officer. The damage of the car needs to wait for the appraisal. Can I drive my car away first? Jiang Yan asked. Of course you can. The scene we have already taken photos and evidence. Of course you can drive away, the two traffic police hurriedly said back. Joking aside, should they be allowed to tow it back? If there was another bump, a few years of their salary wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Jiang Yan opened the door of the car, topped with an art painting of Piggy Paichie, and just went to work. So far breakfast has not been eaten. The stomach is starving. Jiang Yan came to the food stall, parked the car, get off to buy breakfast. Boss, come with 2 meat sandwiches. Meat add enough portion for me. Boss, about 50 or so. Sideburns gray. Suntanned face covered with the vicissitudes of the years. The hands of the action of the old and skillful. Not worse than young people. The boss was obviously acquainted with Jiang Yan, and asked with a smile. Chao Jiang is here. Do you want chili? Yes. Another cup of soy milk. But a few minutes. The boss is ready. Jiang Yan reached out and took it. Can't wait to bite down. Full of popping juice. Absorbed the soup outside the cake, outside the crispy, salty brisket plus refreshing sharp pepper. Not oily, not greasy. Taste just right. This is really a great enjoyment of life. Jiang Yan exclaimed. It's not good to eat and drive. So Jiang Yan chatted with the boss. Boss, how do you make this meat sandwich? I've been eating it for a year now, and I still can't get tired of it. I use the best 5-flour meat for this marinated meat. Fat but not greasy. Fragrant. The cake must be roasted with a big fire to make it crunchy. The combination of the two, the gods can't stop it. The boss was very happy to be praised, and proudly introduced Jiang Yan to the ingredients he used, and the way he did it. 2 meat buns plus a cup of soy milk, costing a total of $17? Jiang Yan had never been so extravagant when eating breakfast. The meat sandwich stall was at the entrance of the industrial park, where workers were traveling to and from work. Rolls-Royce, such an eye-catching luxury car. How can it not attract the likes of young people? Crystal flying goddess statue. It said that this one car label requires the down payment of a house. But, such an expensive car. How did it become like this? Yeah, such a beautiful car. Who painted this pig's head on it? You don't understand the world of the rich. It's probably the cheating mistress. The wife painted it. This is Jiang Yan, eat and drink. Listening to people's comments and the heart speechless. Ignore. Directly open the door to get on the car, leaving only one sentence, nothing, do not guess. I'm not married. Many self-confessed good-looking factory girl. The heart secretly pity. Why did not boldly go up to ask for a WeChat? Perhaps, can achieve a Cinderella love myth? Men and women think differently. They pay more attention to luxury cars. A few male youths, seeing Jiang Yan specifically drive a Rolls-Royce over to eat meat buns, immediately want to eat it too, which instantly increased a lot of business for the boss. Boss, your meat sandwich can be driving a Rolls-Royce or coming to eat. Give me also too. I want it too. I want the deluxe version. I can't drive a Rolls-Royce, but I can still afford to eat a meat sandwich of the same model. Not long after, the crowd gathered and had a long line, making the business of the other stalls to be quite cold. Chapter 14, Buying a car. Have you heard? Li Sherman has fallen for big money. This, I know. It's Mr. Wang who came to us to buy a car a few days ago. It's a pity. Our sales god Jiang Yan will be sad. I heard that this boss Wang, or Jiang Yan, introduced to Li Sherman. At this time no guests came. The company board employees gathered together to chat. Everyone is very interested in Jiang Yan's gossip. At this time, someone couldn't stand to watch. He coughed and said, "Is everyone very idle? This month, the company's performance has declined seriously. In a moment the manager will have a meeting, have free time, or think about how to get through this." This person named Lu Fan. Tall, dark skin, face old, a suit in his body. How to see? Are through a twisted force? Looks like 30 big few. 40 backward appearance. The actual age is only 25. And Jiang Yan the same age. Ahem. What is everyone discussing? Jiang Yan came a little late because of the landlady's matter. Saw the crowd chatting. Unknown. And asked. The crowd was weak-minded and fell silent, scattering as birds and beasts. Lu Fan saw Jiang Yan arrive and walked up to him and said, "Brother Jiang, you're here." With that, he informed Jiang Yan of what had just happened. This bad habit of saying gossip news about others behind their backs, Jiang Yan also had. But if the protagonist of this gossip was himself, then it would not be a wonderful thing. "Brother Jiang, are you alright?" Lu Fan asked with concern as he saw Jiang Yan wandering off. He knew that Li Shimon's betrayal had hit Jiang Yan hard. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, "It's fine. How big a deal? Free love. Being dumped is not that uncommon. Jiang Yan is to treat Li Shimon's feelings. Lu Fan is always in the eyes." Now the tragic split, and made the company boisterous. We all know about this matter. He is very worried that Jiang Yan will not be able to think, go to the extreme, to make some regret lifelong things. But now look at Jiang Yan, expression calm, also does not seem to pretend. The heart of the worry put down a lot. Jiang Yan did not want to talk about this topic. There is no need. Everything has been in the past. He changed the topic and asked, Lu Fan, your performance this month seems to be not up to standard. He. Brother Jiang, you still don't know me. Month after month I'm at the bottom of the list. If it wasn't for the occasional help from you, Brother Jiang, I would have been fired. Speaking of this, Lu Fan's heart is a burst of aggrieved. Dry sales is to communicate with people, but in this era of face, their own this old face, really not popular. Jiang Yan suddenly a burst of silence. Lu Fan is a very smart and very hard-working people, but the direction of effort is not right. Will not succeed in crashing through the south wall. Did we sell that Porsche in our store? Jiang Yan suddenly turned his words around. Jiang Yan's Rolls-Royce was painted in a mess. Driving out like this, it was too degrading, so he wanted to buy another car as a backup. Oh, it's the one that the boss ordered. That car is too expensive. More than $4 million can buy a Lamborghini. Who wants a Panamera? Not long ago Jiang Yan's boss ordered a brand new Porsche Panamera, the highest matching, but unfortunately the car has not yet arrived. The boss does not like it, want to sell out, so the car is in the showroom has been put. Jiang Yan brought Lu Fan to the workstation belonging to his own, picked up a sales order, handed it to Lu Fan. That car has been bought. In a while, you go to prepare the formalities. This order is for you. What? Even someone buy that tycoon? You care about that tycoon. Let you prepare. You go and prepare it. Wait, take the ID card. Okay, Brother Jiang. Lu Fan subconsciously picked up his ID card and left. Suddenly his eyes swept. His eyes suddenly glazed over. Not right. Brother Jiang, this is your ID card. Are you the one who wants to buy that Panamera? Yeah. Is there a problem? There is a problem. And there is a big problem. Lu Fan has known Jiang Yan for a long time. Jiang Yan usually does not even bother to order the more expensive takeout. Has always eaten the cheapest veggie boxed lunch, and now he suddenly wants to spend a few $1 million to buy a car? This world is too outrageous. The rat to the cat as the best man are not as shocking to him as this now. Brother Jiang, could it be that you're a rich second generation who hides his identity and wants to harvest an innocent love? And now that the love is fizzling out, you're not pretending anymore and showing your cards? Or is it like what is written in the novels? Being seen by the system and soaring from there? Not a rich second generation. The system does not have. You just know that your brother Jiang I am now very rich. Spend endless money. A cold sweat flowed through Jiang Yan's heart. This kid's guess was a bit accurate. Jiang Yan has predicted that the career of touching the fish is going to end. It is their own naivety. A man worth millions of dollars. How can he be lowly begging to buy 100,000 or so cars? Think about it and think it is not possible. The electric door of the car sales hall opened automatically, and two people came in, a man and a woman. The woman was in her 20s and the man was in his early 40s. The woman held the man's arm, her face filled with excitement that was hard to hide. Brother Wang, are you really going to buy me a car? Of course. What Wang Defa, say is splashed out water. Where is the reason to take it back? You're so good to me. Unlike that Jiang Yan, I've been good to her for so long, and I only received a necklace. Stingy. Li Sherman heard indeed want to buy her a car. Excitedly sent a fragrant kiss. That Wang Yud is also not polite. Along the way in the woman's pretty buttocks ruthlessly grabbed a hand, causing the woman to be full of flushes. Wang Defa hand is a very a burst of kneading. The heart of the self-satisfied said, now know to follow me well, right? Li Sherman heavy nodded. That must be followed by Wang Good that Jiang Yan's salary so thousands of dollars. To buy me a necklace. Hesitation. Deduction to death. I really feel worthless for my previous. Wang Defa laughed loudly and said, people go to high places. Water flows to low places. He is just a toad in a mud pit. I am your high mountain. The two men's conversational words were not too loud, and in this empty sales hall, everyone heard them clearly. Everyone had a few moments of sympathy for Jiang Yan. This Li Sherman was too much. Cheating even if, but also bring a man to the company. The whole thing is so high profile. This is to Jiang Yan to death humiliation. Any salesperson, can't you see that we came to buy a car? Wang Defa arrogantly shouted. Hello, what service do you need? A female salesperson was happy to see Wang Defa, because a few days ago, he had just picked up an Audi S6, and now that he was here to buy a car, the chances of a deal would be high. Brother Wang, no need. I just do sales here. I don't need to sell, so you can still save a fortune. Female sales heard Li Shimon's words. Her heart cooled down a lot. It seems, this commission is not earned. As a result, Wang Defa is not appreciated. He waved his big hand. Denied, man. You are now my woman. You have to change your mind. Save that 3 million in 2 dates. Lose my face. This sentence, Directly let sales rekindle hope. Now the market situation is not good. Can have an order is not easy. Wang boss good people go, call the one called Jiang Yen to me. When the female salesman heard this, she secretly screamed in her heart, Jedi enough, snatching someone's girlfriend, but also wanting them to compensate for the smile to serve you. Really Jedi. Li Shimon's face was also a bit unnatural at this time. Awkwardly said, Brother Wang, this is not good. Where is it bad? Isn't that what he does? Now that the industry is in recession, you as a friend come over to take care of his business and let him earn more. This is not for his own good. Said here, Wang Defa suddenly looked serious. Are you still old feelings for him? No. How can it be? He a poor man. How can he be worthy of me? That's good. Man, you have to know. Now you follow me. You are the swan in the sky, and he is the fly in the stinking gutter on the ground. Noble swan, don't need to take care of the fly's emotion. Wang Defa was spirited and spoke his philosophy of life. Yes, Brother Wang, what you said is so right. It's me who thinks too much. Who cares what the flies think? Li Shiman regretted that she had spoken too much at the moment. She was afraid that Wang Defa would not buy herself a car because of this, and she hurriedly remedied the situation. Chapter 15, The Customer is God. Li Shiman happily looked around the store. Wang Dfa said that the car around 150,000 yuan randomly choose. Although the heart is a little disappointed, but Li Shiman also know that this is already the most limit of the ability of Boss Wang. Suddenly, Li Shiman eyes bright. The original is the center of the booth. A gray coupe attracted her eyes. The sunlight on the car body, colorful, elegant and dynamic body, so that people fall into it at a glance, cannot be extricated. Li Shiman recognized this car, Porsche Panamera. All the configurations are the highest matching. Just the boss suddenly do not like it. Think the car takes up space. Want to sell. The car has been parked in the store for several weeks, and there are many customers who like it, but once they ask the price, they are directly persuaded to leave. Thinking about this, Li Shiman couldn't help but ask the saleswoman, isn't this car in the garage? How to put it out? If anyone accidentally touch it, it can be a big loss. The saleswoman was also confused. I don't know, but I just heard Lu Fan say that this car was bought by someone and the manager was arranging the handover ceremony, so it was driven out. Sold out. This car is more than $4 million. Who sold it? I don't know, but the person will come in a while. We'll know then. Who cares who bought it? You first go to call Jiang Yen. Let him hurry to come. Otherwise I will find your manager to complain about you. Say you slow down the guests. Wang Dfa saw them talking about the car and hurriedly interrupted. He was afraid that in a while, Sherman had fallen in love with this car and asked him to buy it. What should he do then? Wang Defa to Li Sherman to spend 150,000 yuan to buy a car, but also grit his teeth. He himself just drive an Audi S6 only. Only blamed this woman bed too good. Fascinated him to the soul. No need to call out. Brother Jiang is here. Sales pointed towards the southeast. Such an offensive job. She didn't want to do it. Seeing Jiang Yen come out, was a long breath of relief. Wang Defa and Li Sherman turned their heads at the same time, looking ahead, and saw that Jiang Yen was slowly walking towards this side. Perhaps in order to save the bad impression caused by her soft heart just now, Li Sherman walked to Jiang Yen and was the first to open her mouth. Her tone was aggressive. Jiang Yen, hurry over here. The customer is God. This is still what you taught me. Is this how you treat your God? Jiang Yen lightly glanced at Li Sherman. She was still so beautiful, but it couldn't stir up a little wave in Jiang Yan's heart. They had long since become the past. Jiang Yan frowned. What do you mean? Do you want to buy a car? Li Sherman heard Jiang Yan's inquiry. Her heart was very proud. Leaving Jiang Yan was really a wise choice. If she still followed Jiang Yan, now she might only be able to look at these beautiful new cars and sigh, living a day that saw the end at a glance. Of course, you now hurry to choose a 15 or so new cars for me, not less than your commission. Jiang Yan gasped and laughed. Li Sherman had been in the company for so long. Did she still need someone else to pick out a car? This was clearly humiliating him. Pick it yourself. You're more familiar with the cars in this sales hall than anyone else. What are you pretending? Wang Defa looked at Jiang Yan and grinned. Young man, in his position, seek his job. Since you do it well. Slowing down customers, I have the right to report you. Jiang Yan scanned up and down Wang Defa and Li Sherman. These two were here to deliberately shy away from finding fault. I'm sorry, today I'm also God. I can't agree to your request. After hearing this, Li Sherman directly sneered in disdain. What? You also buy a car? Don't laugh off my teeth. How much money you have? I know exactly. You can afford to buy a car. The down payment can't even afford it, right? Wang Defa shook his head and said to Li Sherman, is this your ex-boyfriend? It's really funny to puff up your face and tell lies in public that are punctured at once. The sales at the side also secretly wondered. Jiang Yan is not normally such a person. Did he get mad and start babbling because he was cuckolded? And Lu Fan, who had followed Jiang Yan from the beginning to the end, couldn't stand it anymore. Li Sherman, you think you can see through everything? What a stupidity. Not realizing that brother Jiang is 100 times richer than boss Wang beside you. You'll regret it sooner or later. After hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Sherman laughed like she had heard the funniest joke of the century. 100 times? 100 times the plutonium? Li Sherman guffawed. She thought she had said a very funny joke. Wang Dfa was very cooperative and started to laugh madly. A poor salesman. Can he be compared to him? Lu Fan couldn't look at Li Shimon's ugly face. He simply said directly, see that Paramera? That was bought by brother Jiang. Hearing this, Li Sherman stopped mocking. She said disdainfully, Lu Fan, I know that you and Jiang Yan have a good relationship, but to lie and make up nonsense, you also need to be logical. 4 million Paramera. Just him? How many dimes does Jiang Yan have in his pocket? Am I not clearer than you? If you guys are so blindly pretending, won't everyone laugh when they see you? Jiang Yan, you are really a scum of the earth. Lying in front of so many people. Your face is not even red. I left you. Choosing brother Wang is really right, Li Sherman said. All of a sudden buried her head in Wang Dfa's arms. The two of them actually showed their love in public. Wang Defa said to Jiang Yan with a smug look on his face. Young man, it's not a good habit to talk nonsense. Sooner or later, there will be a time when you'll be dismantled. Hearing this, the surrounding unknown sales customers also began to whisper. The crowd of strange eyes have cast over to Jiang Yan. Lu Fan at this moment is angry. Honestly, no one believe. A group of guys with eyes without pearls. Just at this time, the manager quickly trotted over, bending down to open the way. A crowd of sales have to make way. Behind the manager followed by a middle-aged man with a dragon walk. Steady footsteps, dignified, with a superior's calmness and composure. The company's employees all recognized that man as the company's boss, Wu Wenbin. The manager came in front of Jiang Yan and said to the youth, Chairman, this is Jiang Yan. Wu Wenbin waved his hand at the manager, turned to Jiang Yan with a smile and said, Mr. Jiang, I only know today that there is a great god like you in the company. That car was bought back, and I didn't drive it. Thinking, it's really a pity to just put it in the garage to fall into the dust. I just want this to be sold. It's not a waste. Where? The car I have been thinking about for a long time. Thank you Mr. Wu for your love. Jiang Yan was not humble. That's best. It's better than putting it in the garage to rot. Come, this way please, let's go to my office to talk. Let's leave the car matter to the people below. Wu Wenbin extended an invitation to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan readily agreed. At this moment, Li Shimon's entire body was stunned. Jiang Yan really spent $4 million on that Paramera? Wrong, right? Chapter 16, Touching Porcelain? Jiang Yan turned around, his eyes indifferent to Li Sherman. Is there something wrong? In his eyes, there was no anger, no excitement. He appeared very calm, as if the woman in front of him was just a stranger who had never met before. The current Li Sherman was not worth the slightest fluctuation in Jiang Yan's mood for her, even if it was an emotion of disgust. Jiang Yan did not want to have it for her. Jiang Yan looked around and asked, where is Boss Wang? Why don't I see him? Li Sherman didn't answer Jiang Yan's question. Looking around, I'm just playing with him. I didn't move my true feelings. My heart has always belonged to you. Jiang Yan sneered. If you don't appear in front of me, we can still leave a good impression on each other. But now you are acting like this. It will only make me feel sick. Please stay away from me. Jiang Yan's words deeply stung Li Sherman, but she still pretended not to understand and continued. Can we still start over? She looked at Jiang Yan hopefully. Once Jiang Yan was obedient to her, no matter how excessive the request was, he would fulfill it. She hoped that this time Jiang Yan would also agree. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Impossible. Jiang Yan didn't want to say anymore. Only answered with 3 simple words, directly started the car and left. Jiang Yan's ignorance completely enraged Li Sherman. She frantically tore her hair and shouted at the direction Jiang Yan left. It's not fair. You pretended to be a poor man to fall in love with me. How was I supposed to know? It's you who cheated on me first. You can't blame me for cheating. Ex-colleagues saw this scene. Their hearts are sighing. Originally they are a pair. Is the company's envy of the divine couple? I did not expect that it will become this appearance. TSK. Li Sherman this time was stimulated mentally abnormal, right? Serves her right. Who let her be a woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich? If you don't love, don't hurt. How did she do it? While enjoying the care and love brought to her by Jiang Yan, and at the same time cheated and slept with other men. Really win and stand up. Good things can still be all for her to take up? That's right. If the two of them broke up peacefully, with Jung's character, it's impossible to say that he will give a large sum of breakup fee. But it's a pity. It's really a self-inflicted sin that can't be lived. At this time, the sunny sky began to cloud up, making a rumbling sound as if it was about to rain. Not a moment later, the rain poured down. Li Sherman sitting on her knees. Her hair was scratched messy. At this time she is like a crazy woman. No previous arrogant and domineering appearance. The rain fell on the body without the slightest awareness. Not a moment later, became a chicken in the soup. Former co-workers are coldly watching, no one to give her an umbrella. Let her be drenched by the rain. A silver gray luxury car, speeding on the highway, all the way to the wind. Driving such a luxury car is simply a kind of enjoyment, although Jiang Yan driving is not yet very skillful, but still rely on the strong power. Continuously overtake one car after another. The rental has been retired, and there is nothing to do now. So let's go ahead and buy a suite. Ordinary people often need a long time to buy a house. Need to screen the location of the area. To see, is not a big developer, how cost effective, and so on. Nowadays, Jiang Yan, on the other hand, do not need to consider so much, just need to pick expensive. Just as he was thinking, a red light appeared at the traffic intersection in front of him, and the Primera slowly slowed down and stopped the car to wait. Jiang Yan, one hand on the steering wheel, cozy demeanor, listening to the sound of the rain ticking. The sound is very healing, pleasant mood. On the sidewalk in front of the car window, pedestrians were in a hurry. They were either holding umbrellas or wearing raincoats, except for a woman wearing a red sweater, who was in a hurry. She didn't have anything to block the rain. Maybe she forgot to bring it in a hurry to go out. Suddenly, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the woman stumbled and fell in front of Jiang Yan's car. No way. Is a luxury car so powerful? This bumper sticker is also too obvious. Rainy day. Still work so hard. Really, bumper sticker industry labor model. Jiang Yan only sighed. Now the world trend is deteriorating. So blatantly touch porcelain. There is still the law of the land? On the crosswalk, the woman held her knees in pain. She tried to stand up several times, but unfortunately failed due to the pain. The passing people, although some people wanted to help, but they were all pulled back by their partners. When this woman does not fall, favoring the luxury car stopped when the fall. This is not obviously touch porcelain? If now give a hand. Bad people good. Then again be blackmailed. Then it is not worth it. Jiang Yan look at the woman kneeling on the ground. Want to stand but can't stand up. Look. Also does not look like pretending. So he took the initiative to reach out and pull her up. If it is touch porcelain, even if Jiang Yan does not pull, also cannot get rid of. I'm sorry, I walked too quickly. The rain and slippery. Fell, did not touch your car, right? When the woman stood up, she first bowed her head and apologized with a sincere attitude. She brought the hat on her jumper in an attempt to block the rain, but the fine wind and slanting rain still drenched the tips of her hair, and the rain slid down her face. The woman's eyes were lifeless, as if she was highly nearsighted, and her glasses were at her side, but she kept groping at the ground, and just didn't see them. Are you looking for this? Jiang Yan picked up a black framed glasses on the ground and said to the woman, Yes, thank you. The woman gratefully took the glasses and put them on. Jiang Yan was surprised to find that she resembled someone. Su Hanxia, Jiang Yan. The two of them called out each other's names at the same time, both in disbelief. It turned out that they were high school classmates. Thick black framed glasses are Su Halfsummer's trademark feature. Just now she was gray. Her hat covered most of her face, and she didn't bring her glasses, so Jiang Yan didn't recognize her. And I didn't think that after so many years, Su Halfsummer was still in this outfit. Su Halfsummer is highly myopic. No glasses are. See that are foggy, not to mention now pouring rain. Vision is seriously affected. Although the old man met, very happy, but now this is not the place to catch up. The rain drenched two people's clothes. Behind the car horns are ringing non-stop. Jiang Yan took the initiative to speak first. Let's get into my car first. Get out of here. This is not the place to talk. Su Hanxia glanced over and found that behind Jiang Yan's car, there was already a long line, and the traffic was starting to get clogged. So she nodded her head and agreed. Okay. After saying that, he walked towards the car. Ouch. Su Hanxia's knees hurt, almost sitting on the ground again. Or Jiang Yan's quick eyes and hands. A hand grabbed her arm, which did not fall down. Are you okay? Or else, I'll hold you up. Jiang Yan did not wait for Su Hanxia to reply. Directly grabbed her small hand, holding her arm, carefully and slowly moving. Su Hanxia's hand was grasped in Jiang Yan's hand. Her cheeks slowly floated red. After growing up, this was the first time she was in close contact with the opposite sex. Ding. Binding in progress. Please do not interrupt. Jiang Yan heard the system's beep. Could it be that Su Hanxia was also a high-quality female? How did he not realize it himself? Jiang Yan had the intention to verify this, but the car was right beside him, one step away, and before 20 seconds were up, Su Halfsummer was already sitting in the car. Jiang Yan will close the car door, sit back in the main driver's seat, looking at the system prompt of the binding failure. Heart said, pity. Jiang Yan is wondering if the system is broken. Fairyland Clubhouse technicians, each and every one of them is beautiful, but the one that meets the system's aesthetics, but only a Zhang Shui. How does Su Halfsummer hear on the reaction? What is the appearance of this girl? He has just seen clearly, wearing loose sportswear, with an old-fashioned black frame glasses, not to say how ugly, anyway, not very good-looking appearance. This body dress, as when she went to high school, without the slightest change. Su Halfsummer is the system-recognized high-score beauty. Jiang Yan will not let go, no matter she is beautiful or ordinary, as long as the system master recognized. Ugly as usual kill. I didn't expect to meet you here. After graduating from high school for so many years, we all went our separate ways. Now, you and I meet here. It's really coincidental enough. Yes, unknowingly have graduated for many years. Su Hanxia was very happy to see Jiang Yan. Only this way of meeting was wretched. Jiang Yan seemed to be able to see her embarrassment, handed Su Hanxia a tissue, signaling her to wipe her face. Sorry, I'm sorry for dirtying your car. It's fine, as long as you're fine. It's all outside the body. Jiang Yan saw Su Halfxia's clothes were wet. First led Su Halfxia to the store to buy a suit. Wet clothes on the body cannot be good. Easy to catch a cold. Su Halfxia looked and looked at the store, not knowing what to choose. Beauty. How do you think about this one? Su Hanxia shook her head. What about this one? Su Hanxia still shook her head. Bring me the one in the corner. That's the hooded sweatshirt. And the gray sweatpants. The lady boss took a look. Wasn't that the tail goods that she had been selling for 3 years and couldn't sell? Has been placed in the corner for a long time, which were found out. This girl eyesight is really good. So many beautiful clothes. This is the most earthy, but also be found out by her. Fat sweater. Cover the whole body. What body cannot be seen? Dirt-colored sweatpants. Very suitable for the 50-something years old mom. Beauty. Your vision is really great. This is our latest model this year. You must look beautiful in it. In order to sell this bottom-of-the-barrel goods, the boss's wife was conscientious. A burst of fierce boasts, saying out loud. She herself was bashful. Is it? I randomly choose. Did not think so much. Su Hanxia was embarrassed by the compliment. Shyly smiled. A black line flashed across Jiang Yan's brain. Not only because of the boss's wife, the ability to talk nonsense with her eyes open, but also for Su Half's usual taste in clothes. Feeling speechless, Su Hanxia changed her clothes and came out, wanting to pay the bill, but learned that Jiang Yan had already paid. Su Hanxia was a little embarrassed. She took out her cell phone and said to Jiang Yan, how much did it cost in total? I'll transfer it to you. No need. It's just a favor. We are classmates. Besides, there is not much money. Giving money will make a difference. That's not good. So trouble you. Already very embarrassed. How can you let you back money? Jiang Yan saw her attitude as resolute. Laughed. Changed the argument. You fell. There is my responsibility. So I must be responsible for taking care of the end. Which has your responsibility obviously, and you have nothing to do with it. Is my own careless fall. Yes, if I had recognized you earlier and called out to you, you might not have fallen. Put. Jiang Yan, you can think of this responsibility. I'm really convinced. Su Hanxia snorted a smile, and the depression of falling down went away with the wind, leaving only the joyful feeling of classmates meeting. Chapter 17 High School Classmate is a Beauty? Jiang Yan took Su Halfxia to find a hospital. The doctor judged that Su Halfxia just suffered a little skin trauma. Not serious. Prescribed some anti-inflammatory pain medication. This time, when Jiang Yan paid the bill again, Su Halfxia didn't say anything. She thought, next time she invited Jiang Yan to have a meal, just return it. Send Su Halfsummer to the residence. This is an old residential building. Mottled wall skin. Dirty streets. Telling the years that this neighborhood has passed through. This is Su Halfxia and a small sister to share a flat. 2 people share. Affordable. Jiang Yan knows Su Halfxia is not Jianhai city locals. Parents are small county. The early years of working in Jianhai, do not want the child to become a left-behind children. Will be Su Halfxia received Jianhai city to school. Just they did not have roots in this big city after all. And returned to the small county. A number of years later, just graduated from college not long Su Halfsummer and returned here. It seems to be a reincarnation. I do not know whether the ending will change. Both were once outsiders studying in Jianhai, so there is quite a lot of common language. Su Halfsummer is Jiang Yan in high school. one of the few friends to talk to. The faces of high school classmates, most of them have been blurred, while Sue half-summer impression, but can still make Jiang Yan remember, not only because of the outsiders to warm up, but also because Jiang Yan had encountered bullying events, when only Sue half-summer a person to speak for him, although it did not play any role. Time is like a white horse passing by. In a flash, high school life is already a very distant memory. Just thinking, their destination has arrived. Su Hanxia pushed open the car door. Carefully get out of the car. Every action will make her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Can see, her knees are still very painful. Jiang Yan parked the car and ran over to reprimand. Why did you come down by yourself? Can you still walk? Su Hanxia was embarrassed. I feel fine. I'll be fine after slowly adapting to it. You go first. I'm really sorry for troubling you so much. Su Hanxia lowered her head and pinched for half a day before saying, 6th floor. This kind of old residential building, most of the highest is the 6th floor, because any higher will be required to build an elevator. This is the state's mandatory policy. 6th floor. Then how are you going to get up there? Jiang Yan looked at the way she had to be careful when she was walking. He was furious. He couldn't even take a step, but he was still trying to be brave. I'll carry you, Jiang Yan said. Also, no matter Su Hanxia agreed or disagreed. A hand. He picked her up. Ouch. Jiang Yan's dominance instantly made Su Hanxia's cheeks red with shame. She felt like her face could fry eggs. Jiang Yan hugged Su Hanxia, felt light and airy, as if holding a ball of cotton, flesh-cue elastic like jelly. This hug clearly let Jiang Yan feel the wide David clothes, that exquisite and chiseled body. The feel is surprisingly good. This bodysuit is really in the way. It blocks the most beautiful scenery. One layer after another of steps is extraordinarily long. The height of the 6th floor is really not low. Su Half-Summer is afraid of Jiang Yan tired. In the 3rd floor, hard to come down. Jiang Yan couldn't argue with her, so he stopped and rested for a short while, and later changed to carrying Su Hanxia on his back to continue going up the stairs. Wrap your arms around my neck, so you'll be more comfortable. Jiang Yan actually harbored selfishness, wanting to take this opportunity to bind this unimpressive beauty. Su Hanxia shyly agreed, her white wrist resting on Jiang Yan's neck. After 30 seconds of time. Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations on binding a high-quality female. Congratulations, host. Obtain the attribute probing skill. From now on you will be able to probe a woman's attributes at will. Jiang Yan's heart burst of excitement. Stronger than the expected mansion and luxury car. This time no longer need to blindly catfight. As long as the probe, you can circle the target and focus on the attack. Jiang Yan subconsciously looked over to Su Hanxia. Name, Su Hanxia. Age, 25. Height, 168. Face value, 95. Heterosexual karma, 0. Intimacy, 63. Remarks, unnoticed extreme beauty. Under the thick black glasses frame, hidden is the amazing face. The detailed panel, compared to before, is simply a bird's eye view, especially this goodwill. It is really an absolute artifact for rating goddesses. Heterosexuality. This information completely eliminated the possibility of Jiang Yan encountering a bus. He could wave with impunity. Jiang Yan finally know this average appearance of the girl, by what can get the system's recognition. Really want to take off all her disguise. Take a good look. Zheng Shui can be said to be the most beautiful girl he has seen in his life. Not counting the internet, that are beautified. 9 out of 10 are beauty. There is a makeup painting. Zheng Shui the kind of pure natural, real amazing woman. Jiang Yan only saw a, and now the system suddenly told him high school with 3 years of female classmates is a higher than Zheng Shui a few points of the absolute beauty. Jiang Yan heart suddenly that regret how did not in high school, talk about a sweet love. I'm here, put me down. Su Hanxia's voice was as thin as a mosquito. If it wasn't for Jiang Yan's ears being quite sensitive, he really couldn't hear it. Jiang Yan put Su Hanxia down and knocked on the door of the room. And in no time, the door opened. The one who opened the door was a cute young girl wearing dinosaur pajamas. She was currently wearing a face mask, and as soon as she opened the door, she was shocked to see Jiang Yan, and said in horror, Sister Half-Summer, when we shared the room, we agreed that we couldn't bring a man back. What are you thinking? Su Half-Summer blanked the dinosaur girl and said, this is my high school classmate. I fell down today. It was him who sent me back. Dinosaur teenager spat out her tongue and apologized. Sorry, I thought this was your boyfriend. The young girl's words, although she said so, her body blocked the doorway, with no intention at all to get out of the way. Jiang Yan see out his own arrival. Seems not too Su Half-Summer roommate popular, but the main purpose has been reached. The days to come, when the seasoned hunter, knowing the clues of the prey, it means that the prey has nowhere to run. Getting you back safely, my mission is accomplished. Jiang Yan said, gently put down the hand that was assisting Su Hanxia, thoughtfully handed Su Hanxia the anti-inflammatory medication prescribed by the hospital, and even more carefully instructed to take the medication on time. Bye-bye, I'm leaving. Bye. Jiang Yan, please be careful driving on the road. Su Hanxia awkwardly waved goodbye. After waving goodbye to Jiang Yan, Su Hanxia looked at the dinosaur girl in exasperation and said, Xian Bauer, people are kindly sending me back. You're here, blocking a door, not letting in. What do you want to do? Su Hanxia had just sent this question, but because Jiang Yan was there, it wasn't good to say it in front of him, so she didn't ask it until now. Jiang Yan helped himself to the hospital, went to the mall to buy shoes, and sent himself back to his residence. As a result, he didn't even let the door of his house, also didn't let anyone in. How would he look at himself? Would he think that he was a selfish and self-serving woman? I have a last resort reason, Xian Bauer explained with a lack of breath. What bitter reasons can you have? Is it that you look too ugly to meet people? Su Hanxia's anger had not subsided and mocked. Xian Bauer muttered with a small mouth. Oops. I just took out all my underwear. Ready to be washed. There's a huge pile on the sofa. Can I let him see this? Oh, my aunt. I told you earlier that you wash your clothes earlier. Don't save a big pile of them. How come you just don't listen? Su Hanxia slapped her forehead and was so angry that she had no words. Chapter 18 Borrow $500,000. Inside the Fairyland Club room, Jiang Yan slowly drank coffee, his demeanor leisurely. Next to him stood a charming young woman, who served carefully and respectfully, not daring to be a little slow. Zheng Shui, that girl is not suitable to do this. I have long told her, but she does not listen. I know that she needs money, but such a high school student does not go to school, but instead stay here as a mechanic. This heart also feels sorry for her. Highly talented student? Jiang Yan was surprised. You do not know Zheng Shui in Mountain River University Graduate School, only because her mother is sick. The urgent need for money, which took a break from school to work here. Mountain River University, with a reputation known all over the world, was one of the top 10 universities in the world. Jiang Yan stroked his chin. So that's how it happened. I said, why is she working here? Zheng Shui meeting you is also her good fortune, as long as you are willing. The money, that's not a piece of cake, Sister Hua said fawningly. Jiang Yan put a set of high-grade cosmetic gift box on the table, said to Sister Hua, this is what I bought on the way here. Not much money. You help me take care of Zheng Shui. Where's the fun in that? Although Sister Hua said this on her lips, her hand still quickly held the set of cosmetics in her arms. This set of cosmetics, she has long desired, but unfortunately too expensive, to more than 20,000. Really do not want to buy. Now sent to the door. Do not. Just now the flower sister saw this set of cosmetics, also thought that this is Jiang Yan to Zheng Shui buy it. The heart also has some small envy, did not think it is for their own. This surprise came really unexpected. Jiang Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely take care of Zheng Shui. Clubhouse mixed fish and dragons. Personnel chaos. It is easy to attract right and wrong. Let flower sister care, is a very necessary thing. Waiting for a few days, Jiang Yan will think of a way to change Zheng Shui's job. How can he do this kind of work with his own small treasury? Jiang Yan is now very rich, can directly give Zheng Shui money to adopt her, but every life is an independent individual. Long dependence on others will only wear down the unique personal charm. Even more beautiful doll, that is only a dead thing, cannot bring people a long-lasting attraction. As the two of them were talking, they saw Zheng Shui come over, and when she saw Jiang Yan, she obviously blushed a little bit. However, she still squirmed and walked over. You're here. Ha, just like that, she said one sentence, and then awkwardly stopped, not knowing what to say anymore. Jiang Yan looked at Zheng Shui's delicate face and silently used the scrying skill. Name, Zheng Shui. Age, 23. Height, 170. Face value, 92. Heterosexual karma, 0. Heterosexual karma, 0. Affinity, 72. Remarks, the goodwill reaches 80 will get the mysterious gift bag. Go on teenager. Go to raid her. As soon as Sister Hua saw that the rightful owner had arrived, she joyfully hugged her cosmetics and walked away to make room for the young couple. Zheng Shui, after seeing Sister Hua leave, mustered up enough courage to say to Jiang Yan, can you not come here and wait for me? I'll be embarrassed if my coworkers see it. Then I'll just wait outside next time. It's just that the sun outside is so poisonous. Do you want to give up? Jiang Yan smiled. Zheng Shui was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Whatever. Zheng Shui saw over but Jiang Yan, so she stayed, can only say a sentence sullenly. Jiang Yan lightly laughed, directly pulling on Zheng Shui's hand. Striding outward, Zheng Shui looked around, as if she was afraid of having acquaintances to see. That look was like being a thief. Come to the parking lot. Zhang Shui saw Jiang Yan's new car, not very surprised, because Jiang Yan in her heart is a super rich second generation. To believe that he would woman dumped is really dim. Thinking of this, Zhang Shui's heart is hard to get up. Perhaps he is just as fun. The internet often circulates a sentence: women, just a toy for the rich man's pastime. Some rich men will take ordinary girls to spend a lot of money and go in and out of high society. And when she gets used to this rich man's life, then kick them off and watch them break down and cry, so as to achieve a perverted sense of fulfillment. Zhang Shui shuddered at the thought. Jiang Yan wouldn't be one of those people, would he? She had the confidence to resist the sugar-coated bombs of the rich and face her ordinary and boring life. But she really needed a harbor that could shelter her from the wind and rain. All these years by herself, she was too tired. But I really need a lot of money, Zhang Shui murmured. What? Ah, nothing, I was talking to myself, Zhang Shui explained in a panic, hesitating for a long time. Zhang Shui still asked carefully, I want to say, if I agreed to the 1-week appointment because of money, would you be angry? No, money is supposed to be a test of a man's strength. I would be happier instead. Jiang Yan couldn't help but touch Zhang Shui's head. Zhang Shui's heart was relieved when she heard this, but then she thought, why am I asking this question? After a week, everyone is a stranger. Why am I asking this? Thinking of this, Zhang Shui's heart suddenly a little bit small loss. Since it is only a transaction, then talk about money. Zhang Shui counted the cost of her mother's treatment and opened her mouth. That's good. Then I need $500,000. Can you lend it to me first? After saying that, Zhang Shui looked at Jiang Yan nervously. Her small pink fists clenched tightly. Her knuckles looked a little pale due to excessive force. Zhang Shui, in her still torn, is not to ask for a little more. Himself and he, this is only the second time to meet. To ask for so much money, he will not throw away his face and leave it. Jiang Yan did not say anything. Directly pull out his cell phone to transfer money. Ding! Your account arrived with $500,000. Zhang Shui looked at the message of the money arriving in the account with surprise. Her heart surged with excitement, sadness, exuberance. God knows how long she had been working hard for this $500,000, but that kind of distant endeavor, the most desperate. Sometimes Zhang Shui is thinking, why bother to hold on? Find an opportunity to sell yourself for a good price. Is not a way out. Thinking of this, Zhang Shui is even more grateful to Jiang Yan. Ding! Zhang Shui's proximity density reached 80. Special reward 100 times cashback card. The sudden beep startled Jiang Yan. Did not expect the goodwill to reach 80, but there will also be a reward. 100 times cashback card. As the name suggests, Jiang Yan will have a chance to get 100 times cashback. Of course, it can only be given to the bound object to spend. For the system's reward, Jiang Yan was happy to accept it. No one would mind having too much money. He had to think about how to use this card well. Zhang Shui looked at Jiang Yan and said, don't you even ask why you need so much money? No need. What do you expect me to do for you? I mean, any request. In fact, Zhang Shui had long been prepared for this moment, and now it was already a blessing to give it to a man she still looked at favorably. No need. You're already my person. You can't take what I have and bring it back to me. Isn't that empty-handed? Jiang Yan smiled. Shen Shui push the boat. Is not impossible, but Jiang Yan wants to put a long line to catch a big fish, but not just a one-night pleasure. I not only want your person, but also want your heart. Bad man. When am I yours? Zhang Shui was petulant. This man even began to swear sovereignty. You really want to repay? Aha! Zhang Shui nodded heavily. Then give me a kiss. Zhang Shui was relieved in her heart, compared to what she originally expected. This way of repayment was too easy. She was really a little afraid that Jiang Yan would mention that request, but at the same time there was also a small loss in her heart. Her charm was a universal one for young and old. How could he hold back? Zhang Shui lightning-like peck on Jiang Yan's face, leaving a soft and sticky kiss. Too fast. Not a good experience. Jiang Yan wiped his face. Disgusted. Oops. There's saliva. Disgusting. Zhang Shui shyly exclaimed. Where is it disgusting? I have brushed my teeth every day. It all smells good. Fragrant? I don't believe it. Don't believe me. Smell it, Zhang Shui said, opening her cute little mouth, exhaling like orchids, and coming up to Jiang Yan's side for him to smell. Jiang Yan had a bad smile on his face and pretended to smell it. I can't smell it. You have to let me taste it again. After saying that, not waiting for Zhang Shui to react, directly kissed up. Passionate kiss, lingering and overbearing. Jiang Yan attacked the city all the way. Zhang Shui's city lost its defense one by one. Don't hear. Zhang Shui face peach blossom, show color provocative. Can't help but let Jiang Yan's stupid desire. Unfortunately, this is not the place. The parking lot people come and go. Jiang Yan does not want to give them a big life science. Can only smack two lips? Well, it is indeed fragrant. not only fragrant, but also a little sweet. Zhang Shui shrunk her head, her face red all over. This guy is bad. This is only the second meeting of the two people. They are about to be eaten and wiped clean. In the future will not he do whatever he wants? Zhanghai City's largest shopping mall, Wanxiang Mall. The two of them didn't have much to do right now. They were just wandering around. Jiang Yan took a look at Zhang Shui wearing blue plaid shirt, earthy dregs, simple gray jeans. This dress put on regular people have long been collapsed. But wearing Zhang Shui body, not the slightest show old-fashioned, but very good-looking, passing by passers-by. As long as it is a young man, there is no that does not turn back to look again. There are even men with their wives, but also look non-stop, pinched by his wife's ears, but also do not forget to glance twice. Jiang Yan pulled Zhang Shui's small hand and said intimately, "Let's go. Let's go to the mall to shop." How can you fall in love without shopping? The two took the elevator and entered the mall. Vientiane City is the high consumption area of the city. The consumers who come here are all rich people. Here many luxury goods to join, such as LV, Hermes, as well as outdoor high-end sports brands, beginning of the Bird, Mammoth, Wolf Claw and so on. Jiang Yan glanced at Zhang Shui's bag. It was the fake bag that she bought at the night market yesterday. I didn't expect her to carry it. It seems that she likes it a lot. Yesterday I said I would buy you a real bag. Let's go. Jiang Yan wrapped his arm around Zhang Shui's soft waist and said indifferently, "Oh, good." Zhang Shui didn't refuse. It was all agreed yesterday, but she prayed in her heart that she wouldn't run into any acquaintances. She had a neighboring sister who worked in this mall. It seemed like it was in a luxury store, but don't run into them, because she wasn't ready how to introduce Jiang Yan to her friends. Hermes is a century-old luxury brand in Paris, France, with an annual turnover of $7 billion, is the deserved king of global luxury brands. Inside the bag, there is no less than $10,000, which in the past, Jiang Yan even come in the desire will not have. No, it, too expensive. Hermes cabinet sister since the two people adore. They noticed them, although the female beautiful, male handsome, but the clothes on the body are rare goods. It is estimated that the online store to spend dozens of dollars to buy it. The most important thing is that the female clothes were not so good, but also carry a Hermes bag. The counterkeeper probed to take a closer look. Cut. Sure enough, it's a fake. Couldn't help but say to the colleague beside her, "Xiao Jiang, look at that woman who just came in, even carrying a fake bag to the real bag specialty store to shop. Is this provocation?" Jiang Wenting turned around and looked over. Just as Zhang Shui also looked up, the two women glanced at each other and both saw shock in each other's eyes. "Hi Ting Ting. I didn't expect you to work here." Zhang Shui greeted awkwardly, not realizing that the last thing she wanted to happen still happened. Chapter 19, Buying a Bag. "Sister Li, let me serve them," Jiang Wenting said. Sister Li sighed. Such a beautiful girl. A man spends a few $100s to buy a fake bag, and gets tricked into it. What a pity. Since you guys know each other, you can persuade her. A woman's whole life, she is most afraid of choosing the wrong man. Okay, Sister Li. Jiang Wenting's eyes scanned Jiang Yan up and down, only responding perfunctorily to Sister Li's words, glancing at the bag in Zhang Shui's hand. In her impression Zhang Shui was not a vain woman. The two of them grew up together. How many rich boys pursued Zhang Shui, were unsuccessful, did not expect, was a poor boy with a fake bag cheated. Quickly walking to Zhang Shui's side. "Sister Shui, why are you here? This is?" Jiang Wenting deliberately led the topic to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the counter sister in front of him. A black OL professional package hip suit, mature and capable, snow white long legs, plus high heels combination, is the desire of countless men, although not as elegant and dignified as Zhang Shui, but also has a different flavor. Zhang Shui did not know how to introduce Jiang Yan. They just agreed to fall in love. Set a one-week appointment. How can this kind of thing be told to outsiders? "Hello, my name is Jiang Yan, Zhang Shui's suitor." Jiang Yan could see Zhang Shui's embarrassment and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Oh, Jiang Wenting." Jiang Wenting didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this guy posing as a rich second generation, thus responding with only 3 simple words. The atmosphere was immediately a bit awkward. It was Zhang Shui who saw that the situation was not right and took the initiative to introduce Jiang Yan. "This is my best friend who I have played with since I was a child. We have always had a good relationship." Jiang Yan used the scrying skill, and Jiang Wenting's attribute panel surfaced in front of his eyes. Name, Jiang Wenting. Age, 23. Height, 168. Face value, 89. Heterosexuality, 0. Favorability, -20. Disgust. Remarks, after binding. You will gain fighting proficiency remarks. After binding, you will gain fighting proficiency remarks. The goodwill was so low. Surprisingly it was still negative. but the scrying skill could actually learn about the reward in advance. This was Jiang Yan's biggest surprise. Jiang Yan didn't have a good face when he knew Jiang Wenting's attitude is and likewise spared fewer words than Jiang Wenting. Jiang Yan is not a hot-faced cold-ass person. Anyway, you are not my kitty. I care who you are. Oh, Ms. Jiang. The tone was light, not mixed with any emotion. Jiang Wenting, a joy. I did not expect this liar. The money does not have a few children. The temper is not small. See how I screw you today. Jiang Wenting's eyeballs turned. Suddenly had an idea. You do not love to pretend? I'll see how long you can pretend. Sister Schwerer, are you here this time to shop? Well, want to buy a bag? Zheng Shui subconsciously glanced at the bag in her hand. At this moment she realized that she was carrying a fake bag. Jiang Wenting wouldn't think that she was here to pick a fight. If I don't hold it in my hand and look closely, I shouldn't be able to tell. Zheng Shui comforted herself in her heart. She didn't know that Jiang Wenting could see that it was a fake bag from a long distance, and poor Zheng Shui thought that Jiang Wenting didn't see it, and purposely hid the bag back to keep her from seeing it up close. Jiang Wenting from the counter took out an orange-colored clutch bag. Introduced. This is a new model in our store. Classic styling. Very beautiful, very suitable for Sister Schwerer. This clutch bag, $38,000, is already a very favorable price. The classic Hermes orange will definitely make Sister Schwerer you the prettiest chick in the crowd. Jiang Wenting blah 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 said a whole lot. Her mouth never stopped. Eyes also sneak a glance at Jiang Yan. Like to pretend to be a bully, is it? See how I let you hemorrhage. A moment, do not cry out. Oh. Jiang Wenting thought of this. It is even more hard to introduce. Jiang Yan took a look. Such a small bag is so expensive. Although the heart thinks so, but the words cannot say so. 38,000. A little cheap. Besides, so small bag in the crowd who can see 38,000. Cheap? Is society progressing too fast? Or are we too backward? 38,000 is still cheap? Jiang Wenting froze for a moment. And even Sister Li, who was standing by the side, looked over. 38,000 is not a small amount. It can buy a cheap second-hand car. It's still cheap? Zheng Shui felt nothing, because he knew Jiang Yan had money. Jiang Wenting secretly slandered in his heart, acting quite like want to say it's too cheap to see. Don't buy, is it? Can I let you have your wish? Sister Schwerer, if you don't like it, we have many more styles in the store. I'll introduce you again. Jiang Wenting is now just competing with Jiang Yan. It's alright. I quite like it. Zheng Shui also saw that Jiang Wenting and Jiang Yan were not dealing with each other and wanted to make a fool out of Jiang Yan. Zheng Shui only felt amused. So she now wanted to make a round up and let everyone get by. Since you like it, I'll take it. This is too small to count. Pick another big bag. Jiang Wenting, for the first time, she saw a man who would be so pretentious. Still too small, but also want to buy a big one. Do you have that much money? Jiang Yan walked to the center of the store counter, pointed to a white crocodile bag on the glass counter and said, "This one looks good to me." Jiang Wenting all laughed. "I wanted to little rip you off, but you just want to stick your head over. Let's see if I don't beat your face up." That's the treasure of our store. Hermes White House bag. $1,800,000. Jiang Wenting finished staring smugly at Jiang Yan, wanting to see how he was shocked. This bag has been here for 2 years. Such an expensive bag. Not many women in Shanghai City can afford it. The boss put this bag here just to fill up the facade. But to Jiang Wenting's disappointment, Jiang Yan was still expressionless. Zheng Shui covered her small mouth in surprise. It seems to be the same as the bag she took, just a different color. She subconsciously hid the bag back. The current situation is really a little embarrassed. If you let Jiang Wenting misunderstand that you are here to smash the scene, it will be troublesome. I didn't realize that this bag, which was more expensive than a house, was carrying a house on her back. Zheng Shui marveled. Too expensive. More expensive than a house. After Jiang Wenting's introduction, she said triumphantly, "How is it? Jiang Xiao, can this bag catch your eye?" Zheng Shui knew that Jiang Wenting was provoking Jiang Yan. She quickly stopped him and said, "Jiang Yan, it's too expensive. Don't buy it." Jiang Yan looked at it for a few moments and said, "Although this bag is beautiful, it's too white. Easy to get dirty and not easy to take care of." "Well, yeah, white is not resistant to dirt." Zheng Shui nodded in agreement. In most people's simple values, white things were not resistant to dirt, and they were also prone to yellowing, very bad to take care of. Zheng Shui likewise thought the same. Jiang Wenting in her heart rolled a big white eyes. Almost let you loaded. This reason not to sell is lame enough. By this kind of bag people still need to take care of their own. More than 1 million are out. Cannot find a specialized agency to do maintenance? Jiang Wenting did not go along with the trend of marketing that town treasure. Will buy a glance at the fake bag, how much money can be. Said it is also a waste of words. Jiang Yan does not care what Jiang Wenting is thinking. He knows that let Zheng Shui choose. She will not choose how expensive. Maybe just that 30,000 800,000 bag can get her done. Let her choose. Might as well do it herself. Only to see Jiang Yan casually pointing. This, all pack up. We want it. Various looks of the bag. 7 or 8. Dryly said to Jiang Wenting, where do you guys pay for this? Jiang Wenting immediately froze in place. Is this guy telling the truth? This is Hermes, not a food market. How is it the same as buying food? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Forget it, piggyback that white bag for me too. Buy a new one when it's dirty. Chapter 20 Jiang Wenting who hates Jiang Yan. Let's go. Pay the bill. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Wenting half a day without moving, and directly shook his bank card in front of her. Surprisingly, he came for real. Jiang Wenting then reacted. This guy can't really be a rich second generation, right? Wearing a dress bought from a certain duo, come here to pretend to be a pig eating a tiger? Hello? You have spent a total of $3,600,000. May I ask, are you confirming that you are paying the bill? Jiang Wenting still thought Jiang Yan was being hard up even now. Rich people, how could they send their girlfriends fake bags? She thought Jiang Yan would bite the bullet and buy a small tens of thousands of bags in order to please Zheng Shui, but she didn't expect that Jiang Yan would directly take the king of the bags in the store and order a whole bunch of them as if he was buying groceries. Jiang Wenting said in her heart, now I'll give you a step down. When you pay the bill in a while and realize that the card is just a few tens of thousands of dollars, you can't pay the bill, and you're ashamed of yourself. Don't blame me. Well, confirm. Jiang Wenting got the reply, and without further ado, she turned around and led Jiang Yan towards the cashier counter. At this time, Zheng Shui came over to Jiang Yan's ear and said, it's too expensive. I can't use that many bags. Jiang Yan similarly put his face over and laughed softly. Your best friend, obviously looking down on me. Do you want me to be looked down upon? Jiang Yan spoke, exhaled hot air, spit out in Zhang Shui's ears. Itchy, crystal white earlobes, instantly turned pink color. Oops, I'm giving you the serious stuff. Don't get weird. Zhang Shui jumped and ran away. She knew she wouldn't be able to convince Jiang Yan. This person was too overbearing and didn't ask if she was willing. She recalled that since she agreed to be Jiang Yan's girlfriend, this guy always bought things without her consent, and every time the reason was so overbearing that she couldn't refuse. At this time Jiang Wenting came to Jiang Yan's side with a POS machine in her hand. Sir, please enter the password. Jiang Yan simply entered the password. Until the moment the slip was typed out, Jiang Wenting finally realized that she had looked away. She tried her best to adjust her expression and handed over a signing pen with a friendly smile. Dear guest, please sign. Jiang Yan smacked his lips at the fast speed of this exchange of face. Just because you are Zhang Shui's bosom friend, or else this $3,800,000 of commission, a hair will not let you earn. Jiang Yan dashingly signed his name. Ding. Consumption of $3,600,000. Cashback of $36 million. The pleasant tone came again without any surprise. Assets were doubling. Jiang Yan was in a soothing mood. At this time, the store's payment system, also prompted $3,800,000 has arrived. Jiang Wenting finally realized that in Jiang Yan's eyes, he has been a clown. This guy is really rich. Let's go. The next one. Leave the stuff here first. We'll come and get it later. Jiang Yan pulled Zheng Shui's small hand and said intimately. Zheng Shui told Jiang Yan to wait. She took Jiang Wenting's small hand and spoke in whispers for a while, and the two of them made a date for Jiang Wenting to have dinner after work before saying goodbye. You won't mind me being abrasive, right? Just now you were so bossy. I also have to take care of my girlfriend's emotions. I can't really turn my head and leave. Zheng Shui pulled Jiang Yan's hand and said with a smile, who let her be shifty and look down on me? Besides, I didn't say anything unpleasant. If it wasn't for the fact that she's your bestie, I would have already switched to a different guide. Aha, I know. You're not bothering with him because of my face. Jiang Yan looked at Zheng Shui who took the initiative to show her goodwill. It seems that her relationship with Jiang Wenting is quite good. Zheng Shui is still the first time she took the initiative to pull her hand. Zheng Shui thought of the way the two had just argued. A burst of amusement. Just now Tingting had told me. She saw me holding a fake bag, so she thought you were a scummy liar. Oh, that's how it is. Jiang Yan also said indistinctly. I thought this bag couldn't be seen without looking closely, but I didn't expect her to see it from a long way away. Zheng Shui continued. The two of them were in this Wancheng city, turning around for a long time. Jiang Yan was again buying many things for Zheng Shui. All in all, today was a bountiful day. The two of them had been strolling around for a few hours, and they didn't have the same excitement they had when they first came here. Just as Jiang Wenting called Zheng Shui and said that she would be off work in a while, Zheng Shui and Jiang Yan were not familiar with this place, so they let Jiang Wenting introduce a restaurant. Jiang Wenting knows Jiang Yan's strength, but also did not polite. directly recommended the most expensive restaurant in the entire city of elephants. Good or bad, do not know. Anyway, is a word expensive. This is the restaurant that Jiang Wenting has always wanted to go to, but could not afford to go to. And this time, with Jiang Yan as the wrongdoer, Jiang Wenting was nonchalant. Jiang Yan of course do not know Jiang Wenting's small mind, but even if you know, it does not matter. As long as it is for Zhang Shui to spend money, he will only be too little. Jiang Yan and Zhang Shui arrived first. Jiang Wenting still need to work for a while. Jiang Yan crazy spending 3,800,000. His workload increased a lot, now is painful and happy. Zhang Shui and Jiang Yan knew that she would come over in a while, so they ordered the food first, and in a short while, a table of steaming rice was served. Just in time, the door to the room of the box was pushed open, and Jiang Wenting walked in. She is still wearing that OL professional suit, sexy and charming body perfectly displayed. The most let Jiang Yan attracted Jiang Yan's attention or that pair of long legs. The difference was that just now she was still wearing meat silk, but now it had turned into black silk, or with letters, the stockings of the Parisian family. The goddess of beheading men, known as the goddess's battle axe, really lives up to its name. Jiang Yan hastily glanced at it and hurriedly averted his gaze. Zhang Shui is still around. The lord of the harem hasn't been taken yet. He can't choose a consort indiscriminately. Jiang Wenting obviously saw Jiang Yan's flustered eyes. In her heart, she immediately smiled in triumph. Little like, I still can't rule you. I'll make sure that Sister Shui will see your true colors. She disliked Jiang Yan, even though he was rich. Zhang Shui didn't find anything wrong and smiled at Jiang Wenting. It's better to come early than coincidentally. You arrived at the right time, and the dishes just happened to be served. Jiang Yan did not expect that Jiang Wenting zoomed in when she sat down. Her slender black silk made a large cross movement. Her look was charming and seductive, taking in the heart. Jiang Shao, my newly bought Parisian family, does it look good? Chapter 21 Delicious King Crab. Put. Jiang Yan, who was drinking water, was almost sent away by Jiang Wenting's words. A mouthful of water sprayed out just before it reached his throat. Are you alright? Zhang Shui, after seeing Jiang Yan choking, one hand hurriedly patted his back, the other hand tenderly handed over a tissue to wipe his mouth. It's okay, I'm just being too hasty in drinking water. Jiang Yan waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Zhang Shui exasperatedly glared at Jiang Wenting. What are you doing with this girl? Unexpectedly, Jiang Wenting pretended not to see it and gave an inch. What's wrong with you? How do you let people eat like this? It's all your saliva. This finally pissed off Zhang Shui. She angrily stood up and said to Jiang Wen, do you eat it or not? Don't eat it and get out. Isn't this me feeling unhygienic? Seeing that Zhang Shui was really angry, Jiang Wenting finally got honest and didn't dare to say anything else. Jiang Yan didn't know why this woman was so hostile towards herself. He himself, from beginning to end, didn't remember where he had sinned against her. According to common sense, the misunderstanding is solved. Jiang Yan is not a scumbag liar. She should be blessed. How also with her 5 million like? Can't figure it out. Don't think. Anyway, this has nothing to do with themselves. After today's estimate we'll not see each other again. Jiang Yan concentrate on dealing with the seafood meal in front of him. He has not eaten such a large salt-baked king crab. The waiter sent a small hammer. Jiang Yan took. In the crab shell gently knocked. The thick layer of salt cracked, revealing the inside of the red king crab. Break off a king crab pincer. Pry open the hard shell, revealing the snow-white crab meat. Jiang Yan took the peeled crab meat, dipped it in the sauce, and handed it to Zhang Shui, looking at her with a smile. Zhang Shui gave Jiang Yan a blank look. She could see Jiang Yan's sinister intention at a glance, because the crab pincer was right in front of Jiang Yan. Just now Jiang Yan choked on his water and sprayed out saliva, a lot of spills on it. Even though she knew Jiang Yan's bad intentions, Zhang Shui did not refuse. She opened her rosy mouth and bit down the crab meat Jiang Yan handed her, giving Jiang Yan a now you're satisfied look. Jiang Yan is indeed very happy. This is an indirect kiss. Zhang Shui such a small action, proving that the relationship between the two is entering a new stage. Jiang Wenting looked at the two of them and hated their looks. She gritted her teeth. Zhang Shui's sister is in our family. You dead scum. But seeing the king crab that was bigger than a face basin, she couldn't help but drool. She hadn't eaten such a big king crab yet, but thinking that it was covered with that guy's saliva, letting that guy's saliva into her mouth, Jiang Wenting was 10,000 times unwilling. Looking at the two show love, heart a burst of tired. Zhang Shui just warned her, so do not dare to find things, only to turn grief and anger into appetite. But usually eat very fragrant pei shrimp, pike crabs, now eat tastes like chewing wax. No taste at all. Jiang Wenting look at Jiang Yan's side of 10 pounds of king crab, and then look at their own bowl of small crabs. The more you think the more upset. Stealing a glance at the two people who were showing their love, Jiang Wenting took the opportunity to sneakily yank off a crab leg, once again confirming that no one was paying attention to her, peeled off the crab shell and swallowed it in one mouthful, her eyes squinting with an expression of enjoyment. Just like that. 1 leg, 2 legs, cough. Jiang Yan suddenly coughed. Jiang Wenting, who was in a state of nervousness, was so shocked that her hand shook, and the crab leg in her hand didn't hold steady, falling directly into the small bowl of material sauce. Zheng Shui saw Jiang Yan coughing and hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, ate too quickly, choked a little." Slow down, and no one is robbing with you." Zheng Shui saw that Jiang Yan was fine, so she continued to eat in small bites. Her eating posture was elegant, small bites, dignified. Jiang Wenting looked at Jiang Yan nervously. She had thought that Jiang Yan was mocking her, but his eyes didn't even seem to be looking this way. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jiang Wenting picked up the crab legs and continued to enjoy them. Who knew that as soon as she looked up, she saw Jiang Yan looking at herself gloatingly, and even made a pretense of coughing. Now Jiang Wenting didn't know that Jiang Yan was watching her joke. Discovered to be discovered. Jiang Wenting simply do not pretend. Greatly generous mouth to eat up. Mouth is still in their own defense. This salt-baked king crab. There is a thick layer of salt shell outside. This guy's saliva cannot get in. Moreover, the salt is sterilized. So I ate it. Jiang Yan looked at this tough-talking guy. This girl's skin is so thick, the shells can't even penetrate. Zheng Shui saw it and smiled slightly. For Jiang Wenting's character, she was in the know. This girl is quirky, not afraid of the sky. Jiang Yan cannot and women general understanding, greeted the waiter, on another king crab. Jiang Wenting heard Jiang Yan still want to order, immediately eyes glaring round, angry to the mouth of the crab legs are not eaten. Lao Miang overcame a huge psychological torture before she put her mouth on it, and now you want to order another one. Why didn't you say it earlier, so that Lao Miang wouldn't have to eat your mouth? Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Wenting's dumbfounded expression. His heart was happy and intentionally said, "This 10 pounds of king crab, is it missing pounds? How come it's not enough for the 3 of us to eat?" After saying that, he also deliberately glanced at Jiang Wenting, who had a large pile of crab leg remnants in front of her. Zheng Shui hid her mouth and snickered. She chose not to help each other. Jiang Wenting, puffed up and looked at Jiang Yan. She didn't think that Jiang Yan was so petty. A big man preferred to have a hard time with a small woman like herself. "You give me weight. I will let Sister Schwer see your true colors. You do not deserve her to commit to life. Sister Schwer can only be on my family's account book," Jiang Wenting said viciously in her heart. After the heart secretly sent vicious, or not painful. See the table of red wine, full of pour a big cup, a mouthful of boredom, who had wanted to drink too fast, choked the throat, began to cough violently. Although Jiang Wenting in time to cover their own mouths, can still be a little late. Jiang Yan saw the situation, in its own way to cure its own. Oops, how unhygienic this the boss table dishes. All give me re-on again. You. Jiang Wenting was furious. "I'm a fragrant woman. Where can I be the same as you stinky man?" Jiang Wenting said also cannot say, and thought of Schwer's sister already in this man good. The heart bitter. A cup again and again a cup of filling up their own. Jiang Yan inexplicable. This who did not provoke her. The moment she came in on Jiang Yan fire. And now a person drinking mulled wine. This is a mess which Zheng Shui felt Jiang Wenting's psychological changes. Just lamented. Silent. 2 people did not pay attention. Jiang Wenting dunked himself 2 bottles of red wine, but also not too much, yelling to let on Mao Tai. The 2 people, after the realization of the 2 people, hastened to stop, and then drink. It should go to the hospital to wash the stomach. 3 people out of the restaurant. The 2 king crab, after all, did not finish. In line with the principle of not waste, Zheng Shui proposed to let the waiter packing Jiang Yan in the shopping mall to buy things, because too much, 2 people really cannot take. However, Jiang Yan buy too many luxury goods, so become the top member customers of Wanxiang City. Member customers, enjoy delivery service to home. This is just what Jiang Yan wants. Would have liked to find a few errand boys online. He spends so much money, not to be a bag-carrying little brother. Chapter 22 Drunk Jiang Wenting. Night of the Wanxiang City. Bright lights. Shopping malls bright as day. Jiang Yan out of the restaurant. This time the crowd is even better than during the day. The crowd, lively and bustling. Jiang Wenting, who was just at the dinner table, is now drinking and falling over. Zheng Shui can't help herself, and she can only shout at Jiang Yan to help. Come and help. Jiang Yan lazy hitchhiking. He cannot be interested in this nice sense, but also do not have a good person good things consciousness. Please. Zheng Shui's pitiful eyes were full of supplication. Unable to resist Zheng Shui's pleading, Jiang Yan came over and tried to use his arm to hold Jiang Wenting up, but realized that she was now as drunk as a pile of mud, and couldn't be helped up. She's like a pile of mud. How can I help her? Jiang Yan looked at Zheng Shui helplessly. Then what to do? This niece. If you can't drink, don't drink, as much as to add to my mess. Zheng Shui exasperatedly frowned her small eyebrows. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Count me unlucky. I can only carry it back. That won't do. How hard it is to carry. Carry it? You'll just carry it for a little while. You'll be there in a while. Zheng Shui once again used her masterstroke. Begging eyes, pitifully looking at Jiang Yan. Okay, bumping into this. I've always been unlucky. It's not bad this time. Jiang Yan could only agree helplessly. Jiang Yan squatted down. With one push he put Jiang Wenting on his back. His hands wrapped around his thighs to prevent them from sliding down. She was as drunk as a piglet. Unconscious, her arms were falling straight down vertically. Zheng Shui wanted to put Jiang Wenting's arm on Jiang Yan's neck, so that it was more comfortable, but Jiang Wenting was already completely drunk. Her arm was put up, and Jiang Yan fell down as soon as she walked. There was no other way. Zheng Shui didn't care if she was comfortable or not. She came to the back and held Jiang Wenting's back, in case she suddenly leaned back and fell. Can't see that this girl is quite material. Paris family's hand feeling is indeed not bad. Soft jade warm fragrance. Some other day must buy a few more. Let Zheng Shui only wear to himself. Jiang Yan heart why thought. Just like this back, but did not hear the system tone. Jiang Yan thought about it. I guess it is the reason for the black silk. But Zheng Shui is watching from behind. Jiang Yan is also embarrassed to engage in small actions. Otherwise, it is necessary to break this black silk a big hole. Jiang Wenting this body drunk. But the mouth is not drunk. Full of red face. Spitting wine breath. Muttering under his breath. Jiang Yan, do not think you have money. It's great. Shui's sister is my internal sister-in-law. I do not allow you to snatch her away. Jiang Yan then came to a realization and looked at Zheng Shui in doubt. Zheng Shui could see Jiang Yan's doubt and softly explained. Wen Ting and her brother grew up together, but I only have sibling love for her brother. No love. Is that so? What? You don't believe it? I believe it. Jiang Yan returned with certainty. However, even if you are the emperor's fiancé, I still have the confidence to dig you over. Jiang Yan's sword brows flicked up, his eyes evil. What era is this? Still the emperor's fiancé. Zheng Shui rolled her eyes. This is not just a metaphor. The three of them took the elevator straight to the underground parking lot. Jiang Yan put Jiang Wenting on the back seat of the car. Zheng Shui pointed the way. Jiang Yan drove to Jiang Wenting's house and stopped. But at the moment no one at home. The door was locked. Zheng Shui skillfully took out the key from Jiang Wenting's bag and opened the door. Although Jiang Wenting is a woman, but drunk, the stock-tossing strength in the male is also powerful. Pulling Zheng Shui's hand muttered endlessly. Jiang Yan was watching a big show. If the bag of melons again would be good. Tossing half a day. Finally Jiang Wenting settled. From her home out. Zheng Shui stood in front of her house and shyly said, I'm home. Do you want to come in and sit down? Jiang Yan took a deep breath. This was the first signs of meeting the parents. Unfortunately, today did not prepare. Nothing to take. There is so see the mother-in-law son-in-law, can only refuse the beauty of the generous invitation, waved his hand and left in style. Zheng Shui returned home, turned on the lights, found his mother sitting on the living room sofa. Next to the sofa is a huge oxygen bottle. A transparent catheter from the bottle extends out. The other end is fixed in the position of Zheng Mother's nostrils. Zheng Mother was pale and sitting quietly on the sofa. Zheng Shui could clearly hear the kind of hardship between her mother's breaths and inhalations. Seeing Zheng Shui return, Zheng Mother let out a hoarse voice. You're back. After just 4 words, she was breathing heavily and coughing. Her body curled up in pain. Seeing this, Zheng Shui couldn't care less about putting down the bag in her hand and immediately came behind her mother, gently patting her back, trying to ease her pain. A moment later, Zheng Mother slowly said, why didn't you bring the person back so that I can keep an eye on you? It was too late. So I didn't let him come. Mother Zhang looked at the various shopping gift boxes piled up on the parlor table. Beautifully packaged, gorgeous and stylish. Zheng Shui also saw it and didn't expect these things to be sent back so quickly. Why did you buy so many things? I said don't want it, but he had to buy it. He just wouldn't listen. Zheng Shui was very irritated at the mention of this, but the curve of her mouth raised revealed her happy mood. Zheng Mother saw through Zheng Shui's tongue and cheek at a glance, but her old man didn't reveal it, but just smiled and said, that young man, I bet he's very handsome. It was rare for Mother Zhang to joke with her daughter. Aha! Zheng Shui's small face reddened a great deal. Mother Zhang intermittently spoke words of concern. Seeing that she had a lot to say, the mother and daughter chatted about the whispers of their daughter's family until late at night. Jiang Yan rental room has been retired. Just want to book a star hotel presidential suite. Find a place to sleep. Would like a whole 6-star? Or even 7-star? A search on the internet to know. The hotel only 1 to 5 stars, on which there is only a platinum 5-star, and there is no so-called 6, 7, 8 stars, that are the hotel self-appointed. Shanghai City is not a top international metropolis. There is no platinum 5-star. Jiang Yan picked a random, drove to the destination. Shengshi Tianhong Hotel. The hotel, located in the first high building in Shanghai City, inside the luxurious decoration, elegant style, looks quite high, quite Jiang Yan's aesthetic. Walked to the front desk. There is no dilly-dallying, do not pick the best, as long as the most expensive. First booked a month. The hotel's top presidential suite, a night to 36,000. Long-term residence has a discount. A month of 20% discount down to 86 million. These money, for today's Jiang Yan is rain. Money is used to spend. Save not spend. That is a pile of waste paper. Figures, only spend out of the money has value. Pay the bill. Receive the room card. A young and beautiful private housekeeper. In time to appear in the front desk. Jiang Yan casually with the probe skill a sweep. This let ordinary men feel super awesome beauty. In the eyes of the system is only more than 70 points. Jiang Yan also does not care. After all, the system's requirements are very high. Did not reach is also very normal. There were already 2 fish in the fish pond, and it was only a matter of time before it overflowed. The personal butler led the way, and she thoughtfully instructed, "Sir, my cell phone is on 24 hours a day, so if you have any needs, you can find me and be at your beck and call." Especially the word any. Miss Housekeeper also purposely aggravated the pronunciation. However, Jiang Yan, who had seen the delicacies of the sea, would not care. Ignoring the sad eyes of the young lady, he closed the door of the room. The living room of the presidential suite was even bigger than the courtyard of Jiang Yan's rented house, covered with handmade woolen carpets, lavishly decorated, with all kinds of crystal chandeliers, gorgeous and eye-catching. In addition to several bedrooms, there are various entertainment facilities. Bathroom area are more than 50 square meters. Oversized luxury bathtub, can accommodate 2 people to soak, but also very loose. It seems that the hotel's facilities, but also quite humanized, straight to the consumer's point of need, really powerful. Jiang Yan pondered for a while. In his heart, he still gave a poor rating, because he still felt small. It had to be enlarged. It would be better if it could accommodate 3. Time came late at night. Jiang Yan lying in the oversized double bed, soft and fluffy duvet cover on the body, more than 200,000 yuan of mattress lying under the body. Feel comfortable. Jiang Yan could not help but sigh a sentence. The life of the rich is so simple and boring. Alas, Jiang Yan had become a billionaire in just 2 days from being penniless and dumped by his girlfriend. He now owned 2 luxury cars, a Rolls-Royce and a Primera, over $100 million in cash, and even more so, he possessed a probing skill that transcended reality. It felt like everything was a dream. The desire to go home instead of thinking about it became stronger. Returning home rich and famous was the ultimate dream of every laborer, and Jiang Yan was no exception. However, the Rolls-Royce's after-sales service would arrive soon, and then they still had to deal with the accident of the scratched car. Jiang Yan cannot go back, can only use the cell phone to Jiang mother to transfer 50,000 yuan. The message said that this made a big project. The boss issued a bonus. Thinking of the home air conditioning seriously old. From time to time on strike does not work, and now the weather is gradually hot. Jiang Yan immediately ordered an air conditioner on the internet. Jiang mother is a thrifty person. As long as there is no complete obsolescence, she will never change. Therefore, Jiang Yan can only be the first to be cut off. Jiang Yan thought for a long time, did not call his mother. For one thing, it was now late at night, and for another, he wanted to go back to see his mother. That was much better than how many phone calls. Chapter 23, Buying a House. Early in the morning, the bright sunlight shone on Jiang Yan's face through the gaps in the curtains. This is Jiang Yan these days. Sleep the most comfortable night. Asleep until dawn. Jiang Yan woke up, finished cleaning up his personal hygiene, and called his personal butler. "Greetings, esteemed guest. May I ask what your needs are?" The personal butler asked in a delicate voice. There were quite a few people who booked the presidential suite, but unfortunately, they were either old, female, or just a family. In short, there was just no suitable one. When she came across a celibate quality tycoon like Jiang Yan, the housekeeper didn't want to miss out, even if it was a dewy-eyed marriage. Just a little bit from her fingers would be enough to pay her salary for several years. Have a breakfast and send it inside my room. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan was not interested in her at all, and directly hung up the phone. Jiang Yan simply ate breakfast and walked out of the hotel. When he passed by the lobby, he saw a colorful and bright publicity poster. 520 limited set meal. Nowadays, the merchants are getting more and more good at organizing their work. They can't wait for every day to be a holiday, so that they have a name to do activities to empty your wallet. Jiang Yan is indifferent. He likes this kind of consumption trap the most. This is not. There is another reason for Zhang Shui to spend money. 520. A man to spend some money for a woman should not be? Two should. Thinking in his heart, Paramila drove in the direction of the housing agency. In the morning, the traffic on the highway is dense, catching up with the morning rush hour. Even if it is a luxury car, it is also the same as the traffic jam. But the luxury car is still very special treatment. Most of them have the sense to keep a relatively long distance. Traffic slowly forward. Not a moment's effort. The real estate agency to the choice of agent is to figure to save heart. Period house still need to wait. And most of them are still rough house. Cannot turnkey move in. Jiang Yan does not want to bother to compare the good and bad of the house. The advantages and disadvantages of the location. Professional things. Find professional people. Jiang Yan is not bad now. Prancing black horses domineering car label. Has long attracted the attention of the sales. The agency's young ladies. Little brother smelled the wind. Immediately came out from the middle of the hall. They saw a cool Porsche parked steadily in the agency's parking space. Paramara. This car is okay. $1 million or so. 1 million. Is it less? You wouldn't be watching Jitterbug. Looking stupid. Thinking a few $100 million per capita? You see the letters on the back of the car. This is not a normal version. This is the top of the line. All down. Estimated need $4 million. $4 million? To buy a Paramera? It can all buy a supercar. The car door opened. Jiang Yan came down from the car. The young ladies were excited and each secretly pumped up. The young brothers had a bummed out look on their faces. Why not the female customers? The saleswomen have traced eyebrows and makeup, each fist rubbing their hands. Then, to see who can take this rich boy. Jiang Yan walked to the door. The saleswomen all smiled and greeted. One of the female sales pulled down the neckline, revealing snow-white skin, high career line towering. Spectacular. The other female sales winks and throws, full of electricity. The closest sales Jiang Yan, close to the water, the first to get the moon, took the opportunity to hold Jiang Yan's big hand does not let go. In the palm of the hand tickling. The male salesman didn't go away either. Maybe the guest who came would be a decent person and would prefer sales with excellent professional skills. They were doomed to disappointment. Jiang Yan admitted that he was a superficial person. The feeling of people in the flowers. Very good. The sales tactics of all of them came out in full force. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiang Yan possessed probing skills and already knew them like the back of his hand. It was all for naught. Name, Wang Yanhua. Age, 32. Face value, 69. Heterosexual karma, 11. Intimacy, 50. Remarks, a soccer team's fighting power is not covered. Do you want to be the captain? Lu Mei Feng. Age, 28. Face value, 75. Heterosexuality, 32. Intimacy, 55. Remarks, intense philandering disease. Are you ready to sacrifice for love? Jiang Yan swept around and realized that the system was really skinny and could think of such quirky remarks. The wonderful lives of the salesmen shocked him. All of them were battle-hardened. Jiang Yan's curiosity rose, wanting to see the male sales, but found that the probing skills, only effective for women. Jiang Yan is here to buy a house. Find a place to live just. What kind of woman? He does not matter, and is not here to find a girlfriend. Just order a random one. At this time, Jiang Yan found a woman in the hall. She did not come to join in the fun, to know that now the real estate economy downturn. The survival of the industry status quo is worrisome. Everyone is trying to break the head to engage in performance. The sales present all know. Driving a luxury car rich son to see the house. The success rate of the purchase is absolutely great. At this time, but there is a swinging man, ignoring Jiang Yan, which makes him very surprised. Activating the scrying skill, the woman's attributes appeared before his eyes. Name, Dong Xiaoxian. Age, 23. Height, 167. Face value, 88. Heterosexual karma, 0. Intimacy, 0. Remarks, the existence of a crane. Picked up a treasure. Bind her and you will obtain the Soldier King physique. Soldier King physique. It should be very powerful. This woman can't be spared. Jiang Yan thought with delight. Jiang Yan took a few quick steps and came in front of this woman. The woman was dressed in an ordinary work uniform. Her face was pretty. Her short hair was shoulder length, and there was a stud with diamonds on her ear that sparkled. Short hair, earrings, these elements did not weaken her feminine softness at all, but added a few points of moving charm. These are not the most attractive place Jiang Yan. The most attention is still the invincible pair of soccer babies. Jiang Yan estimated enough for him to play for a year. The men who came to the agency to buy the house, one by one, with either bright or dark eyes watching, admiring the rare beauty. You cannot trust the weather forecast, but you always have to trust the aesthetics of the system. Jiang Yan was a big wave that had struck gold. He ignored the wild bees and butterflies around him and walked over to the woman and said, "Are you a salesman? I'm here to buy a house." Dong Xiaoxian obviously froze for a moment. She was reading some real estate information. This was her third day on the job. Although she knew that Jiang Yan was a high-quality customer, as a newcomer, keeping a low profile was the best option. Unexpectedly, the client took the initiative to find her, the one hiding in the nooks and crannies. Seeing the situation, there was no reason to push out a business that was delivered to the door. And low profile was not this low profile. Hearing Jiang Yan's inquiry, Dong Xiaoxian immediately stood up and smiled. "Hello, Dayu Real Estate Agency, Dong Xiaoxian, glad to serve you." Her elegant and generous manner of speaking, and her affable smile made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Jiang Yan secretly nodded. Not bad. The shopping process of choosing the right sale was no less than a journey that made one's body and mind happy. Dong Xiaoxian waved her hand and gestured. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Just as the two were about to go into detail, the female manager of the soccer-playing team walked over and handed over a business card. "My daughter, Wang Yanhua, is the manager here? I wonder what your name is." "Sir?" Dong Xiaoxuan's face on the side pulled down. Robbing a customer so blatantly was just too much to take her in her eyes. However, she was a newcomer, a little budding one, and the other party was the top boss. She had anger in her heart, but she didn't dare to say anything. "Exempt from your honor. Surname Jiang. So it's Mr. Jiang." Wang Yanhua revealed a fawning smile. "That look, how humble, how humble. There is no way. This year's real estate sales are not good." The manager also has to talk about business. The following tiger eyeing the Thai hooves, each staring at their own position it, especially that Lu Meiphone. "I don't know Jiang Gongzi. What kind of building do you need? I can help you counseling." "No need. I've already found a good sale." Jiang Yan decisively and strictly refused. Such a great collector's edition soccer don't want. Instead go in 11 people to grab a soccer to play. His brain tile collapse. Only then will do that. Chapter 24, Exclusive Villa. The female manager obviously understood Jiang Yan's meaning, and awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth. "Jiang Gongzi, Xiao Dong. She is new. I'm afraid that she is not well taken care of. That's why she took the initiative to introduce." "It's fine. Not afraid of being new, as long as she can lead the way and show me the house," Jiang Yan said indifferently. The female manager had no reason to stay any longer, and could only dryly say to Dong Xiaoxian, "Xiaodong, you must greet the customers well. Don't be slow." "Okay, manager, I'll definitely take it seriously," Dong Xiaoxian excitedly said back. The other sales looked at this scene with jealousy in their hearts. Being robbed of a single by a newcomer was not very hurtful and extremely insulting, but there wasn't much that could be done. After all, it was the customer's choice. Dong Xiaoxian took out the real estate information and began to mimic the old staff's work style to Jiang Yan. "We, Dayu Agency, are a big agency in Zhanghai City. All the quality real estate in the city. We have it here. I don't know where your range of choice is," Jiang Yan said indifferently. "You don't need to choose the scope of the area. Just find me. At least over $10 million. No cheap ones." Dong Xiaoxian subconsciously took over the topic and said, "There is no choice. So your budget is." She was still rehearsing in her mind, mimicking the words of her old staff, but she didn't react to the second half of Jiang Yan's sentence, and she only reacted after the sentence was finished. "Over $10 million. Anything over 10 million is a top-tier mansion, so her commission will be high too." Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoxuan's heart perked up. "Young Li, we have 3 sets of high-end residences here that are over $10 million. One set is a top-floor duplex large flat, with an area of 360 square feet, priced at around 20 million. The former owner intends to leave the country to settle down, so he intends to sell it used. Second-hand? Look for a new one. One that can be moved in immediately with a handbag. Then there is only one set, the city center prime location. There is a villa area, the property inside all the hardcover villas. You can turnkey the kind of check-in. This place, Jiang Yan knew, it was a famous rich area." Dong Xiaoxian paused, pursed her dry lips, and continued. "Among them, the Tianji No. 1 villa, which has not yet been sold. The villa has a floor area of 680 square feet, plus more than 500 square feet of private gardens, which is completely in line with the requirements of the guests. It's just a bit expensive," Dong Xiaoxian said here. She deliberately paused for a moment. This house is the most expensive house in their agency, so she deliberately paid attention to a few points. This time it just came in handy. Jiang Yan's face didn't move, calmly changed to a comfortable sitting position, crossed his legs and said, A bit expensive. How expensive is it? $86 million. Jiang Yan's heart fell to the ground at once. Thought it was how expensive. $100 million can't be spent, and you can still keep some pocket money, Jiang Yan muttered. Jiang Yan stroked his chin. Not bad. Not too expensive. Can we see the property? This listing, viewing the house requires a capital inspection of $30 million. Dong Xiaoxian finished the sentence, carefully glanced at Jiang Yan's eye color, saw that he was not unhappy, hastily added, of course we are not doubting Jiang Xiao's strength, we are just helping the developer to sell. The requirements were mentioned by them. It's fine. It's a normal request. Jiang Yan said and then took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, opened it to show the account balance and handed it to Dong Xiaoxian. The cash in the card was now $100 million, and the $30 million capital verification requirement was a bit too low. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, days, 100 million. Dong Xiaoxian covered her excited little mouth. She hadn't seen an account balance with numbers this long. Nowadays, billionaires, mostly referring to assets of over $100 million, are all virtual market capitalization. Storing $100 million in cash in the card. The average tycoon wouldn't do that. They would have already used the money to invest. They wouldn't just put the money in the card and do nothing, wasting it for nothing. Jiang Xiao, don't mind if I take pictures? It's okay to take a picture. Didn't you say capital inspection? Do you still need to call the bank? No need. It's good to have a photo. They can see that it's not photoshopped. Dong Xiaoxian finished taking the photo and hurriedly walked towards the manager. The manageress looked at Dong Xiaoxuan's hasty appearance and smiled smugly on her face. You can't handle it. You're a yellow girl who just came here for 3 days. How do you know? The richer the person is, the worse it is to serve. This is to beg for it. The manageress heart has played a good little 9. You don't come to me to help. I still don't know how to intervene. This time, share some commission. The little girl and other sales can't say anything. Manager. Dong Xiaoxian ran up and down. The words could not be said. 2 cute little white rabbits, jumping and jumping, almost popping out. The manageress looked at this scene jealously. No wonder the guests chose her. If she were a man, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the 2 white rabbits. What's wrong? Speak slowly, isn't it? Don't know how to deal with that rich male? No, it's Jiang Xiao. Want to sell the downtown center detached villa. This is his bank balance. Trouble the manager to issue a capital verification certificate. Dong Xiaoxian handed the balance photo to Wang Yanhua to see. Wang Yanhua took the phone and looked at it. She was also shocked. Her mouth opened so wide that she could stuff an egg in it. So rich. $100 million. That villa she knows, located in the center of the city's busy area, covers an area of more than 1,000 square feet, is the top mansion in Jianhai City. Customers who can afford to buy such a house? Certainly not many, so they need to help intermediaries like this. But now the market downturn, or not good enough to sell. The manageress hastily contacted the villa developer. Such a big single. If successful, she also has a commission, but just not as much as Dong Xiaoxian. Next, Dong Xiaoxian took Jiang Yan out of the sales hall. They have to go to see the house. Should have been sent by the company car transportation. But Jiang Yan suspected of trouble. Opened their own cars. Driving to the villa area. The greening inside is very good. Fountain, small garden, gym, all kinds of facilities. Other villas have long been sold out, but the remaining villas are not sold out. The developer is also very anxious. Heard that there are customers have the intention to buy. The developer rushed to receive. Came a young man sales. Look very smart and capable. According to the developer's sales takeover, Dong Xiaoxuan's task has been completed. Can leave. Dong Xiaoxian at the moment is already satisfied. Plus the billionaire's contact information. If the purchase transaction is successful, then she will be a large amount of brokerage fees. Dong Xiaoxian was about to leave. Jiang Yan called her, Ms. Dong, can you give me face? Visit the villa together? Dong Xiaoxian said happily, of course. She hadn't seen a mansion with tens of millions of dollars. Jiang Yan turned to the male salesman and said, it's okay to do this. Right. Of course it's okay. The customer is God. Especially after seeing Jiang Yan's capital verification certificate. Zhang Zonghong was careful to serve. Zhang Zonghong walked in front while Jiang Yan and Dong Xiaoxian walked behind. Walking deeper into the neighborhood, they saw a black skeleton carved gate. Pushing open the gate, there was an exquisite small garden with rockery and flowing water, grass and flowers, and even tables and chairs for resting and chatting. The layout was well thought out and pleasing to the eyes. Walked a step, looked up to see a beautiful villa. Villa total of 6 floors. 4 floors above ground, 2 floors below ground. The floor area reached more than 2,000 square meters. Solid pure copper to create a security door. looking low-key and introverted. But in fact the price is not expensive. Push open the door. There is a huge bas-relief landscape painting in the entrance. The atmosphere is majestic, very consistent with Jiang Yan's aesthetics. The height of the hall is as high as 8 meters, and the crystal chandelier with a diameter of 3 meters hangs down from the top. Crystal clear and dazzling, with a 270-degree giant curtain floor-to-ceiling glass, which takes in the view of the garden. Dong Xiaoxian saw such a big house for the first time. It seemed like a palace, and as she walked and looked, her eyes were not enough. Chapter 25. As long as the hoe is well swung. Jiang Yan walked unhurriedly. Compared to Dong Xiaoxuan's excitement, he was much more calm. His mind was not on the house at all. Zhang Zonghang was mouthing off, introducing the room's furnishings. The villa uses Europe's top furniture brand Pozzoli. A single sofa is the price of a BMW 5 Series. Natural marble wash basin. The whole material is hollowed out, hand-polished and polished. The price is a year's salary of an ordinary office worker. Chinese and Western dual kitchen configuration. All kinds of kitchenware are imported high-grade goods. The price is also far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhang Zonghong walked and talked about the introduction. When the introduction came to the oversized check room, Dong Xiaoxuan's eyes blinked and blinked. Buring. When will I be able to live in a house like this? It would be a life without regrets. Like it? If you like it, you can live in it now. Jiang Yan heard Dong Xiaoxuan's murmur, and his large hand directly grabbed her jade hand. Dong Xiaoxuan's heart was startled. She did not expect Jiang Yan to be so frivolous, and immediately wanted to draw back her jade hand. However, she didn't know if Jiang Yan's grip was too tight, or if Dong Xiaoxuan's strength was too small, and she didn't break free. If it was in normal times, if someone dared to be so frivolous, Dong Xiaoxian would definitely slap her directly up and then add a kick. But now she even hesitated. Her heart began to beat faster, and her cheeks quickly burned. Dong Xiaoxian quietly glanced at the sales walking in front. Zhang Zonghong had been doing sales for many years, and was also a resourceful person, walking farther away early on, both maintaining a certain distance and not letting Jiang Yan's two people not be able to keep up. Just at this time, Dong Xiaoxuan's cell phone ringtone suddenly wanted to ring. The cell phone ringtone destroyed the ambiguous atmosphere of the two. Dong Xiaoxian panicked and withdrew her jade hand, picked up the phone, and at a glance, it was her boyfriend who called, revealing an apologetic look to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan waved his hand without caring. Dong Xiaoxian then left to answer the phone. Jiang Yan wondered and asked the system, "This probing skill doesn't work. How come she has a boyfriend and her heterosexuality is still 0? It can only be shown if it has been in close contact." The system dryly came on a description, but the meaning is already obvious. There is a boyfriend, but still original goods. After Dong Xiaoxian stepped aside, she couldn't help but complain. "What for? I'm working." The man on the other end of the phone, hearing Dong Xiaoxuan's bad tone, didn't comfort, but also just said in a raw voice, "Sorry to disturb you." "Already disturbed? What's the matter? Say it. It's about our engagement. The bride price your family wants is too high. Can you lower it?" On the other end of the cell phone, the man said with fire, "Li Xiangyang, I don't want a house either. Just a $50,000 dowry to go through the process. Is this too expensive for you? You don't want me to backpedal over, right? Xian, you also know that our family is a rural family. This money can't be taken out." When Dong Xiaoxian heard this, she immediately became angry and wanted to hang up the phone. "Your family has opened a repair shop. Business is booming. It's all known by the 10 miles of countryside. You wouldn't think that, since my parents favor you. You want to not spend a single penny, right? The money has all had other uses. Can't spare it. Anyway, $50,000 is not available. You're on your own." The boy on the other end of the phone was furious and immediately hung up. Dong Xiaoxian was confused. How to feel their own lines. Was robbed by the other side. There is gas cannot be scattered. Can only be angry to the cell phone pinched cackle. The screen is almost cracked. Jiang Yan's ears are very good. What's more, the sound of their quarrel is very loud, so he heard it clearly. However, the name Li Xiangyang, why does it sound a bit familiar? He has a high school classmate also named Li Xiangyang. Maybe it's just the same name. This name is still quite popular. Zhang Zonghong also felt bad for Dong Xiaoxian. Exasperated. That man obviously wants to empty his hands. There are plenty of good men. Change 1. Jiang Xiao is very good. Jiang Yan heart silently prays. This kid is very good. This commission, you do not take. Who take? Jiang Yan is not at all surprised that Dong Xiaoxian has a boyfriend. The system recognizes the high scores of the beauty. If they are not surrounded by a few male flies, that would be the strangest thing. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yan thinks he still has a hand in digging up walls, because he has the most efficient digger in the whole world. No matter how thick the walls are, he will dig them up in minutes. Dong Xiaoxian worked hard for a long time before she gathered herself. She stepped forward and came to Jiang Yan apologizing. I'm sorry Xiaoli. I've made you look at the joke. It's fine. Who doesn't have some bad things? Jiang Yan said comfortingly. Dong Xiaoxian heard sadly said, we have been in love for so long, but cannot pass the dowry this hurdle. It's not a question of the bride price money. Women should respect themselves and love themselves, but cannot be rushed backwards. That will only be looked down upon. Jiang Yan said a different view. This is the time when Dong Xiaoxian is emotionally vulnerable, and also the weakest time for psychological defense. Don't care. He's nothing more than the mud that accidentally sticks to the road of your life. Stomp your feet and it's gone. As Jiang Yan spoke, his big hand was quietly touching Dong Xiaoxuan's jade hand again. The skin was fair, like fine white jade, and the touch was excellent. This time, Dong Xiaoxian surprisingly did not have any resistance, although there are a few shyness, but did not break free. Perhaps Jiang Yan's handsome and gold played a role, or just quarreled with her boyfriend. The soul of the emptiness. Jiang Yan's recklessness, more led her mind. A kind of breaking the shackles of the sense of indulgence. Zhang Zonghang was a very eye-catching person, and went to another house early, and now in this room, there were only two people, Jiang Yan and Dong Xiaoxian. How about $100,000 to break up with your boyfriend? Jiang Yan was playing with the slender and soft razor, but his mouth suddenly uttered these words. What? Dong Xiaoxian was dumbfounded. Question marks written all over her face. She hadn't reacted yet. How about it? $100,000 to break up with your boyfriend. Is that acceptable? Dong Xiaoxian was still sad about what had just happened, and now that he heard that someone was going to take money to make him break up, he felt comical, just very surprised. Jiang Yan saw Dong Xiaoxian still froze, so he was straightforward. What? Don't believe it? Said. Directly to Dong Xiaoxian transferred to 100,000. The two contact information in the capital inspection when added. Dong Xiaoxian face incredible. Jiang Yan really turned over 100,000. Now rich people have been so idle? Spend $100,000 just to see people break up. Dong Xiaoxian just glanced at the amount. I do not know if it is because of embarrassment. Did not point to accept. Jiang Yan saw that she was still hesitating. Deliberately provoked her. You don't accept it. Are you still thinking about that scum? He's treating you like that. You even want to get back together? No way. I don't want to. These words gave Dong Xiaoxian a reason to accept the $100,000 on the cell phone to find the boyfriend's contact information. Direct message. The content of only 3 words, get lost. Then pull black. Delete. A set of operations more skillful than when Jiang Yan broke up. After making this decision, Dong Xiaoxuan's heart felt a sense of relief, and the depression in her heart was swept away. In fact, she also wants to break up the idea. The reason why and that man together, just because that man can talk. Very popular with parents. The family is more demolition. Economic conditions are very good. His parents are very satisfied. But these are fueled by the man's arrogance. No little bit of thinking for a change. 50,000 of the bride price are not given. She came to Shanghai City is also some hiding quiet meaning. She did not know whether she should listen to her parents to marry that man. But today's phone call made her finally see the true face of the man. If really together, she will certainly regret for life. Jiang Yan held Dong Xiaoxuan's catkin and didn't let go. At the same time, his body was slowly approaching. Dong Xiaoxuan's heart was beating fast. She thought that Jiang Yan would kiss over, just like the drama in the TV show where the overbearing president kisses Cinderella. That kind of romance. Just thinking about it makes her blush. Time flowed silently. 20 seconds passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding a new high-quality female and obtaining the Soldier King physique. After obtaining the reward, Jiang Yan felt a huge change in his body. A part of his body's fat was converted into muscle, although from the outside, it was still the same as before. Jiang Yan knew that his body's physical qualities were now far superior to before. Dong Xiaoxian closed her eyes and waited for half a day, but there was no movement. She did open her eyes, and saw Jiang Yan gently caressing her small hand with playful eyes. What are you thinking? You don't think I will kiss you, do you? I didn't. Dong Xiaoxuan's face, instantly red like a big apple. Oh, really? Chapter 26, Dong Xiaoxuan's shock. Jiang Yan's true purpose was achieved, so he let go of the beauty's delicate hand and stepped forward. Let's go. The sale is waiting for us in front. Dong Xiaoxian only then remembered that before there was another person here. Fortunately not. Otherwise her own gold-worshipping face would not all be seen. Hastily organizing her clothes, she took 2 quick steps to follow Jiang Yan's footsteps. If the others do not know, also thought Jiang Yan how she it. This want to cover up the appearance makes Jiang Yan laugh. The two walked out of the house. Zhang Zonghang was waiting not far from the door. The smile on his face remained the same, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yan sees sales so understanding. Also do not want to look at the house. Buy it, there is plenty of time to see. How much did this house offer to come? A small joy welled up in Zhang Zonghang's heart. After shopping for so long, he finally got to the point. 86 million. Sir, if you need a loan, you only need a 40% down payment of 25.8 million to own this villa. 40% down payment? Jiang Yan big hand did not know when, and pulled the beauty's small hand. The woman shyly wanted to break free, but Jiang Yan gripped very tightly. Dong Xiaoxian tried several times, but did not succeed. Can only let him go, just blushing terribly. Zhang Zonghong did not look away, as if he did not see all this. He continued to sell. Young Li, if you really want to buy it, I can discuss it with the leaders and lower the percentage of the down payment to 30%, and the total price can be a small cut. Speaking here, Dong Xiaoxuan's face is also a face of nervousness. The transaction is successful. She will also have a substantial brokerage fee. This villa inquired a lot, but why so long or not sold? There is only one reason, and that is too expensive. The high price of $86 million was not something that an average person in Shanghai City could afford. Even if it was in installments, it was not something that an average family could afford. No installments. Is full payment okay? Full payment. Zhang Zonghong was shocked. Although he knew that Jiang Yan had $100 million in cash, he didn't think that he would use it all to buy a house. After all, rich people's money will be utilized to the limit, will be used in a variety of investments. Stocks. Few people will take the full payment to buy a mansion. That's too much to eat cash flow. Not the most reasonable way of financial management. What? No? Jiang Yan asked rhetorically. Yes, of course you can. If you pay in full, we will also do the biggest discount on the price. Zhang Zonghong was very excited in his heart, talking about this step. This thing was almost 8 or 9. He couldn't help but float in his mind. After doing this single, even if I am unemployed at home this year, my wife will have to serve me with good wine and good food. No, the yellow face at home. I'm tired of looking at. Since marriage, work hard every day, exhausted. This single end. I want to do a full set of Daboojin enjoy. Enjoy. Jiang Yan did not expect, just buy a house move, but let the sales have so many ideas. Zhang Zonghong thought, immediately took out his cell phone to call the sales department. Let them put the contracts ready. Jiang Yan said indifferently, let's go. Let's go to your company to sign the contract. Dong Xiaoxuan's eyes revealed a look of adoration. A man who spends money is handsome. Think about that ex-boyfriend of his. $50,000 is not even willing to give himself to spend. Fortunately did not let him take advantage of a little bit. Otherwise it would be a big loss. Jiang Xiao, be careful of the steps under your feet. Zhang Zonghong bent over, carefully leading the way in front. That look, more flattering than a eunuch in the palace. The sales department was on the side of the cell gate. But a few steps, the three of them came to the sales hall. The two sat in the private room for a while, and Zhang Zonghong came over with the contract. Sorry for the long wait. The total price of the villa is 86 million. If you choose to pay in full, the leader explained that there will be an additional discount of 2 million. Zhang Zonghong had a sincere face. Discount? No need. I'm not a poor person. When the time comes to get the property for me, it's fine. Jiang Yan said with an indifferent face. Zhang Zonghong's face was surprised. So arrogant? Millions of dollars do not care. This is not to buy cigarettes to make change for a few dollars and cents. In fact, just now the leader has explained their psychological price at 83 million. Did not expect the guests pressed to cut the price, and even do not want concessions, which really let Zhang Zonghong surprise. After all, the higher the total price, the higher his commission. Young Li atmosphere. We enabled the best property company in the city. This point Young Li, please rest assured. This is the contract. Please sign it. Dong Xiaoxian, come over and sign. Jiang Yan pulled over Dong Xiaoxian, who was still dumbfounded by the drama, and asked her to sign. Dong Xiaoxian was just fantasizing about when she would be able to own such a large villa, even if it was just the right to live in it. As a result, in the next moment, the $86 million pie hit her face, and she was instantly confused. Her whole brain was down. She looked at Jiang Yan with a surprised face, feeling like she was dreaming. She even bit her lips foolishly. Hiss. It really hurt. It seemed that this was not a dream. This was a garden villa worth $86 million. Jiang Yan actually wanted her to sign. This guy couldn't be mentally ill. Zhang Zonghong also had an unbelievable look on his face. If he remembered correctly, this woman was just an intermediary sales right. It seemed like they were meeting for the first time. To pick up an agency real estate sales, does it need to be so big? No. Young Li, this is not something to joke about. I would not be able to stand it. How can I get such an expensive villa? Although Dong Xiaoxian was incredibly shocked in her heart, she still couldn't believe it and thought Jiang Yan was joking with her. They had only just met. The time before and after was only a few hours. And to give such an expensive gift, how could it be possible? No, Jiang Yan, never joke around. And this time is no different. Today you broke up. As a friend, how can I not think of ways to make you happy? I'm a person who has no other competent skills and can't think of any good ways. Just a little bit of money. You won't think I'm tacky, right? Jiang Yan asked with a sincere face. How did I break up? You still don't know. If it wasn't for you egging me on, could I break up? Of course these words, Dong Xiaoxian only dared to slander in her stomach, not daring to really say it. I certainly won't. It's just that this gift is too expensive. I don't dare to accept it. Dong Xiaoxian waved her hand repeatedly to reject it. Jiang Yan understood that a woman easily accepting a gift of such a large amount would appear to be gold digging, and it was obvious that Dong Xiaoxian also had such concerns. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and turned to think of a good idea in an instant. Actually, my quota for purchasing a house is already full, but I especially like this villa, so I can only use your name. In a while, let the sales issue a certificate of full funded purchase. Let's sign it. This way, the actual owner of the villa is still me. Jiang Yan smiled and explained. This is the rich people who do not have the qualification to buy a house. Often use the routine. First occupy the house, when they get the qualification to buy a house, and then transfer back to the property right. The price paid is just a little property transaction tax. For example, find a local person who does not have a house to get married falsely. Sign a premarital property certificate first. Wait for the house to arrive, and then divorce. So that's how it is. A relieved smile appeared on Dong Xiaoxuan's face, but in reality, her heart was like a knife churning. This ups and downs made her body feel a few moments of weakness. Originally wondered Jiang Yan turned 100,000 to let themselves break up. Is it to see the fun? Now it seems that the real purpose is revealed. The original is to buy their own places. That 100,000 is just a small bait. Taking people's money. For people to eliminate disasters. Dong Xiaoxian asked herself in addition to look pretty. There is nothing to figure out. Anyway, to money. Is not a point. Not afraid of being cheated. Such a big villa. Have the right to live is already very good. Do people cannot be too greedy. Dong Xiaoxian quickly adjusted her mood. She was afraid that Jiang Yan could see through her heart, and would think that she was a very vain woman. Dong Xiaoxian smiled at Jiang Yan and said, I can promise. However, it has to be added to the agreement that I have the right to live in the villa. Good. Jiang Yan smiled and sized up the beauty in front of her. She revealed cute pear swirls when she smiled. Her jade hand pulled up the hair scattered on her forehead. Her demeanor was dignified, and she had a sensible softness. Just that pair of big cows was a bit out of place. Chapter 27 Encountering High-Quality Males. Zhang Zongheng had a foggy face. With this kind of operation, the property rights of the villa was indeed still in Jiang Yan's hands. However, the villa would become a non-performing asset. No one would buy a villa containing a third party's right of occupancy, asking for trouble. Zhang Zongheng did not understand what Jiang Yan was doing. Dong Xiaoxian didn't know much about it, and when she heard that Jiang Yan agreed, she signed her name on the purchase contract. Jiang Yan also operated his cell phone and transferred $86 million to the sales department. Money to the account. Zhang Zongheng heart-happy smile. This order commission hand. This time to consider where to go to spend a crazy. Treat yourself. Zhang Zongheng happy at the same time. Also did not forget Jiang Yan just words immediately went to prepare a contract, proof of Jiang Yan's wholly owned purchase of the contract. Dong Xiaoxian picked it up and carefully examined it, specifically checking the article on the right of abode, and found that it was indeed the same as promised, so she signed her name. Now, she had the right to live in this luxury villa. Jiang Yan indifferently looked over, also signed his name, but Zhang Zongheng, who was standing beside Jiang Yan, suddenly became dumbfounded, with a look of astonishment, because he found the name Jiang Yan signed, Jack Jiang. What the hell kind of name is this? Someone called Wood this name? Middle or not? West or not? He remembers that this Li Xiao is obviously called Jiang Yan. How to sign the contract became Jack Jiang. Zhang Zongheng is puzzled. Jiang Yan signed and closed the contract in a dashing manner, silently checking his system messages. Congratulations to the host, consumption of 86 million. Has used the 100 times cashback card. Successfully returned 86 billion. Such a huge sum of money. A figure that the previous Jiang Yan would not even dare to think about in this life. Is now quietly lying in his cell phone balance, waiting for him to spend. It is simply dreamlike. If this is really a dream, Jiang Yan hopes to never wake up, because it is too happy. Dong Xiaoxian and Zhang Zongheng saw Jiang Yan dazed, seeming to be traveling out of the sky. A moment later, Jiang Yan opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, the deal is done. Let's go. General Manager Zhang Hong and other employees of the company have come over, sandwiched between the road to send off. Dong Xiaoxian saw this scene. The slender jade hand even took the initiative to take Jiang Yan's arm. Jiang Yan difference of a glance, followed by a heartfelt smile. The charm of money is really fascinating. Inside a luxurious office, a majestic middle-aged man sat on the boss chair. Opposite him was the sales Zhang Zongheng who received Jiang Yan. If Jiang Yan was also present, he would definitely be able to recognize the man on the boss chair as the Wu Wenbin he met in the car sales store. Has that house been sold? Sold out, Mr. Wu. It's a young man. Zhang Zongheng returned in a formal manner in front of the huge desk. Oh, a young man? It's a pity that I came a little late and didn't meet him. Otherwise I would have liked to meet this young talent. Wu Wenbin leaned back in his boss chair with a bland expression. This is a rich and generous son. For the sake of a woman, $86 million said to spend it. Oh, didn't he buy this villa? Zhang Zongheng immediately said back. No, he bought it for a woman. I heard them talk as if they just met. This is too much of a loser. Now Wu Wenbin also became interested, sat up straight and said, tell me in detail what's going on. Chief Zhang Hong immediately recounted the scene at that time, including all the ambiguous actions of Jiang Yan and Dong Xiaoxian. And Jack Jiang? Anyone with this name? This young Jiang is really rich. Only met him once and bought a house for him. He was also afraid that people would know about it and cause a burden. He specially made up a story. General Zhang Hong said with great certainty. In that case, this Jiang Xiao really is still a love interest. What's his name? Mr. Wu. That client is called Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan? Wu Wenbin suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. He immediately stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office to contemplate. Could this Jiang Yan and the Jiang Yan in the car sales store before be the same person? You said that he directly paid the bill in full and refused our discount offer? Yes, Mr. Wu. I didn't use any of the discount privileges you gave me. Zhang Zongheng returned. Wu Wenbin pondered for a moment and said, in this case, since the customer is so generous, we can't be too stingy. You go and ask the finance to order a car around $3 million and send it over to Youngli. Okay, Mr. Wu. Zhang Zongheng bowed and walked out of the office. Jiang Yan and Dong Xiaoxian walked on the neighborhood's tree-lined path, the sunlight piercing through the leaves and casting a dappled light. They were walking towards the parking lot of the district. Dong Xiaoxian was in a professional outfit with a convex front and curved back, and was so beautiful that she naturally attracted a lot of men's gazes. Many people peeped from afar, and very few were eager to come over to talk to her for a contact information. But ultimately, due to low self-esteem, they didn't dare to implement the ideas in their hearts, and could only quench their thirst by looking at plums, and self-hypnotize their imaginations. Of course, there will be some bold. They want to be the first to eat crabs. This is not a confident young man. The young man was wearing gold glasses. The sleeve of his left hand was shallowly pulled up, revealing the green aqua ghost wristwatch that the young man was particularly familiar with. And he walked with his head held high and his steps were full of wind. So it was obvious that he was a confident young man. Hello, I'm a homeowner who just purchased a home in this neighborhood. May I ask if you're a real estate salesman? I have a small problem here that needs to be solved. As he spoke, he pretended to unconsciously use his left hand to straighten his glasses, his delicate wristwatch glittering in the sunlight. It was a masterful piece of discourse, while concealing one's purposefulness. If the answer is yes, then the rest of the conversation is logical. No problem can also create problems. If the answer is no, then it can also be very natural to strike up a conversation. Chatting, no matter how you answer, will establish a dialogue connection, thus deepening the impression. Jiang Yan quietly watched the performance of the man with the gold glasses without making any statement. Dong Xiaoxian subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yan. Her heart was annoyed beyond measure. Once upon a time when she encountered such a situation she would be very happy because her charm was unrivaled. But now when she encountered this kind of situation, it was really annoying. He wouldn't think that he was the kind of woman who attracted butterflies, right? Dong Xiaoxian just wanted to get rid of this annoying man immediately. Sorry, I'm not in sales. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw that you were wearing work clothes, so I thought you were a staff member. I'm really sorry. The man was courteous and very educated. So are you guys from the property company? The water pipe in my house is broken. Can you help me fix it? The man pointed to a villa not far away. There was a 200 or 300 square feet. The man with the gold glasses said in his mouth that he needed to fix the water pipe, but his eyes were still staring straight at Dong Xiaoxuan's exquisite face. Normally when he hit on her, he wouldn't look like this, but today's woman was just too stunning. He had never seen such a seductive babe. For a moment, he was shaken and exposed his nature. Dong Xiaoxian rolled her eyes, originally thought that this was a high-quality man, but as a result, just met and let the girl go to the house, and repair the plumbing? Lying to the little cutie. What about? Where does she look like a property company? Chapter 28 Rowing Accident Mediation. Dong Xiaoxian lightly glanced at the villa, and in the middle of the golden glasses man's expectant gaze, she said a sentence that was very much to his liking. Yo, luxurious little villa. But, sorry, we are not from the property either. Please contact the real property company. The man with gold glasses did not expect Dong Xiaoxian to be so difficult to deal with. He revealed so much information. He did not believe that Dong Xiaoxian did not see it at all. If the average little girl, she could not help but to take the initiative to add the V letter. But the woman in front of him, how is it that she is not moved at all? Until he saw the beauty of the side of Jiang Yan, only to understand what is going on. Just saw Dong Xiaoxian, surprised by the heavenly, subconsciously used his usual pickup routine, and only now realized that she actually has a male companion. The man with the gold glasses glanced at Jiang Yan in disgust. If Dong Xiaoxian was the only one, he believed he would be able to handle it. It was already a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see such a beautiful woman, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to look for her again in a sea of people. I'm sorry, I was the one who recognized the wrong person. The front is my house. Can I have the honor of inviting the two of you to have a drink at home? The man with the gold glasses thought. Now there are 3 people present. As long as it is a normal person, facing an excellent high-quality male, smart people probably won't let go of this opportunity to expand their network, right? After all, Jiang Yan's dress, a clear-eyed person could see at a glance that it was very average. Is that your villa? It looks good. How big is the area? Dong Xiaoxian pretended to ask innocently. This greasy high-quality male had never said hello to Jiang Yan from the beginning to the end, and although Jiang Yan didn't care, Dong Xiaoxian felt she needed to help Jiang Yan find face. It's not big, just over 200 square feet, the golden glasses said smugly. 200 square feet. A bit small. Dong Xiaoxian's tone carried faint contempt. The man's face instantly became ugly. Refused. Spoke so arrogantly, he would like to see how big a house can hide this woman. The man with the gold glasses held back his anger, pretended to be calm and said, it's a bit small. This is just one of my properties. I still have properties elsewhere in the city center. Adding up, there are also a few thousand square feet. Dong Xiaoxian knew that rich people nowadays, almost all of them owned multiple properties, and this golden-eyed man was also a good quality man. But Jiang Yan was right beside her. Dong Xiaoxian had to show her attitude, not letting Jiang Yan think that she was a Sea King gold-digging woman. Thousands of square feet, that's not a small amount, but I still like my boyfriend's 30-square-foot rental house. Dong Xiaoxian wrapped her arms around Jiang Yan with a sweet face. The passers-by who were still peeking in were bursting with envy and jealousy, itching to kill Jiang Yan to replace him. The man with the gold glasses was force-fed a handful of dog food, and that face was as ugly as it could be. So beautiful. Looking for a man but really no vision. Deserve you to live in a rented house. The golden-eyed man knew that Dong Xiaoxian was playing with herself and lost his patience, dropping a mocking remark and leaving in large strides. Arriving at the parking lot not far away, he subconsciously pulled out his key to unlock the car, only to find that he couldn't open his luxury car. Anxious ball of confusion. Do not know where the problem. How a good car cannot be unlocked. This is the time. Dong Xiaoxian holding Jiang Yan's arm also came over, in front of the man with gold glasses, standing still. Originally anxious gold glasses man. See 2 people is even more annoyed. No good temper. How do you come over? Is not seen so handsome luxury car? Although the current situation is embarrassing, it does not prevent him from showing that inexplicable sense of superiority. Jiang Yan said with a speechless face, Sir, don't you even recognize your own car? Your own car? The man with the gold glasses subconsciously looked at it. Porsche Panamera. Silver gray. Alright, please look at the license plate number. Is it the same as your car? Do you still need to look at the license plate number to drive your own car? He still didn't react and didn't know what Jiang Yan meant by that. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Dong Xiaoxian took the initiative to explain. Sorry, this is our car. After Dong Xiaoxian finished speaking, Jiang Yan also cooperated and unlocked the silver gray Panamera. The man with the golden glasses who was pulling hard on the car door opened it in a flash. He pulled the car door awkwardly, and for a moment, he just wanted to find a crack in the ground. He never thought that he would recognize the wrong car. And the most unexpected thing for him was that this man who was covered in cheap goods and lived in a 30-square-foot rented house would have a luxury car that was exactly the same as his own. Porsche Panamera as a best-selling luxury car, have the same model in the busy city center encounter is also very normal. He was fed silly by Dong Xiaoxian's handful of dog food, and couldn't even recognize the car. The two of them ignored the man who was already demented and directly opened the door to get into the car. Jiang Yan started the car, came to the man's side, opened the window, and said indifferently, "Thank you for helping me find a parking space. And also, If a woman has a male companion by her side, don't just strike up a conversation, or else you'll be easily beaten up. Saying that, the Paramera let out a growl and flew away, leaving behind only a constipated man. Bull ******* 30 square foot rental house. People who can afford to drive $1 million luxury car, who lives in a 30 square foot rental house. It turns out that since the beginning, he is just a clown, giving people to amuse the boredom of fun. Leaving the villa area, Jiang Yan and Dong Xiaoxian came to a high-class Western restaurant and had a big meal. Then Jiang Yan sent Dong Xiaoxian to the agency, and in the beauty's reluctant to part with her gaze, Jiang Yan left in style. If Jiang Yan wanted to, Dong Xiaoxian would definitely appear in his presidential suite tonight, or in his newly bought villa, but he didn't like the idea of having to go to bed the first time they met. Even though it was a matter of seeing the sex, he still liked the feeling of the water being in the right place and progressing step by step. That's what makes him feel like he's a human being, not a beast driven by desire. Freedom is not doing whatever you want to do. Freedom is when you know you can't do something, so you don't do it. That's the real freedom. After getting the system, Jiang Yan was even more conscious of controlling himself, not to be kidnapped by money and fall into the circle of crazy consumption. Jiang Yan wanted to be a high-quality god-ho, moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic all-round development. Jiang Yan returned to the hotel's presidential suite. The villa still needs to be thoroughly cleaned. It just so happens that Jiang Yan ordered a month's worth of presidential suites, which only lived for 2 days. He has plenty of time to wait. Jiang Yan sat on the luxurious sofa, shaking his hand. 82 years of Rabi, cannot. Expensive red wine he is not used to drinking, always feel a strange rancid flavor. Jiang Yan sometimes laughed at himself. He was born a poor man's life, cannot eat fine food. At this time, the cell phone rang. It turned out to be Rolls-Royce after-sales service personnel. Finally came to Zhanghai City. Jiang Yan and the person made an appointment to meet at the Traffic Accident Treatment Center. Jiang Yan smiled evilly. He could not wait to see the landlady's scene of meat pain. Although the Rolls-Royce repair cost is estimated to be very expensive, I think the landlady, as a local gentry, should also be able to afford to repair, depending on how much blood can be given. Jiang Yan drove to the car sales center, found Lu Fan to get the key, replaced the Rolls-Royce Cullinan with the Piggy Pachy painting style, and drove to the Traffic Accident Treatment Center. At the same time, in the yard of a rural building, the landlady also received a call from the traffic police. Oops, what do you think is going to happen? Putting down her cell phone, the landlady was grief-stricken and wanted to cry. Auntie, what's wrong? At this time came over a beautiful young girl. Her age is only about 20 years old, but she has a pair of long legs against the sky. More than a meter-high leg length is enough to kill countless girls of the same age. Jade legs wearing the most classic letters of the Paris family black silk. Seductive. Black high heels stepped in the courtyard of the stone road. Issued a d-dis sound. The woman saw that her sister-in-law looked sad and rushed forward to care. She grew up as a mongrel. When she was a child mischievous by her parents' mixed doubles, she would run to the sister-in-law to seek comfort. The sister-in-law will always do all kinds of delicious hospitality, until when the parents' anger are dissipated, only to send her back. As a result, the woman's relationship with her sister-in-law was particularly good, and she often came over to visit the house when she had time. And in the meantime, she also took a look at the younger brother who looked a lot like her. What's wrong? It's still not your untalented younger brother, taking a paintbrush to scratch the car. It's all because your sister-in-law gave her a spoiled brat. The sister-in-law's father, who was also furious, accused on the spot. I spoiled him? Why didn't you say so when I was spoiled? And now it's all my fault when things go wrong? The landlady's face was aggrieved. Their son, Xiao Hu, at this time a face of aggrieved Baba squatting in the corner. God knows what he went through a few days, before the parents are in the mouth for fear of melting, hold in the palm of the hand for fear of broken. Now is every day to experience mixed doubles. Pain. Seeing that the two are about to quarrel, he hurriedly hid to the side. This is his experience accumulated from 2 days of being beaten. Seeing that the situation was not right, the girl hurriedly changed the topic. No matter what the reason is, since it happened, let's not pursue the reason. Let's solve the problem first. Chapter 29, The Great Demon King Jiangyan. Next, the landlady narrated. Everyone has a perspective on things. The landlady of course spoke from her own perspective. The landlady was of course speaking from her own point of view. What she said was all about Jiangyan's callousness and the child's young ignorance. When the woman heard her sister-in-law's account, she was also furious. This man had lived in her sister-in-law's house for such a long time, and he didn't show any mercy at all. It was too hateful. Therefore, she decided to meet this man for a while to see what she could do to help her sister-in-law, and could not let him ask for a lion's share of the money and ask for a lot of money. Jiang Yan drove slowly into the traffic accident processing center. Rolls-Royce after-sales staff has long been waiting here. After a brief introduction, the after-sales staff immediately looked at the scratches on the vehicle. Mr. Jiang, the damage to your car is not too big. These paintings, we can deal with them perfectly. Except that there are a few places that seem to have been overexerted, damaging the paint, and need to be repainted. The after-sales staff replied to Jiang Yan after taking a closer look. At this point, the landlady's family arrived late. Traffic police led the two sides to the mediation room. The two sides took their seats. The atmosphere is silent and awkward. No one seems to want to speak first. The old traffic policeman looked at both sides, did not say anything. So he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Jiang mentioned that the video is clear and unambiguous. The responsible party for the accident. There is no need for me to say more, right? The old traffic cop turned his head to look at the landlady's family and waited for their answer. The landlady knew that the evidence was overwhelming, and she couldn't rely on it even if she wanted to, so she acquiesced, only to ask with a lack of breath, then how much is the cost of repairing the car? If it's too much, we can't get it out. The Rolls-Royce's after-sales service took over and said, if the body is cleaned, it only needs $50,000. As for those few minor scratches, it needs to be repaired, and it needs $150,000. When the landlady heard this, she directly felt faint and was about to pass out. Fortunately, the old companion beside her grabbed her, which prevented her from falling over. The landlord uncle also had a despondent look on his face, and tremblingly inquired, Xiao Jiang, can it be a little less? How to say? We all got along for a period of time. Jiang Yan turned around and faintly said, I originally felt that we have known each other for a while. There is no need to make such a mess, but the way the landlady handled it made me feel the need to be businesslike. Since she's so powerful, then take the money. It's only $200,000. It's not like she can't get it out. Seeing that the matter was irreparable, the landlord uncle resigned himself to his fate. Although this $200,000 could be taken out, it was all the family's savings. Their family is quite rich. Their own work $6,000 a month, plus rent money. Annual income is more than 100,000 yuan. But all of a sudden, take out $200,000 for nothing. This is who is also hard to bear. The landlord uncle trembling fingers, operating on the phone. Several bank card money together. There are more than 180,000, which is 2 years of their savings cannot eat and drink to save. How can not meet pain? He intends to go online to borrow some more. These days with online loans, looking for people to borrow money has been embarrassed. At this time, there was a sudden chirp outside the door. Wait! A girl wearing Parisian black silk, striding in with her long legs against the sky, directly pressed the landlord uncle's cell phone. She was going to come together, but the route they took was too congested. Obviously a few steps short of the road. Hard to block there for 20 minutes without moving. She could only let her sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband come first, and she herself was blocked until now. Wenting, things have been taken care of, but it cost a bit of money. It's fine. I can still afford this amount of money. The landlord uncle forced a smile. Jiang Yan looked up to see the visitor. Isn't this Jiang Wenting? If it wasn't for the fact that she was Zhang Shui's BFF, he would have already flipped out with this woman. Although her beauty was above the passing line, she was a guy with an extremely bad personality. Similarly, Jiang Wenting also recognized Jiang Yan, this man who had robbed her sister-in-law. She knew him even if he turned into ashes. Shui's sister and her brother, childhood sweethearts. But by this hateful man, is not just too stinking money. What's the big deal? Jiang Wenting does not want to deal with Jiang Yan, but things have already happened. Hard head also have to go. At the moment, the sister-in-law and their side is not reasonable. If you want the sister-in-law does not transfer the words, she will not have to beg Jiang Yan. Now riding the tiger is difficult. Jiang Wenting also annoyed very much. Think of the usual sister-in-law on their own good. This 200,000 is not a small amount. Sister-in-law's family monthly income of more than 10,000, but throw away the food and drink. 5 years do not seek and save 200,000, and for Jiang Yan is different. The last time they ate a seafood dinner, Jiang Yan spent more than 100,000 yuan. Jiang Wenting could only think of a way to communicate with Jiang Yan, hoping that he would be open-minded, to alleviate some of these 200,000, to be able to waive that would be the best. Jiang Wenting thought in her heart, or she will compromise. But that feeling is really hard. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenting said to Jiang Yan, Jiang Xiao, come out with me. The landlady too saw this. Their hearts were happy. The original niece knows Jiang Yan. Now hopefully she can let Jiang Yan net a little, or less can also be. Jiang Yan was surprised when he saw Jiang Wenting. He had lived in the landlord's place for a long time, but he had never seen Jiang Wenting. Because the landlord lives in another courtyard. Once Jiang Yan, snail in his room of a few square meters, seldom go out, so it has never seen. The last time I let this woman earn a lot of commission. It is already a great mercy, and now you still come to tease the old man's mood. Really think that you are Zhang Shui's bosom friend can be unscrupulous. Jiang Yan walked out of the room indifferently. He would like to see what tricks this girl will play. The two of them came outside the mediation room and walked in the courtyard to stop under a bright green poplar tree. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. If it's so that I don't pursue the matter, then don't talk about it, lest I get mad and make things difficult for Zhang Shui. Left and right at that time. Jiang Wenting was just on fire when she heard this. Her snow-white waves of anger rose and fell, her slender thighs even stomped her feet fiercely. The lapis lazuli boards made a dull ringing sound. That is my sister-in-law. Swear a sister grew up with my brother. Long ago promised to be my sister-in-law. It's all because you interfered. Don't you know that interfering in someone's relationship and being a third party is the most shameless behavior? Jiang Yan saw this scene, immediately felt funny. Robbed is your brother's girlfriend. What are you excited about? Moreover, childhood playhouse things can be taken seriously? Jiang Yan even played the emperor when he was a child. There were 3 female classmates as consorts at that time. So, it's still my fault? Jiang Wenting affirmed. Of course, you're a liar who specializes in abducting other people's girlfriends. I'll definitely get Sister Shuer back. Jiang Yan had the probing skill and knew Zhang Shui's intimacy towards herself. Over 90 intimacy. Normal couples weren't that high, so it could be said that Jiang Yan could push back at any time if he wanted to. So that what childhood friend? Jiang Yan will not care at all. So what? You're threatening me? Don't you have anything else to say? Jiang Yan smiled playfully and glanced meaningfully at the mediation room. You. Jiang Wenting noticed Jiang Yan's eyes, her silver teeth lightly clenched. Her expression was incomparably sad and angry, like a weak woman who had to succumb to the great demon king. Jiang Wenting looked towards the mediation room. The expectant eyes of her sister-in-law and the two of them multiplied her pressure. For the sake of her loved ones she could only continue to tangle with this great demon king. Chapter 30 Pulling the red thread. Jiang Wenting was furious. Her eyes were undulating, and the buttons on the upper front of her white shirt, which were under great pressure at the moment, were almost about to fall apart. Jiang Wenting calmed down. She came to negotiate with Jiang Yan, not to fight. Jiang Yan saw Jiang Wenting's mood stabilized, couldn't help but secretly shake his head in pity, thinking to himself, I should have added more fire, but unfortunately, I missed the most beautiful scenery. Jiang Wenting coldly said, tell me, how can I not hold my sister-in-law responsible? $200,000 to you is just one hair of a 9 ox, but for my sister-in-law, it takes 2 years of not eating or drinking to save up. Your money is not easy to earn. My money is what the wind blows over? Jiang Yan saw that Jiang Wenting was still overbearing, and not spoiling her. He immediately disliked her back. Whose money is not blowing in the wind? Robbery is fast money, but also at the risk of going to jail. The old saying, money is hard to earn, is hard to eat. Of course, Jiang Yan is an exception. Who let him hang? Jiang Wenting does not know that he has a system. Therefore, Jiang Yan said justified. Jiang Wenting didn't want to beg for more. This nasty man she is a piece does not want to see. So a heartless gritted his teeth and said, this 200,000. I'm out. A moment. Say you don't pursue the matter. Jiang Yan heart laughed softly. Che, want to play the hero? You this 200,000 may still earn my commission? Jiang Yan guessed right. That crazy shopping. Let Jiang Wenting bonus to get soft. Full of more than 200,000. Just enough money to repair the car. Jiang Wenting saw that Jiang Yan didn't say anything, so she thought he agreed, and immediately had to call her boss for an advance on her paycheck. The more than $200,000 of commission, which wouldn't be paid out until next month. She could only get in advance now. Jiang Yan touched his chin, pondered, I suddenly thought, the head of the flying goddess statue, as if the point broken. No, I have to find the traffic police uncle identification, by the way, and then ask the after-sales change how much money? Said Jiang Yan pretended to go to the traffic police. How there is still damage Jiang Wenting collapsed. This $200,000 is already her limit. If you add that flying goddess car label, she definitely can't pay. What do you really want? Can't you be a little more reasonable? Jiang Wenting hurriedly pulled Jiang Yan. A face of aggrieved Baba said. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up a good-looking arc. Now you know to be soft. I thought you could always be so tough. In fact, the flying goddess of the car label at all. Jiang Yan is to scare Jiang Wenting. This girl is now panicked. Cannot think of so much. All of a sudden, was Jiang Yan's bull **** to the bluff. Jiang Yan tilted his head and sized up Jiang Wenting. It's very simple. You just need to swear not to disturb my relationship with Shuer anymore. And at the same time give me another shoulder rub and apologize. And this will be over. Jiang Yan was actually interested in fighting proficiency, and he wanted to bind Jiang Wenting to obtain this reward. When Jiang Wenting heard this, she directly broke her defense and exclaimed, "Don't even think about it. Sister Shuer is my brother's inner sister-in-law. I can't betray my brother. And as for rubbing your shoulders, it's even more of a dream. Good. Since you have such a backbone, let's not talk about it." Jiang Yan finished speaking and was ready to go back to the mediation room. The landlady couldn't help but come over to take a look after watching the two talk for so long, and seeing that the two didn't look right. It seemed that the talk had fallen apart. The landlady walked over to Jiang Yan's side. Not seeing the bossy attitude from a few days ago, her attitude became much better, and spoke to Jiang Yan in a low voice. "Mr. Jiang, we were at fault for this matter. We will fully compensate you for your loss." After saying that, she went to Jiang Wenting's side and said, "If we really can't, let's compensate in full. I and your aunt and husband for so many years. There are some savings, the money is gone can be earned. It's all something outside the body. It doesn't matter." Jiang Wenting heard her sister-in-law's gentle words. Tears almost fell. Thinking of the usual sister-in-law's good, she suffered a bit of aggression is nothing. She forced her eyes to hold back the tears that were about to fall, walked to Jiang Yan's side, and said quietly in Jiang Yan's ear, "I promise. Let's go and finish this matter first, and then I will fulfill my promise." Jiang Yan subconsciously just wanted to retort, "No, what if you renege?" However, when he saw Jiang Wenting's reddened eyes, and the tears that were about to flow, his heart couldn't help but soften, and he didn't say anything. Jiang Wenting carried her sister-in-law behind her back and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, turned around and smiled. "Sister-in-law, we had a good talk about it. We two are old acquaintances. We just talked about some other things again." Jiang Wenting carried her small hand behind her back and quietly tugged on Jiang Yan's sleeve. Jiang Yan immediately understood what Jiang Wenting meant. He laughed with the landlady. "This is all a misunderstanding. We all know each other. The car just lost a bit of paint. It's not worth taking up police resources like this. This time the damage is on me. The car, which is not bumped and bruised." Just at this time, the old traffic police and the landlord uncle also walked out. The traffic police saw Jiang Yan so atmospheric, also laughed and said, "Since you have negotiated privately, then sign it." Jiang Yan signed his name on the certificate of not pursuing responsibility, and then the landlady signed as well, allowing the accident to be completely closed. Subsequently, the Rolls-Royce's after-sales contacted the company and consigned Jiang Yan's car back to the headquarters for repairs. Seeing the end of this matter, the landlord's uncle and his old companion also finally let go of their heavy hearts, and said to Jiang Yan, "This time, it was our fault after all, and although Mr. Jiang will no longer pursue the responsibility, we would like to invite Mr. Jiang to have a meal to express our apologies." Faced with a sincere apology, Jiang Yan couldn't find a reason to refuse. The landlord uncle hadn't offended him either, and he was also treating things as they were. Jiang Yan thought about it and returned, "Yes, this old man is not bad." Before Jiang Yan rent a house have encountered problems. As long as informed the old man will always want to find a way to solve. It is the old man's son. Too much spoiled children. A few people looked for a local Sichuan restaurant. Food over 5 flavors. Wine over 3 rounds. The atmosphere gradually warm. Like old friends who have known for a long time. The onlooker will not even think that they have just been in court. The landlord uncle first raised his glass in a formal manner and said, "I apologize for our poor attitude before, and I also thank Mr. Jiang for his magnanimity in not holding us responsible." Seeing her old partner take a stand, the landlady also chimed in, "Mr. Jiang, we spoiled our children too much and caused you damage. I'm very sorry. My attitude was also very wrong. It's just that I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. I hope you won't hold a grudge." Jiang Yan saw that the two couples' attitude was very sincere and accepted their apology. Stretching his hand is not a good thing, not to mention the fact that there is this relationship with Jiang Wenting. He can't offend Jiang Wenting to death. At least it's a potential small treasury, although the link has not been established yet, but it's always not wrong to stock up on more food. The landlord uncle's alcohol capacity can be called the sea, and Jiang Yan is a sales origin, but also killed out of the thousands of soldiers. The two are a good man, chess rival. Fight is difficult to distinguish. This relationship is familiar, even the name has changed. The landlord uncle lifted up the wineglass, smiled and said, "Xiao Jiang, I am a few years older than you. It's okay to address you this way, right?" "It's okay, uncle," Jiang Yan said back. "How old is this year?" "Married, Tiger, this year 25. "Not married," Jiang Yan replied. "Then is there a person?" Jiang Yan this kind of understand. This old man is trying to introduce himself to the object. The scene is also no one else. That woman can only be Jiang Wenting. Jiang Yan wouldn't dare to ask for this warrior woman, even if she was very decent. If Jiang Wenting knew that Jiang Yan had his feet in several boats, this could chop him up while he was sleeping. The landlord uncle, as an elder, also meant well and could not be ungrateful. Jiang Yan could only change the topic and said, "I'm just starting my career now. I don't have time to fall in love." To the average playboy, he wouldn't give up the whole forest for a tree. But to Jiang Yan, it was that he couldn't give up the treasures of the world for a gold lump. If you can't do it from the beginning, don't make light promises. Chapter 31 Fulfillment of Promises. The landlord uncle's drunkenness surged and raised his glass. This old saying is true. When you start a family before you start a family. And you start a business afterward. Only after starting a family can a boy truly become a man. Understand the responsibilities and burdens he carries, and have a stronger drive. Getting married doesn't slow you down. On the contrary, having a good wife will only make you like a tiger with wings, and things will go smoothly. The landlord uncle said is not unreasonable. Choose a good wife is very important. Choose a good family harmony, career prosperity. Choose not good, that would be miserable. Light, the family chicken flew. Everything is not good. Heavy, the family broke. The disaster left 3 generations. If it is another girl, Jiang Yan will not matter. Meet, recognize it. He is not in his hometown, has not been kissed. But Jiang Wenting, even if Jiang Yan avoided. How to think forward. Well, uncle is right. I have benefited a lot. Really, ginger or old hot. Listen to the words of the king. Better than reading 10 years. You say, let you say. Jiang Yan is not moved. Just said a big beautiful big empty words. The landlord uncle see Jiang Yan pulling the wool over the eyes. Is not a positive answer. Suddenly feel anxious. Quite clever young man. How so not on the road? Oops. I'll make it clear. You see my niece such as how? Into your eyes? The landlord uncle at this time already slightly drunk. At this time, Jiang Wenting, who was sitting on the side, finally couldn't help but interrupt. Uncle Junior, you just don't pull the red thread. Jiang Yan and I are just friends. There is no idea of being lovers for the time being. This man had just coerced himself, and now sister-in-law's husband was actually trying to matchmaker them. It was just too ironic. Your niece is going to be bullied to death. Not only is your sister-in-law giving her hand away, but she's also going to rub his shoulders and pound his back. Having done such an abominable thing, Jiang Wenting can't even say anything. It's like being stabbed twice and having to smile. I really want to expose Jiang Yan's true colors on the spot. Let everyone see his ugly face. There was no way. Who let this be her choice? Since she knew about her sister-in-law, she couldn't just ignore it. Who let herself be grabbed by Jiang Yan's soft underbelly? The landlord uncle heard Jiang Wenting's words, and understood that it was his own words that were too much, and that the sister-in-law's husband, after all, was not a parent, and that it was still a bit of an overstep. See Jiang Wenting unwilling, understand that this red line is not pulled, and immediately made a hey, older, like to worry about some idle, small Jiang, you do not mind it's okay, uncle, and I say so much, is also our destiny, I'm happy not too late, how would mind it? The landlady also picked up, nowadays young people like to fall in love freely, so don't mind. After ending this awkward topic, Jiang Yan and the landlord uncle continued to drink. There will always be a moment when the wine is finished, and the meal will end eventually. At the door of the hotel, the landlord uncle took Jiang Yan's hand. Xiao Jiang, I apologize again for my old partner. She actually has no bad intentions. She just loves her children too much. You're also developed now. You don't need to rent a house, but if there is a need, feel free to open your mouth. Uncle will always keep a room for you. Well, then I'll thank uncle in advance. The landlord uncle said to Jiang Wenting. In a while, let's take a taxi back. Wenting, you go send Xiao Jiang. Okay, Uncle Junior. Although Jiang Wenting hated Jiang Yan, but the most basic etiquette could not be lost. As the apologizing party, they should send Jiang Yan home. Uncle, no need. I'll just take a taxi myself. Jiang Yan tried to push back. That's not good. Your great kindness spared us. What's wrong with me letting my niece send you? It's decided. The landlord uncle at the moment now drank too much, but the thinking is still very clear. Finished, then put his arm around his old partner and walked away. The landlady also waved her hand and said to Jiang Wenting, just do as your aunt's husband says. We'll leave first. Bye, auntie. Jiang Wenting waved goodbye. Jiang Yan followed Jiang Wenting to her beloved car, a new energy tram, with an affordable price and a cute appearance, very popular with girls. Where to? Jiang Wenting's words were cold, without a trace of emotional color. Jiang Yan wanted to tease Jiang Wenting when he saw this look on her face. To ask for a debt. To ask for a debt. To ask for what debt? Jiang Wenting was a little confused for a moment. This guy was so rich. Was he a loan shark? No wonder he was so rich. This is a crime. Should he call the police? Jiang Wenting struggled inwardly. He just did me a big favor. It's not too good to backstab him like this. Jiang Yan laughed. Of course you owe me a debt. Can't it be that you want to renege on the debt? Who wants to renege on the debt? I, Jiang Wenting, am a man of my word and never a villain. These days, the triads are basically suppressed clean. Jiang Yan, if the loan shark, he dares to be so high profile? Understanding that she was overthinking, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Jiang Wenting's face, but the thought of rubbing Jiang Yan's shoulders and pounding her back, her heart was very ashamed. Having grown up so much, she hadn't done this kind of thing for a man yet. Let's go. To the Shengshi Tianhu Hotel, the inebriated Jiang Yan, with a hazy drunkenness, said to Jiang Wenting. The atmosphere at the meal was good, so Jiang Yan drank a little more, but it was within control. When Jiang Wenting heard that she wanted to go to the hotel, she hurriedly shielded her body in fear and said, "What do you want to do? My lady didn't promise to go to a hotel room with you? Let me tell you, I'm a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. It's not a problem for one to fight 3 adult strong men. Don't you have any illusions? Don't think that if you don't pursue the $200,000 of repair costs, I'll let you bully me. I'm telling you, you're dreaming." As long as he made the slightest move, he would fight back. Jiang Yan was a little amused to see Jiang Wenting so agitated. What are you thinking? I would look at you? Doesn't my schwer smell good? You. Jiang Wenting couldn't retort. She asked herself to be comparable to all the women in the world, including those celebrities and netizens, but if she was compared to Zhang Shui, she was ashamed to be inferior. Thinking of Zhang Shui, Jiang Wenting's heart is again a pain in the heart. How can I be so bitter? We'll meet this fatal star. Not only pro-sister-in-law was robbed, he was even played in the palm of the hand. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Wenting and had to admit that the system's vision was good. Although Jiang Wenting is big and bold, but she is not the kind of tomboy neutral style. Silky smooth like satin, black long straight, delicate and charming face, Parisian family's long legs, the woman's softness, in her body to show the best. In fact, in Jiang Yan's opinion, she and Zhang Shui are not much different. Spring orchids, autumn chrysanthemums, each has its own characteristics, only the system is more favorable to Zhang Shui. However, when he thought of her bad temper, Jiang Yan secretly said a bad luck. White blinds such a good skin. Jiang Yan continued, do you want to fulfill your promise on the street? I don't really care. When Jiang Wenting heard this, she refused, rubbing Jiang Yan's shoulders and back on the street. If this was seen by her acquaintances, would she still be alive? At that time, she would directly die socially. That picture, just thinking about it was unacceptable. She absolutely couldn't let the familiar people know about this matter. In the end, she could only listen to Jiang Yan and drove towards the Shengshi Tianhu Hotel. Chapter 32, Double Eagle with One Arrow. Shengshi Tianhan Grand Hotel. Jiang Wenting had been here before, delivering to customers and coming during working hours. She was in a hurry when she came and didn't have time to take a closer look at it at all. Now following Jiang Yan, walking unhurriedly in the wide hall, he found that this hotel deserves to be the best hotel in the city. It is indeed gorgeous and atmospheric. The senses are very good. The lobby set up a poster. The two looked over. It turned out to be the 520 couples package activities. All couples who stay in the senior suite or above can enjoy a free luxury couples package. This will definitely make some little girl's heart. But unfortunately Jiang Wenting is not an ordinary woman. No feeling. The two walked into the presidential suite. Jiang Wenting stood awkwardly in the very center of the living room, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Jiang Yan sat on the sofa and looked at Jiang Wenting playfully. This woman has been tripping him up, but now she is going to beg and plead to give herself a shoulder rub. Think about it and feel comfortable. This 200,000 spent value. At least Jiang Yan think value. Jiang Wenting stood up and said uneasily, hurry up and start. This young lady will take it as petting a puppy. Jiang Yan ignored her muttering, took off his shirt, revealing his lean and strong upper body. His 8-pack abs were clearly visible, his ape arms and wasp waist, and his masculinity was revealed. Jiang Wenting was shocked. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? I told you, I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Jiang Yan faintly said, I like to take off my clothes to enjoy myself. You're not trying to cheat, are you? Who wants to cheat? I, Jiang Wenting, am not that kind of person. Jiang Wenting colored back. Jiang Yan directly plopped down on the sofa and said, come on then. Jiang Wenting was a bit timid in her heart, and wanted to turn around and run, but thinking about what she had said, she kept cheering herself up, and now in broad daylight, he wouldn't dare. Jiang Wenting didn't dare to get too close, still afraid of Jiang Yan's sudden animalistic outburst, so she tried her best to keep a safe distance. Hands bowed forward, but the feet are still standing in place, but the arm is stretched out more than a meter long. Pouting buttocks, that look, to be more strange. Jiang Wenting pressed on Jiang Yan's skin, Hard, very powerful feeling. From the appearance did not see at all. This guy's body's so material. Trembling jade hand fell on Jiang Yan's back. With a cool touch, just Jiang Wenting's operation in this position. It would be strange to make people comfortable. Jiang Yan was shocked by Jiang Wenting's operation. Where is this kind of service? He impatiently got up. A hand pulled Jiang Wenting to the sofa. Jiang Wenting let out a mournful scream. Ah, I knew you didn't have a good heart. I told you I would call the police. I'm not a woman you let you pinch. Jiang Yan grabbed Jiang Wenting's jade hand and looked at her open-mouthed look of amusement. How do you? You want to call the police? It's really because your level sucks. I can't enjoy it at all. Let's do it this way. You kiss me, and we will not owe each other. How about it? Jiang Wenting said angrily. Dead pervert. You really do have designs on me. I'll tell Zhang Shui to stay away from you. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to put you in jail. She tried to draw back her hand, but Jiang Yan's palm was like a vice. No matter how hard Jiang Wenting tried, it just wouldn't budge. It went on like this for more than 30 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining fighting proficiency. With the reward in hand, Jiang Yan let go of Jiang Wenting's hand. The soldier king physique that he had obtained from Dong Xiaoxian had only given Jiang Yan a strong body. If he really wanted to let him go and fight people, it was estimated that he would only be able to fight 2 or 3. Any more than that, and he would be lying on the ground. After gaining fighting mastery, that was different. That was like a tiger with wings. The soldier king physique would be maximized. He now felt energetic. His self-confidence was bursting. Give him a special equipment. He could fight 1 against 100. Jiang Wenting had been struggling hard to break free from Jiang Yan's hand. And now that Jiang Yan suddenly let go of his hand, he didn't pay attention and fell into a butt squat. Fortunately behind her was the sofa, so her butt didn't get broken into 4 pieces. Ah, you scoundrel. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Wenting let out a roar of annoyance and rage, and she rushed towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just stretched out a hand and grabbed Jiang Wenting. This woman's heart was ruthless enough to immediately follow the trend and execute the sun-severing kick. Unfortunately, she was again tightly clamped by Jiang Yan's thighs and could not move. Jiang Yan said in annoyance, "You crazy woman. Are you trying to make me extinct?" At this time, the distance between the two was only a fraction of a millimeter. Jiang Wenting was even able to clearly feel the hot air Jiang Yan exhaled. Don't do anything stupid. This is going to jail. It's against the law. Jiang Wenting was incoherent. But Jiang Wenting saw Jiang Yan's face getting closer and closer. Her heart was like a deer in headlights and her breathing became rapid. Jiang Wenting resigned herself to closing her eyes. She was forced to do it, and she couldn't beat him in Taekwondo and Black Dao. So she kissed him, just as if she was gnawed by a pig. What are you doing? You don't think I'm really so hungry that I have to kiss you, right? I'm just teasing you. Shoulder rubbing and back pounding is not necessary. Jiang Wenting made a big red face. Jiang Yan let go of Jiang Wenting. This fighting mastery was just awesome. All of Jiang Wenting's actions just now, in his opinion, were slow motion replay. All of his attack intentions, he was able to gain insight in advance, as if he was playing house with a child. No need? Jiang Wenting's face was suspicious. This scumbag tricked himself into the room and wanted to do something untoward, but at the crucial moment, he said he didn't need it. Even the service that he thought was the most humiliating, he didn't want it. He didn't eat the fat meat that came to his hand. He was sick, right? Jiang Wenting was very clear about her killing power over men. Jiang Yan's sudden coldness made Jiang Wenting feel puzzled. Perhaps he was afraid of calling the police on himself. This man is an external weakling. The moment he said the police, he was afraid. Jiang Wenting thought she had seen through Jiang Yan's heart. Afraid I'll call the police. Little man. Thought you had much guts. Just this? But she didn't dare to say it, for fear of provoking Jiang Yan. When the time comes to break the pot, then she is calling the police. Just at this moment, the room door bell suddenly rang, and the personal butler pushed open the dining table and walked in. Mr. Jiang, this is our hotel's 520 holiday, a special couples set meal. The butler lifted the open cover of the meal, revealing exquisite Western food that was very appetizing to look at. Put it on the dining table. Okay, have a nice meal. The butler bent down and saluted, exited the room. On his way out, he also took a deep look at Jiang Wenting. So this is Mr. John's girlfriend. She's really pretty. No wonder I didn't have a chance. Jiang Wenting looked at the tender and juicy steak, and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Before eating at the restaurant, she ate a little bit. At that time, it was just a random restaurant that made greasy dishes. Jiang Wenting didn't like it much, so she didn't eat a few bites, resulting in a hungry stomach now. Seeing such an exquisite meal, the saliva in her mouth was rapidly secreting, and her appetite increased greatly. Jiang Yan had the problem of drinking and not eating food, so he often drank and then looked for something to eat for a meal. and this set meal came at the right time. Jiang Yan had already achieved his goal, gained the binding reward and hoard out a luxurious meal for nothing. It felt great to kill two birds with one stone. There's nothing more for you here. Let's go. I'll send you. Jiang Yan put on his clothes, stood up and said to Jiang Wenting. Jiang Wenting now sort of understand. Together Jiang Yan want her to come here. Is for white whoring others hotel western food so rich, but also greedy for this cheap. Well, good. Jiang Wenting mouth promised. Eyes but looked at so full of a large table of food. Cannot move eyes. Such a big table of rice. Can you finish it? Jiang Wenting pretended to be sorry. Whether I finish eating or not, that's my business. Nothing to do with you. This young lady is most displeased with waste, so I'll help you eliminate a little bit. Jiang Wenting said that she was about to go to the restaurant to sit down, but she did not want to be directly pulled by Jiang Yan's collar. Ignoring Jiang Wenting's bitter pleas, and forcefully dragged out of the room. Bang! The relentless slamming of the door completely shattered Jiang Wenting's little plan. Good you Jiang Yan, using old me to wool gather, and after succeeding, kicking people away. What a despicable and shameless villain. Jiang Wenting cursed outside the door. When the housekeeper saw this scene, she felt happy in her heart. It turned out that she was not Mr. Zhang's girlfriend, so she would have a chance. However, after thinking about it, she felt worried. If such a beautiful woman could not get into the eyes of the people, wouldn't she have even less of a chance? Chapter 33 Chi Boken's plot. Click. The door to the room suddenly opened, and Jiang Wenting revealed a smug smile. Little kind, I knew that you couldn't possibly resist the temptation of my old lady, especially since she was also wearing the chopper today. Here's your bag. Jiang Yan opened the door of the room a crack and threw out a black bag. Bang! The door of the room was closed again. Jiang Wentian. Humph. I will definitely keep Sister Schwer away from you guy. Jiang Wenting angrily stomped her feet and left the hotel. She secretly swore in her heart. What with the contract? She had no intention of abiding by it. Jiang Yan drove Jiang Wenting away, and swept away the double portion of Western food. It had to be said that the amount of Western food was just pitifully small. The amount of double portion was just enough for Jiang Yan to eat an eighth of fullness. Thinking about this, Jiang Yan felt more and more that driving Jiang Wenting away was his smartest decision. The matter of the car is resolved. Jiang Yan finally free time. It should go home to see. But before that, must transform the personal image. The rich and powerful do not return home, such as the brocade clothes at night. If only Jiang Yan himself, he can wear Taobao $10 of shirt, more than 30 pants. How others look, he cannot care at all. But now to go home, it must be loaded up, must be a whole set of name brands, must exhaust up. People are herd animals, always have to compare. This situation in the countryside reflected more directly. You are not good. When the family is poor, the dog all come to your home to pee but if you are rich and powerful, the village neighbors immediately will welcome with a smile. The attitude is too good to be true. So there are some cards that have to be loaded up. Today is 520, a mundane date that no one cared about at all in the past. Now under the speculation of capital, it has become a Valentine's Day that is not Valentine's Day, coupled with February's Valentine's Day, July's Tanabata. So many festivals, so that the wallet does not drum boys. Fear, but Jiang Yan is the opposite. The most favorite. Such a special day. A person to buy things is not much fun. Beauty as a companion. Red sleeves into the arms. That is the pursuit of men. Call Zhang Shui. But half a day also no one answer. Jiang Yan simply taxi to the original company place. Opened the Paramila parked there. Directly to the Wonderland Club. Chi Boken recently very unhappy. He Hallman, Zhanhai famous rich son of a famous, but was a little known nobody crazy hit face, but also by the woman scratched flower's face. Thinking about it, Chi Boken stroked the scab on his face. That can be really hard. Lying on the bed of Chi Boken. The more I think the more angry. How can not swallow this breath? A few days did not eat properly. Are being angry. Today, he put the Fairyland Club came atop beauty news. Sent to a second-generation exchange group. This is the Zhanhai City famous rich second-generation exchange group. This action appeared to be sharing with his friends, but in reality, it was harboring evil intentions. Sure enough, his message immediately drew a lot of responses from his friends. Chi Boken, you have seen a few beautiful women, but also top beauty. How a top method. Brothers, what kind of women have not seen? That is, hot became. In front of us also cannot be called top. Yes, we'll not just see a photo, or video, said top. Brother, the photo is able to pee. Video is able to edit. Chi Boken saw that everyone didn't believe in it, and anxiously said, it's what I saw with my own eyes. Whoever lied, who is a grandson? Everyone saw that this kid even swore to the heavens and said such harsh words, and also became a few moments of seriousness to come. The hearts of the second generation began to doubt. It cannot be true. But if it is true, Chiboken can say it. He is not afraid that the woman was snatched away by them? Any Chiboken said heavenly flowers. Heavenly girl. They also only believe in their own eyes. Che, pull back. This young master, I read countless women. What kind of have not seen? Can have how top? That's right. That's right. I heard that Chi Xiao bought a second-hand Big G. Still can't get that woman? These second generation, although uneducated, but the study of the car is definitely not bad. Chiboken drove a Big G in front of them to pretend 13. Can be generally affluent second generation depressed bad? At that time did not react. After a few days, there are careful second generation found clues. Chiboken, this guy bought a second-hand flooded car. Now it is for him to burst out. Chiboken cursed. This grandson. You know a person is good, but also have to give the old man burst out. Mention this, he could not help but touch the scabs on his face, as if it is still vaguely painful. Chiboken annoyed, you love to believe it or not. If it is not that woman around a rich man, I can let you know. How rich is that rich man? Won't be an old man over half 100 years old. Chiboken even lost to a bad old man. Really lose our face. Of course Chiboken couldn't admit that he couldn't do it, immediately explaining that it was the enemy's strength that was too strong. That man is in his 20s, driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That day he recharged that woman's membership card with $1 million. Hiss. But collective silence of the second generation. Driving a Rolls-Royce? This is nothing. It is possible that it is the family's. But picking up a girl and directly giving to spend $1 million? This is a bit trenchant. These second generation. Most of the money in their hands are relying on their families. How much they spend is strictly controlled. It is impossible for them to take $1 million just to get a smile from a beauty. At this time, a silent diving account, Maple Forest Evening, suddenly sent a message. Oh, interesting. I'd like to see that woman. Just how beautiful is she? The moment this account spoke, everyone present gasped in amazement. How did he come out? Didn't he never speak in the group? Chiboken saw this account. Is also a shock. How to draw him out? The owner of the account's real name, Wang Xian, is the top of the rich second generation in Zhanghai City. Family business Zijin Group, the main steel manufacturing, a few involved in real estate development, is the pillar industry of Zhanghai City. Every year for the city to contribute a huge amount of financial income, is Zhanghai City deservedly leading enterprises. The big man is the only son of the chairman of the Zijin Group. Was the baby of the family? Is to the stars, to the moon, under the name of the luxury car countless, every day to change to drive, but also have to be good for 3 months. All the car to turn to once. Chiboken is when the lapdog are not able to come together in the circle of others, can only say that the rich second generation is also a world of difference. Usually this big brother only dive, never speak, did not expect to be interested in the topic of this time, so that all the second generation were surprised. Wang Xian was actually interested in this matter. It was really out of Chiboken's expectation. Thinking of this, he said fawningly, I didn't expect young Wang to be interested in this matter. What I said, every word is true. If there is any falsehood, let my family die. In order to lick the big brother on his knees, Chiboken also went out of his way and made such a vicious oath. As long as he could tie up Wang Xian's thigh, he would be the family's meritocracy. And when the time came to casually undertake a little bit of Zijin Group's project, their family would be able to earn a lot of money. Alright then, let's go and see how beautiful this top beauty is. Seeing this message, Chiboken knew that this wave was stable. Open Rolls-Royce terrific. Chiboken is unable to afford, but in the eyes of some people that is nothing. In Zhanghai City and then rich, you can still be rich than Wang Xian and their family? Chapter 34, the second generation gathered in Wonderland. Fairyland Clubhouse, a luxury box. More than a dozen rich family sons, scattered sitting in various places. In the most C position of the box, was a young man in his early 20s, with a 3/7 slightly parted hairstyle, dyed light yellow. The moment he raised his head brightened people's eyes, very much the feeling of a little fresh meat. This was Zhanghai City's famous rich second generation, Wang Xian. Beside him was Chiboken, who was currently trying his best to curry favor. Wanting to enter Wang Xian's circle, one of the second generation suddenly found something new and strange. He took a closer look at Chiboken's face and laughed. Young Chi, this face of ours, what's going on? That did it? This is too intense. How many drugs did you take? He thought that Chiboken was practicing room art when he was too intense and mistakenly injured. Chiboken of course cannot tell the truth. Also said alone, yes, she is too powerful. Thinking of that 9-in white bone plug woman, Chi Xiao suddenly had palpitations. If not for Sister Hua stopping him, he might have to lie down and go home. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open. Sister Hua led a group of young and beautiful body women, walked in. Sister Hua accompanied her smiling face and said, "Young Wang, the club's best technicians are all here." Wang Xian surveyed the technicians standing in a row in front of him. All of them had touching personalities, white legs, shaking people's eyes, but Wang Xian just looked at them and lowered his eyelids. A few buddies around, yelling, "Flower sister, you are not hiding, ah. Our Wang Les is very dissatisfied, ah." Sister Flower of course knows Wang Xian, the #1 playboy in Jianghai City, the famous playboy. Once in the biggest bar in the city center, he arrogantly shouted out, "I'll pay for all the consumption tonight." This bravado, within one night spent more than $2 million. He came to say, not as much as his family a year of dog food money. There are many more such tycoon behaviors. Sister Hua of course knew the strength of this person, so she was even more careful in her hospitality, not daring to be sloppy. Immediately to the group of women clap hands. A group of beautiful technicians have bowed and retreated. A moment later another wave of beautiful women like clouds, all flavorful, beautiful. But Wang Xian is still no reaction, just swept a glance, then impatiently opened his mouth. Sister Flower, such a big club, even can't find the person I want. All are mediocre. Is not looking down on my Wang Xian? When Sister Flower heard Wang Xian's words, she immediately complained, "My Mr. Wang, how can this be? We've changed 5 waves. I've called all the ones I can." Qi Boken knew that it was time for him to make an appearance. He walked out of the crowd in large strides and came in front of Sister Hua, opening the door. "Where is Zheng Shui?" Our Wang Xiao heard about this top beauty and came over to take a look. Sister Hua saw Qi Boken. Her eyes also froze. She did not expect him to be there, since Qi Boken was tickled in the underground parking lot. He had not come back. Tong Tong knew that he had made a big trouble. He also quit, and went to another city to develop. Flower Sister in the celebration of how Qi Boken did not complain it. He kept this month's bonus. I did not expect this to bring a large group of people came. Flower Sister face changed color. Not to it. So big battle? Sister Hua thought here. Immediately explained to Qi Boken, "Qi Young, before his Tong Tong did not do right. We have things to discuss, not to bring so many people to it." Qi Boken hurriedly wanted to cover Sister Hua's mouth. Do not let her say, "He is a big man." By the club's female technician beat all over the place. If this group of second generation know, his face absolutely to lose to the Pacific Ocean. Unfortunately late, Tong Tong did beat you up, but it was also you who made the first move. When I saw it, I immediately pulled her back. We have now fired Tong Tong. Does Qi Xiao still think it's not enough? Sister Hua's mouth was too fast. Qi Boken simply could not stop it in time, but still gave it out. The moment these words came out, the crowd on the field burst into laughter. Qi Xiao, so that's how we got the injury on our face? Nonsense. That's Qi Xiao taking pity on her. Alright, don't save face for Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao just can't beat women. What's wrong with that? Now, the second generation present all laughed. Even Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Qi Boken at the moment could not wait to gouge out a 3-room apartment and drill into it. His face was on fire. Wait for Lousy to tie up to this big boat of Wang Xiao. See if I don't pack you all one by one. Qi Boken knew deep down that he couldn't let them go on, and hurriedly changed the topic. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about where Zhang Shui is. Our Wang Xiao wants to meet. Sister Hua's face changed. She actually knew that Qi Boken was not here to pick a fight. She had just intentionally revealed his scars to divert everyone's attention. But unfortunately it could only be in vain. In this club work for a long time, the idea of the man's heart she is very clear. To Zhang Shui's posture, once appeared in such an occasion, then she will definitely be the focus of the whole scene. If this were before, Sister Hua would have been too happy. The more the technicians earned, the higher her commission would be. However, she accepted Jian Yan's gift, to take care of Zheng Shui. Entrusted, loyal, can only try to maneuver. Flower Sister thought about it and said, Zheng Shui, that girl tied up big money. Where still look at us here. She now wants to come when she wants to, want to go when she wants to go. I now also do not know where she is. Sister Hua of course knows where Zheng Shui is. After receiving Jiang Yan's gift, she purposely transferred Zheng Shui away from her original position to do some simple miscellaneous work, not to do the work that throws her head out of the window, so that she can reduce a lot of trouble. Hearing that Sister Hua couldn't find Zheng Shui either, the crowd was greatly disappointed. Che, it's so meaningless. I still want to meet the goddess that can make our Qi Xiao's soul, but I didn't realize that she quit. If a rich man gave you $1 million to spend, you'd still go wash people's feet. That's true, unless that person is a pervert. The second generation of the crowd were talking and discussing, and didn't take Qi Boken's words seriously. We all came here because of Wang Xian's face. Mixing into Wang Xiao's circle is the most important thing. Looking for a woman. Anytime you can find one. Qi Boken heard Flower Sister's words, as if he lost his mother and father. like a dead mother and father. This if he cannot see Zheng Shui. Then he entered Wang Xian's circle. Is not a fizzle. Knock knock. Just then, a knock came from the room. A woman with a wine tray walked in. She was florid, her neck revealing cold white skin. The light shone on it, radiating a pearly, glistening shimmer. She was tall, a goose-egg face, bright white teeth, eyebrows like a picture. Each of the five senses are so perfect. The combination together is so appropriate. It is really counted as a beautiful country. The woman's appearance immediately made the box warbler dim, like a pheasant flock appeared a golden phoenix. As soon as Sister Hua saw the visitor, her face immediately changed. Bad. Zheng Shui, this girl how to come, should not be Xiaowen send wine? Qi Boken's look immediately become incomparable exuberance. Zheng Shui's arrival. He is simply the straw that saves his life. Really stepped through the iron shoes without looking for a place to get all the effort. Chapter 35 Crisis Moment. Zheng Shui has already told Sister Hua that she will quit her job after a week. The reason why it takes a few days is because there are still a few days left to get the full attendance award. It wasn't much, just a few $100, but for Zheng Shui, who was used to living a hard life, she still didn't want to give it up. Delivering fruit plates was not her job. The original waiter suddenly had diarrhea and had no choice but to let Zheng Shui top it off. Zheng Shui felt it was just a matter of passing. So she came. Has been silent. Wang Xian noticed the entry of Zheng Shui. Face emerges stunning look. Although he read countless women, but rarely sees so beautiful. Qi Boken's aesthetics is still quite a standard. The other few second generation. Even worse, one by one, they are almost oozing out of the harp. Wang Xian got rid of his wilted state and started to become interested. He said to Sister Hua, "This lady, what does she do in your company?" Sister Hua secretly screamed in her heart that it was bad. Wang Xian's question proved that he was very interested in Zheng Shui, and things were already moving towards a situation that Sister Hua couldn't control. She's just a girl who works as a cleaning lady. Sister Hua introduced stiffly. Oh, such a beautiful woman. To work as a housekeeper. Isn't that a waste? Wang Xian stroked his chin and looked at Zheng Shui with eyes full of greed. When Sister Hua saw Wang Xian's eyes, she knew it was going to be a disaster. She turned around and said angrily to Zheng Shui, "What are you doing here? Where's Xiaowen?" Zheng Shui didn't know what had happened to make the always gentle Sister Hua so angry. "Sister Hua, Xiaowen, she had diarrhea, so she asked me to come over and fill in for a bit." Nonsense. Don't you know that our company has a rule that those who haven't been trained in professional skills can't be put on the job? Why don't you back off and let Xiaowen come over? Oh, okay, Zheng Shui replied back, ready to leave. As soon as Qi Boken heard that Zheng Shui was going to leave, he was anxious. His bright future was near. How could he let her run away again? Wait, young Wang, he's what I call a top beauty. For a moment, the crowd clamored and the scene came alive. So she's the beauty that made young Qi forget about her. She's really as beautiful as heaven. I take back what I said before. Our Qi Xiao, although his character isn't great, his aesthetics are still fine. Aha, agreed. It's indeed a top-notch beauty. Unfortunately, with young Wang around, our group of people don't have the slightest chance. Qi Boken has the potential to be a lapdog. He stopped Zheng Shui from leaving, and said angrily to Flower Sister, "Our Wang Xiao has come to the clubhouse. Is this how you treat your guests?" Flower Sister's face changed, quickly explained, "Aya, my Qi Young, you can't talk nonsense where is my hospitality is not good such a beautiful technician. You guys don't let her come up to serve Mr. Wang, instead you hide her. What does this mean? This girl is no longer a technician. Our Wonderland Club is not a black store that forces people to buy and sell. Where can we force people to stay and work?" Sister Hua hurriedly explained. Her words were aggrieved. The crowd knew that what she said was not unreasonable. But who let this beauty is too beautiful? 10 people. 9.5 look at all want to get close to. For which even pay some price does not matter. No matter what she does. Since she sent the wine over. It's always okay to have a drink, right? Wang Xian was clearly interested in Zheng Shui, and he instantly caught the loophole in Sister Hua's words. The crowd of second generation instantly understood. No matter what you do, since you came over to deliver the wine, you are doing the bartender's job. It's always okay to have a drink. That's right, no matter what you do. Since you delivered the alcohol over, then she is now a bartender. Bartenders push drinks and make money on the draw. I'll give $50,000 and buy this bottle of wine. As long as I can have a glass of wine with this young lady. 50,000 is nothing. I'll offer 80,000. As long as this young lady can pour me a full glass of wine. A group of second generation seems to be like a wind. Even began to snatch red wine in Zheng Shui's hand. Qi Boken looked at the Cockney boys who were mesmerized by beauty and laughed coldly in his heart. I think you guys have much power. Before one by one. You don't believe in it. Mocking your own aesthetics can't work? Now this is just a glance. You are charmed like this. Don't you know that Wang Xiao is there? Even have the guts to bid up. Chi Boken pushed away the crowd and said loudly, "What are you guys blindly uproarious? One by one with never seen a woman like, really lose the face of the second generation of our Jianhai city." Chi Boken righteously rebuked loudly, "Look awe-inspiring," where his eyes, the crowd of second generation, have lowered their heads, not afraid of him, but Chi Boken's roar sobered them up. Wang Xiao was present. They are not the protagonist of this game. After Chi Boken scanned the circle, his eyes stopped on Wang Xian's body, and his serious look immediately became fawning. "I'll offer $100,000 for this young lady to give young Wang a toast." The crowd of second generation stumbled and cursed in their hearts. "Good you Chi Boken, so you are waiting here. What a nasty lick." Wang Xian smiled proudly. He stood up and came to Zhang Shui's side and said, "Can the beautiful young lady have a drink with you?" Zhang Shui looked at Wang Xian and said, "Young Wang, I'm just filling in for a friend, not a bartender. 200,000. Miss Zhang just need to have a drink. It's $200,000. Zhang Shui was just about to speak when Wang Xian interrupted. 500,000. $500,000. Not good enough? How about $1 million? $1 million for a glass of wine? Wang Xian's dominance made all the rich second generation present sigh in admiration. Worthy of being the number one rich second generation in Jianhai. Just domineering. 1 million. How many people couldn't earn $1 million in their whole life? But it was used by Wang Xiao to buy a glass of wine. I refuse. Zhang Shui's eyes were firm, without a hint of wavering. In this world, in addition to her dad and that man's money, other people, she would not want a single penny. Seeing that the conflict was about to intensify, Sister Flower said one more time, "Young Wang, we are here at Wonderland Clubhouse. It's Boss Wu's chassis. He can be on the top floor drinking tea." She raised the big backer behind Wonderland Clubhouse, hoping that Wang Xian would be scornful. "Uncle Wu we are old acquaintances. He often drinks tea with my dad. Your boss, I can be more familiar than you." Wang Xian sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth slightly raised a cold smile. In this Jianghai city, there was no one he could not offend. Sister Flower sniffed. Suddenly her language stagnated. Unable to speak, she was just a small hall manager, not that capable. Others and she said a few more words, but only to look at the background of the Fairyland Clubhouse to say more. "I've tried my best. It's not like I took your stuff for nothing." Sister Hua sighed in her heart. Wang Xian laughed evilly and walked to Zhang Shui's body, raising his hand and trying to tease Zhang Shui's chin with his fingertips. "Little girl, your nature is quite strong. I've been here a few times before. How come I didn't see you? Luckily I didn't miss it this time." Seeing Zhang Shui's white jade neck getting closer and closer, he could imagine in advance that delicate and slippery feeling. Chapter 36 Conflict. Zhang Shui looked at Wang Xian's outstretched hand, subconsciously backed away. Just at this time, there came a stern rebuke. "How dare you!" Wang Xian's outstretched sinful hand was slapped away by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had come over a long time ago. He and Zhang Shui had already met. It was just that one of the waiters had diarrhea and needed Zhang Shui's help to cover it. Jiang Yan also did not care. Just wait for Zhang Shui busy. Together to go shopping. Who thought Zhang Shui went in after has not come out? He found the box, pushed the door in, and saw the picture of the villainous young man bullying a woman. If this is someone else he was lazy, but the woman was Zhang Shui. Of course, he could not care. Zhang Shui saw Jiang Yan came, immediately had a backbone. Nervousness, calmed down a lot, as if as long as Jiang Yan at the side, the sky collapsed is not afraid. Wang Xian rubbed the knuckles of his palms, the palm that was just hit, quite painful, and now feels hot and spicy. His heart burns with anger. Who is he? He is the first young master of Jianhai. Where has he suffered this kind of wrongdoing? Wang Xian looked at Jiang Yan angrily questioned. "Who are you?" Chi Boken whispered in Wang Xian's ear. "This is the tycoon who drove the Rolls Royce I was talking about. He also gave Zhang Shui a $1 million VIP card." Wang Xian just laughed coldly after hearing this, not caring at all. "I don't care if he's a dragon or a tiger. In this realm of Jianhai, when the King of Heaven comes, he has to lie down. Dare to mind my business. Give me a fight. I'll be responsible for closing the show if I'm crippled." Wang Xian angrily clamored. When Chi Boken heard Wang Xian's words, he was the first one to rush up. He wanted to show his loyalty. He wanted to let Wang Xiao know that he, Chi Boken, was Wang Xiao's #1 lapdog. Only, how fast he rushed. How miserable he came back. Jiang Yan saw Chi Boken rushing over. His body moved, and before the crowd could see what was going on, he kicked him back, flying backward 3 meters away. Soldier King physique plus elementary fighting proficiency. Beating a waste of time who couldn't even beat a woman was really a big deal. Ah, my stomach split. Chi Boken landed on all fours. cradling his stomach and letting out a heartbreaking scream. Garbage goods rushing to reincarnation. Ah, really dirty my shoes. Jiang Yan slowly retracted his foot, and also patted the dust on the surface of his shoe. The others, once they saw Chi Boken's miserable face, they were so scared that they all cowered in fear. No one dared to go first. They were all young masters with delicate bodies and bodies. They weren't pawns rushing forward. Wang Xian looked at this situation. Anxious shouted, he is only one person. Can fight a few? Go together. Cripple him, and I'll cover everyone's pocket money this year. Heavy reward. There will be warriors. Under the stimulation of money. This group of second generation. Although they are poor lord, but Wang Xian's face have to give. The most important thing is the number of advantages. Brought them absolute confidence. A group of second generation. All eyeing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stood in the corner position, protecting Zheng Shui behind him, calmly looking at this group of crazy young people. He now had a king of soldiers physique plus fighting proficiency, but he couldn't beat a group of drunken bags that had been emptied by alcohol and sex, so he would just find a tofu and crash to death. Just when a few people were about to have a violent clash, someone pushed open the door and the sound of the door opening diverted the attention of the second generation and all looked over. It turned out to be Sister Hua, who was afraid that things would get out of hand and called in Boss Wu, the boss behind Fairyland. Boss Wu was around 40 years old, with a rugged face, wearing a black Zhongshan suit, with a 9-eyed Z bead hanging around his neck, followed by two big, strong men in suits, as if they were professional bodyguards. This group of people, as soon as they enter the box, will make the space become crowded, but also let the scene immediately burst the atmosphere. Calm down. Zheng Shui looked at so many people. Her heart couldn't help but become more nervous. The small hand wrapped around Jiang Yan's arm unconsciously tightened. Who is this person? Such a big faction? A small youth asked. Silly Boss Wu doesn't even recognize. Wu's group and Zijin group, each occupies half of Jianghai City's economy. The one who came is the eldest of the Wu brothers, known as Boss Wu due to his ranking as the eldest. Wang Xian was also shocked to see the visitor. How did he come? Boss Wu looked around. All of them were young half-boys. There was only one Wang Xian that he cared about. After seeing Wang Xian, he politely exchanged pleasantries. I warmly welcome young Wang to come and play on my turf, but I'm open for business, and I'm concerned about peace and harmony. How can I fight and kill? Isn't that the old society? When Wang Xian saw Boss Wu coming over, he knew that the fight wouldn't work. The Wu family, even his dad was afraid of it. Uncle Wu, we didn't want to do anything. It's this kid who bullied too much. Beat my brother like this. Wang Xian pointed at Chi Boken, who had fainted from the pain on the ground. Uncle Wu looked over. His face frowned. The young man was too hostile. At this time, Jiang Yan spoke up. I was acting in self-defense. You guys better hurry up and take him to the hospital. His intestines might be broken. When the crowd heard this, their hearts were shocked. This is too ruthless. Kicking someone's intestines off. The bottom of Boss Wu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to face so many people, but he didn't even suffer any losses. Instead, he kicked one of them to break his intestines. Wang Xian's face was gloomy. How to say that Chi Boken was also to lick himself? If he let it go, it really can't be said. It undermines his prestige. Good. You have the balls. Wang Xian has not seen such an interesting person for a long time. I will give Wu Bo a face today. Let's play slowly later. Wang Xian knew that Wu Bo came. He could not have another chance. The wealth of the Wu brothers, not much less than their own family. There is no need to come hard. Go, find 2 people to send Chi Boken to the hospital. Wang Xian got up, ready to leave, when passing by Jiang Yan's side, said sinisterly, if you have the guts, don't go out in here. Jiang Yan disdainfully said, you're still worried about how your dog's leg is, right? If the hospital bill is not enough, remember to call me. You, Wang Xian's teeth itched with anger. Let's go. I hope that when we meet in a while, your mouth is still so hard. One Wang Xian said, and then he was about to leave in big strides. Wait, molesting my girlfriend and just leaving? Now, I've given you guys a chance. Each of you slap yourselves 10 times, and this will be considered over. Jiang Yan said coldly. Now, everyone's eyes looked over, like they were looking at a little cutie. Like, Sister Hua was even more secretly annoyed. Big Boss Wu had stepped in to smooth things over, but instead of hurrying to go along with the steps, you're still continuing to play dead. Zheng Shui heard Jiang Yan's words. Heart all of a sudden seized up, gently shook Jiang Yan's arm. What are you doing? The good man refused to lose. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. A gentleman is not to stand under a dangerous wall. But this wall of theirs, it's not even a bubble. Looking for death. Wang Xian originally had a belly full of fire that he couldn't get out. Now, being completely ignited by Jiang Yan, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Uncle Wu, It's not that I don't give you face, it's really that someone has to find death. Boss Wu saw the scene getting out of control. His face also darkened. This young man was too arrogant. Wang Xian looked at Jiang Yan coldly. Do you realize that you have completely angered me? Jiang Yan returned. I'm not interested in knowing. I only know that you have so much nonsense. Grass. All of you get on me. Fight to the death. Death is on me. Wang Xian said angrily. Chapter 37, 2 billion. Ah! The second generation whimpered and rushed towards Jiang Yan. And for a moment, manic shouts filled the entire room. Zheng Shui let out a cry of alarm. Couldn't help but cover her small mouth. The other hand tightly grasped Sister Hua's arm. Jiang Yan was afraid of hurting Zheng Shui when he made his move, and had long ago handed her over to Sister Hua. And now that he saw a group of little yakuza rushing over, not only was he not half afraid, but he was very excited. After he got the Soldier King physique and fighting mastery, he had never made a move yet, and now was the right time to test it out. Seeing this scene, Sister Hua immediately said to Boss Wu, Boss, this Mr. Jiang is our platinum VIP customer. We can't just ignore him, right? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Boss Wu not only ignored it, but instead snorted coldly, he seeks death himself. No one else's fault. However, the scene was out of everyone's expectation. Jiang Yan simply punched, and smashed the fastest rushing little yellow hair to the ground. He covered his bloody nose and wailed, and then grabbed another person's fist, borrowed the force, took that person's body to rotate 180 degrees, a loose hand thrown out, directly smashed down 5 or 6 people. At the same time, the body quickly moved, punching a little friend. In a short time of 10 breaths, that group of second-generation people tumbled over. None of them could stand up. Boss Wu narrowed his eyes. This kid has studied professional combat. No wonder he is so arrogant. Wang Xian had just had an extra heart and didn't go into battle himself. Thus, he was the only one standing in the entire arena. Jiang Yan slowly walked towards Wang Xian. At the moment he was already trembling with fear, backing up step by step until he tripped over a bottle on the ground. You don't come over. Wang Xian sat on the ground in fear and said, let you come by yourself. You are not willing. Then only I can personally take action. Count the number. Less make up. More not return. Wait. Boss Wu wanted to stop, but unfortunately Jiang Yan's slap had already landed. This slap hits you because your mouth is too indebted. Speaking with dirty words. Jiang Yan's slap fell. Wang Xian stumbled. The left half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the good little fresh meat quickly turned into a big pig's head. Jiang Yan did not give him time to react. Then another slap down towards the right half of his face. This slap is hitting you because your hand is too yawning, messing around with people who shouldn't be moving. This time seemed to be too much force. Wang Xian's thin body directly flew up and landed upside down, directly fainting. Didn't grasp the force well. Cheaper for you. Jiang Yan said in a depressed voice. Boss Wu walked to Jiang Yan's side and frowned. Young and impetuous. Why bother? This way? You're immortal. Jiang Yan did not care, but not slow, and Wang Xian's expensive clothes scratched twice, wiped the blood-stained hands, fadely back to not vigorous. Can be called young people? Boss Wu froze in his tracks. Yes, it's a young man if he's not angry. This kid has his own style back then. Boss Wu looked at the box at the moment. It was in disarray and full of mess. He immediately said, come on people, send them to the hospital. We'll advance the cost of this box, and find someone to come over and clean up the hygiene. I'm sorry, to be able to dirty your precious land is my fault. I can't let Boss Wu pay for it. How about this? Are you selling this mansion? Jiang Yan watched Boss Wu busy himself for a while. His heart was a little embarrassed. Boss Wu suddenly heard this news and was a bit confused for a moment. It wasn't just Boss Wu who didn't react. Everyone present was dumbfounded and didn't know what Jiang Yan meant. Mr. Jiang is joking, right? Boss Wu questioned. I never joke around. I genuinely want to buy it. Boss Wu, make a bid. Jiang Yan said seriously. Mr. Jiang may know that this wonderland of mine is the most luxurious entertainment place in Jianhai City. It's making money day by day. Last year someone offered me 1.5 billion and I didn't even sell it. Are you sure you want to buy it? 1.5 billion is not for sale. Then 2 billion is not for sale? He had just returned more than $8 billion from Dong Xiaoshuan's hundredfold. There was plenty of money. Boss Wu, think about it. Is 2 billion acceptable? Boss Wu looked deeply at Jiang Yan. He was now a bit confused about this kid. The first time he came to the club, he recharged a female technician with $1 million, and now he wanted to buy his Wonderland mansion? Our Wu family is mainly engaged in real estate projects, recently affected by the general environment. We really need a lot of cash. If you can take out 1 billion in cash first, and pay the rest of the 1 billion within half a year, I will sell. In Boss Wu's opinion, Jiang Yan would buy it in installments even if he wanted to. He needs huge liquidity right now. He won't sell it if the down payment is less than 1 billion. In installments? Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, Boss Wu is too underestimating. Right. A mere 2 billion. Do you still need installments? This now made Boss Wu whole won't. He was refreshed over and over again by this young kid today. General entrepreneurs can immediately come up with tens of millions of quite a few. But you want him to come up with a few 100 million. That's no more. Many of the boomers, all of the family is just a few 100 million, but that's the valuation. Can't immediately realize. People who can take out 2 billion at once, then his assets must be tens of billions of dollars at least. Is this kid is the legendary hidden family? Many people only know those rich people on the Forbes list, but do not know that there are many hidden families in the world. They have a long heritage. All walks of life have their figure. Secretly control the wealth far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This kid, so young, even if he started his business from his mother's womb, it's impossible to earn so much money. I'm afraid that it's very likely that he's the direct heir of a hidden family. Boss Wu pondered for a long time. Mr. Jiang really wants to buy it? Boss Wu reconfirmed. When really want to buy it? Jiang Yan returned. As we all know, my Wu clan is headed by the two of us, my brother and I. I still have to call my brother here, so we can all talk together. But don't worry, Mr. Jiang, the price is what we've agreed upon, and we definitely won't arbitrarily raise the price again. Good, then I'll wait. Jiang Yan pulled over Zhang Shui's small hand, in the palm of his hand to play with it carefully. The hand is luxuriant, without any traces of manicure, warm and delicate. It is the most beautiful artifact carved by God. This unconcerned action attracted the presence of all the side eye, as if the $2 billion of the sale, far less important than the beauty in front of the eyes. What a do-gooder who loves the beauty, not the mountains. Sister Hua was too shocked to speak at the moment. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Yan. She didn't think that Mr. Jiang could possibly become her boss later on. If Mr. Jiang became the boss here, with their relationship, then wouldn't she have a chance to go to the next level? It's really heaven's help. God, you must make Mr. Jiang's acquisition successful. Sister Hua prayed secretly in her heart. If Jiang Yan knew what Sister Hua was thinking, he would definitely scoff. Praying to the heavens, it would be better to come and beg him. Jiang Yan, if 2 billion won't work, then 3 billion. He has plenty of money now anyway. Take Mr. Jiang to my office. By the way, bring out my good tea treat. After Boss Wu instructed Sister Flower, he turned away and went to call his brother. After hearing Boss Wu's words, Sister Flower smiled at Jiang Yan and said, Mr. Jiang, come with me. Chapter 38, Wu Wenbin wants to give a gift. Boss Wu returned to his office and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Hey, what's the matter with Big Brother calling? An inquiry came from the other end of the phone. Boss Wu replied back, Little brother, someone wants to buy our Fairyland clubhouse. The conditions are very favorable. I want to ask your opinion? On the other end of the line, Wonderland Club is a hen that lays golden eggs. Who wants to buy it? Boss Wu, a young man, surnamed Jiang. What's his name? The phone that end of the ghost picks up is not called Jiang Yan? Oh, yes, it is called this name. Little brother, how do you know? Could it be that you have clairvoyance? Wu Wenbin said, Big brother, you know I have a Primera, right? Wu boss, oh, that car, you buy one, I said. For $1 million the whole Bentley is not good. The whole thing, a day did not open and sell it? Wu Wenbin on the other end of the phone cried and laughed, Big brother, you're focusing on this focus on the wrong right. You know who bought that car? Who? Big brother Wu asked. It's a young man called Jiang Yan. Used to be just a salesman for an automobile company, but he suddenly bought my Primera in full. I happened to be at the store at the time, so I met him. What's wrong with that? But it's only $4 million. There are a lot of rich people in Zhanghai City who can take it out. Boss Wu said uncaringly. His heart was even more mocking his little brother's fuss. But he, not 2 days later, bought another villa. The Tianzi No. 1 garden villa that we built. Tianzi No. 1 villa. It was actually bought by him? Boss Wu was surprised. That villa was a boss problem. When it was trying to build the top private villa in Zhanghai City, the result led to extremely high construction costs. If sold cheaply, the two brothers had to lose money. So the completion of almost a year, also cannot find buyers, did not expect to be a young man bought. Yeah, and it was bought with full payment and given to a woman. Wu Wenbin added, Fruit is really rich enough. Such an expensive villa was even given to a woman. Boss Wu was also shocked by the large sum of money. The two brothers were considered rich, but they wouldn't give a woman such an expensive gift. Could it be that Jiang Yan was really the direct heir of some hidden family as he guessed? If so, then we need to make good relations. Boss Wu pondered it should be the same person. This young man just beat up that old man's baby son, the Zijin group, for a woman. Emboldened, without any fear at all. That's right, Shanghai City is so big, the same name, the same surname, out of such a bold, absolutely is a person, Wu Wenbin affirmed. Oops, right, we still have business, all brought off course by you. This Mr. John wants to buy the clubhouse, bidding 2 billion. What do you think? Boss Wu slapped his head. Zhang Yan is still waiting for a reply, but he himself is pulling up the gossip. $2 billion? Quite a lot. When we built this building we only spent 700 million. These years also earned back a lot. The real estate company is now in urgent need of funds. This deal can be done. Wu Wenbin weighed the gains and losses, and immediately agreed. Good, then I'll agree. You also come over for a while. Hurry up and finalize the contract. Save that kid from backtracking. As soon as Boss Wu heard that his little brother had agreed, he hung up the phone impatiently. He had to hurry to greet that little tycoon, fearing that Zhang Yan would change his mind. On the other side, Wu Wenbin hung up the phone and heard the office door being pushed open. He wanted to be furious, but once he saw the person, his anger suddenly disappeared, and the 100 refined steel turned into softness around his fingers. Xiao Ya, what's wrong? Is something wrong? A woman wearing an apricot-colored cheongsam walked in, body posture enchanting, full of charm. The woman's most colorful place is that a pair of fox eyes. Autumn water-like eyes seem to hide 1,000 kinds of style. In this company cannot knock on the door, directly into the person. There is only one. That is the company's financial director, Zhang Yali. Wu Wenbin did not get married. He is a very cautious person. For him to get married is a very risky thing. Once the marriage changes, it will cause a painful price. So he chose not to get married, only make friends. Zhang Yali is with him the longest woman. Gentle and considerate. Good understanding of people clothes. Very much in Wu Wenbin's favor. She never wore overalls at work. Work on weekdays is 3 days fish 2 days sun net. Want to come, want to go away. A careful employee found that Director Zhang every day a big brand clothing. 365 days a year. Every day is not the same. In addition to this, is to grasp the company's financial power, enough to see Wu Wenbin's love for her. Pushing the door in, Zhang Yali closed the door. A splash into Wu Wenbin's arms. Didn't I miss you? We've just been separated for a few hours and you miss me? Well, Zhang Yali pouted. You're really an abrasive little goblin, but I have things to do. Let's talk about it in the evening. Wu Wenbin pampered and pinched her little face. What's the matter? Is it as important as me? Zhang Yali did not comply, waving her small fists and pampering her. Good girl. Really something. Wu Wenbin's complexion started to get serious. Zhang Yali could stand out from the many competitors, relying on more than just her face. Her ability to detect words and colors was extremely strong. Seeing Wu Wenbin's face was not right, she stopped making a scene. Zhang Yali said with a straight face, that Zhang Zongheng said that he wants $3 million to buy a car. This amount is too big. I have to ask you. Oh, Wu Wenbin suddenly realized. Zhang Yan a few days ago to buy the villa in full. Do not want a little discount. Wu felt that people cannot be too stingy. Let Zhang Zongheng go to buy a $3 million of luxury cars as compensation. Wu Wenbin pondered for a moment that $3 million of car not to buy. Good. Zhang Zongheng dared to fake an imperial decree. Ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Zhang Yali's face changed and she cursed. Zhang Yali she ran over this time. Is to know Wu Wenbin flower why to spend $3 million to buy a car. If possible, their own sprinkle. Can let this $3 million of car, write their own name. At this moment, heard Wu Wenbin's words. Angry, happy for nothing. 3 million grade is too low. Raise it to 10 million. To sports car. Wu Wenbin thought that Zhang Yan already had a Cullinan. So let's give him a sports car. What? Zhang Yali was shocked. $10 million car. This is too expensive. Wu's group such a big company. The most expensive car is only a 9 million Rolls-Royce. How is this going to buy a $10 million car? Or a sports car? I remember that you don't like sports cars. Mr. Wu said it was uncomfortable to drive. Zhang Yali asked curiously. It's not for me to buy. It's to give away. Wu Wenbin faintly returned. Giving it away? How much face did this person have to allow Wu Wenbin to send such an expensive gift? Zhang Yali was secretly shocked in her heart. Alright, I'm going to hurry up and leave. At night, I'll find you. Wu Wenbin slapped that plump and chubby buttocks and left. Chapter 39, Buying Wonderland Mansion. Fairyland Clubhouse. Inside the supreme private room. The space inside the private room was extremely large, with a Chinese style of decoration, various mahogany furniture, and a landscape painting hanging on the white wall. This was the club's top private room, generally not open to the public. It was for Wu Wenbin's private use. Zheng Shui held Jiang Yan's arm and asked to Jiang Yan, do you really want to buy this clubhouse? Of course, this clubhouse will do good business. You will run it then. What do you think? Jiang Yan said back. No, I don't have the ability to do this. You give it to Sister Hua to manage. The specialty is the right one. Zheng Shui quickly refused. Ability are cultivated later. Who was born to do business? Not all are learning well. This is for you to practice. Jiang Yan scraped Zheng Shui's nose. A face of doting color. 2 billion practicing hand. This is more than online entertainment discipline inspection committee's Wang principal is also bold. His dad gave him practicing fee is only 5 billion. And Jiang Yan directly is 2 billion. Flower's sister in a side listening. Have been stupid. She graduated from college in Wonderland Club work. Seen many big customers. Many of them worth millions. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Think also seen the world of the rich. As a result, Jiang Yan had now taught her a lesson. $2 billion is how many small and medium-sized enterprises struggle for a lifetime cannot earn, but by Jiang Yan to give the woman to practice. In the eyes of the real rich people, the rich people she used to know, now seems to be children playing house. Small fights, not worth mentioning. Flower's sister thought of this, looking at Jiang Yan's eyes, full of desire for money. But unfortunately, I was born before the gentleman. The gentleman born I have been old. Their own older than his more than 10 years. Although the maintenance is not bad, but the vicissitudes of the years still left traces on the face. Jiang Yan but the clubhouse girls point all over the place. Is pick Zheng Shui this one? She is afraid that there is no chance. Sister Hua thought in this club, in addition to Zheng Shui, belongs to her and Jiang Yan's relationship with the nearest. If Jiang Yan bought the club, then she will follow the light. Not to say anything else, a small rise in a position, should still be able to. Mr. Jiang, oh no, soon to be called the boss lord. You have to give me a good position. Sister Hua half-heartedly joked. That's up to you to see what Schwer wants. I'm going to give the clubhouse to Schwer. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. What? Sister Hua's mouth opened wide in disbelief. It wasn't given to Zheng Schwer to run it, but directly bought it for her. The first time they met, they sent a million VIP card, and now they are directly sending the entire clubhouse as a package. Did Zheng Shui this girl save the galaxy in her last life? This news was so shocking that it took Sister Hua a while to digest it. Zheng Shui was also surprised when she heard. No, I can't have it. Zheng Shui's head shook like a rattlesnake. This was a fairyland mansion worth $2 billion. Not the few bags they had bought that day in Vientiane. Although the fee spent that time was also very high, but compared to this, it wasn't a conceptual thing. Jiang Yan, you're joking with me, right? Zheng Shui stammered. What kind of joke is that? Do you still want to keep some kind of 7-day contract with me? You're my woman. What's wrong with spending a little money on you? Jiang Yan was a bit angry, frivolously lifting Zheng Shui's chin and looking straight into Zheng Shui's eyes. This woman obviously has over 80 intimacy, but she is still talking out of her ass. Zheng Shui was shocked by Jiang Yan's domineering words, although she had already accepted Jiang Yan in her heart. She thought that they were originally from two worlds. One was an eagle in the sky looking down on the earth, and the other was a humble weed growing on the ground. The two would not have any intersection. She was afraid that once the 7 days were up, Jiang Yan would cruelly say the words, "Time is up, the dream should wake up." Therefore, Zheng Shui has been carefully hiding her feelings, not daring to express them. Until now, Zheng Shui is still carrying that cottage bag, because she feels that this bag, then Jiang Yan later sent hundreds of thousands, or even millions of bags more precious. Now that she heard Jiang Yan confess, Zheng Shui finally understood his feelings and couldn't help but take the initiative to offer her own kiss. Beautiful women took the initiative to throw themselves in the arms. Jiang Yan naturally responded warmly. If it were not for the flower sister is around, then immediately will happen some childish things. Ding! Congratulations to the host's intimacy reached 90. The target will recognize you as a lifelong companion and will never leave you, hereby rewarding 100 times cashback card. Sister Hua looked at the sweet too and couldn't help but say sourly, "This sour rotting smell of love. It's so bad." In fact, her heart couldn't wait to kick Zheng Shui and replace him with her body. If someone sent her a clubhouse worth $2 billion, then she would definitely call her whole family and serve him as a cow. Sister Hua watched for a while before the two of them separated and couldn't help but cough twice to show her presence. Zheng Shui hurriedly pushed Jiang Yan away and adjusted herself. Jiang Yan was indifferent. Kissing his own woman? What's there to be ashamed of? And even cheaply threw a charming smile towards Sister Hua. Flower's sister, on the other hand, rolled up a big white eyes. This is really not take their own outsiders. A moment to post to be higher. Who let them show love in front of them? At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. Boss Wu walked in. The difference was that he was not followed by a bodyguard, but a young man. Mr. Jiang. Hello again. As soon as the man came up, he took the initiative to greet Jiang Yan. Yeah, Boss Wu. I didn't expect to meet again. You won't tell me that Boss Wu's brother is you, right? Jiang Yan was also surprised to see Wu Wenbin. I didn't expect it to be quite fateful. Ha ha, they all say we don't look alike, but we are really blood brothers from the same mother. Boss Wu let out a rough laugh. Several people greeted each other and took their seats while Sister Hua served tea and poured water. My big brother said that Mr. Jiang wants to buy Wonderland? Wu Wenbin went straight to the point after sitting down. Of course, Boss Wu name a price. Jiang Yan replied, Mr. Jiang, this mansion was built by us according to the highest standards at the time. It's the ceiling of entertainment venues in Zhanghai City, and the annual profits are staggering and continue to rise. Before, someone offered 1.5 billion. We didn't sell it. 1.5 billion not only didn't reach our psychological price, but we also have to pay back in installments. If Mr. Jiang wants to buy it, we won't ask for a price without messing up. Just according to the 2 billion that you and your big brother agreed on before. What do you think? Wu Wenbin opened the door and said, Can. Jiang Yan said briskly, with no intention of cutting the price at all. However, we need to pay it all at once. We need the full amount. No problem. Jiang Yan's intention was to pay the full amount. Never thought of installments. For others, taking up a small amount of money to complete the acquisition, and then slowly paying back the rest in installments, was the most in line with the interests of capitalists. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan suspected the trouble and never thought about the installment method. Mr. Jiang is indeed a straightforward man. The two Wu brothers glanced at each other with uncontrollable joy in their eyes. The cash flow of $2 billion had injected new vigor into their business. Chapter 40, Acquisition completed. When everyone reached a consensus on cooperation, Wu Lao made a big call to inform the finance and prepare the contract. Wu Wenbin said to Jiang Yan, Mr. Jiang, had bought a fine villa, right? Well, yeah. Jiang Yan heart thumped. Zheng Shui is still around. Cannot be seen by her to see something. Well, right. Could that be Mr. Wu's property? Jiang Yan returned calmly. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's support. Last time he bought the villa in a big way, and now he bought the Fairyland mansion, which solved our urgent needs. I'm grateful in my heart, and I've ordered a car. It will arrive in a few days. I hope that Mr. Jiang will like it. Boss Wu picked up. This is our brother's intention. I hope old brother Jiang won't excuse himself. I'm a few years older than you. It doesn't matter if I call you that, right? Of course it's fine. Then I'll wait for the gifts from the two brothers. Jiang Yan said back. At this moment, the finance pushed the door in and placed 2 acquisition contracts, respectively, in front of both parties. Jiang Yan looked at dozens of pages of contracts, a burst of head, where he can read. This is not a simple buy a house or car. The acquisition of a company requires many aspects of things. Need to be a professional person to do. Jiang Yan wanted to find a lawyer from the internet to come over to talk. He himself really cannot whole. Let me do it. I'm at Mountain River University. I studied law. It just so happens that I understand. Zheng Shui took the initiative to take over the contract. Jiang Yan did not expect. Zheng Shui, this girl is still a senior elite talent. It just happens to save the trouble. Zheng Shui carefully flipped through the contract, checking each piece of information one by one. The seriousness of the appearance, so that Jiang Yan could not help but side-eye. Cold white skin, black eyes brilliant and eye-catching, nose straight, lips red, a perfect side-face kill. Jiang Yan quietly admired. Wu's brothers couldn't help but admire Jiang Yan's vision. How did he find the pearl in this sand? After a while, Zheng Shui finished checking and nodded to Jiang Yan. Since there's no problem, let's sign. Boss Wu said. Okay, Shui'er, sign it. Zheng Shui had prepared for this, because she had just said that this gift was big, but in Zheng Shui's heart, she was keeping it for Jiang Yan, so she didn't have much of a burden. Jiang Yan's deep confession just now had captured her completely. Sister Hua looked at this scene with excitement. She was even happier than Zheng Shui. If the Fairyland went to Zheng Shui, with their relationship, a promotion and a pay rise, that was the nail in the coffin. Wu brothers face shocked. Send house, send car, they are Seymour. A few days ago Jiang Yan sent a small villa. They also just signed Jiang Yan's large sum of money, but to send the building, is completely surprised them. $2 billion, not a small amount, but the two bosses, after all, had also seen big waves and quickly stabilized their emotions. Then please ask Ms. Zheng to sign. The contract fell with Zheng Shui's showy name, and Wonderland Mansion changed ownership. However, the inventory and transfer of assets required a lot of work, and it would take some time before the handover was completely clear. Wu Wenbin gave Jiang Yan an account, and Jiang Yan transferred a deposit of $500 million to the account. Receiving the deposit, the Wu brothers looked at Jiang Yan differently. This kid was as they had guessed. He must be the son of a hidden family, a normal rich second generation. Couldn't possibly take out so much money, just to coax a woman. The two Wu brothers stood up. Jiang Yan also stood up. The three of them shook hands with each other. Happy cooperation, Mr. Jiang. Good cooperation. The system could make Jiang Yan's source of funds all normal. No one could find out the loopholes. But without the actual industry, Jiang Yan couldn't explain to his friends and family. He couldn't say that it was changed. Jiang Yan originally wanted to start a business. Now there is a direct ready-made. Do not have to toss. The heart is also very happy. The Wu brothers called all the employees and announced the news. The company's senior leaders. A face of panic. The so-called one day, the boss changed. The senior leaders will inevitably be replaced by the new boss's people. What will happen to them? These original leaders? As for the bottom employees with a face of indifference, just surprised. They are just like the ordinary people under the rule of the dynasty. No matter who the emperor does, there is no difference for them. Go on. Jiang Yan smiled in encouragement. Zheng Shui took a deep breath and walked to the front of the crowd. I'm your newly appointed general manager. That man is the chairman. We will wholly acquire Fairyland Mansion and all retain their original positions, so you don't have to worry about losing your jobs if you change bosses. Although the company was under Zhang Shui's name, she didn't think that this company was her own. She still introduced Jiang Yan to all the employees, putting herself under Jiang Yan's position. This ninny, Jiang Yan smiled and watched, but in his heart, he was happy. You only need to do your part. I will develop a suitable promotion system. Fairyland Mansion is still the most ideal place for you to work. Zheng Shui simply said some words, and incidentally appointed Sister Flower as her secretary, and it was over in less than 10 minutes. There was no droning long meeting. At the moment the people are on this beautiful woman, left a deep impression, especially a technician called Xiao Mei. She did not expect. Zheng Shui a few days ago was just a trainee technician. Now it has become a towering general manager. Life is really full of drama. She also wants to experience this kind of dramatic life. Zheng Shui finished her narration, walked out of the crowd, walked over to Jiang Yan, and asked shyly, how did I perform? Very good. Jiang Yan gave a thumbs up in praise, couldn't help but scrape her arched nose. Suddenly thought, how come the system hasn't prompted the cashback information yet? He spent $500 million for Zheng Shui. Could it be because the acquisition hasn't been completed yet? As he was thinking, the system sent a reply in his mind. Ding! The acquisition of the company belongs to the investment behavior, not in the category of consumption cashback. Got to count for nothing. Jiang Yan didn't regret the Fairyland Mansion property rights to Zheng Shui. It's best to have it. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. This kind woman has successfully walked into his heart. Zheng Shui is the real treasure. Compared to 10 Fairyland Mansion cannot be compared. Jiang Yan originally wanted to ask Zheng Shui to go shopping together, but who had thought so many things had happened? Took out his cell phone and looked at the time. 4:30 p.m. Let's go shopping. Jiang Yan said to Zheng Shui, but there are still many things to hand over here. How can we go? What can be more important than our shopping? Leave it to Sister Hua. She's worked here for so many years. She must be familiar with it. Jiang Yan returned. Alright. Jiang Yan was about to leave. The Wu brothers got up to see them off, when Boss Wu's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 41 Inviting Jiang Wenting. Elder brother Jiang. Excuse me. I'll take a call, Boss Wu said. Jiang Yan nodded his head, indicating that he didn't care. Boss Wu turned away and went to take the call in the distance. Instead, he answered the call in front of Jiang Yan. Boss Wang, why do you have time to call me? Boss Wu asked with a smile. The expression was relaxed and at ease, as if he was catching up with an old friend. Boss Wu, don't you pretend to me? My son was beaten up in your store. What do you say? The person on the other end of the phone opened his mouth with an unceremonious scolding. Boss Wang is old. Still so big fire. Be careful of gas out of the disease. That kid of your family molested the waitress in the store, smashed the items. I have not yet found you to settle the score. You still come to me first? Boss Wu calmly said. You fart. Boss Wang was instantly furious. His son's face, now swollen like a pig's head, and Boss Wu even hit him back. I'm not letting people carry your son back well. In the future, eyes white bright point. Don't think that in Shanghai City King, don't know that there are people outside. If you have any dissatisfaction, despite to come, I Wu's brothers are followed. Boss Wu didn't get angry even when he was scolded. Instead, he slowly and leisurely uttered these words, and then directly hung up the phone. Boss Wang heard the beeping busy sound coming from the other end of the phone, and immediately wanted to take off his mouth to curse, but had to hold it back. This Wu boss, how so hardened? Their real estate company is now in an economic crisis. Not afraid of him down a well? Boss Wang, puzzled, but no matter what, his son can't be beaten for nothing. Sooner or later he will make everyone in the incident pay the price, including Boss Wu. Jiang Yan also heard their conversation clearly because he was close. Trouble for Boss Wu, Jiang Yan said. What Boss Wu wanted was this sentence from Jiang Yan. Otherwise he wouldn't have answered the phone directly. Ha ha, this is nothing. Jiang old brother was originally my guest. Well, my financial strength is not as good as Jiang old brother. But in this part of Shanghai, there are a few thin face. In the future, if there are things, must think of big brother me. Definitely. Although Jiang Yan is now rich, but the foundation of the human network is weak. People are group animals. Fighting alone will never become the climate. More friends, more road. Always a good thing. Saying goodbye to the Wu brothers, Jiang Yan and Zhang Shui came to the parking lot, ready to drive to go shopping. Ah, you want to buy clothes? But I don't know much about men's designer clothes. Hey, call up Ting Ting, she knows more. Zhang Shui is a little bit bitter. When it comes to the things of her beloved, she always wants to do the best. But unfortunately, she doesn't know very much. She can only call for foreign help. Jiang Yan is indifferent. Jiang Wenting, that girl, now has been trained by him pretty much. Cannot afford to turn any big waves. Moreover, the two beauties shopping together. This life has never had. Think about it, makes one's vanity burst. However, this is in conflict with the original plan. The hotel is all set, but it turns out to bring that light bulb. Forget it, good things come in threes, so the fun will be more. Jiang Yan had so much regret in his heart. Zhang Shui saw that Jiang Yan agreed, and immediately called Jiang Wenting. The call was quickly connected. At this time Jiang Wenting had just returned home. She had a face mask on her face and a fruit platter in her hand. She was shattering her thoughts. Darn Jiang Yan, even utilizing my mother to wool gathering, and not sharing it with my mother. Pissed me off. When she saw Zhang Shui calling, the original somewhat bad mood became happy. Shui's sister is probably going to ask herself to go out to play. She can take this opportunity. Zhang Shui's sister to save from the hands of that scummy man. Empress Sheng calling. What's your pleasure? Jiang Wenting said playfully. What? Want me to go shopping with you? I Fei invited. How can I refuse? There must be time. Jiang Wenting's white and tender little hand grabbed a grape and put it in her mouth, eating it happily. However, with Zhang Shui's next sentence, Jiang Wenting immediately became unhappy, and the grapes in her mouth instantly lost its flavor. What? Goes to pick clothes for Jiang Yan? Jiang Wenting immediately exploded with anger when she heard this. She had just finished bullying her old mom in the hotel, but now she wanted her to go pick out clothes for Jiang Yan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No time. I'm at work. Jiang Wenting's reply was so throwaway and unthinking. Just now you said, didn't you say you have time? Why did you change again? No, just now I was talking in my sleep. I just woke up and my mind is not clear. Jiang Wenting defended. Oh, forget it then. Zhang Shui sighed in disappointment. She was afraid of picking a bad one if she chose it for Jiang Yan herself. When Jiang Yan saw Zhang Shui's lost look, he couldn't help but feel a few moments of pity rise in his heart. She just wanted to pick a few clothes for her favorite person. What's wrong with that? Zhang Shui was ready to hang up the phone, but was stopped by Jiang Yan. He smiled faintly, softly to Zhang Shui to do mouth shape. Look at me. Jiang Yan suddenly deliberately said loudly. Shui'er, I booked a couple's package at the hotel. It's especially romantic. Let's hurry over there. Ah, hotel? Jiang Wenting on the other end of the phone heard. Jiang Yan, this scumbag is finally going to be unable to hold back. He's going to make a move on Shui'er's sister. The images of the 18-band movie flashed in Jiang Wenting's mind. No, I can't watch Sister Shui'er fall into his clutches. She immediately put down the fruit plate in her hand, uncovered the mask that was placed on her face, and loudly to the phone, said, Wait, I'll go. Zhang Shui couldn't help but feel amused in her heart when she heard Jiang Wenting promise, and the two of them hung up the phone after they agreed on a time and place to meet. Zhang Shui put her cell phone back into her bag and said to Jiang Yan, You guy, bad. Ha ha. Jiang Yan could be said to be slightly better at Jiang Wenting's conditioning work now. As he started his car and drove to his usual place, Wanxiang Mall, Jiang Yan and Zhang Shui both stood on the left side of the mall's main entrance, and from afar, they saw a girl, looking left and right, as if she was looking for someone. The reason why they noticed her in particular was of course because of the woman's outstanding appearance. Even in the mall where people were coming and going, she was a standout presence, beautiful and very beautiful. The person who came was none other than Jiang Wenting. Zhang Shui had also spotted her and was waving and calling out, Ting Ting, we're here. Jiang Wenting, who heard the shout, looked up and saw the two of them, and walked over with big strides. Jiang Wenting ignored Jiang Yan and came directly to Zhang Shui's side to take her hand. Sorry, Sister Shui'er, I've kept you waiting. No, we just arrived as well. The two beauties stood together like parallel lotus flowers. Jiang Wenting was hot and sexy. Zheng Shui was pure and elegant. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Indistinguishable. Jiang Wenting was wearing a white camisole undershirt, black shorts underneath revealing her snow-white long legs, her heavenly body proportion, eye-catching, attracting many passers-by to glance at her. Zheng Shui was dressed in a white dress, cold white skin deceptively snowy, with exquisite face. If born in ancient times, there will definitely be a king who will start a war of extermination for her. Chapter 42, teasing Zheng Shui in front of her girlfriends. The absolute two beauties stood at the entrance of the shopping mall, naturally attracting the gazes of countless men, some turning back so often that they almost hit the street lamps on the sidewalk, and some directly not walking, just staring straight at it, unwilling to miss this beautiful scenery. Jiang Yan actually want to stand in the middle of the two, left and right. Unfortunately, he can only think about it. The time has not yet come. Before buying clothes, go get a haircut first. His scribbly puppy haircut is really average, Jiang Wenting said. Scribble puppy? Well. Jiang Yan can't speak to refute the words. Before and poor in no time. Haircut is just a random barbershop. Whether it looks good or not, all with fate. If it is not a long time not to cut the head, looks like a person is very sloppy. Jiang Yan even want to cut once a year. $15 per month to cut the hair. Spend a lot of meat pain, okay? Let's go. I know a good barber store. A corner of the Wanxian Mall. Mr. Tony's Barbershop. Two beauties. What kind of styling do you want? The attraction of a beautiful woman was unquestionable. Mr. Tony's face was smiling like a flower. His attitude was so good that he didn't even see Jiang Yan who was following the two women. It's not us doing hair. It's this one. Zheng Shui pointed at Jiang Yan. Teacher Tony woke up like a dream. Oh, so it's this gentleman. Come and have a seat. Give him a short broken chestnut head, tapering on both sides and thinning the top of his head to retain 3 centimeters. Jiang Wenting said. Mr. Tony laughed. Pretty girl quite knows her stuff. Didn't do much online research for your boyfriend. Che, there's still a need to look up this stuff, Jiang Wenting said. Mr. Tony could see that Jiang Wenting was a rose with thorns, so he didn't answer anymore and picked up the scissors to start working. Jiang Wenting had been set over, but she was still quite serious about things. Here, reduce a bit more here, and here, fix it again. Jiang Wenting voiced out a few pointers every now and then. Mr. Tony's pusher didn't even know how to use it anymore. He recalled the fear of being dominated by his master when he was once an apprentice, and his eyes became fearful as he looked at Jiang Wenting. 20 minutes later, Zheng Shui looked at the refreshingly handsome Jiang Yan in front of her, and praised Jiang Wenting fiercely for a while. Ting ting, you're awesome. The original scribbling puppy turned into a handsome puppy. The whole person became refreshingly sharp. Just a simple change of hairstyle. It was as if he had changed into a different person. His face value was upgraded by several notches. Little more. Jiang Wenting clasped her hands on her chest with a haughty face. Teacher Tony was speechless looking at the heavens. Obviously I'm the one who cuts hair. Why don't you praise me? But it's okay. As long as you guys pay money it's fine. Mr. Tony, your craftsmanship is good. How much? Jiang Yan looked at it and was also satisfied. Teacher Tony shed tears of emotion. It seems that there are still people who understand. Thank you for the compliment. Thanks for your patronage. 388 yuan. 388 yuan. Once a month cut. 12 times a year will be small 5,000. This price is the previous Jiang Yan far from dare to imagine. Jiang Wenting took the two on the 3rd floor of the mall, to the luxury goods area, the Paris family store. Sales did not because Jiang Yan were simple on the words of ridicule, but very warm greeting, welcome to the Paris family. The sales judgment was based on Zheng Shui and Jiang Wenting, regardless of any era. Beauty is a scarce resource. Can an ordinary man be accompanied by two beautiful women of national colors? Hello, take a look at our newly arrived men's linen casual short sleeves. Using the special rainfall hemp from the Normandy region of France, it has the characteristics of absorbing sweat, good breathability and excellent skin feel. Do you want to try it? Jiang Wenting directly refused. This color is too old. Bring me that white short sleeve, and that khaki 9-minute straight pants. Sales obeyed as Jiang Wenting brought the clothes. Jiang Yan took them, went to the dressing room to put them on, and came out to take a look. Zheng Shui and Jiang Wenting both revealed a look of surprise. It's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Jiang Yan upper body white short-sleeved, clean and fresh. The lower half of khaki 9-minute straight pants, slim version. Originally Jiang Yan long is not ugly. Now the whole person temperament is to enhance a half. Instantly become a long-legged oba. The salesgirl couldn't help but look at it twice. At this moment, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of the main thing. He walked to the salesgirl side. Give me 30 black stockings, with letters of the kind. The salesgirl was stunned. Is this wholesale? Out of stock? Jiang Yan looked at the stunned sales and asked. Have stock. I'll go get it for you right away. The sales quickly adjusted his emotions and spoke back. Jiang Wenting looked at the plain black silk on her legs and spat. What a big pervert. Looking at the store clerk's strange eyes, Jiang Wenting walked a little farther away on her own sense, keeping a safe distance to show that we are not in the same gang. Fortunately, there are not many people in the store right now, and the three of them are the only ones buying clothes, or else they would be embarrassed to their grandma's house. Zhang Shui also lowered her head in embarrassment, and silently recited in her heart, You guys can't see me. You can't see me. Jiang Yan saw Zhang Shui's delicate and naive appearance and couldn't help but rub her head with his hand. Silly girl, you also dislike me? No. Jiang Yan looked at the sales who went to get the goods, and then looked at Jiang Wenting who walked away. Jiang Yan suddenly reached over Zhang Shui's waist, and when Zhang Shui was caught off guard, he lowered his head for a boop. Ah! Zhang Shui reacted. Her cheeks instantly burned so hot that she could fry an egg. Her small fists pounded Jiang Yan's chest, but the person was in Jiang Yan's arms, not leaving. Jiang Yan felt the delicate, warm and soft touch coming from his palm and said, What? Can't I kiss you? Zhang Shui reddened her little face, lowered her head and whispered, No, Ting is still there. It's okay, light bulbs are for lighting. Jiang Yan used his lips on Zhang Shui's delicate earlobe. Do you want me to kiss? Aha. The stockings will be put on for me in a while, okay? Aha. Zhang Shui closed her eyes, slightly raised her head. Her small face was red with shame. Honestly speaking, flirting in public like this, it feels very exciting. Especially not far away is a good girlfriend. Jiang Yan felt Zhang Shui's fleshy touch. His heart began to ache. He already regretted calling on Jiang Wenting as a light bulb. Jiang Wenting is in front of the turn to look at the clothes. Subconsciously turned back to look. Good guy. A handful of dog food feeding is caught off guard. What is it? The public. Into what behavior? This voice. Scared Zhang Shui hurriedly pushed Jiang Yan away. Small face red. Take a piece of clothing blocked in their face. Embarrassed to find a crack to drill in. Jiang Yan calmly said, Kiss their girlfriend how? Not ah. You are envious of jealousy, right? I'm not envious. Jiang Wenting bristled. Jiang Wenting looked at Zhang Shui's blushing cheeks and lamented in her heart. Older brother. It's not that my sister won't help you. It's really that the enemy is too cunning and shameless. While the few people were talking, sales came back holding a large pile of stockings. Chapter 43, Double Beauty High Silk Show. Under Jiang Yan's urging, Zhang Shui took one with a red face, chose a few to go with a few pieces of clothing, and went to the dressing room. From the time Zhang Shui went in, Jiang Yan's eyes looked straight into the dressing room without leaving his sight. Jiang Wenting skimmed her mouth and despised. Big pervert. What a super big pervert. How can Sister Schwer look at this guy like you? Che, it's not like I'm letting you wear them. What are you sour about here? Why don't I buy you 30 of them too? Jiang Yan swept a glance at Jiang Wenting's long legs, always feeling that something was missing from his legs today. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to cheapen you. The big bad guy. Jiang Wenting disliked back. Don't wear pull back. I remember who wore it to dinner that day. Remember, it's not very good looking Jiang Yan said in a conspiratorial manner. Jiang Wenting's silver teeth lightly bit, secretly swore in her heart. I'm talking to him one more sentence. I'm a puppy. This guy is really too angry. When he wore it the other day, I don't know who it was. So shocked that he choked on his drink of water, but now he says it doesn't look good. But after 10 minutes of work, Zhang Shui came out from the dressing room. She had a sky blue printed t-shirt on her upper body, a white pleated short skirt on her lower body, and a pair of black marten boots on her feet. The most important finishing touch was the black stockings with the logo printed on them, which instantly changed the originally pure and unassuming temperament. Just like a holy angel falling. Holy with a little bit of charm that made people fall into the abyss. Jiang Yan's eyes couldn't even blink. Worthy of being the goddess chosen by the system. Really beautiful national color. The sales lady was also greatly amazed. She had seen countless purchasers. Most of them had good figures and looked good in them. But no one had ever made her feel so stunning. Zheng Shui was very shy by Jiang Yan's look. She spun around embarrassed and said, How is it? Is it good? Beautiful. Too beautiful. This clothes worn on you. It's really the luck of a lifetime. It's the embodiment of their highest value. Jiang Yan did not mince words of praise. He praised Zhang Shui extremely. After finishing, he turned to Jiang Wenting. How? Do you agree with me? Jiang Wenting skimmed her head. Ignoring him, she said, In talking to him is a puppy's. Zhang Shui saw Jiang Wenting did not say anything. Thought it was not good. Nervously opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? Is it really not good? Sometimes women don't care about the eyes of the opposite sex. Instead they will care more about the eyes of the same sex. The proud desire to win. Engraved in every woman's heart. Hearing Zhang Shui's inquiry, Jiang Wenting's face that was boarded up, immediately changed into a smiling face. It's fine. Whatever Sister Shuer wears looks good. Zhang Shui was instantly relieved. She thought it was ugly. Jiang Yan felt the flavor. Feelings you don't want to talk to me, right? He coughed. Xiao Shui is a natural clothes rack. Wear what all good. Unlike someone I remember also worn. What kind of cum? I give forget. Anyway, can't compare. Jiang Wenting was not happy when she heard this. Who are you mocking here? I don't know who almost choked to death drinking water that day. Really deserved it. Zhang Shui had gotten used to the two's bickering and just happily watched. Jiang Wenting and Jiang Yan's fights never won. The more she talked, the more anxious she became, directly yelling at the sales. Get me one too. Put it on his tab. Although she knew that it was Jiang Yan's big pervert's provocation, Jiang Wenting just couldn't help herself. She just wanted to hit him hard in the face, letting him know what it means to have eyes without a pearl. Jiang Wenting roughly took the stockings handed over by sales, took another shirt for herself, and strutted into the dressing room. Dead pervert, I'll be there in a while, to make your eyes fall out. Jiang Yan guffawed at Zhang Shui. Look, I haven't said anything yet. She's in a hurry, with such a grumpy temperament. How can she get married in the future? Zhang Shui's small face bulged. Big pervert, if I don't see your tricks again, I'll be a little cutie. Up, but in her mouth, she couldn't say cruel words, and could only helplessly say, wrongdoer. Jiang Yan didn't wait long before Jiang Wenting came out. She and Zhang Shui were two very different styles. Well, Jiang Yan admitted that he was marveled again. It was actually the lower body disappearing wear method. Jiang Wenting was wearing a white shirt that was just long enough to cover her hips, and her super short hot pants were directly covered. The stockings she chose were very good at transmitting light. Her thighs were bare, shrouded in a layer of light black, with only the dark-colored logo exuding endless temptation. A pair of British small leather boots on her feet, walking, loud, straight long legs striding on the stage. Excellent style. The aura is not at all inferior to the top models of the Vimy fashion show, although Zhang Shui's face value is much higher than Jiang Wenting, but also have to admit, black silk this thing, long legs is indeed very advantageous. Jiang Wenting walked over to Zhang Shui and spun around in front of her, inquiring, Sister Shuer, how is it? Although this was a question to Zhang Shui, but the smug eyes looked towards Jiang Yan. The purpose was self-evident. Little man, eyes are dropping, right? It's beautiful, especially the stage steps you took. It's just too handsome, Zhang Shui said back. Jiang Yan surprisingly did not speak out to strike. Well, it's very pretty. This made Jiang Wenting froze for a moment. She thought that this guy, again, was going to start being gloomy, but she didn't expect that a rare good word was said. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenting's heart a mouthful of bad gas dispersed. The heart suddenly more than some small complacency, to know that this in the past, she can never because of the man suffered. Next, the store, good-looking clothes, was Jiang Yan bought a lot. Even Jiang Wenting could not help but pick a few. Jiang Yan couldn't help but say, why did you buy so many too? Is your salary enough? I came all the way here, to pick out clothes for someone. These are the payment. Jiang Yan rubbed his nose, unable to refute, and thought, well, let's just take it as your payment for making me pleasing to the eyes. Anyway, you might make a small profit, but I'll make a lot more. The three of them all bought a lot of clothes. In a short while, a large pile of clothes, piled the service desk full. The system's 10 times cashback beeps. Endless. Jiang Yan is now used to it. No waves inside. So many clothes, simply cannot take. The old way. Let them all service personnel to run errands. The three of them continue to lightly loaded. Continue to sweep. 3 people in parallel. Shuttle in the bustling crowd. Wherever men and women, young and old all have to look at it. This pair, wearing the Parisian family of sexy sisters, really do a turnover rate of 100%. Fortunately, Zhanghai City is not the kind of prosperous metropolis in Shuzhong. Otherwise the street photographer and passerby interviews will definitely come in droves. Mom, look at these 2 young ladies are so pretty. Is the man next to them their boyfriend? A young girl with a lollipop in her hand, spoke loudly to her mother, her tender face overflowing with childish innocence. The young mom also saw the 3. She explained to the little girl, no, men can only have 1 girlfriend, not 2. Maybe one of them is a sister. Really? Why do I think all of them are? Because I saw on TV that powerful men have 3 wives and several wives. That handsome uncle, at a glance, is very powerful, so these 2 sisters are his girlfriends. The girl said innocently, that's ancient times, modern times can only have 1. The girl's mom had a black line on her face, and she swore that she would never let her child watch an ancient costume drama again. Chapter 44, The Difficult Light Bulb. Jiang Yan used to buy clothes to compare and contrast, to consider the value for money, and would even take pictures in the store, then search online, and then choose the cheaper ones to buy. But the online pictures may have the same layout, but the workmanship and fabrics are vastly different, so sometimes the careful selection. But instead, they chose the one that is the most inferior. Now it's different. As long as it's a favorite, no need to look at the price. Directly take it. Dry and decisive. Zhang Shui knows that Jiang Yan is a super rich man. This amount of money in his place is not even a hair of the ninth cow, so it will not be entangled in the price. Since his own man to buy, then take it. Zhang Shui is not entangled. When a woman unloads her defenses on you and no longer rejects your good intentions, it means that her body and mind have all been handed over to you. Jiang Yan of course knows this. Originally Zhang Shui's favorability has reached 93, but unfortunately just molested Jiang Wenting, resulting in this niece's intimacy dropped 2 points. But the problem is not too big, and now it has returned to normal, and it is still continuing to rise. Jiang Wenting is not the same. Bought her so many things. This guy is only 50 or so, really a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. Jiang Yan forgot. When they just met, Jiang Wenting's intimacy was -20. Now it has risen so much. It's already very good. Jiang Yan saw a cell phone store. His original cell phone is old. Honestly prompts insufficient memory. This time directly change a large memory. It is estimated that it can be used for a long time. Hello, welcome to Huawei flagship store. Jiang Yan did not dilly-dally. Huawei Mate 60. 1 terabyte version. Give me 3 units. Sales took out 3 brand new unopened cell phones from the container. Jiang Yan directly paid the bill settlement. 899 yuan. 3 units add up to 697 yuan. Sales are frozen. Have not seen such a decisive buyer. Not even a minute into the store. It's done. It's too easy. If every customer is so efficient, then her daily work will be much easier. Jiang Yan did not favor one over the other. Even if it is a light bulb. Also gave to buy one. But Jiang Yan did not suffer at all. 2 cell phones. Successfully let him cash back 177,980 yuan. As for the one bought for himself, a penny did not cash back. The dog system is so heavy on women and light on men. Jiang Wenting all the way. Has been numb. This dog big family also strange generous. She did not say to buy one. Jiang Wenting silently thought in her heart, if one day you go bankrupt, this girl will definitely give you 2 buns to eat. Will not let you starve to death. After some inner YY, Jiang Wenting was in a great mood. If Zhang Shui knew Jiang Wenting's thoughts, I'm afraid she would cry and laugh. Jiang Yan had just spent $2 billion in cash to buy the Wonderland mansion. Listening to him, $2 billion was only 190% of his assets. If he were to let him go bankrupt, it would probably be very, very hard. The 3 of them wandered all the way down to no less than a dozen stores. With Jiang Yan's military king's physique, they all felt their feet start to ache. But the 2 women were still energized and excited, not feeling tired at all. How in the world did God design women? Shopping physical strength PK invincible, bleeding every month, flow a week, surprisingly will not bleed to death, is really a terrible creature. Jiang Yan really do not want to shop, proposed to go to dinner first. Still Jiang Wenting the landlord to lead the way. The 3 came to a Sichuan restaurant. The environment is not bad. Of course, the price is also good. This meal, let Jiang Yan directly earned more than 100,000 yuan. What comes from being full of warmth? Jiang Yan idiom is not good. Forget the words. Looking at Zhang Shui's pure face, and then glanced at the lower body invincible black silk. Zhang total is now very ideas, to be put into practice. Jiang Yan is so real people. Unfortunately, more than 100-watt light bulb, brightly right in front of the heel, is the biggest obstacle. Jiang Yan pulled up Zhang Shui's delicate little hand. Today is truly a pleasant day. However, 520's festival. 3 people is always bad. Let's separate now? I'm really sorry for delaying Ms. Jiang for a few hours. Jiang Wenting wasn't stupid. Naturally she heard the voice outside Jiang Yan's words. This was to drive herself away. She didn't forget the purpose of her visit. She still wanted to make Sister Schwer her sister-in-law. Although this idea, now it seems like a slim hope. But Jiang Yan was so rich, definitely a womanizer. She couldn't let Sister Schwer give everything and end up being hurt all over. I helped you remodel so successfully. You even crossed the river and broke the bridge. It's too much. Jiang Wenting said. Didn't I buy you a lot of things? Jiang Yan retorted. Jiang Wenting knew that she was in the wrong, but she still wanted to struggle a bit more. I don't care. I just won't leave. I can't let you. This big pervert. Hua Schwer's sister. Jiang Wenting said so bluntly. Zhang Shui's face brushed red. This niece, how can she dare to say anything outside? Really want to cover her mouth. Jiang Yan a burst of head big. This chick. How with the dog skin plaster like? So difficult to deal with? Jiang Yan looked around and had an idea in his heart. Let's do it this way. Let's have this place. What the eyes can see. You can just take anything. As long as you can take it away, I'll pay for everything consumed. This is my reward for you. How's that? Jiang Wenting was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Does this guy know what he's talking about? Treating the entire Wanshan Mall as a self-help paradise and taking whatever you want? Jiang Wenting waved her hand in front of Jiang Yan's eyes, and Jiang Yan couldn't help but blink. What are you doing? I'm looking to see if you've turned into Alzheimer's. You're the one with Alzheimer's. Jiang Yan disliked back. That's being possessed by an alien. I know you're rich, but you know that Wanshan Mall is the most upscale place in Shanghai, not a roadside stall in the aftermarket. I just know that the gold jewelry counter on the first floor, there is a $20 million diamond necklace. I can get you to lose all your money. Do you believe me? Jiang Wenting looked at Jiang Yan with contempt. A little bit of small money cannot be so pretentious. Pay attention to the interrogation. What the eyes can see, not just take. Jiang Yan corrected. Jiang Yan has a system. Jiang Wenting is to empty the entire mall. There is no problem. Even he can earn more, but considering that it is too shocking, Jiang Yan deliberately set the upper limit. Good. So there is a limit. I thought that you, a big dog, can be so rich, if you have the ability to let me take whatever I want. Jiang Wenting mocked. Are you doing it or not? If you don't do it, I won't give you a dime. Jiang Yan said impatiently. Dry. Must dry. Why not? Someone rushed to give money. Do not want for nothing. Jiang Wenting careful calculation. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Their hard work to earn a few dollars. Today Jiang Yan to buy her clothes enough for her 5 years of wages. Jiang Wenting is familiar with this place. Just because she works here, her salary can be far from enough to spend here. The last time she wore the Parisian stockings, it was also in order to fix Jiang Yan. So she ruthlessly spent half a month of her salary, but she was heartbroken. Jiang Wenting mumbled in her heart. I'm sorry, old brother. I didn't keep my sister-in-law in good hands. It's not that I blame my will for not being strong. It's really because the enemy gave too much. Chapter 45, BMW Showroom. The square outside the Wanshan Mall. Jiang Wenting stood in place, her eyes looking around. The entrance to the mall. It was Old Man Na, Golden Arches and other fast food restaurants. On the square opposite the mall, there are some snack stores like Guangdong Boiled, Teppan Squid and so on. And then far away, there are some brand stores that put new clothes on the transparent display stand. These don't seem to be high consumption things. Jiang Wenting turned around exasperated. Well, I said how you so generous. The original in this count me. There is no valuable goods. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Zhang Shui, do you want to play together? Zhang Shui smiled warmly at Jiang Yan. No need. I've already have got the most precious thing. Jiang Yan bought this Wonderland mansion for her. She was not a greedy woman. There was no need to have everything. Jiang Yan was a little stirred up by this sudden confession. He smiled faintly and said, being able to meet you is also my luckiest thing. Jiang Wenting watched the two of them being mushy, her heart bursting with displeasure. She said loudly, wait, let's reiterate the oath we just made. What you said, do you take it seriously? Don't go back on your words later? A gentleman's word is a team of horses. A great man, a mouthful of spittle, a nail, never back out. Never go back on your word? Never go back on my word. Jiang Wenting laughed out loud. This time, you're going to hemorrhage. I want that. She stretched out her small white hand and pointed to the 9 o'clock direction. Jiang Yan followed the direction of her finger and vaguely saw the blue and white logo car parked there. Jiang Yan looked at it and said, we are talking about the goods being sold, not the car parked there. If you look at this mall, do I have to buy it for you too? Zhang Shui looked twice and saw the clue. Jiang Yan, there seems to be a BMW showroom. This has a weird eye. Jiang Yan took a closer look and faintly said, let's go then. Wait, there's more? You didn't say you only wanted one thing. Jiang Wenting blocked. Can you take it? Jiang Yan asked. I can put it in the car. This reason was plain and simple, directly knocking Jiang Yan down. Jiang Wenting stood still and ran to a toy store to hold out a 2-meter-tall giant teddy bear, which Jiang Wenting held in her arms, shaking, very reluctantly. I want this one more. Jiang Wenting walked to Jiang Yan and said. The toy store owner was baffled. This beautiful and unlikable woman rushed to the store, picked up the teddy bear and ran away. In this broad daylight, even directly robbed in the open, it was too lawless. The boss panted and chased after him. Beauty, you haven't paid yet. Jiang Wenting nudged toward Jiang Yan. Check out and find him. Jiang Yan was helpless, took out his cell phone to scan the code and pay the bill. Let's go. Go to BMW. Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets and walked at the front. Jiang Wenting was alone, holding a giant teddy bear, looking very reluctant, pitifully looking at Zhang Shui. Sister Schwerer. Jiang Wenting knew that Zhang Yan, this guy's character, would never care about himself, so he could only turn to Zhang Shui for help. Let me help you put it. Zhang Shui looked at Jiang Wenting's embarrassed appearance with amusement. She also did not expect Jiang Wenting to choose this thing. The two women were on one side, carrying half of the giant teddy bear. Jiang Wenting raised her head and stole a glance at Zhang Yan, who was walking in front of her, and quietly said to Zhang Shui, Sister Schwerer, men are all big pigs' hooves, the little things in their hearts. I know everything, so don't be fooled. What are you talking about? Zhang Shui shyly blushed. Why don't you understand? He was in a hurry to whisk me away. He still doesn't want to break your crotch elbow. You can't let him have his way. Jiang Wenting looked at Zhang Shui's clueless look and was anxious in her heart, so she simply picked her words. If just now Zhang Shui's face was only slightly red, now she felt like her face could fry an egg. Girl's family? What crotch bone elbow? Hard to hear. Jiang Wenting still persuaded. Sister Schwerer, you've known each other for a short period of time. You can't see all of a person clearly. Why don't you listen? Zhang Shui was slightly silent for a while. After thinking for a moment, she said, some people, even if they have been together for a long time, they are only strangers. Some people, just a glance back, is a glance for 10,000 years, and their souls are attached to each other. From the time Jiang Yan good without hesitation to give her $500,000, Zhang Shui has already determined that this life has been non-marriage of him. This man has become her only dependence. Jiang Wenting looked at Zhang Shui's determined face, so she was powerless to persuade her further. What brand of divine ecstasy did this dog Dato use? The drug is so strong. If Zhang Yan knew what Jiang Wenting was thinking, he would have told her that it was the money power brand. Jiang Wenting doesn't want to give up. She wants to fight for her brother one last time. Zhang Shui was distracted by Jiang Wenting's incessant chatter. She said helplessly, Auntie, my relatives are here. It's impossible even if I want to. Jiang Wenting froze. Relatives are here. What relatives? But in an instant she understood. It seems that the dog big family's calculations are going to fall through. Jiang Wenting laughed. Her smile like a flowery face was full of gloating. Zhang Yan walked not long, found that this is a BMW 4S store. 3 people walked into the store. Zhang Yan a brand name clothing, followed by 2 young girls, are rare to see a great beauty. Sale saw the arrival of the trio and came to greet them enthusiastically. It is now more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Now the store is only one person left on duty. I did not expect that when the store is almost closed, a guest came. Look at the dress. Must be a big customer. Welcome. Zhang Yan now just wanted to quickly get rid of this dogskin plaster. Before the sales finished, Zhang Yan interrupted. This BMW 5 Series. I'll take it. Let's go. Pay the bill. The salesman just opened his mouth and forgot to close it. He didn't say a word. And the order came true? Happiness came too suddenly. However, he quickly reacted. Please follow me. Wait. What I want is this. Zhang Wenting came to a red sedan and patted the front of that car. It was a red 4-door coupe, a BMW M4. Frosted blaze orange in color. Particularly eye-catching and unforgettable at a glance. Zhang Yan's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. We can't see this car from where we were just now. You can't cheat. Jiang Wenting smiled cheekily. I knew you guys wanted to cheat. She pulled out her cell phone, found a picture, and clicked to enlarge it. What do you see here? This picture was taken from where they just stood. Zhang Yan stretched his head over and saw that the corner place of the picture revealed a light orange color, which could not be seen at all if not enlarged. Zhang Yan could only sigh. This niece is really not an ordinary person. Let's go. I won't buy the 5 Series. Change the red M4. Zhang Yan said to the sales face confused. Between the 5 Series and M4. But there is still a difference between the 5 Series. You buy a car budget. The span is also too big. Sir, wait. You still need optional accessories. Please come here. Still need to optional Zhang Yan heard. Also need optional accessories. Annoyed to death. This grating. Net delay. He took out his cell phone on the direct transfer to Jiang Wenting 200 million. Chapter 46 Vast and Profound. Jiang Wenting is excited to see the car. Suddenly felt the phone vibration. She pulled out the phone to see. Froze. The long string of zeros on the phone made her directly confused, and she counted it many times in a row. Zhang Yan pulled up Zheng Shui's small hand and said, I transferred her to sell the car payment. If you choose the configuration again, it shall not wait until the monkey years and months. Let's go first. Zheng Shui's face was red. Of course she knew Zhang Yan's thoughts. This man is so anxious. She can't tell the daughter's secret. She didn't know what to do. But, it's not good for us to leave Tingting behind like this, right? What's wrong with that? This was originally her territory. Such a big girl can still be lost. Zhang Yan said back, Tingting, we're leaving first. Oh. Zhang Shui shouted, But unfortunately Jiang Wenting, who was immersed in her own world, didn't hear it, and had no choice but to be pulled Jiang Yan away in a hurry. Jiang Wenting excitedly looked at the balance in her cell phone. Her heart felt like she was dreaming. She had never seen so much money in her life. In her account, she and Zhang Shui were both children of ordinary families. Their families were small and honest people, and there was no one in the family who did big business. Jiang Wenting has always felt that everyone is born equal. Even if you are rich, it's the same. It's all one head, two arms. When it's time to die, you have to die. There is no difference. So never felt that the rich people have something great. But when a huge sum of money really smashed at her, she can no longer maintain the initial heart. If it is not too humiliating, she would like to be a gold-digging woman. The dog big family every day to give money to spend is also a good thing. Jiang Wenting turned around, wanting to share this happy moment with Zhang Shui, but she saw that Jiang Yan had already walked away with Zhang Shui in his arms. Her originally happy mood suddenly fell. This dog Dato, for Zhang Shui's sake, is still weirdly generous. Sales saw Jiang Yan directly walk away, thought he changed his mind. Hey, happy for nothing. He looked at the beautiful woman who was still there and couldn't help but ask, beautiful woman, are you still buying? Buy. Must buy. Why not buy for nothing? This is what I deserve for being a light bulb. Jiang Wenting gritted her teeth. Shengshi Tianhu Hotel, the luxurious presidential private room. The hotel prepared a romantic candlelight dinner in advance. Bright yellow candlelight swaying, red rose petals, spread all over the marble tabletop. Exquisite dishes full of artistic sense, so that people cannot bear to destroy. Jiang Yan looked at the knife and fork on the table, not knowing what to do. When he was alone, he could just take a fork and stick it up and feast. Now that the atmosphere is so romantic, doing so seems to be very destructive. Shui'er, do you know how to use this foreign thing? Although it was strange that Jiang Yan was so rich that he couldn't use a knife and fork. However, Zhang Shui didn't ask much. Let me teach you. It just so happens that I've learned some Western food etiquette. Zhang Shui stood up and came behind Jiang Yan. Her two jade hands held Jiang Yan's big hand. For a moment, Jiang Yan felt a nice smell of body odor coming, like orchids and musk. Hold the knife in your right hand, and the fork in your left hand, with your index finger sticking out and resting on the front of the knife and fork. Jiang Yan immersed himself in the gentle teaching, sniffing the refreshing body fragrance. What are you and Jiang Wenting talking about back there? What crotch and elbow? Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at Zhang Shui's long, snow-white swan neck, a strand of black hair hanging over his face. Itching. Zhang Shui's face was embarrassed. This kind of thing, how can I answer? Ah, it's nothing. It's just the whispers of a daughter's family. Jiang Yan's soldier king physique caused his hearing to be far beyond normal. Jiang Wenting and Zhang Shui's whispers, although they deliberately lowered their voices, but Jiang Yan still heard a lot. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan could no longer hold back the agitation in his heart. A hand behind Zhang Shui in his arms. Ah! Zhang Shui let out a cry. Do you want me to break your crotch elbow? Zhang Shui's face turned red with shame. So he had heard it all. Just this kind of words. How can let an untouched young girl say it herself? She can only red face. Stick to Jiang Yan's chest. Do temporary escape? Zhang Shui period cannot say. Want to. Let me break your crotch elbow. Jiang Yan didn't pay the slightest attention to the shyness of a daughter's family and asked again. Zhang Shui was forced to have no choice but to whisper. Want to. But I. Zhang Shui's face turned red, twisting and turning to say no. What's wrong? Jiang Yan smiled and asked. My relatives came. Finally said it. Only that voice was smaller than a mosquito talking. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed and didn't spoil the fun. He already knew it. China's history and culture. A long history. The art of the room is a bright pearl. The pleasure of the boudoir has many kinds. Why stick to the form of it? The night is long. Good company. Better than all the fame and fortune. The next morning, Jiang Yan woke up from sleep, and found that the beautiful people around him disappeared. Getting up and going to the bathroom, he found Zhang Shui brushing her teeth. Only her careful appearance was amusing. What's wrong? Zhang Shui gave Jiang Yan a big blank stare. It's not all your fault that my jaw muscles are so sore. Aren't you going home today? I prepared some cosmetics and nourishing health products for Auntie, as well as some cigarettes and alcohol and other items that you can use when you visit your relatives, and have already put them in the car. Jiang Yan couldn't help but take Zhang Shui in his arms and left a big fragrant kiss on the beauty's cheek. Zhang Shui is really a virtuous inner helper. Jiang Yan, this brown man, did not think of these details. What for? I'm still brushing my teeth. Although the word said so, but Zhang Shui's heart surged with infinite sweetness. Do you want to? Together? The ugly daughter-in-law also wants to meet her in-laws. Jiang Yan gently hugged Zhang Shui and said, he is more and more fond of this gentle and virtuous woman. Zhang Shui rinsed her mouth. The Fairyland Mansion acquisition has just begun. There are still many places that need me. After saying that, Zhang Shui looked at Jiang Yan with an apologetic face and watery eyes. Jiang Yan kissed Zhang Shui's cheeks. How could I blame you? The trouble with Fairyland Mansion. Or I'm looking for you. Right. What kind of disease did our mom have? Is it serious? Jiang Yan asked. Now Zhang Shui is also regarded as his own woman. Care about mother-in-law. Is a good son-in-law should be responsible for it. Not too good. Mentioning this topic, Zhang Shui couldn't help but redden her eyes. Even Jiang Yan took advantage of her and didn't notice. Zhang Shui's mom was engaged in jade carving work. Due to the usual precautions not in place, coupled with their own did not care, got a serious pneumoconiosis. This kind of disease reaches the third stage is almost impossible to cure. Can only replace the lungs, and replace the lungs surgery needs a huge amount of money. So Zhang Shui would like to come to the clubhouse to work to earn money, to go put together her mom's surgery fee. Since you gave $500,000, I've used good equipment and medication for my mother, and the pain has lessened so much. It's just that I don't know if I should have my lungs replaced. With advanced pneumoconiosis, there is only one way out, lung replacement, but lung replacement is not 100% successful, and there is a high chance of death due to severe rejection in the later stages. If you don't change your lungs, living in such pain is also a kind of torture. So it's no wonder Zhang Shui is so torn. Chapter 47, Going Home to See. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and made a call to Wu Wenbin, asking him if there was a good hospital. Wu Wenbin couldn't wait for Jiang Yan to have something to look for him. As long as this rich and powerful son open his mouth, he is not too much trouble at all. Elder brother Jiang, give brother 10 minutes to get back to you. Okay brother Wu, I'll call back later. This was the first time Jiang Yan opened his mouth, and Wu Wenbin was very positive. Not long after, without waiting for Jiang Yan to call, Wu Wenbin took the initiative to call back. It has been arranged. The best hospital in the city, the best doctor, the highest level of single room. Favor this thing. You cannot afford to return is a favor. Can afford to return is a gift. No use for nothing. Jiang Yan may not have the idea of politeness. After doing all this, Jiang Yan thought about it and took out his cell phone to transfer 5 million to Zhang Shui. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving $50 million in rebate cash. Jiang Yan was now too lazy to look at his account balance. Mere money could no longer excite him. Zhang Shui emotionally hugged Jiang Yan and sent a big fragrant kiss. Hubby, meeting you is the biggest luck in my life. Jiang Yan turned around and kissed back. If it wasn't for running the red light, which could easily cause a serious traffic accident, he really wanted to violate the law once. Driving away Zhang Shui, Jiang Yan alone embarked on the return journey to his hometown. Xingcheng County, a small county belonging to the jurisdiction of Zhanghai City, is almost 80 kilometers away. The Primera drove on the countryside road. Tall poplar trees, rows and rows of them extended to the end of the road. Thanks to the rapid development of the times, the rural roads were also paved with thick asphalt, and the vehicle drove on it. Smooth, quiet, and the driving experience was great. Jiang Yan through the familiar streets, the car parked in the center of the street next to the old acacia tree. His home in the alley. The car cannot drive in, can only be parked relatively close to the place. Came to the familiar door of the house. Rows of new houses of red brick and green tile, neatly arranged, plastered with exquisite good-looking tiles. Very foreign style. Among the many beautiful houses, Jiang Yan's house is the most conspicuous, because their home, or a long time ago the kind of green brick house, wooden windows, low eaves, looks a little shabby. Listen to Jiang Mom said this house aged than she is still big. Visible history, can do monuments. Jiang Yan heart secretly sour. He came back this time, is to build a beautiful villa out, so that the men and women in their village to see, their family, is no longer the former Jiang family. Pushing open the familiar door of the house, standing in the empty yard, moody and excited shouted, Jiang Xiujing, I'm back. Jiang Yan also does not shout Mom, directly is called by name. This behavior, in the eyes of outsiders seemed treacherous, but mixed with Jiang Yan's special expression of emotion to his mother. Movement came from the east room. 2 women of about 50 years of age came out from the house. The middle-aged woman on the left with a thin figure and beautiful face was Jiang Yan's mother, and it could be seen that she was also a great beauty in her youth. And Jiang Yan had to thank her mother for her current handsome face. The middle-aged woman on the right with a slightly chubby body is the mother of Jiang Yan's youngest child. Jiang Yan called her Auntie Five, the same age of 50 years old. 5 aunts, looked much younger than Jiang Xiujing, a single mother in the countryside. To bring up the child, that kind of hardship, cannot be imagined by outsiders. This strong contrast made Jiang Yan's heart ache. He swore that in the future, he must let his mother take good care of her, so that she will live a long life, surpassing all her peers. Come back, just come back. Blindly howling what? Why just yourself? Promise to bring me a daughter-in-law? Jiang Yan's expression was stagnant. He had planned to bring Li Shiman home to visit his mother. But unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. The creation of people. This promise can only be invalidated. AI. Your son has been dumped. Begging for comfort from Mother Superior. After saying that, Jiang Yan used his pampering technique, ran over, and gave Jiang Xiujing a big hug. Jiang Yan's behavior, on the contrary, made Jiang Xiujing embarrassed. She patted her son's back. Okay, how old are you? Still like a child. She can't see you. We still can't see her. That's right. Not as much as 1/10,000th of my mom's virtuousness. I still don't see her. Jiang Yan opposite Jiang Xiujing a burst of bragging, amused the old man a burst of joy. Jiang Yan touched the cold sweat on his forehead. This robbery is to let him escape. Auntie Five looked on from the side. Jiang Yan is back, so I won't bother you guys to catch up. I just say hello. I know that your family is also difficult, especially you a woman family. Alone pulling up Jiang Yan has been very difficult. This does not want to be. Again. Fifth aunt said suddenly some choking, turned around to go. Wait, old sister. Jiang Xiujing called out to stop the fifth aunt. She took out her cell phone, found the fifth aunt's avatar, and directly transferred a sum of money in the past. As you know, our family is not generous. This amount of money, don't mind it, it's already the best we can do. The fifth aunt took out her cell phone and looked at the transfer information. Said, quite a lot. My old man's side of the relatives, but also did not bother to take out so much. I'll write you an IOU. At that time, must return all with interest. No need. We have been sisters for so many years. I still can't trust you? What's more, if it weren't for my old sister, who usually takes care of me, I wouldn't necessarily be able to pull through on my own with a baby. Auntie Five was grateful. She gently hugged Jiang Xiujing, and didn't say anything else. Jiang Yan just watched quietly, not interjecting nonsense, until after Auntie Five left. Jiang Yan asked, what did Auntie Five come to borrow money for? Hey, it's not Wang Peng's daughter-in-law. Red apricot wall was found by Wang Peng. Wang Peng is also an acute, rushed to find others to settle the score, and put them into the hospital, and now they want medical bills. It is not forced to no way. His mother came to our home to borrow money. Not so. I remember Wang Peng's family is not quite rich. This kid is less than 20 years old on the Audi A4. Can be poor that medical expenses? Jiang Yin wondered. Wang Peng dropped out of school early, on the social mixing, using their own money earned by moving bricks at the construction site. Opened a scrap station. A few years' time. Earned a pot full of money. Less than 20 years old on the mention of an Audi A4. Married a few years ago. Married to the village's famous village flower. This happy wonderful life. Simply envious of others. Jiang Xiujing said, originally their family is going downhill. Who knows Wang Peng fight, put people into the hospital. It is even worse. Jiang Yan curiously asked, even if Wang Peng is now down and out, what about the money earned in earlier years? Is it all gone? Jiang Xiujing said, when his daughter-in-law cheated on him, he went over to find someone else, but he didn't want to. There were 7 people on the other side, and he fought with them on the spot. What was the result? Jiang Yan pursued. As a result, he was not at all. The 7 people, there are 6 seriously injured in the hospital. Each opening, are more than 100,000 medical expenses. Their family can have how many mountains of gold and silver? Chapter 48 The Plight of the Hair Little. Jiang Yan was shocked. This kid can Wang Peng that kid looks tall. When he went to school is a good hand in the fight, but did not expect to be so fierce. Jiang Xiujing looked at the handsome Jiang Yan. She found that her son has changed, become energetic, speech and mannerisms, full of self-confidence. Our family didn't have any savings, but a few days ago, didn't you transfer $50,000 to me? So I gave it all to your Auntie Five. You won't blame Mom, right? It's okay, I'll transfer another $500,000 to Mom. You can borrow whoever you want. Our family has plenty of money now. Jiang Yan finished, then pulled out his cell phone to Jiang Xiujing transferred another $500,000. Jiang Xiujing heart thumped, son you tell Mom the truth. Are you going to do something bad? We can't take this money. Jiang Yan cried and laughed. This is that with that your son met a nobleman. She brought me together to do business, and now I have made a fortune. Your old man. In the future, just follow the son together to enjoy the blessings of it. First give you $500,000. You stay up. Improve your life. Turn around. I'll rebuild our house. Must let Mom enjoy a happy old age. Jiang Xiujing snorted a laugh. How old am I? Where do I need to retire? I'll save this money for you. Use it when you get a daughter-in-law. Jiang Yan knew that his mother had worked hard all her life, and the old generation's frugal thinking could not be changed overnight. so he did not say much more. Anyway, time is still long. The old lady will always adapt. Knowing that the money came from a normal source, Zhang Xiujing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her son, who she had not seen for a long time, and was in a very happy mood. You're back. Let's make dumplings between the two of us. Haven't you been thinking about eating it? Good. Mother's dumplings. I'm my favorite. I'll go to Uncle Wang's house to buy the meat filling. Remember to bring another bottle of vinegar. We don't have any at home. It won't taste good without it. Zhang Xiujing took out her apron, tied it on, and went to knead the dough. Uncle Wang opened a kiosk in the village, which is a self-built house in the countryside, leaving out a room on the street as a store. Although the place is not big, but there are a wide variety of goods, a variety of everything. Zhang Yan dumplings' favorite meat is a filling, fat and thin, the best taste. He doesn't like the practice of adding water to the filling. Instead, he likes to use soybean paste and meat to stir-fry the aroma. This way, the disadvantage is that the meat will not hold together again, but the advantage is that the flavor will be more fragrant. The taste is even better. This is also my mother's usual way of mixing the filling. As soon as he entered, Uncle Wang recognized Jiang Yan. Xiao Jiang, aren't you out of town? I just came back. I wanted to eat dumplings for lunch, so I came to Uncle Wang's place to weigh some meat filling. Jiang Yan walked over to the tablet where the meat was placed and looked at it for a few moments. Uncle Wang, I want this piece of 5 flour. Beat it into meat filling for me. Alright. Between the two of them talking, a tall, brawny man with an inch head walked out from the inside of the store. People have not yet arrived. The loud voice will first enter the ear. Brother Jiang, you come back, also do not say a word. Little brother, I still want to give you to receive the dust. Wang Peng, I just came back. I haven't had time to say it yet. Jiang Yan is also very happy to see Wang Peng. The two of them are from a small piece of bare buttocks, grew up. Together pulled out a bird's nest. Together ran up the mountain chasing rabbits. In the summer, the two are even every day soaked in the west end of the village. In the small river gully swimming. Jiang Yan is 2 months older than Wang Peng, so Wang Peng has always honored Jiang Yan as a brother. Revolutionary friendship between the two can be said to be as solid as iron. But unfortunately, later, Zhang Xiujing hoped that his son, Jiang Yan, sent to Jianghai City for further study, the contact between the two will be less. Uncle Wang turned his head to see that it was his own son, so he said to him, your brother John wants 2 pounds of 5 flours. You cut it up for him and beat it into stuffing. Someone over there wants melon seeds. I'm going to take a look. Okay, Dad. Wang Peng nimbly cut off a piece of 5 flour meat. Also do not weigh. Directly put in the grinder to break. Packaged and handed to Jiang Yan. No need to give it. Just take it as a gift from me to my brother. This is not good. Doing business only out and not in. What is that? Turn around, you want to invite me to drink. Can. But this meat money I must give. This is a matter of principle. Jiang Yan said seriously. Doing business can't be all out and no in. Alright, it's me who owes it to consideration. But I'll treat you at night. Don't grab it from me. That must be your treat. I wouldn't go with anyone else. Ha ha. Jiang Yan hammered a fist of Wang Peng's sturdy muscles. Hard. This kid. It's almost comparable to his own soldier king physique. You kid. This physique is strong enough. That must be. The handsome little Lingjuan who fights all over Star City without any enemy. Actually deserves his name. Wang Peng patted his chest and said with a flirty face. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Sometime. Let's practice. With who? With you, brother Jiang? I'm afraid of hurting you. Not necessarily. Oh, Jiang Yan said lightly. When Wang Peng saw Jiang Yan's inscrutable expression, for a moment he actually really had an inexplicable feeling that he was not necessarily Jiang Yan's opponent. But how was that possible? He had taken on 7 of them and put them all in the hospital. But he himself had only suffered some superficial injuries. Jiang he had known since he was a child, and he had never fought with anyone, so how could it be possible? The two were talking when a beautiful woman came to the store. Wang Peng, bring me 10 pounds of eggs, on credit first. A delicate voice came from the doorway. Hearing the voice, Wang Peng's face instantly became as black as the bottom of a pot. Lu Tsuelan, we're already divorced. What do you mean by always looking for me on credit? Jiang Yan twisted his head to look. It turned out to be Wang Peng's wife. No, it was the original wife. They had met a few times but hadn't said a few words. Lu Tsuelan had a beautiful face and fair skin. That is, compared to the rich wives in the big city, she was no less beautiful. However, she has high cheekbones, sunken cheeks and thin lips, and she seems to be a mean and unkind person. Wearing a low-necked black lace nightgown, the snow-white canyon was hidden. The hem of the skirt just missed the root of her thighs, revealing her snow-white thighs, and her figure was not bad. In the countryside, this kind of dress of a woman is not rare. Do not see, do not see. Brother's wife cannot ride. Jiang Yan's mouth silently recited the mantra. He did not want to apologize to his brother. Not right. They are divorced. Then it does not matter. Jiang Yan used the probing skill on Lu Tsuelan. Name, Lu Tsuelan. Age, 26. Height, 162. Face value, 80. Intimacy, 0. Remarks, brothers' wives. Can be written. They are divorced. Don't you want to try? Binding successful. Can get a link in Navigator. Jiang Yan looked at the system note. A black line. I always dislike doing too exciting things. Easy to reduce life. Lu Tsuelan familiarly flipped out a seat from the counter. Her fat and plump but sat down. That posture. Not taking herself as an outsider at all. Chapter 49 Blind Date. What do you mean? When I divorced, not a dime was given to me. And now that I'm taking you 2 eggs, you're heartbroken. Wang Peng angrily said. What do you want? What else do I have? I still carry more than $100,000 of debt. Or you put this debt. Give me half of it. I don't care. Doesn't your dad still have this store? He has only one son. His money is your money. Your money is half of mine. How dare you say that? Why did I marry such a loser like you? Wang Peng is not as good as Lu Tsuelan when it comes to being smart-mouthed. Jiang Yan saw that it wasn't a good idea for them to argue so much, so he mediated in the middle. Say, a husband and wife for a day. Is there a need to argue so much? Everyone talk less. It is not to favor anyone. Jiang Yan is afraid of a moment. The neighbors are over to see the joke. This kind of thing in the countryside. Is the fun of gossip after dinner? But the main character of the story is their own words. I guess no one will be happy. Wang Peng knows Jiang Yan is for their own good. For this kind of woman angry is not worth it. He turned to Lu Tsuelan said, eggs sold out. You go to another house. But Lu Tsuelan did not think so. Her willow eyebrow crossed the fire on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, you poor man. What are you doing here? Jiang Yan's family in the village is notoriously poor. Rats into. All to shed tears away. Lu Tsuelan originally is Wang Peng's wife. Of course, know that Jiang Yan is Wang Peng's hair small. She has always been for Jiang Yan is looked down upon. As soon as Wang Peng heard that Lu Tsuelan scolded his own brother, he immediately couldn't help himself and directly slapped him. Pa! Lu Tsuelan person stumbled. Almost fell. Delicate face. Immediately appeared a blood-red slap mark. She was stunned to cover the beaten half of her face. Wang Peng. You, how dare you hit me? Wang Peng didn't even hit himself when he was cheating on his wife. Now he even hit himself for a poor brother. Lu Tsuelan was now simply furious. You could do whatever you wanted to me in the past. But now, cursing my brother, just won't do. While I can still control myself, you hurry up and get the hell out of here. Wang Peng clenched his fists, his teeth clacking. Lu Tsuelan saw Wang Peng's hideous face. Her heart was a little scared. A good man still doesn't eat his words, let alone her being a woman. Wang Peng, you wait for me. After saying that, Lu Tsuelan covered her face and ran away crying. Wang Peng apologized and looked at Jiang Yan. I'm sorry, brother Jiang. I didn't expect Lu Tsuelan to be a mad dog. Whoever she has to bite. Jiang Yan waved his hand. It's okay, it's not your problem. Right, do you still need money? When I went home, it just so happened that your mom was at my house. I heard about you. Remember to talk if you don't have enough money. Wang Peng laughed miserably. He didn't expect his best friend. Once he returned to the village, he knew about his scandal. It was really humiliating. AI. Family misfortune. By the way, my mom must have gone to your house to borrow money. How much did she take from your house? I know that your family is not rich in the first place. I can't. Jiang Yan immediately interrupted. What are you talking about? When I did not work, you did not less succor me. Now I'm out of a money. You even pretentious on. Not Jiang. This is not the same. I had money at that time. That a little bit of small money is nothing. You are not the same. Your family is so difficult. I cannot want. I'll call my mom. Wang Peng said. To call his mom? Have to return the money. Jiang Yan out to stop. Wang Peng looked anxious. Jiang brother's love. Brother I received. But I'm too poor. You lend me. But also just a drop in the bucket. Jiang brother you do not trip this muddy water. Jiang Yan knew that if he said more, this straightforward man would not believe it. You come with me. Jiang Yan led Wang Peng to the old acacia tree. A silver gray coupe quietly parked there. The village elders do not understand the car, but they all sternly reprimanded the small children who attempted to approach. Such a beautiful car. Definitely not cheap. Jiang Yan said to Wang Peng, know this car, right? Wang Peng said back, Porsche Panamera. More than $1 million coupe. Of course I know it, but why is this car in our village? There are a few families in the village with millions of dollars, but unless they have a brain fart, They would not buy this car with their entire fortune. Is it that rich kid who came to play in our village? Wang Peng had a foggy face, not knowing where this car came from. Jiang Yan pulled out the car keys, and the Paramira's sharp front headlights flashed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Jiang brother, you drive back. Really powerful. It will not be rented, right? That car rental agency would rent a 4 million plus Paramira from outside? Over $4 million? Isn't it more than $1 million? Wang Peng said in disbelief. That is the general version. This is turbos. The original factory options are the highest matching. The average person renting a car line cannot have this kind of car. Then brother Jiang, you are from Get? Wang Peng curious. Eat soft rice got. Jiang Yan faintly said. Strictly speaking, to spend money on women to return cash. Really eat soft rice from. So the explanation is not wrong. Brother Jiang, is this industry highly competitive? Can you bring a brother a hand? I now also have a bad stomach. Want to eat a mouthful of soft rice, Wang Peng said cheaply. Jiang Yan, a burst of evil cold. Okay, this car is my own. You just need to know. Your brother Jiang is now very rich. Beyond imagination rich. How much money are you still missing? I'll give you some more. Wang Peng continuously waved his hand and refused. No need, brother Jiang. Brother, I can still solve it. Brother has this heart. I'm already very touched. I know that soft rice is not so delicious. Wang Peng's proud self-esteem does not allow him to expose his fragile heart. Not to mention this brother, or his original, often help people. Come on. Jiang Yan knew that Wang Peng had misunderstood. This guy really thought he was a soft rice eater. Anyway, Jiang Yan still have to stay at home for a period of time. When the time comes to see what he needs to help, just extend a hand. Jiang Yan carried a big bowl of dumplings. It smells so good. Mom's dumplings are really invincible and delicious. Zhang Xiaojing looked at Jiang Yan tenderly. Slowly eat. There is still in the pot. Right. The neighbor, Auntie Wang, found a blind date for you. Do you want to go and take a look? Do not go. What era is still blind date? I've seen so many of them over the years, and none of them work out. There will be blind dates in any era. Counting on you to find a date on your own. Your old mom and I won't be able to see my grandchildren for the rest of my life. Zhang Xiaojing's attitude instantly came to a 180-degree change. The original gentle and virtuous instantly turned into a witch. Cross-eyed. Are you going or not? Don't really want to go. Jiang Yan is still doing the final struggle. He has recently been raised by the system to make tastes difficult. On the 80 points below the woman. Not interested at all. A small countryside can have what high-quality goods. He is not holding a little expectation. Chapter 50, The Absolute Strong Woman. Jiang Yan turned around, suddenly saw Zhang Xiaojing look at him with a cold expression, wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, and a few strands of silver hair on the head, all printed into Jiang Yan's eyes. As a mother, Zhang Xiaojing wanted to do something for her son. She also wanted to prove that she was not old, and still have the ability to fight for her son. Jiang Yan's heart became astringent. He reluctantly muttered, I'm a tycoon now, not a small boss. You're asking me to go on a blind date. Where is this? I'll ask you again. Are you going or not? The voice dropped 3 degrees instead of rising, but Jiang Yan heard the coldness from it. It's okay to meet, in case it works out. I love blind dates the most. Zhang Xiaojing saw her son agree. The expression on her face immediately returned to a gentle and generous look. Jiang Yan greatly relieved. Are you still eating? The dumplings in the pot are also ready. I'll go and serve you another bowl. The mother superior adult changed her face so quickly that Jiang Yan was staggered. He secretly muttered, this is not me yielding under her majesty. This is filial piety. This is honoring the old. Star City's busy street. Inside a milk tea store. Jiang Yan sat alone in the corner by the window and fumed. Hello, you're the Jiang Yan that Aunt Lu was talking about, right? Suddenly, a woman around 20 years old took the initiative to sit opposite Jiang Yan. The woman was wearing a white dress, with long flowing hair. Her face wasn't really pretty, but her eyes were watery, and she was quite durable, and Jiang Yan gave her 7 points out of 10. The woman put the bag in her hand on the table, pulling herself away from the stool to sit down. My name is Han Yingying. We are all adults. I do not play false. I see you look good. Want to sit down and talk to you. Do you have a house and a car? Jiang Yan saw this woman surprisingly so frank. Up is so direct. He also did not speak. Directly from the pocket out of the Porsche's car keys. Splat. The keys were thrown onto the table by Jiang Yan. There is no house, but there is a car. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. Han Yingying's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. In this small county of Star City, although Mercedes-Benz BMWs were not uncommon, Porsches were not. Han Yingying picked up the car keys on the table and took a closer look. It didn't look like a Model A. It seems that today is the net to the big fish. The woman pretended to be deep. Mr. Jiang, don't blame me for being such a snob. I too was once naive. But unfortunately all lost to reality. When ordinary people heard Han Ying say this, I'm afraid that they would think that she was a woman of true character. But unfortunately, this woman's bit of flamboyance couldn't have any effect on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan disdained it and reached out to take the key in Han Ying's hand over, pulling out a wet wipe and rubbing it vigorously on the key. Really? From what I've heard, you've never been naive. Han Ying didn't care about Jiang Yan move. Porsche's owner must be a super kaiju. One can grasp the opportunity. Han Ying threw Jiang Yan a wink. So how is it? Jiang Yan didn't continue to hang on to his appetite. Some people say that he's been reincarnated 4 times. But he just can't get over it because there's a wicked woman who won't let him come to the human world. The probe skill display panel. Name, Han Ying. Age, 25. Height, 162. Face value, 69. Heterosexual karma, 273. Intimacy, 60. Remarks, absolute powerhouse with 100 kills. HIV carrier. Infertility patient remarks. My Nima. Is this stacking buffs? Han Ying's face was shocked, and she panicked and took a sip of water to hide her embarrassment. Inexplicable. Can't understand what you're saying? Han Ying thought in panic. How did he know that I've had 4 abortions? Could he have been my client before? Or is he just guessing blindly? Jiang Yan smiled without saying a word. His stern eyes looked at Han Ying's body hair, as if all their dark side was completely exposed in the sun. So groundless. Jiang Yan said to Han Ying, Beauty, you should know what I'm talking about, right? After saying that, Jiang Yan suddenly and inexplicably said to the air, Little brother, you should be thankful to her. Otherwise, the human world would be too painful for you. He put one hand on his ear, his 5 fingers spread out, his palm in a trumpet-like position, acting like he was listening, and, oh, so that's what you think too. Han Ying was instantly creeped out when she saw this scene. She looked at the empty seat next to Jiang Yan. No one was there? Wiping her eyes and looking again, she seemed to see a baby boy covered in blood and with scarlet eyes, sitting there talking to Jiang Yan. Ah! Han Ying exclaimed, getting up in a panic, her hand holding the bag, unable to stop trembling. Jiang Yan watched Han Ying get up, and Jiang Yan ignored it, only reminding, remember to pay the bill. White whoring is not a good habit. Be careful of it going after you at night. Where did Han Ying have time to listen to Jiang Yan? She frantically ran outside, and when she passed the service desk, after hesitating for a moment, she still trembled and pulled out her cell phone, settling the bill. After finishing, without looking back, she took the road and ran away. The waiter who was serving the milk tea was astonished. This woman, why did she run in such a panic? As if there were little ghosts behind her chasing her. Sir, do you still want this cup of milk tea? Jiang Yan gently shivered a mouthful of milk tea. Yes, the money has been paid. Why don't you want it? Put it away. Later, I'll take it away. Walking in the street, Jiang Yan looked around. This county has not come for a long time, has become a lot of strange, is still a sea of people, but the people have not been the people at the beginning of the people. Just at this time, Jiang Yan heard a familiar woman's voice. Brother Zhou, I really don't have any money right now, so please allow a few days in. With a pleading look on her face, Han Ying hugged a scarred man's thigh, hoping that the man would be lenient for a few days. The man is not tall, but the momentum is quite sufficient. Right hand clip cigarette, left hand insert pocket, behind him also followed by 2 little brother, a gangster big brother style. He coldly looked at Han Ying. You, a month ago, already said this, and now you're fooling Lao Zi again. You damn well don't want to live, right? Han Ying's mind spun frantically, thinking of a way to get out, when suddenly, her eyes glanced at Jiang Yan, who was about to leave. Jiang Yan, don't go, save me. At this moment, Han Ying seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She frantically shouted Jiang Yan's name, and when the scarred man heard it, he also looked over. Han Ying hurriedly said, that man is my boyfriend. We were just together. He can be rich, driving a Porsche luxury car. He will definitely be able to help me return the money. Jiang Yan felt puzzled, watching a play, and still see it on himself? He didn't want to get involved with this absolute female powerhouse. He was afraid of getting dirty. Jiang Yan opened the car door and prepared to leave, but it was too late to leave now. Chapter 51, Wang Peng's Crisis. Zhou Scar heard Han Ying's words and felt that there was hope for the money to come back. Maybe he could even double the interest rate. People who drive Porsches in small counties are not rare. Maybe it's a big fat sheep. That kid in front. Wait! Zhou Scar shouted loudly. At the same time led a group of men. Walked toward Jiang Yan. A fierce face to stop Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's right hand was half resting on the car door. Looking at the people in front of him, his tone said lightly, "May I ask what I can do for you?" Joskar looked at Jiang Yen calm and relaxed. "In danger?" And look at his side of the Porsche. Perceive the young man is not simple. "I'm afraid it is not the average rich boy." Scarjo opened the door and said, "Your woman, who owes us a sum of money, is now trying to cheat. What do you think this should be?" Han Yingying looked at Li Yan with a gloomy face. This hateful man, even dared to scare himself, even let himself pay the bill. She fished for kaiju countless times, but never met a man who let himself pay the bill. Such a strange shame. How could she not report it? Now pull Jiang Yen down. Feel very happy in her heart. A moment. No matter what Jiang Yen said, she will bite the bullet that she is Jiang Yen girlfriend. Jiang Yen glanced at Han Yingying, the woman at the moment a pitiful expression. See, Jiang Yen immediately pounced over. "Jiang Yen, they're bullying me. You have to do it for me." Han Yingying's heart was already blossoming with joy. My mother is just smart. This two birds with one stone scheme is really cool. Not only can she get rid of the debt collectors, but also can be disgusting to scare her own blind date. She can't help but praise herself as a genius. But the ideal is very full. The reality is very bone sensitive. Jiang Yen simply not according to her script. The face of pounced over Han Yingying, directly as a foot will be kicked back. "Stay away from me. I'm too dirty." Jiang Yen frowned as he pulled out a paper towel and wiped his shoes. That demeanor, as if his shoes, much cleaner than Han Yingying. Joskar did not expect to be such a scene. This woman is at least considered a beautiful woman. The man in front of him, but not at all compassionate? The man in front of him is not even the slightest bit compassionate. He is a hot-handed destroyer of flowers. Not soft. Can so hot hand destroy flowers of the man? Think sure, and this woman is nothing to do with the woman. It is estimated that the woman casually made up. At this time, Joskar's arm's phone rang. Jiang Yen vaguely heard some dialogue. "Boss, the prey is already on the trap. You can close the net." I'll go over right away." Scarjo looked at Han Yingying with a gloomy face and rushed up to directly slap her. "You, how dare you lie to Lousy? Take her away from me. I want her to know that Lousy's money isn't that good." Han Yingying cried out to Jiang Yen. "Jiang Yen, save me, please, save me. Auntie Wang asked me to come and meet you. When I go missing, you won't be able to explain." Han Yingying cried bitterly, hoping Jiang Yen could lend a helping hand, but unfortunately she was doomed to disappointment. Jiang Yan's sympathy wasn't so flooded that he would sympathize with anyone. Joskar pinched Han Yingying's chin, kissed her hard on her small mouth, and smiled evilly. "That money, your brother Joe doesn't want it. You'll just pay off your debt by my side." Jiang Yen looked at this scene, silent. This guy, how to get down to the mouth of. Later he will know. Such a boo will make him pay what a miserable price. Before leaving, Joskar looked deeply at Jiang Yen. Without speaking, he turned to his men and said, "Let's go." Joskar led Han Yingying in the forefront, followed by more than a dozen young men behind him. They all drilled into a few vans and sailed away. "Add more. I can spend more than $300,000 when I bought this car. It's only 4 years now. How can it depreciate so much?" Wang Peng stroked the first car of his life, and could not imagine that he, who had once been a man of great splendor, now needed to buy a car in order to live. The car dealer handed Wang Peng a cigarette. "This year the new car prices have been reduced. The second-hand car is not good to do." "No way. I also want to raise the price of the old brother to you, but I cannot sell at a loss." Wang Peng took the cigarettes and lit them up. Took a deep breath. "Boss, I've also done business. Know that people can't do business at a loss. 200,000. Just 200,000. At this time, a middle-aged man came over. He is not tall, full of crossface meat, face a long scar, at a glance is not a good person. Wang Peng looked at the person, immediately surged with anger. "Joskar, I do not go to find you. You even dare to appear in front of me, looking for death?" Joskar laughed. "You this fierce tiger, I do not dare to mess with. That day if not I ran fast. It is not possible to and the men together in the hospital bed, and brothers playing mahjong." Wang Peng coldly smiled. "No, you still dare to come out?" At this time a woman's voice reached Wang Peng's ears. "Brother Zhou, of course a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since he appeared, naturally he is not afraid of you. A toothless tiger." Lu Tsuelan walked over to this side with a flirtatious stride. She intimately took Scarjo's arm and looked at Wang Peng with eyes full of resentment. This man even beat himself up for the sake of a poor man. This breath she could not swallow no matter what. When Wang Peng saw this scene, he was in a rage. "You adulterous couple, looking for death." Wang Peng swung his fist to fight, but suddenly he felt his head was dizzy, and the scenery around him started to become heavenly. His body couldn't help but start to shake, and his limbs were weak. Wang Peng's fist is soft, not a bit of strength. The speed is as slow as an old lady playing Tai Chi. Not a bit of deterrent. Joe Scar easily dodged the past. He just gently pushed. Wang Peng, that meter 9 big tall man, fell to the ground shaking. Want to get up, but no strength. Wang Peng angrily pointed at the car dealer who handed him a cigarette. You, guys, you are a gang? Joe Scar crouched down with a mocking face. Don't you know that all the car dealers in Star City are my people? What a stupid, courageous fool. Lu Tsuelan looked at Wang Peng, who fell on the ground with an icy face. She stroked the slightly swollen left half of her face. There was not a trace of pity in her gaze towards Wang Peng, only the pleasure of revenge. Originally thought that marrying Wang Peng is the past to enjoy the blessings, from now on to live the superior life of a rich wife. But who had thought that Wang Peng's business failure? The family's economic conditions have declined significantly. The past scenery of life no longer exist, although still much stronger than most families. But Lu Tsuelan cannot accept. She cannot tolerate a little decline in their quality of life. Therefore, when Joe Scar slightly hooked up, she did not hesitate to strip naked into the embrace. Joe Scar lit a cigarette, and then heavily spit out a smoke ring. Behind him also appeared a lot of thugs. Each of their hands are holding a child's arm thick and thin baseball bat. A one-time can break the bones of the kind of smash. Originally, I don't want to be like this. I want to let you kid raise money, and then clean you up. But you, this guy, even dare to hit my woman. This can't be tolerated. Joe Scar wrapped Lu Tsuelan's waist, coldly laughed. Just break a leg. Don't beat it to death. I still want him to pay back the debt. Looking at the gradually approaching crowd, Wang Peng closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 52, Scarjo. Right at this critical moment, a silver gray sedan suddenly appeared. A beautiful tail swing, crossing in front of a group of thugs, separating the two parties. Jiang Yin parked down. He finished dealing with that disgusting strong woman. Was driving home. By chance he saw Wang Peng on the side of the road, as if he was talking to someone, so he wanted to come over to say hello, but he didn't expect that in the time it took him to turn his car around, Wang Peng was lying on the ground. Scarjo looked at Jiang Yan with a puzzled face. Wasn't this the man he had seen before? At that time, Jiang Yan's calm and self-contained eyes, he still remembered it vividly, because he couldn't feel it. So, he didn't find Jiang Yan's trouble. Sir, we are dealing with a personal grudge. It's best for you to leave. Joe Scar took a look at Jiang Yan's car. Years of car dealer career. Not for nothing. He instantly recognized Jiang Yan's car was a Porsche Panamera high-end version, at least more than 3 million. Lu Tsuelan saw down as Jiang Yan, then whispered in the Joe Scar's ear, muttered a few words. This person is Wang Peng's hair small. Poor man, eh? Not much ability. Wang Peng is also always receiving him. Scarjo ignored Lu Tsuelan's words. They had just met. Although there was only one side, Jiang Yan left a deep impression on him. This young man couldn't be just a poor boy like Lu Tsuelan said. Lu Tsuelan, as a fashionable woman, of course knew that Porsche was a luxury car brand. She was also puzzled at this moment. How could Jiang Yan afford to drive such an expensive luxury car? Lu Tsuelan's eyes turned. She thought she guessed the truth of the matter. The car rental agencies in big cities, as many as they are, there are more than a few poor people renting luxury cars to pretend to be a man. And she thought that Jiang Yan must be one of those people as well. Otherwise a single-parent family of poor people, in the past back, are a face of poverty. This time how suddenly different. Must be all their savings to rent a luxury car. Back to the village to pretend to come. Lu Tsuelan said to Joe Scar to listen to the explanation he thought of. Joe Scar heard. Felt very reasonable. Perhaps he thought too much? Jiang Yan and Lu Tsuelan is a village. Can not understand his situation? Joe Scar himself is dry second-hand car. Such a young man. He has seen a lot. Zero down payment to buy hundreds of thousands of luxury cars. And finally cannot pay the loan. Can only sell the car at a low price. And finally owe a debt. After Joe Scar understood Jiang Yan's origin, his heart settled down a lot. But based on the principle that more is better than less, he was unwilling to make trouble. Kid, repaying a debt is natural. Do you want to meddle? Joe Scar gently raised his hand, and the dozen or so thugs behind him, in unison, brushed the baseball bats in their hands and heavily smashed them on the ground. Bang! In an instant, the dust on the land flew, the sound of metal and concrete intersecting, resounding throughout the entire space. That faction, really some gangster style, if not non-essential. Joe Scar does not want to implicate Jiang Yan, the recent yaman, in the crackdown. That is, he and Wang Peng's contradiction is too deep, has been irreconcilable. He also do not want to use violent means. Jiang Yan laughed with a cynical look. Take a few broken sticks. Who are you scaring? Wang Peng had staggered to his feet by now. He anxiously said to Jiang Yan, Yanzi, there is no business for you here. You go back. Jiang Yan patted the dust on Wang Peng's body and laughed lightly. What are you so flustered about? Brother Jiang isn't even called anymore. Wang Peng was speechless for a while. What time is it now? You still care about name calling. They are rushing at me. You go back first. Don't care. Count on my brother to beg you. Wang Peng's face was anxious. His heart was dying of anxiety. How Jiang came back as if he was a different person. He became so stubborn. How to persuade him not to go? Jiang Yan lit a cigarette, said to Joe Scar lightly, nothing, not just a few tens of thousands of dollars of medical expenses? As for that, how much does Wang Peng owe you guys? I'm out. Joe Scar's face is gloomy. He is now a little puzzled by the man in front of him. That kind of calm temperament. Not like pretending. He began to Lu Tsuilan's words. To question. Last time Wang Peng looking for trouble. He himself is nothing. But a few brothers were beaten. This face, cannot not find back. But face is important. Money is more important. 7 or 8 brothers lying in the hospital. Every day the huge medical bills. Even if he is rich and powerful. Now also some cannot stand. Now the magistrate has stared at him and Wang Peng things. Wandering in the gray area of the people. Never want to find the magistrate to solve the problem. He originally did not want to do this. But Wang Peng aggressive. Even hit his own woman. He really do not come forward. Will be scolded shrunken head turtle. At this moment, under the underhanded. Put into the Wang Peng, there are 2 meanings. One is to get back the face. The second is to knock him a large. But this Wang Peng has reached the point of selling the car. How much oil and water can be blown up? And now there is a wrongdoer appeared. It could not be better. Joe Scar pondered for a moment. He stretched out 2 fingers. That's not tens of thousands of dollars. At least 2 million. My 7 brothers. Brother endured pain in the hospital every day. Cannot be less than this number. In fact, they all have insurance. And they are all flesh wounds. The cost is far from that high. Joe Scar is purely a lion's share. Wang Peng struggled to stand up and leaned against the door of his Audi, anxiously saying, Brother Jiang, don't believe them. The medical bills can't be that high. They're just knocking on the door. Jiang Yan twisted his head and gave Wang Peng a reassuring look. He snorted. I thought, how much do I want? A mere 2 million. For such a big battle. I'll give you 2.5 million. Say an account number. I'll transfer the money. Joe Scar's subordinate minions were in a commotion. One of them, a resourceful minion, suddenly thought of something. Big brother. He's scolding us for being 250%. With a face of excitement, he reported this shocking discovery to his boss. ScarJo had a black line on his face. What the hell do you need to say? But an extra 500,000 How many used cars have to be dumped to earn 500,000? Don't want it for nothing. Just pretend you don't understand. Lu Tsuilan covered her mouth. Her eyes in Jiang Yan body constantly survey. This is still the Jiang Yan she used to know. No matter what he said is true or false. Now this calm and collected momentum. It is worth letting Lu Tsuilan re-examine. Joe Scar made a glance at the little brother under his hand. And that little brother immediately and smartly handed over a paper contract. Jiang Yan took a look. I did not think that now the community, but also with the times. The contract terms, quite professional. Roughly swept a glance. Is a normal compensation contract. Did not find any traps. Jiang Yan directly tore this contract. Said with a big grin, playing black. Even so wimpy. I'm not afraid of transferring money. You guys are afraid of what? To collect money. Afraid of me to sue you? Chapter 53. Give you double the medical expenses. Joe Scar narrowed his eyes. Looked at Jiang Yan for a moment. He now somewhat puzzled Jiang Yan in the end what he was thinking. This contract is to protect him. Not afraid of them receiving money and not recognizing it. Once again demand? As long as someone gives money, Joe Scar naturally dares to accept. Write the account on the paper. Let the little brother hand it Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took it, glanced at it, and directly transferred the money without a bit of hassle. Ding! Your account received a transfer of $5 million at XX. XX. Joe Scar looked up at Jiang Yan. This kid actually really transferred. But this is a hand shivering. Pointing the wrong bar. Even transferred twice as much money. In the face of Joe Scar's doubt, Jiang Yan faintly said, I just intentionally. The extra is your medical expenses today. After saying that, the cigarette in Jiang Yan's hand flicked out. The cigarette with starbursts accurately hit Joe Scar's eye. Joe Scar covered his eyes and let out a wail of pain. Seeing that their boss was injured, the juniors under his hand all rushed over with their teeth and claws open. Wang Peng saw this scene. His heart also seized up. But unfortunately, he was now powerless. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. He could only shout, Brother Jiang, be careful. But Jiang Yan does not care. He got off the bus. He has counted the number of people, but more than a dozen people, although each are carrying a stick, look quite scary. But Jiang Yan clear. This point of people will not pose any threat to him. Jiang Yan hand raised, grabbed a small minion swung over the baseball bat. Right foot instantly upward kick. Small minions directly painful cover the lower body. Kneeling down. The rest of the fighters, seeing this scene, immediately felt a chill in their lower body, subconsciously protecting their vital parts, and the strength of charging over, also began to become fearful. They were afraid. Jiang Yan would not be. Jiang Yan holding a robbed baseball bat, leisurely walk, a stick a small child, his nerve reaction ability, and physical quality, are not these fighters can be compared. These people, usually on the street to scare people, have never experienced a hard battle, all a group of soft and fearful of the goods, encountered Jiang Yan such a god of war possessed by the fierce man, immediately scared silly, one by one, also regardless of the boss, directly scampered away. Under his hands, the little brother ran away. Joe Scar, covering his eyes, still wailing, standing on the scene, only the dumbfounded Lu Tsuilan. She did not expect, but a few months of time not seen. Jiang Yan was so powerful, not only with the hand out of 5 million, and so brave, then the Wang Peng that stupid big man is even more powerful. Wang Peng can fight, Lu Tsuilan no, that is purely because of his good physical quality, strong body, others hit him 10 punches, nothing, he can knock down a punch, but Jiang Yan is not the same. He hit this group of people, from start to finish, did not receive a little damage, like bullying kindergarten children, simply play with the same. Lu Tsuilan trembling, also want to escape. Jiang Yan ferocious appearance is too terrible, but the feet are too soft, cannot step, can only stand in place. Wang Peng relied on the car, he was surprised to open his mouth wide, that size, can be stuffed into 10 eggs, the heart is full of unbelievable. Jiang Yan, last time said 2 people practicing, ridiculous, he was still laughing in his heart. Jiang Yan not self-conscious, but did not expect the clown is actually their own, if the field is now their own, even if not in the drug, but also have to be defeated by the sea of people, but Jiang Yan vs a dozen, and even a trace of sweat on the forehead are not seen. Jiang Yan walked to Joe Scar's side, Joe Scar trembled and slowly backed up. Jiang Yan did not explain, directly kicked it 3 meters away. Ah! Joe Scar was whimpering on the ground in pain. Jiang Yan walked to his side and lifted him up with one hand. Medical expenses I have given you. You can collect. Not enough, and then look for me to ask. Other I do not have, but the money is a lot of money. Sell you 100 lives can afford it. Joe Scar although the height of 1 meter 6, the weight may not be compared to Wang Peng, but a body of fat. I am afraid that there are 70 kilograms. Even by Jiang Yan single-handedly grabbed up. Visible Jiang Yan's arm strength is how horrible. Joe Scar face of fear color. He did not expect this Jiang Yan. Then Wang Peng more horrible. Not only rich and powerful, but also so able to fight. Joe Scar endured the severe pain, panicked and explained, Big brother, I'm wrong, it's all because of Lu Tsuilan that, it's her idea, it's her that made me do it, I'm just an accessory, she's the main culprit. Wang Peng was shocked, he did not expect Lu Tsuilan to be so vicious, at least sharing the same bed for many years, how could she do this to herself? You woman, so vicious, let's say I met you blindly. Wang Peng shook his body and walked to Lu Tsuilan's side. At this time she seemed like a stripped chick, shivering. She trembled and said to Wang Peng, Wang Peng, it's me who is sorry for you. Just take me as a piece of garbage and let me go. Jiang Yan glanced at the agitated Wang Peng and said, Peng Zi, such a woman is not worth your hands. Wang Peng understood Jiang Yan's meaning and knew that Jiang Yan was worried about himself. Do you think I'm as vicious as you? Lu Tsuilan knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wang Peng to make amends. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wang Peng just calmly watched Lu Tsuilan's performance, didn't hit her, didn't scold her, as if he was looking at a trash on the ground. That kind of indifference deeply pierced Lu Tsuilan's heart. Jiang Yan felt relieved that Wang Peng finally looked away. Now Lu Tsuilan is a stinking. You hit her will only disgust yourself, scold her, even more unnecessary, for such a woman. You want her to let her look at you successfully ascended to the peak of life, living better than her. It will be more difficult for her than killing her. More difficult for her. Jiang Yan swept back and forth between Joe Scar. Han Ying that but there is a potent virus. Who knows if Joe Scar has not been infected. Joe Scar and Lu Tsuilan are lovers again. Wang Peng did not overreact. That's good. Otherwise Jiang Yan must stop. Thinking that Joe Scar might have contracted the potent virus, Jiang Yan didn't even want to hit him, in case the blood stained his body. It would be disgusting. Jiang Yan's sweeping eyes scared Joe Scar. Although he knew Jiang Yan couldn't possibly kill him. But if Jiang Yan wants to break his legs, let him life wheelchair, or other 10 criminal law of the Qing dynasty. That will not be a good taste. Joe Scar think about it. I shudder. In fact, Joe Scar himself is a bullying guy. Even the face of the Scar also fell on the glass slag scratches as a child. Not at all fight out. He can gather a group of fighters under him, just because he has a good brain, a little money, so follow him. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, I'll return the money to you. I don't want a cent. As for this woman, it's all because she's backwards. I didn't know that she's a married woman at first. Everything is a misunderstanding. Joe Scar touched the cold sweat on his forehead, and hurriedly transferred the money he received back, carefully looking at Jiang Yan's face, hoping to let him off the hook. Suddenly Joe Scar thought of something. He was earlier in the center of the city thing. He hurriedly explained, Miss Han Ying, I have sent her home. I didn't do anything to her. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. It's fine. I do hope that you and her have more in-depth exchanges. Exchanges. Chapter 54, can't be at home for more than 3 days. Jiang Yan glanced at his cell phone. Just transferred over the money. A penny not less and came back. This guy is still quite on the road. Jiang Yan is embarrassed to beat him up. Joe Scar eyelids red and swollen at the moment. Seems to have just been cigarette burn not light. Jiang Yan thought. This guy is also quite unlucky. He is now not allowed to have been infected with the virus. Jiang Yan sighed and said, give you to transfer a medical fee. You are also quite miserable. In the future there are any good food and drink on the more eat. Do not treat yourself. After saying that, Jiang Yan to Joe Scar transferred another 500,000. Joe Scar heard Jiang Yan's words, shivering with fear. This is to meet the real cruel people. To kill the mouth? Scarjo recalled Jiang Yan's eyes when he fought. When he looked at people, he was not looking at the same kind of eyes, as if he was looking at ants in general. That is a kind of cold indifference to life. Joe Scar was so scared that he fell to his knees. Big brother, please let me go. I have an 80-year-old mother on top and underneath. Shut up. Jiang Yan was tired of howling by Joe Scar's howling. Cold eyes glanced. Joe Scar was immediately like a cockerel that was pinched in the throat. The wailing sound came to an abrupt end. What era? Do you think I want to kill people to silence them? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Jiang Yan said speechlessly. Jiang Yan assisted Wang Peng and said, let's go. Suddenly Jiang Yan's footsteps lurched and turned around. Joe Scar's heart and liver trembled, thinking that Jiang Yan was going to come over and beat him up again. Right. There is something else to ask you. What kind of drug did you give Wang Peng? Joe Scar hurriedly replied back. It's just the usual anesthetic. You know, Wang, he's too fierce. 7 of my men are still in the hospital. Of course, compared to you, big brother, it's still that much worse. Jiang Yan glanced at Joe Scar. Unexpectedly this kid, or a living treasure. Joe Scar looked at Jiang Yan, looked over, carefully compensated with a smile. Oh, big brother, slowly go. Before leaving, Wang Peng looked deeply at Lu Tsuelan and said back, let's go. Lu Tsuelan had a look of shame on her face at this time. She didn't know if it was real or not, but Jiang Yan knew that a broken mirror couldn't be perfectly restored. They were no longer possible. On the way back, Jiang Yan told Wang Peng about Scarjo's possible HIV infection. As to whether he would tell Lu Tsuelan or not, that was his business. Early in the morning, bright sunlight spread over the earth. Birds were chirping in the branches, and it was now long past sunrise. Jiang Yan, what time is it? Why don't you get up? Asked you how was your blind date yesterday. You said it wasn't suitable. Just your lazy ass. That girl dares to marry you? Jiang Xiujing, furious, broke into Jiang Yan's bedroom. Directly pull open the curtains. Blinding sunlight, shining on Jiang Yan's face. Why? Mom, this is only my second lazy sleep at home. You're getting annoyed? Jiang Yan sat up from the bed with extreme reluctance. The first day at home is a baby bump. The second day is more than one mouth to eat. The third day becomes out of sight, out of mind. Look at you, that is also not good. Li Yan blind date failure, resulting in this result greatly in advance. Any Jiang Yan in front of outsiders how to hang in the sky. And Jiang Xiujing in front of always a fussy boy. Never grow up. Do not listen to, direct, stick to serve. Quickly get up. I'm going to go to your Wang auntie's house to work. The home pots and bowls I have washed. There is no longer your meal. To eat their own to the street to buy. If I come back, you still do not get up. You will wait to eat bamboo shoots fried meat. Jiang Xiujing put down harsh words and thundered away. To Jiang Yan pulled a red line of Wang auntie. The family opened a workshop to do labor insurance gloves. Rural areas can earn money, not many jobs. This counts as one. Jiang Xiujing originally gave some rich families cleaning work, but now is the off-season. Work is less, so she went to Auntie Wang's house to do gloves. A few cents, a day's wages. Not enough to Porsche burning oil. Jiang Yan now has money, has been persuaded Jiang Xiujing rest at home, to go to the small square dancing. Neighbors, what a good life, but she just cannot be idle. Jiang Yan cannot be argued, can only be happy with her old man. Jiang Yan helpless to get up. The words of the mother of the adults. Not just talk. In case she really angry. That is really going to hit people. He is already so big. If the mother was beaten, it would be too embarrassing. Jiang Yan put on the clothes. Wash up. Just in time to receive a phone call. Last time for the family to buy air conditioning. Has arrived. Just waiting for delivery. Jiang Yan walked the street. In a breakfast stand. Fill up the stomach. Then, slinking towards home. Back home. Jiang Yan played with the phone for a while. And with Zheng Shui boiled for a while on the phone porridge. The delivery personnel arrived. But the delivery and installation personnel is not a group of people. The installation personnel still have to arrive in the afternoon. Now it was already noon. Mother and father made a good meal. It was Jiang Yan's favorite handmade bruschetta. What did you buy that air conditioner for? You have it at home. Isn't it a waste of money? Jiang Xiujing complained. Jiang Yan said, that air conditioner, it's more than 10 years old. The circuits have all deteriorated. Replace it with a new one. The new one is good. Isn't second uncle engaged in home appliance recycling? I'll send it to him later. It's not a waste. Perhaps feeling that Jiang Yan's words were reasonable, Jiang Xiujing also stopped talking more, and turned to talk about the blind date. Your Auntie Wang said, that girl is quite fond of you, and just called to say that she wants to continue to develop. Tell mom why you're not willing. Jiang Yan a mouthful of noodles sip in the mouth. Speechless look at the sky. How to say this? I don't have feelings for her. I'm not attracted to her. Why not? You Wang auntie showed me the girl's photo. A pair of big eyes watery. Quite good looking You say to mom. You that aspect. Is not normal. You give mom the truth. Mom can stand. Jiang Yan fell away. For this reason, and even gave up their very favorite handmade halibut noodles. Hey, brat, where are you going? The noodles are not finished. To whom to eat? But no one to eat your leftovers. Jiang Xiujing shouted behind her. Jiang Yan is going to flip the house. Ready to go to Wang Ping to ask who in the village understands this business. Want to consult? Wang Ping knew where Jiang Yan was coming from and said something about himself. It turns out that after he quit recycling, he had been contracted to do construction work. But who knew that once the work was done, the developer ran away. Accounts cannot be collected back. Workers' wages to be paid. Material costs are advances. Unscrupulous developers, directly leading to his blood money. The money earned in earlier years all of a sudden also gone. Lu Tsuilan is precisely because he cannot stand this fallout before derailment. Jiang Yan said to Wang Ping, Pingzi, my home can be handed over to you. Money is not a problem. All the materials give me on the best. This kind of work, to who dry is not dry. Since Wang Ping is to do this, then fat water flow outsider's field. It will be given to him. Wang Ping also did not excuse himself. Said, Brother Jiang, you just see well. I will certainly then to my house, but also on the heart, to you to do a good job. In the afternoon, air conditioning installers came over to replace the old air conditioning, installed the new air conditioning. They proposed the old air conditioning $100 to recover. Jiang Yan did not agree. Not too much money. The main Jiang Xiujing has issued the Empress Dowager's decree to be sent to the uncle. Jiang Yan naturally do not dare to disobey the order. Jiang Yan riding an electric tricycle, pulling a lot of small appliances. Porsche's trunk cannot hold so many things. Jiang Yan and do not want to run twice. So go to the neighbor's house to borrow an electric tricycle. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. He will never get stuck in traffic. Chapter 55, The Past and the Future. Jiang Yan rode the electric tricycle, humming a pentatonic tune. Accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the big city, experiencing the peace and quiet of a small county is also a different kind of fun. The place that makes people feel good is heaven. Jiang Yan uncle's home is not far away. The distance is only 3 kilometers. Not a moment. 2. Here is the county's most prosperous place. Belongs to the scope of the village. The village of the street houses. Our 3-story small house. The first floor for rent. 2 or 3 floors of self-occupation. The 2 uncles' family is in this one. Jiang Yan uncle himself hardworking and able to do. Aunt is also a woman of careful calculation. The day is flourishing. Is considered to be Jiang Yan relatives and the more affluent. Jiang Yan cycling to reach the destination, the old river home appliance recycling and repair. In front of the store there are many second-hand home appliances. Refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, a complete range. It can be seen that business is very good. Little Yan is here. How is working in Jianhai? Uncle Jiang Shangyun, with a screwdriver in his hand, came out from behind a refrigerator, which turned out to be repairing home appliances. Quite good. Recently earned some small money. This is not to honor uncle? Jiang Yan said. From the tricycle seat under the storage box pulled out 2 cigarettes, and a bottle of Mao Tai. These are still Zheng Shui prepared. Jiang Yan is a careless person. simply cannot think so much. You this child, but not New Year's Day. Blindly send what gift? Although Jiang Shangyan said so on the mouth, but the heart of the joy overflowing, it is not because Jiang Yan sent something expensive. Is the feeling of being held in the heart? The most people are touched. Jiang Shangyan did not feel Jiang Yan sent gifts expensive. Looks like Mao Tai, but cheap wine. That's too much. Jiang Yan's family conditions he is clearer than anyone else. It is impossible to send such expensive wine. That's cigarettes. Not to mention, and the world, the name of which he had never heard. Jiang Yan pointed to the air conditioner on the tricycle. Uncle, the family has a new air conditioner. This old one will be put into uncle here. Jiang Shangyun glanced at it, full of remembrance, and said, this air conditioner. I remember it was installed when you just started junior high school. I didn't think so many years have passed. I guess no one wants it, but after dismantling the parts, it can still be used as a spare part. The two moved the old air conditioner to the store. After finishing the work, Jiang Yan washed his hands. As he wiped his hands, he said, where's Auntie? How come I haven't seen her? A relative's son got married. She went with the gift. Then uncle, why don't you go? If I go, who will look after the store? A little thing to close. Customers will not come later. Then how to earn money? It's really like this. Jiang Yan admitted that he thought too simple. Doing small business, more tired than going to work. Going to work you have something to do, you can take time off. But if you do open a store, often close the door to rest. Customers will be seriously lost. Your business will naturally become dismal. The two were talking when a customer arrived. Boss, how do you sell this refrigerator? Seeing a guest come to the door, Jiang Shangyun hurriedly greeted him, and in the meantime, he said to Jiang Yan, don't go away at night. Uncle will fry 2 good dishes for you, and we'll have a drink. Jiang Yan has nothing to do. Long time no see. Also want to catch up more. In the evening, Jiang Yunsheng closed his business early. Jiang Shangyun home living room on the 2nd floor. The two pulled the family routine. Between the conversation, inevitably talked about Jiang Yan's marriage. Jiang Yan faced black line. I did not expect. Change the place is still being urged to marry. Fortunately Jiang Shangyan just point a sentence. Did not say more. Otherwise, Jiang Yan again should think about how to run away. Between the two talking, Aunt Wang Lifen came back. Saw Jiang Yan came. Faintly greeted. Jiang Yan came. Auntie good. Jiang Yan returned. Jiang Yan's family is poor. Jiang Shangyan has not helped their family much. Even the old air conditioner that was sent over, was also sent many years ago for free, and usually takes care of quite a lot. Jiang Shangyan's care and love for Jiang Yan, sometimes even more than his own son. Jiang Yan's money for college. Jiang Shangyun out of a large portion, which makes Aunt Wang Lifen a little dissatisfied. Jiang Yan, after all, no father. Wang Lifen although dissatisfied, but did not say anything. These money, Jiang Yan to join the work, little by little. But this sentiment, he has always remembered in his heart. Jiang Shangyan looked at the grown-up Jiang Yan. The heart is full of emotion. He is aware of his sister's hard work. A woman, to raise the child so big. For him to graduate from college, this is the average person dare not imagine. Jiang Yan, there are some things, I originally did not want to tell you. Although you have long since graduated from university, but I still hesitate. Now see you speak confidently and generously. Full of spirit. I think you should have really grown up. Jiang Yan now obtains the system beside the body. Billions of wealth added. The physical quality of the soldier king. All these make their own temperament to change radically. This change was naturally felt by outsiders, especially by Jiang Shangyun, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Jiang Shangyun paused and organized his words. Have you ever wanted to meet your real father? Isn't my father already dead? Jiang Yan was shocked. He had never met his real father. When he was in kindergarten, other people's children, sitting on their father's neck and lifting high, he could only look on with eyes full of envy. Although his mother had given him all the love and nurturing, she was not a father in the end, and couldn't give Jiang Yan a complete father's love. That's just a lie your mom made up. Your father didn't die. Not only did he not die, but now he's even more famous as an entrepreneur in the whole country. Jiang Shangyun drank a glass of wine, slowly talked about the past of Jiang Yan's father and mother. People in the countryside get married early, and Jiang Yan's parents were no exception. But Jiang Yan's father was a man with vision and ambition. He knew that staying in the countryside could only lead to a lifetime of dealing with the yellow earth. So he studied hard to get out of the countryside, and he got into a university, a prestigious one at that. Unfortunately, the family's financial situation does not allow. Face to the yellow earth, back to the sky farmers, can have a few money, not to mention Jiang Yan's grandparents died early, more difficult than the average family. This is the time as Jiang Xiujing stood up, firm support to go to college. She scrambled to borrow money to Zhang's father, for him to study. Speaking here, and Wang Lifen could not help but interject, speaking of this, I'm angry. That time we just got married. The days are tight. You directly to my dowry. All borrowed out. Jiang Yunsheng clamped a mouthful of vegetables. Did not refute. This matter is indeed somewhat owed to his wife. Clamped a mouthful of vegetables. Then said, after your father went to college, he was blinded by the world of flowers in the big city. She and a rich merchant's daughter. She came back and your mom divorced, netting out the family. Aunt at this time could not help but interjected again. What he has on a broken house in the countryside, but also a net household? The same as a woman. Aunt Wang Lifen more understanding of that kind of pain. She felt indignant for Jiang mother's encounter. Wholeheartedly pay. I did not expect that person is a Chen Shimi. Chapter 56 Buy a car for Jiang Shengyun. Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but sigh. Your mother is holding a big belly, full of joy waiting for her sweetheart to return from her studies, but she didn't expect to wait for the word divorce. Your mom is a strong person. Directly changed your last name. Moreover, she very much hates others discussing about her. If she let her know that someone is gossiping about her, she can curse for 3 days and 3 nights in front of that house. No wonder. Jiang Yan did not know his father's information at all. The original is to be strong mother sealed everyone's mouth, which in the gossip topic prevalent in the countryside, is simply a very incredible thing, and Wang Lifen said, although your father is not a good person, but his ability is still okay. In 20 years' time, he has made his old man's company flourish and become a multinational conglomerate of hundreds of billions of dollars. If he can recognize you, then your life will be much smoother. Jiang Yunqing didn't say anything. Obviously he also recognized Wang Lifen's words. Sometimes, it's hard to beat a hero for a penny. How you choose. Uncle will support you. Jiang Yan was silent for a long time. He raised his head and said, it's impossible for me to recognize him. For more than 20 years, he has never come to see me. That is, if he looks for over to identify with me, I won't recognize him. In fact, Jiang Yan had not said all the words. Not to mention that Jiang Yan now has the system is not bad at all. Even if he is the original poor, he cannot go to recognize. If he recognizes, it is betrayal of the mother who raised him with great pains. That is simply worse than a dog or a pig. Jiang Yunqing excitedly said, good boy. Uncle really did not look at you wrong. Really manly man, and it is not impossible to live. Not bad his too money. In the future there is something, despite to come to find uncle. Uncle to help your life bottom. Jiang Yunqing's big words caused Aunt a burst of anger. Good guy. This big words, your son are not so on the heart. Angry Wang Lifen ruthlessly twisted a hand in Jiang Yunqing's waist. Gu, what are you twisting me for? Jiang Yunqing painful a jolt, puzzled twisted his head to look at Wang Lifen. You're just a cutie. Wang Lifen was angry and speechless, turned around and went upstairs. Jiang Yan was deeply moved. He did not have a father. His uncle's love largely replaced his father's love, although they did not live together. But the heart that was attached to him was always thinking of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was moved. Thank you uncle. Although there are thousands of words, but choked in the throat, a sentence cannot be said. Jiang Yan suddenly thought, uncle's car has been an old pickup truck. For business, really good. Can pull goods, can sit people, but the pickup truck is ultimately a truck. Comfort is still almost. Jiang Yan gave birth to a strong desire to buy a car for his uncle. What kind of car do you like, uncle? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Jiang Yunsheng was obviously stunned. This topic, turned off guard. He did not react for a moment. No special favorite. Is your aunt? She has been greedy next door to the old Wang family's BMW 3 Series. Have given me several times. Uncle picked up a glass of wine and drink, and then complained bitterly. You say, we closed the door to live. Who is living well? Who knows? Why envy others? His family drove a BMW. Zhao Wu's family also drove a Big Ben. Compared to it, uncle. Jiang Yan's face suddenly became serious. Ha! Jiang Yunqing subconsciously said back. Let's go buy a Grand Ben. Your nephew I'll pay for it. What? Jiang Yunsheng was visibly stunned, thinking his ears had heard wrong. I said, let's go buy a Big Ben. Your nephew will give you one. Jiang Yunsheng this time, finally can be sure that he did not hear wrong. Nephew to send himself a Big Ben. This is not dreaming, right? Jiang Yunqing a face of dismay. Not dare to believe. Then, he reacted. Probably nephew drunk. Blind nonsense it. Good. Uncle waiting for you to bring me a Big Ben. At that time, also let me in front of your aunt. Raised eyebrows at time. Although just nephew's drunken nonsense. But Jiang Yunqing's heart warm. This nephew did not hurt for nothing. He followed up by saying, don't leave at night. Your brother Xiao Wei is staying at the school, so you'll stay in his room. And in a while, I'll let your aunt Bring you a quilt. Jiang Yan now drank, although did not drive, riding an electric three-wheel too. This situation generally traffic police will not check, but this behavior is also very dangerous. It's okay, uncle. I'll just take a taxi back later. Jiang Yan said back. Jiang Yan see uncle do not believe, did not say more. Now it is dark. It is not possible to immediately go to buy a car. Tomorrow he will know. Not seeing each other for a long time, the two of them talked a lot of heartfelt words, until late at night. Jiang Yan in the uncle Jiang Yunqing's discouragement. Or take a taxi home to go. Not much far away. Take a taxi. 10 minutes to home. There is no need to trouble. The next morning, Jiang Yunqing as usual, opened the door for business. He was trying to move some appliances out of the house, to start a day of boring work. This life he has been repeated for decades, without any change. Life is not said to be rich and prosperous, but it is also peaceful and beautiful, to say the least. Did not shortchange the family. Uncle, your nephew is here. Jiang Yan saw Jiang Yunsheng, happy to go forward to greet. He but got up early, just to give his uncle a surprise. Jiang Yunsheng didn't care too much. He thought his nephew was coming, was riding back to the tricycle. Oh, Xiao Yin came tricycle. I gave put it in the backyard. Go and write it out. After saying that, Jiang Yunsheng continued to busy himself with his own work. He drank too much yesterday, and got up a little late already today. He had to put things out quickly so as to attract customers to buy. Jiang Yan went up and stopped. Uncle, didn't we say we'd go to see the cars? Let's close for the day today. Where's auntie? Let's go together. Look at cars? Today? Jiang Yunsheng face foggy. He had to run through. Yesterday drank giddy. A lot of details have long been forgotten. The two seem to have talked about the car to come. Jiang Yan see Jiang Yunsheng half a day did not respond. Forced not look forward to, go. Buy a car is very long-winded. Early to go back early. Our county is also what a good car. Need to go on the market. He used to do sales. Know the tedious process of buying a car. Meet the nagging customers. Sometimes 2 or 3 days cannot handle. Oh, I thought you just give uncle said it. Did not think to really. Jiang Yunsheng returned. No kidding. Your nephew I recently made a lot of money. Is really want a filial piety uncle. You earned money. Uncle is very happy. But you are still young. Need money places still a lot. Uncle I am now quite good. Yesterday we also just talk about it. When not really. Uncle we agreed yesterday. How can you go back on your word? Your nephew is really earning a lot of money. Give a chance to be filial. Jiang Yan knows that Jiang Shangyan helped their family. Never want to return. But people don't want to. It's their business. And you have the ability. Do not return. This is again a matter of your conscience. Alright then, go and take a look first. Remember to call up auntie. I see she was a bit unhappy yesterday. Let her be happy today. Jiang Yan said. Chapter 57 Maybach. Jiang Shangyan went to cajole his wife who annoyed him yesterday, while Jiang Yan helped put the small appliances at the door. Back into the store. Jiang Yunsheng went up to the second floor. Because of yesterday's matter, the woman has been angry. Last night he just went to bed. Was kicked down. Had no choice but to run to the guest room to sleep. This morning this and deliberately stay in bed. Breakfast is not done. Jiang Yunsheng to now still hungry. But good men do not fight with women. Jiang Yunsheng also do not quarrel with her. Do not cook on their own. She is bedridden. Get up and do it on their own. Do not take it seriously at all. Daughter-in-law. Wang Lifan masked the quilt. Deliberately do not take care of. Jiang Yunsheng saw the scene in front of him and pulled the corner of the quilt. What time is it? Still sleeping. Xiao Yan have come. Wang Lifan was furious as soon as she heard Jiang Yunsheng talk about that nephew of his. He came just come. Do what I do? Just sorry. You go find your nephew over it. I'm going to go find Xiao Wei. Talk about his heartless father. How the elbow is turned outward. Wang Lifan at the moment aggrieved to the extreme. She felt that they both added up, but not compared to his nephew's position in his heart. This feeling let her hard to the extreme. Jiang Yunsheng helpless, looking at the Wang Lifan splashy rogue said, you blindly eat what jealousy? He has no father. I'm good for my nephew how? Wang Lifan said angrily, you are generally good? You almost gave your nephew all of our belongings, but you didn't think about me. You didn't think about Xiao Wei. Jiang Yunsheng defense, which is not so exaggerated. And how? You and Xiao Wei is my most important person. Nephew has difficulties. I just do what I can to help, which you are not willing to. Is it hope that I will do a heartless and unrighteous person? Wang Lifan picks up the quilt and covers it. Her head doesn't show. I don't care. I'm tired today. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to lie down in the house. You hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my sleep. You really don't get up? Jiang Yunsheng said with amusement. If you don't get up, whoever gets up today is a puppy. Alright then, Zhang Yunsheng pretended to be lost. Nephew recently earned big money, said he wanted to buy me a big Ben to come, better than the one of the old king next door. But unfortunately his aunt did not give face. Do not want to go. Then I will not go. I'll let my nephew go back here. Zhang Yunsheng finished, turned around and prepared to close the door and leave. Wait. Wang Lifan poked her head out of the quilt and called out to Zhang Shengyun. What did you say? Your nephew is going to buy you a big Ben? Aha. A big Ben that's more expensive than the old king next door's BMW? Aha. Wang Lifan immediately jumped up from the bed. Where's my face cream? And the dress you gave me for our wedding anniversary? Find it for me. Zhang Yunsheng said with a smile on his face. Aren't you not getting up? Didn't you say whoever gets up is a puppy? Wang Lifan pretended to look confused and said, Did I say that? You remembered it wrong, didn't you? You did say that. Zhang Yunsheng had a straight face. Only you deadbeat remembers it well. Wang Lifan glared at Zhang Yunsheng and immediately got up, starting her makeup. Not daring to keep Zhang Yan waiting for too long, she simply washed and dressed up for a scene, and then went downstairs with Zhang Yunsheng. In a while, when you see your nephew, don't tear me down, or I'll make you suffer. Aha! Zhang Yunsheng responded in agreement. Seeing Zhang Yan, the smile on Wang Lifan's face was like the March sunshine, like a spring breeze. Little Yan, why did you come so early? Have you eaten yet? What do you want to eat? Auntie will go and make it for you. Ate. Wang Lifan's attitude made Zhang Yan flattered. She had never smiled at Zhang Yan like this before. But something embarrassing happened. Zhang Yan's stomach rattled in an untimely manner. He really hadn't eaten. He hadn't been hungry when he got up, and now that it was time for dinner, he called up himself. This kid, why are you so humble? One look and I know you haven't eaten. Old Jiang, go to the next Baozi store and buy a few buns, and a few bowls of hoisin soup on the way. Uncle Toolman led the order and went. Fill up their stomachs. Several people sat on the nearly scrapped pickup truck. The position of the body wheel eyebrow has rusted through, appearing a big hole, visible its worn-out degree. Star City is a small county. Most of the car dealerships here are to buy some affordable cars, like 200,000 to 300,000 cars selective rarely. Most of them do not have a car, but also need to be booked. So they went straight to the city of Zhanghai, 100 kilometers away. It is not that far. Take the highway, an hour's time to arrive. Back to Zhang Yan, familiar with the place. To his home turf. Pick up the phone. To Lu Fan made a call. There are acquaintances. Efficiency fast. Car sales center. Lu Fan warm reception. Zhang Yunsheng looking at a Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan. Bare car about more than 300,000. But Wang Lifan obviously on a Mercedes-Benz S business sedan fondness. Zhang Yunsheng pulled her over and said quietly, we have a second-hand grocery store. Look at such an expensive car for what? If the nephew thought we like, he does not have that budget, then how embarrassing. This car landed. It is estimated to be $1 million level. Too expensive. Just look at it. And did not think of anything. Wang Lifan aggrieved back. A Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan. Also good. And the next door to the old king's BMW 3 Series price is about the same. At that time back home, next door to the old king's daughter-in-law, can no longer take her family's BMW car in front of their own show-off. Wang Lifan is happy just thinking about it. At this time, Zhang Yan came to the side of the two. Uncle, ain't you fancy this Mercedes S-Class car? No. Just blindly look. Your uncle, I am a small citizen who opens a second-hand grocery store. How can I drive this kind of big boss's car? Yeah, just casually look. Curious, Wang Lifan also said back. Zhang Yan called Lu Fan. Mercedes Maybach have a current car there? Brother Jiang. It just so happens that a customer ordered one. Suddenly reversed his decision, and insisted on returning it. The company is worried about it. However, that car is a low-matched one. Zhang Yan thought about it. High match, low match actually for Zhang Shengyun. Not much difference. The small people mostly just care about a name brand effect. That's just right. Just give it to me. We're going to drive it away today. Lu Fan didn't have the slightest surprise on his face, because he already knew Zhang Yan's strength. Okay, brother Jiang. Zhang Yunsheng and Wang Lifan were in a fog and said to Zhang Yan, Xiao Yan, what are you guys talking about? How come I can't understand? Nothing. I see uncle like this Mercedes S-Class car, so I asked if there is a Maybach S version. Anyway, it is not bad, a few money. Good guy. 7,800,000 difference in price. In his mouth as if there is nothing. Although Lu Fan knows that Zhang Yan's wealth is amazing, but did not expect. This former colleague is now so luxurious. To relatives to buy a car, have to choose so expensive, is really trenchless. This can't be. Your uncle, I'm just a small citizen who opens a second-hand grocery store. What's the point of driving such a good car? Isn't this a waste? Xiao Yan is doing big business now. Keep it for yourself and drive it. Seeing this, Lu Fan knew that Jiang Yan's uncle was embarrassed to accept such a big gift and helped persuade him. Uncle, just accept it. Brother Jiang has a Rolls Royce of over $9 million. A few days ago he even bought a Porsche of over $4 million. Jiang Yuncheng looked at Jiang Yan with a shocked face. Jiang Yan nodded his head signaling that Lu Fan was right. Wang Lifan was even more speechless. She didn't expect that her nephew, who had always been regarded as a drag by her, would now be so rich. She happily said, "Originally I was thinking of letting you and your father recognize each other. Now it seems that I was thinking too much. Your dad's light. We are half of the light. But I never thought that in my nephew is taking a big advantage. Such a happy day. What are you doing mentioning that person? A big spoiler." Zhang Shangyun reprimanded. Yes. Mention him for what? Without him, now Xiao Yan as well live well. Wang Lifan even patted his small mouth. Lu Fan drove the car out. Jiang Yuncheng and Wang Lifan excitedly looked at this Maybach S-Class sedan. Chapter 58, Dong Xiaoxian in trouble. Dong Xiaoxian and her roommate rented a house with only one room. Which was cheaper? Makeup roommate. Looking at Dong Xiaoxian lying on the bed, eyes showing jealousy, she carefully put on an hour of beautiful makeup, but not as good as Dong Xiaoxuan's face. Dong Xiaoxian was wearing a white t-shirt lying flat on the bed, the towering elevation line. Unexpectedly amazing. Wearing a super short hot pants underneath. At this time is crossing her legs, slender and snow-white thighs and the shaking people's eyes dizzy. Xiao Xian, can you wear a little conservative? I have a boyfriend. You wear so little. He came to see how bad, the roommate said jealously. Dong Xiaoxian couldn't help but roll a big blank stare. Big sister. It's summer. Can't you just? Don't bring him here. Don't you know there's another girl? I shelled out half the rent for this house. But these are the words in her heart. She didn't say them out. She was waiting for Jiang Yan's phone call. When the time comes, she can go to live in a big villa, but won't be living here at a snail's pace. There's no need to tear her face off with her roommate, causing unnecessary trouble. Okay. Dong Xiaoxian didn't say much, so she just answered with 2 words. She looked at the selfie in her phone. Dong Xiaoxian couldn't help but be enamored with herself. So naturally beautiful, it was impossible for a man not to be moved. She didn't think Jiang Yan would be an exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his tactics to make her break up with her fiancé. She now owns the right to live in the villa. But without money, she can only be the villa's maid in the future. She now wants to be the villa's mistress, not a right to live. The roommate saw that Dong Xiaoxian was so high and cold, as if speaking one more sentence with herself could contaminate her temperament. And this high and cold stance completely angered her. The roommate muttered in a low voice. Stinking. What's the point of pretending? Isn't it just that you've fallen for that old man? What's the big deal? Dong Xiaoxuan's ears twitched, obviously hearing it, and she laughed in exasperation. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. Roommate has long been looking at Dong Xiaoxian is not good. Why she is so beautiful. And she is so ordinary. The two together to go shopping. Men's eyes are attracted to her, and they can only do an ugly duckling, reduced to her accompaniment. Jealousy makes people crazy. Roommate said loudly, you are now all day in the room. Do not go to work, but also every day to spend a lot of money. Is not the old man was adopted? What else can be? Dong Xiaoxian was speechless. Since she had seen Jiang Yan's means of waving money around, she felt disgusted with the future of sales. Could she live in a big villa after working hard in sales for her whole life like this? Obviously impossible. So she resigned. Now has been in the house to lie flat for many days, because of Jiang Yan to the $100,000, but also live in the comfortable, but there will be spent the day. She is now not satisfied with the $100,000. However, Jiang Yan, not to mention the phone, is a simple message is not. Take the initiative to send sexy photos, is not a little bit of movement. Dong Xiaoxuan's own family know their own business, but the face is not convinced. Sneered. At least some people maintain me on your side of the dignity. You see someone want? Just your lazy, lewd boyfriend? Seemingly poking her roommate's sore spot, she became irritated and said, you are a mistress, a second wife spurned by millions. Dong Xiaoxian wasn't annoyed either, and regardless of what her roommate said, she just replied, you can't do it even if you want to. The woman was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a young man with a flowing appearance appeared. It was none other than the roommate's boyfriend. He looked at the two women in the room and walked over to his girlfriend's side with fake concern. Hua, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? When the woman saw her boyfriend, it was as if she saw her backbone. Brother Zhong, you finally came. This woman bullied me. Zhong Shaheo's heart was overjoyed. He had long been interested in Dong Xiaoxue, Compared to his girlfriend's big pie face, Dong Xiaoxian was simply a fairy in the sky, the most of the women he had seen in his life, but he has not been able to find the opportunity. Now, take this opportunity to ruthlessly case some oil. It can always be. Zhong Xiaoheo walked towards Dong Xiaoxuan's side with a fierce smile on his face. What are you doing? Don't you come over. Dong Xiaoxian looked nervous and stepped back, looking at the man who was getting closer and closer. Dong Xiaoxian clenched her silver teeth, directly a teasing in leg. The movement is hidden, as fast as lightning. Zhong Xiaoheo had thought that dealing with a little would take much effort, and under carelessness, he was hit at once. Ah! With a miserable scream, Zhong Xiaoheo covered his crotch and slowly knelt down. Dong Xiaoxian took the opportunity to rush out of the house, scattered wildly, ran out of the neighborhood, hurriedly randomly hit a car. Get on the car and leave. Let the driver casually find a park to stop. She sat in the park on a deck chair, looking at the empty blue sky. Suddenly have a kind of the world. Where is home feeling? Her parents had fallen in love with the boyfriend of the demolition family, and then forcefully asked her to marry him without asking for her opinion. And all her protests were exchanged for a sentence. How can you do harm to your parents? Came to the big city to work. Repeatedly hit the wall. Together with the roommate. Just also fell apart. She could not go back. Dong Xiaoxian only feels that life is so difficult at the moment. Jiang Yan returned home. Lying on the bed wanted to play with the phone. But suddenly there is caller ID. Jiang Yan looked at it, revealing a meaningful smile. Last time let you go. I did not expect that now you are your own delivery. Looking at the video of the absolutely beautiful face, Jiang Yan said, is there anything? Miss Dong. Dong Xiaoxian was in a desperate situation at this time. Jiang Yan gave her 100,000, but the feeling of spending money is really too good. Dong Xiaoxian slightly unrestrained, cannot be put away? Just a few days. 100,000 will be left with only more than 40,000. So sitting on the mountain cannot be. Since Jiang Yan brought her to see the means of the great tycoon spend money like dirt, she was deeply fascinated by it. An ordinary real estate sales, even in the hard work, can live on. Jiang Yan bought a large villa? Obviously it is impossible. Jiang Yan brought her to feel the fun of the top tycoon. She naturally cannot be willing to do an ordinary sales. Dong Xiaoxian originally thought that with her own charm, Jiang Yan could not help but call her sooner or later, but for several days in a row, not to mention a phone call, or a message is not. This makes Dong Xiaoxian begin to examine herself. Is not too much to pretend to be noble? The top tycoon's side is certainly not a lack of women. Perhaps better than their own, there are a lot of their own. They are again so ginger fishing. Will only be in vain missed opportunities. Jiang Xiao, do you have time? I would like to invite you for a meal. Oh, dinner? Some other day. I'm not in Jianghai City. Jiang Yan returned indifferently. Miss Dong's tone was stagnant. How is this different from the script he imagined? Such a big beauty to call him to take the initiative to deliver the goods. Not to say ecstatic, it more or less should give a little reaction. Chapter 59 Return Trip. So cold? If I'm still foolishly waiting for him to call me, then I'm really going to be cold. Dong Xiaoxian thought in her heart. Where is Jiang Xiao? Dong Xiaoxian continued to pursue the question. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. At this moment, she was already at the end of her tether. What else would she need to be noble and reserved? In the old home, Jiang Yan's tone was still general, without any fluctuations. Although Dong Xiaoxian had contributed more than $8 billion to him, he had also given her a villa. As for whether she knew it or not, it was none of Jiang Yan's business. Dong Xiaoxian felt a pang of aggravation in her heart. Couldn't Jiang Yan say a few more words? Yourself. This great beauty took the initiative to call. About the meal. Even if you do not have time, but also to explain a good life. Comfort her a bit. Have to find their own awkward topic. Really angry. Dong Xiaoxuan's mental activities. Jiang Yan cannot have the heart to guess. He now just wanna hang up the phone. Lying on the bed. Brush the short video. Jiang Xiao, where is the old home? Can I go and take a look? Jiang Yan finally got a little impatient. This east and west. What for? Do you have something to do? Nothing. I'm hanging up. I'm busy. As soon as Dong Xiaoxian heard that Jiang Yan was going to hang up the phone, she didn't dare to beat around the bush anymore. She immediately became anxious. Don't. Something. Dong Xiaoxian sat on the park's recliner, and after looking around for a week, she said with some embarrassment, Jiang Xiao, I don't want to work hard anymore. Do you think you can take me in? Jiang Yan heard a happy. Do not want to work hard, you said. In this to me around the bend. To me all around the dizzy. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. To send the door of the top goods. Do not want for nothing, but also cannot be too deliberate, too active. Have to hang her appetite. You don't want to make an effort. I have to take it. Dong Xiaoxian heart a burst of numbness criticized, she has proposed herself, but still can be rejected? Jiang Yan said, I will have a lot of women in the future. In case you're a jealous woman and go around causing trouble for me, won't I be hot all over the place? So that's how it was. Hearing that Jiang Yan had other women, Dong Xiaoxian couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in her heart. But, after all, she was prepared for it. It was something to be expected. It was impossible for this kind of rich son of a rich family to focus all his energy on one woman. Stronger men have more women, is the unchanging truth of nature? People are just a kind of advanced animal, cannot get rid of the laws of nature. Thinking about that big dream villa, Dong Xiaoxian endeavored to adjust her posture, and said in the clip sound she had learned from the internet not long ago, Young Jiang, you can just take me. Jiang Yan didn't expect Dong Xiaoxian to know this, and instantly felt very emotional. Dong Xiaoxian also didn't know if the clip sound she learned on purpose could seduce Jiang Yan. This was something she saw when she was waiting for Jiang Yan's phone call and swiping the video, and felt that it was very interesting, so she deliberately learned it. You learned the clip tone well. I'll give you a chance. When you go back, sing me a song. It's snowing in Taipei. Okay, Young Jiang, I promise to fulfill the task. The two of them chatted for a while, chatting, no longer as awkward as before. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere now, Dong Xiaoxian recounted her current situation to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan listened with great interest. It seems that the woman's world is also a piece of the sword, not much easier than men. So do you have a place to go now? No, my relatives and friends are all in my hometown. Jiang Xiao, can you bear to let me sleep on the streets? Jiang Yan knew that Dong Xiaoxian was pretending to be miserable, but the feeling of being begged by a beautiful woman was still quite refreshing to Jiang Yan's body and mind. Jiang Yan directly transferred $100,000 to Dong Xiaoxian. Inspection period, 1 month. That's all. See your performance later. Dong Xiaoxian heart big surprise. The investigation period is so much. That is not at least double. A month of 200,000. Think of spending. Simply cannot spend. Really too happy. Ding. Dong Xiaoxian intimacy plus 10. Jiang Yan received a prompt huh. Although money is not everything, but money can solve all kinds of things. I opened a presidential suite in the Shangshi Tianhong Hotel. You go over and make do for a while. When the villa is cleaned in a few days, you will go to the villa. You would have had the right to live there as well. Okay, Jiang Xiao. The two of them got tired of each other for a while longer and hung up the phone. Although the life in the small county town was quiet and comfortable, but staying for a long time would also get tired. Not to mention, Zhang Xiujing's attitude was getting worse and worse, and his days at home were not good anymore. Build a house thing has been handed over to the small Wang Pang, Jiang Yan Trust. Do not have to worry about. There is nothing to do at home. Why not go back to the city of Shanghai? Jiang Yan defined Zhang Xiujing chat a few words, although she morning, called him up quite annoying, but who let is the pro mother it, cannot ignore. I'm going back to Shanghai city tomorrow. You're old man, go or not? Do not go. I'm used to staying in the countryside, which can adapt to city life, and you do not even have a wife, and do not need me to take the child. I go there to do what? Isn't our house going to be renovated? Where will you go then? You don't have to worry about it. Your aunt called me and asked me to go to her house for a few days. Moreover, I have to look at our house, in case it's not built well, and my future daughter-in-law is not satisfied. Then what can I do? Jiang Yan was speechless. He really can't stay at home now. Mother and father-in-law. Every word is not away from daughter-in-law. This is pointing at him. He didn't even dare to bring Zhang Shui back now, in case Zhang Xiujing recognized this one, and then found out that he had several more outside. That old man could definitely beat him to death. Alright, as your old man wishes. Jiang Yan also stopped persuading. The next day after breakfast, Jiang Yan embarked on the road back. Before leaving, to Wang Peng transferred 3 million, and left a message that not enough to talk again. Jiang Yan came back. First gave Dong Xiaoxian a phone call. Let her wait for him at the hotel door. Don't want to make an effort, but also just relative. Lazy woman, not qualified to sit and enjoy. A woman who is unkempt the whole day. Even if the bottom is good, it is impossible to hook up with a broad. Dong Xiaoxian knows this. Therefore, she took advantage of the fact that Jiang Yan still had an hour's drive ahead of her and deliberately dressed up carefully. In the nearby mall, she spent a lot of money to buy a nice dress. Her original dress was still in the shared room. Because of Zhong Shiheo's presence, she didn't dare to go back. Changing her clothes, Dong Xiaoxian hurriedly took the elevator to go downstairs. There happened to be a young man in the elevator. Seeing the presidential suite come out such a beautiful woman, he was immediately surprised. Hello, my name is Zhang Yongpeng. Can I have the honor to know? Dong Xiaoxian subconsciously glanced at it. A somewhat feminine young man, quite handsome, a rich little tit dress. I'm sorry, I have urgent business. Some other time, Dong Xiaoxian said, and hurriedly walked out of the elevator. She knew Jiang Yan was about to arrive. The man was not annoyed by the rejection, but only looked at Dong Xiaoxian, who walked away, secretly pitying her. At the entrance of the Shangshi Tianhong Hotel, a silver gray sedan, low profile, drove into the parking lot. The parking boy casually swept a glance. Porsche Panamera. He didn't pay too much attention to it and was ready to work normally as usual. However, suddenly found wrong, carefully looked at the license plate number. This is not the manager specially accounted for. The presidential suite guests? Parking little brother hurriedly jogged all the way over, nodded and greeted. Jiang Xiao, do you need me to park the car for you? Jiang Yan waved his hand and refused. He was already in front of the parking space. Where else would he use others? Okay Jiang Xiao, I'll unlock it for you. Parking Junior jogged to the VIP parking space supporting the presidential suite, opened the parking lock for Jiang Yan, and carefully directed the reversing for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan parked his car, and an unfamiliar call suddenly came in his cell phone. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Yan? Yes, I'm Mr. Wu's secretary, Zhang Yali. The gift from Mr. Wu for you has arrived. Look, when can you come and pick it up? Oh, got it. I'll be over in a while. Chapter 60, Elite Men and Punks. Jiang Yan was about to get out of the car, but to his surprise, his cell phone rang. At a glance, it was Zheng Shui calling. What's up, honey, miss me? Zheng Shui on the other end of the phone, still shy, whispered back, it's only been a few days, and you miss me so much? But, I don't dare to see you. I'm afraid of being arrested by the police. Why? Because as soon as I see you, my heartbeat goes into overdrive. Jiang Yan said an earthy love story that he himself felt awkward, but Zheng Shui was very flattered, and on the other side of the phone, she laughed happily. The two of them boiled the phone kanji for a while longer. What Jiang Yan didn't know was that it was this phone kanji that almost spoiled his big event. At the exit of the garage of the Shangshi Tianhong Hotel, a bright scenery line appeared. A beautiful woman was wearing a black sexy stepmother dress, S-shaped curves, perfectly displayed, the woman's brilliant star-like eyes, looking into the distance, seemingly looking for something. The woman's amazing charm unfolded. Even the hotel's high-end elites were not exempted. Their eyeballs were firmly sucked in, and one big brother, even more so, almost crashed into a big tree. Seeing the reaction of the passers-by, Dong Xiaoxian was satisfied with her outfit. However, she wasn't showing herself to them. She really hoped that Jiang Xiao would like it when he saw it, then it wouldn't be in vain for her to take so much trouble to dress up. Too beautiful. There are also troubles. Too many men accosting her. Most of them are guys who consider themselves elite. Beauty. Can have the honor to know? I graduated from Yale University. Now back to China in the entrepreneurship. Has realized the small goal of $1 million a year. The next step is to make the company bigger and stronger, to reach the world's top 500. A well-mannered young man saw such a special thing, immediately hitched a ride. Other young people with ideas one by one chagrined and shook his head. Just hate their own actions. Why so slow? Dong Xiaoxian looked at the men in front of her, very helpless. Standing here for but 20 minutes. This was already the sixth person who had greeted her. Between their words, they were all narcissistic bragging. There were those who bragged about their education, those who bragged about their wealth, and one who bragged about his father. The same place. Zhong Shihao stood at the entrance of the hotel, looking at the words Shangshi Tianhong, and cursed in his heart. Really Nemo luxury. When can he often come here to live? That is the winner of life. He usually will not come here. Today to come, is to pay a visit to a big brother? If you can follow him to mix, it will soar. But unfortunately, the big brother does not give the opportunity. Even the face did not see on. Zhong Shihao is a idle punk. A few days ago, ran into a silly girl, quite good to fool. Not only free to let cool, but also give money to spend, can make him happy bad. What's even more surprising is that the stupid girl's roommate is a beautiful woman of national color. Compared to his new girlfriend, even the ugly duckling cannot be counted. These days, is looking for an opportunity to get on it, but do not want to be her run. Thought the cooked duck flew away, but did not expect the surprises behind. But a night, and met again. Zhong Shihao saw Dong Xiaoxian. Compared with yesterday, today's her. More can make men's hormones explode, but his hormones can't get up, and his old brother is still in vague pain, and he can't get up. Seeing today, it's really heaven's help. Dong Xiaoxian didn't want to pay attention to the elite man who accosted her, because the experience of the first 5 told her that the more you talk to him, the more he comes on. She impatiently looked down at the time. Jiang Yan should have arrived soon. She must greet him with her best demeanor. The elite man, after waiting for half a day and not seeing any response from Dong Xiaoxian, thought to himself, Kinda high and cold yo. I like it. Planning to change the topic again. Today, no matter what. Also want to get this woman's contact information, or he will regret for the rest of his life. However, there was suddenly a nasty guy who interrupted his next words. Beautiful woman. I miss you after not seeing you for a day. The elite man looked angrily at the troublemaker. This brother, can't you see that I'm talking to a beautiful woman? It's not too good to cut in like this, right? None of your business, the man replied. Dong Xiaoxian looked down at the time, her heart annoyed to the core. Why is there another one? Jiang Yan is about to arrive. What if he sees this scene and thinks he is a watery woman? The elite man was enraged. A colorful and daring landlubber punk. How dare he snatch a woman from himself and speak so out of turn? No, this voice is somewhat familiar. Dong Xiaoxian raised her head and saw Zhong Shihao with a lewd face. Zhong Shihao looked at Dong Xiaoxian and raised her head. Under the delicate face was a sexy and charming collarbone. The skin was fair and smooth, looking noble and elegant, and the S-shaped body wrapped in the stepmother's dress was even more evocative. Zhong Shihao's saliva is going to flow down. As for, and he argued with the elite man is equally bad, also reveals colorful gangster's ugly attitude. Seeing Zhong Shihao this guy, Dong Xiaoxian knew it was bad, so she wanted to find an opportunity to escape, but Zhong Shihao had expected it and blocked the way. The elite man could see Dong Xiaoxuan's nervousness. He felt that the opportunity to perform had arrived, and sternly rebuked Zhong Shihao, please leave here immediately. This is not a place for a punk like you to come. Zhong Shihao was not angry. He himself was a punk who was not stingy, and he was right. But the revenge of breaking his son and grandson could not go unrewarded. Seemingly seeing Zhong Shihao's weakness, the elite man's nostrils turned to the sky and said proudly, I'm from Mordor coming to Jianhai on a business trip. I have a very bad impression of you Li people. The quality is just too low. Except for this beautiful lady of course. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. The elite man seemed to be afraid of being misjudged and made a point of explaining it to Dong Xiaoxian. Once Zhong Shihao heard that it was an outsider, a strong sense of local superiority came up. An outsider? What are you pretending to me? Mama rah. Outsider, what are you pretending to me? I've been living in this Jianghai city for more than 20 years, and I hate you out-of-towners who pretend to be something you're not. Zhong Shihao's index finger poked the elite man's chest, hurting him as he retreated back and forth. The elite man retreated step by step to the position of the steps. His feet were empty and he almost fell down. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to let the police come and arrest you. The elite man shivered and took out his cell phone. About to make a call. Zhong Shihao saw that he was going to call the police. His heart was also a little panicked. His right hand grabbed the collar of the elite man and pulled it to his face. His tone was grim. Still dare to call the police? Believe it or not, I'll let you for a while. Corpse and bones. Let your family look for you all over the world? Zhong Shihao's expression was hideous. His face was fierce, completely like a murderous bandit leader. The elite man was finally scared at this moment, and was nudged backward step by step. His lofty demeanor no longer existed. Big brother, I'm wrong, I'll leave now. You guys chat. The elite man did not dare to show off again. He was really scared. He still has a great future. He can't die with a punk. There is no need. Get lost. Hurry up and get far away. I'm annoyed when I see you. Zhong Shihao graciously let the elite man go. If it was usual, he would have blackmailed him for a large sum of money. But unfortunately this was not the time. Dong Xiaoxian wanted to take advantage of the fact that their attention was not on her and wanted to sneak away. But unfortunately Zhong Shihao was always watching her movements. As long as she moved, Zhong Shihao would definitely make a move. The elite man was scared away. And Zhong Shihao finally freed his hands. You woman, didn't expect it, did you? It finally fell into my hands. After saying that, he laughed and pounced on Dong Xiaoxian. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Dong Xiaoxian repeated the same trick, but Zhong Shihao had already been injured once, and had already been on guard. How could he be injured once more, and twisted over at once? Dong Xiaoxian did not give up, kicked again, but after all, just an ordinary woman, cannot hit Zhong Shihao, but was caught by his shoes. Zhong Shihao smiled smugly. Little fellow, do you think you can still kick me? After he finished speaking, he was about to touch Dong Xiaoxuan's smooth thigh along the shoe. Dong Xiaoxian hurriedly exerted her force and drew her foot back, leaving Zhong Shihao with a sneaker. At this moment, Dong Xiaoxian was independent on one leg, looking at the passing pedestrians with a look of help. But the men who had just been peeping were now pretending to be more serious than one another, not caring about their own business. Seeing that Zhong Shihao was about to pounce again, she was ready to run towards the hotel to call the hotel security. Just at this moment, stop! The arrival of a young man stopped Zhong Shihao's further movements. Who is it? Disturbing my good mood? Zhong Shihao, said with a cocky face, having just bullied a soft boy, making him burst with confidence at the moment, as if he had now become a big brother in Shanghai. Zhong Shihao turned his head to look. His heart was shocked. Isn't this the big brother he wanted to visit today? Chapter 61, another one with bad intentions. The man who suddenly appeared was not very old, about 20-something years old, with a feminine temperament, covered in brand-name clothes, dressed like a Korean pop star. When Zhong Shihao saw the man, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Good day, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yongping was puzzled. And you are? I'm Zhong Shihao. I even said I'd pay you a visit today, but unfortunately you said you weren't available. Zhang Yongping inquired. What are you doing? How can you treat a girl like this? Feeling aggrieved, Zhong Shihao walked up to Zhang Yongping and told him about how he was almost cut off from Dong Xiaoxian. Dong Xiaoxian saw that it was the young man she met in the elevator, and her nervousness relaxed a few points. This person, looking somewhat feminine, still had a good heart, and was not expected to be able to come forward, but they actually knew each other, which made Dong Xiaoxuan's heart drum. After understanding the situation, Zhang Yongping already had a few guesses about Dong Xiaoxuan's identity in his heart, and he waved his hand, letting Zhong Shihao step back to the side, and went forward to greet Dong Xiaoxian. Beauty, your shoes, just hurriedly said goodbye. I didn't expect that in less than 10 minutes, we meet again. Dong Xiaoxian received her sneakers and smiled. Thank you for Liang Xiao's righteous hand. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. Seeing this scene, Zhong Shihao knew that he had no hope of revenge. This guy Zhang Yongping was a notorious lustful hungry man. How could he let go of such a superb beauty in front of him? He didn't have a chance. But being able to take this opportunity to hitch a ride on Liang Xiao's line was also great. Men, there are too many people. There are always some scum. I hope the girl won't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson here. After saying that, Zhang Yongping let out a cold grunt to Zhong Shihao. You have rushed this girl, so slap yourself 10 times. Ha! Zhong Shihao's face immediately darkened. Just now, he had made a great show of bullying the elite man away, but now he was forced to slap himself. Zhang Yongping himself was nothing, but his brother-in-law was a figure who only had his hands on Shanghai City, would have liked to visit, climb the relationship, active visit to see not their own rob a color, but it happened. Zhong Shihao dare not offend Zhang Yongping, can only do. He fanned his mouth hard, and did not dare to be too fake, for fear of being seen through. Slap, slap. After 10 slaps, his face was red, the corners of his mouth even oozed a trace of blood. Not a moment's effort. His face swollen high. It seems that the force is not discounted at all. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for coming to his aid. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Dong Xiaoxian was bullied by Zhong Shihao and didn't dare to return to his home. Now looking at Zhong Shihao's miserable appearance, it was also considered to be a mouthful of bad anger. Receiving the compliment, Zhang Yongping felt a flutter in his heart. Small matter. Today I can know Miss Dong. It's really an honor. I would like to invite you to have a meal. I don't know Miss Dong. Can you enjoy your face? Zhang Yongping thought. He had just made a great show of heroism to save the beauty. Dong Xiaoxian not to say to the body, but also will be grateful. Eat a meal, is not a handful, as long as the promise. He has a way to reach his heart's purpose. The idea was beautiful. The reality was very face-slapping. Thank you, Liang Xiao. I still have things to do. Some other day I will be the host and invite Liang Xiao for dinner. Zhang Yongping frowned slightly. He wanted more than just dinner. Besides, if you want to treat me to dinner and don't even leave your contact information, isn't it obvious that you're playing with him? Pick a day. Let's do it today. I just happened to book a private room at Shengshi Tianhong. In this case, Liang Xiao, I'll add your Vmail. I'll make an appointment for you tomorrow. There's really something going on today. Dong Xiaoxian knew that she had to give Zhang Yongping a little bit of sweetness today. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to get away. Zhang Yongping's face began to become cold. Miss Dong, today is not to give me Zhang someone this face? When this woman just met from the presidential suite, Zhang Yongping thought that she was a rich family's daughter, but as a result, Zhong Shihao said that she was just an ordinary woman who had been adopted. Since he knew Dong Xiaoxuan's true identity, Zhang Yongping was also reckless. Having already torn her face, Dong Xiaoxian no longer hid her inner feelings. She glanced at Zhang Yongping in disgust and said coldly, I really have something to do. My boyfriend is about to arrive. If it's not good for him to see, please leave. Dong Xiaoxuan's disgusted tone made Zhang Yongping's patience completely worn clean. He smiled grimly. Boyfriend? It's an old man. Right. Let's do it this way. I don't mind you. Why don't you come over and follow me? Brother isn't too bad. Shameless. You guys get out of the way. I want to leave. Dong Xiaoxian said coldly. Zhang Yongping's face sank. How could he let go of such a stunning woman? Eat the penalty if you don't eat the toast. Zhang Yongping signaled Zhong Shihao to lay his hands on the woman and tie her up. Although it was a bit of a risk to take in broad daylight, it was worth it for such a superb woman. To die under the peony flower, to be a ghost was also a good thing. Zhong Shihao laughed and pounced on Dong Xiaoxian, thinking that there was nothing left for him to do, but he didn't realize that they had a breakdown. His chance for revenge had come, and by the way, a little oil. I thought that young Zhang wouldn't mind, seeing that delicate and smooth skin, just a few millimeters away from his palm. Zhong Shihao was surprised that this woman, how not to hide? Zhong Shihao immediately knew the answer. He suddenly found himself flying. What happened? What happened? Zhong Shihao, who was still in a state of confusion, only felt a pair of big hands grabbing his collar. Then, he flew up, smashed heavily on the steps of the hotel, and rolled all the way down. Agoo! The fall was not a light one, and he slumped to the ground, wailing for a while. Who allowed your dog's paw to touch my woman to come? A domineering voice rang out at Zhong Shihao's side. He wanted to crawl to see who did it, but just as his arms propped up his body, he was stomped down by a foot. Who allowed you to get up? Zhong Shihao felt an irresistible force stomping him down so hard that he couldn't move in the slightest. He struggled to crane his neck, wanting to see who it was. Until now, he still didn't know who he had offended. Finally he raised his head and saw a handsome, yet very ordinary young man. Handsome? Was that the looks were really handsome? Ordinary? Was that he felt that this young man was just an ordinary person? How could he throw him so far away? Dong Xiaoxian saw Zhang Yan's arrival, her heart greatly relieved. She ran all the way to Zhang Yan's side. Brother Jiang. Dong Xiaoxian felt that she had found her backbone, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally let go. Although she had been accosted quite a few times before, she had never encountered the current situation. In broad daylight, she was about to kidnap someone on the street, which scared her. Zhang Yan asked, "What's going on?" Dong Xiaoxian heard Zhang Yan's question and told the whole story. Zhong Shihao turned his head and stared at Zhang Yan with spiteful eyes. "Kid, do you know who we are? I hope you won't regret it later." "Just you, a little yakuza. Are you worthy of making me regret?" Zhang Yan smiled coldly. His foot moved to Zhong Shihao's face, rubbing it fiercely. Zhong Shihao's delicate face skin rubbing hard against the rough concrete floor. Zhong Shihao's face was already in a swollen state. Zhang Yan's effort. The pain tore his heart and cried out, "Liang Xiao, save me. I did it for you. You can't leave me alone." Hearing Zhong Shihao's cries for help, Zhang Yongping's brows furrowed together. "Enough," he said in a deep voice. "Who is your excellency? In front of me? Beating up my little brother? You're not taking me too seriously." Zhang Yan laughed. "How dare you guys molest my girlfriend? What else do you want me to do to you? Treat you guys to dinner? Karaoke? One-stop service?" Chapter 62, Pig-Head Duo. Zhang Yongpeng laughed coldly. "In this Jianghai city, there are countless people who want to treat me to dinner. You are not qualified yet. You'd better let my little brother go first. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in Jianghai city." Zhang Yongpeng walked to Zhang Yan's side and warned viciously. His tone was morose and arrogant. Dong Xiaoxian looked at Zhang Yongpeng's vicious eyes and was a bit scared. "Brother Jiang, why don't we just forget about it? I wasn't hurt anyway." Although she knows that Zhang Yan is very rich, I'm afraid that the identity is not simple. But more things, as well as less things. Every man will not like to give him trouble women. Zhang Yongpeng saw that Dong Xiaoxian was afraid. His heart was even more pleased. "Ha, afraid? Now you pull your man. Kneel down and give me 3 kowtows. I may." Bang! Zhang Yan sandbagged big fist. A fist smashed in Zhang Yongpeng's nose. Nose blood flowed. The person also stumbled and fell to the ground. The position is good. Just in Zhong Shihao side by side. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? My sister is." Zhang Yan didn't listen to him forcing lie. Another foot on the face, directly shutting him up. Zhang Yan turned his head to Dong Xiaoxian with a smile and said, "For a dog that bites, there's no need to discuss it properly. Just need to beat it half to death and the problem will be solved." Saying that, his foot exerted force, and Zhang Yongpeng experienced the APS package Zhong Shihao had just ordered. A miserable wail that resounded through the sky. Zhang Yan looked at Zhang Yongpeng with a smile and said, "What are you shouting for? I still like the unruly look you just had." Zhang Yongpeng's heart and liver trembled. He knew that he had met a ruthless person this time. He wanted to struggle up, but the size 43 shoes seemed to be as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't move at all. The more he struggled, the more his face hurt. Zhong Shihao found that the foot of the suppression of their own finally moved away, but as he did not choose to stand up, when looking at the Zhang Xiao lying beside himself, the body is still very from the heart, then lie down. This marble floor is quite smooth. Not choking at all. Stay for a while. You're finished, you're really finished, I said. Jesus can't save you either. Zhang Yongping's cheeks were distorted by the stomping, and his nose blood flowed onto the ground, but he still used his leaky mouth to say this domineering declaration. Zhang Yan's foot exerted more force, and he heard a click. Zhang Yongping's jaw was dislocated, and he couldn't speak anymore. Zhang Yongping, oh. Zhang Yan felt that the annoying noise finally disappeared. He glanced at Zhong Shihao, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, ignored it, and wrapped his arm around Dong Xiaoshuan's slender waist and said, "Let's go. Two trashy goods. It's not worth wasting our time for this." Aha! Dong Xiaoshuan looked at Zhang Yan with a face of adoration. She didn't expect Zhang Yan to not only have the face and money, but also have the manliness. It's too handsome. Only after Zhang Yan left, Zhong Shihao dared to climb up. Zhang Yan's sense of oppression on him was too strong. He felt that he was like a small chicken in front of him, a character that could be pinched to death with his hands. Zhang Xiao, such a powerful character, or beaten, jaw dislocated. He really did not dare to move at all. Zhong Shihao walked to Zhang Yongping's side. "Young Zhang, are you alright?" Oh, Zhang Yongping wanted to reply, but he grunted and couldn't speak, sweating anxiously. At this moment, his jaw was dislocated, his mouth couldn't close, and his saliva flowed uncontrollably, just like an Alzheimer's patient. His disgusting saliva flowed down Zhong Shihao's hand. Zhang Yongping's heart was sad and angry. When did he receive this kind of aggravation? He sat up and called the phone, shaking people. The phone was quickly connected, and a nice woman's voice came from the other end. "Hey, brother, what's the matter?" Oh, Zhang Yongping whimpered with excitement, his mouth watering, but he couldn't say a complete word. Zhong Shihao took the initiative to help translate. "Hello, sister. I'm Zhang Xiao's little brother. Zhang Xiao was beaten up and is now at the entrance of Shengshi Tianhong. His jaw was dislocated. Can you come over for a moment?" Zhang Yali is busy things, looking at the front of the incomparable sports car, carefully directing the staff to unload the car. $10 million of sports car. She has not opened, but now to be used to give away. The heart is heartbroken, but Wu Wenbin so generous. Certainly have his reasons. She cannot control, can only silently do a good job of the leadership of things. Zhang Yali is very clear about her own position. She is only Wu Wenbin's lover, not a wife. The company does not know how many women want to replace her position, cannot give them the opportunity, is busy at the critical juncture, but learned that his brother was actually beaten. But now, Mr. Wu's most important guests are about to arrive. She really cannot go. Thinking of this, Zhang Yali asked, "Is it serious?" Zhong Shihao twisted his head to look at Zhang Yongping. His face was covered in nosebleed and his jaw was dislocated. This situation was considered serious. Young Zhang's face is now covered in blood and his jaw has been dislocated. Can he walk? Can walk. That's good. You guys go to the hospital first and talk later. I'm busy. Call if something happens. Zhong Shihao was stunned. Normal pro sister heard this sentence. Should not be on fire. Immediately move to come? Zhang Yongping also did not expect to always love their sister. At this time even said and out of such a desperate words. He was excited hands and feet, and even forgot the pain on the body. Grabbed the phone is a burst of whimpering. Oh, perhaps it is too excited. The thing that he cannot speak. Forget about it. Zhang Yongping, grabbing Zhong Shihao, wanted him to translate. Zhong Shihao had a foggy face. "Big brother, I'm not a roundworm in your stomach. How do I know what you're going to say?" With such a delay, the phone had already hung up. Zhong Shihao and Zhang Yongping helped each other to the hospital. The pig-headed duo's shape attracted the attention of the hospital crowd. This kind of strange eyes. Let them be humiliated. Hang up the number and find the sitting doctor. Their injuries are not serious. Just look scary. Are some traumatic injuries? Zhang Yongping's jaw was also quickly by the doctor with professional techniques. Reset. Hiss. Zhang Yongping face by the rough ground abrasion skin. At the moment swollen like a pig's head. A touch of pain cannot. But now the doctor wants to reset his chin. Do not touch also cannot. There was no other way. He could only clench his fists and grit his teeth. After a miserable scream, his jaw was finally reset. I want to be able to die him. Be able to die him. Go find my sister. I'll let him die without a burial place. Zhang Yongping was finally able to speak again. He was thrilled. His eyes refracted with the flame of hatred. This revenge is not to be taken without a vow. The doctor in the white coat said, "Wait, your face hasn't been bandaged yet?" Once the doctor said this, Zhang Yongping couldn't help but touch his face. Hiss. It was all broken skin. How was he going to pick up girls in the future? Not a moment's effort. Two men whose faces were wrapped in gauze walked out from the infirmary. Zhang Yongping was ready to go to his sister right away. He couldn't wait a moment. "Wait, you guys still need to transfuse." Must be anti-inflammatory. Don't get inflamed. No more transfusions. Go for revenge first. Chapter 63 McLaren P1. Zhang Yongping pulled out his cell phone and called his sister. Hey, old sister. My jaw is connected. You don't know. Your brother me. Old miserable. Bullied to the house. You must give me revenge. What? You don't have time? That won't do. How can I not care about your dear brother? I will go to you now. Zhang Yali hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. Her brother was beaten. She was really angry. But Mr. Wu's most important guest was coming. Such an important occasion. Could not be absent. Can only aggrieve the younger brother. After making the phone call, Zhang Yali instructed the workers. Everyone be careful. Make sure to hold it lightly and be careful. Wu Wenbin looked at Zhang Yali. Your brother called you again? You keep wiping his ass like this. When is this going to end? Zhang Yali was shocked in her heart. She knew that her brother usually caused a lot of trouble, all of which were solved by relying on Wu Wenbin's face, and he had long been annoyed. Men hated Fu Di Devil the most. This was Wu Wenbin hammering her. I know General Manager Wu. People just this one brother. Can't ignore it. Last time I didn't say let him be the manager of the branch. Give him a job to do. Collect his loose nature. You don't agree. I didn't dare to ask again. Zhang Yali eyebrow delicate. Hyun want to cry. Look at the heart of Wu Wenbin is soft. Iron Man also soft 3 points. The tone of voice unconsciously a few points lower. Hey, who let you be my favorite woman? Let him go to the branch as a manager. Really? Zhang Yali looked at Wu Wenbin with surprise in her eyes. Really? Can I still lie to you? No matter what. It is the woman who has been with him for the longest time. Wu Wenbin can't afford to say anything serious, even though, knowing that her brother to the company will only be an assholes, but the beauty in tears, can't bear it in his heart. They watched the sports car from the big truck, unloading landing, the heart also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yan's 2 billion large sums of money, has completely let Wu Wenbin convinced, although he is also considered a character in this city of Zhanghai, but with the second generation of the hidden family compared to, it is nothing. For this reason, their brothers, even at the expense of another leading enterprise in Zhanghai city against, can be described as blood money. Boss Wu didn't come because the company had an important meeting and couldn't come over. He specially explained Wu Wenbin must take this and Zhang Yan good relations. The future will have a use for the place. Of course, Wu Wenbin knew that. Unlike when he and Zhang Yan first met, Wu Wenbin didn't show up for the entire ceremony of Zhang Yan's primera delivery, because at that time, in Wu Wenbin's mind, Zhang Yan was simply not qualified enough for him to appear. Now it's different. Really see Zhang Yan's financial strength. He came to the car sales company early, personally instructed Zhang Yali to organize, showing his serious attitude. You know, car sales company is just a small business under the name of Wu Wenbin. Usually a few months do not come back. The two stood in the doorway of the sales hall, looking up into the distance from time to time. Finally Zhang Yan's Primera appeared. That had been carefully selected by Wu Wenbin's car. Of course he recognized. A glance out. Zhang Yan just got off the car. Wu Wenbin led a cadre of personnel, came to Zhang Yan's side beside him, shaking hands fondly. Elder brother Jiang, you finally came. I was afraid that you didn't have time. Second brother Wu invited. How can I not come? What kind of car is it? I'm curious. This car was carefully selected by brother me. It will definitely give you a surprise. Wu Wenbin glanced at Dong Xiaoxian by Zhang Yan's side. This time the female companion was changed. Not at all worse than the last one. Really a flirt. The crowd came to an item shrouded in a black curtain. Zhang Yan followed the instructions and unveiled the black curtain. Instantly, a white supercar appeared in front of the crowd's eyes. The streamlined body with a windy and handsome shape naturally attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Yan caressed it, very much in line with Zhang Yan's impression of a supercar. But unfortunately, he didn't know what kind of car it was. Lu Fan, as Zhang Yan's old colleague, was also assigned the task of specially explaining the value of this sports car, as well as the operation method for Zhang Yan. Brother Jiang, McLaren P1, one of the world's 3 great god cars, issue price 12 million, has been discontinued. This one, is the boss in a luxury car collector's hands to buy, has never been on the road. The odometer is new. Oh yeah? Looking not bad, Zhang Yan said indifferently. Once dreamed of something, so easy to get, just to find that it seems to be just like that. Well, are not true. How can not heart-surging? But people have to be reserved. So many people to calm down. There will be 20 million later, 50 million, or even 100 million car. Now this is nothing. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's heart slowly cooled down. Zhang Yan first expressed his gratitude to Wu Wenbin. Thank you Wu Urge. The gift I like it very much. Zhang Yali looked at the handsome Zhang Yan, and secretly said in her heart, Worthy of being the person that even Mr. Wu has to give a gift to. Such an expensive luxury car. In his eyes, it is so cloudy and light. Dong Xiaoxian was on the side, with a marvelous face. Such an expensive car. But it was not bought by himself. It was a gift from someone else. Jiang Yan has such a big face? It was really awesome. Wu Wenbin said. The matter of formalities. Let the people below do it. Jiang old brother, let's go to the office and have some tea? Good. Inside the office, a few people were seated. Zhang Yali made tea. Her wrists fluttered. Her movements were professional. And she looked very artistic. Wu Wenbin said to Jiang Yan, Jiang old brother, taste my Wui Mountain de Hongpo. Although it's not picked from those 3 mother trees, it's also the finest of the grafted varieties. Jiang Yan said, is that so? Then I have to taste it. He drank a small sip calmly. He didn't feel much. It wasn't as fragrant as the Monkey King jasmine tea he drank when he was a child. But this is something that definitely cannot be said. Just think about it in your heart. Dong Xiaoxian heard Wu Wenbin's introduction. A burst of excitement in her heart. So expensive tea, said the price is a little cheesy, but she knows it must be heavenly. With Jiang Yan's calm and relaxed different, she carefully picked up the teacup. Rules and regulations of small sips. Always pay attention to their own instrument. For fear of giving Jiang Yan lost face, Wu Wenbin said, Jiang old brother, I have a big deal. I wonder if you want to participate in it. Oh, what kind of deal? Wu Wenbin said with a straight face. Half a month later, the government will auction off a piece of land. My big brother and I intend to take it down and build a commercial center. Definitely a big profit. Do you want to invest in it? Commercial center? It can be. I don't know much about the specifics, but I believe in second brother Wu's investment vision. This is a luxury car, and help to find a hospital. How can it be a waste of time? This is not. The debt of favors should be returned. Jiang Yan want to refuse, cannot open his mouth. Moreover, just cooperate to do business, and not destined to lose money. Jiang Yan is very happy to try. Hearing Jiang Yan has the intention to invest, Wu Wenbin was delighted. With the influence of Wu's group and the local community, coupled with Jiang Yan's financial strength, this project must be very profitable. Wu Wenbin said, Jiang old brother is really quick. I'll let someone do the business plan right away. We'll make a lot of money together then. At noon, I'll be the host. Let's have a good drink. Sorry, brother Wu Air. I have to accompany my girlfriend to move in a while. Next time I'll treat. Wu Wenbin laughed. Siblings matter. Of course it's important. Elder brother Jiang is really a man of style and elegance. Money can't be earned. In my mind, people are more important than money. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Indeed, it's still old brother Jiang who lives a thorough life. Chapter 64, Sister, you must avenge me. Jiang Yan felt that he drank a little too much tea and wanted to go to the toilet. Second brother Wu, I'll go to the toilet first. Let's talk later. Wu Wenbin nodded and said, Yili, go and help elder brother Jiang show him the way. He hasn't been to this floor before and isn't too familiar with it. Okay, Mr. Wu. Mr. Jiang. This way please. That's troublesome, Ms. Jiang. Dong Xiaoxian built Jiang Yan to leave, so she took the initiative to hold Jiang Yan's arm. She was now sticky to Jiang Yan. Zhang Yongpeng and Zhong Shihao, a pair of hard-to-reach people, along the way, endured other people's strange eyes. Finally arrived at the destination, moving out Zhang Yali's identity, all the way unimpeded. Soon came to the top floor. Did not expect to see Zhang Yali in the corridor as soon as he left the elevator. Sister, you have to avenge me. Zhang Yongpeng cried and walked to Zhang Yali's side, pretending to be pitiful. This was his usual trick, since childhood. As long as he acted pitiful, Zhang Yali would be heartbroken and would always come over to comfort him. This time is no exception. Zhang Yali did not see his brother's appearance before, although he felt anxious, but after all, cannot see the real status quo, but also good restraint. Now look. Zhang Yongping's face was bandaged like a dumpling, suddenly heartbroken. Who did this? Who beat you like this? Tell my sister. My sister will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Jiang Yan, who came back from the toilet, saw Zhang Yongpeng and Zhang Yali at a glance, although this kid's face was wrapped tightly, but the voice was always not wrong. It was really a narrow road. How did he meet this kid again? Hearing Zhang Yali's declaration, he couldn't help but interject. I did it. How is it a way to repent for life? Zhang Yongping's eyes glazed over when he saw Jiang Yan. Intense elation surged to his heart. Meet again. Or when my old sister was around. Meet again. Sister. It's him who beat your brother. You don't know his hands, that black pressed me to the ground to death. Look at my face. Is there a piece of good meat? My jaw was dislocated. I was worse than the paralyzed old man, drooling down my neck. The doctor said that my face, there is a possibility of inflammation. I may be disfigured. In case I become ugly, and can't find a daughter-in-law, our old Zhang family's flame to me can be broken. Zhang Yongping saw Zhang Yan, just like a little daughter-in-law who was insulted, chattering about her suffering there, so as to provoke Zhang Yali's anger even more and take revenge for herself. My sister, hey, you must avenge me. Break his legs for me. I want to let him. Shut up. How could Jiang Shao hit you for no reason? Must be what asshole thing you did that angered Jiang Shao. Zhang Yali looked at Zhang Yan's playful expression. Her heart trembled. Now Wu Wenbin did not know that her brothers offended Zhang Yan. Everything still has a chance to save. If Wu Wenbin knew about this, then she would also be implicated. In case she lost favor because of this, she didn't dare to imagine. Jiang Shao, don't mind. My brother has been spoiled by me since he was young. Sister, why are you turning towards outsiders? I'm your own brother. Zhang Yongping hadn't understood the situation until now. While Zhong Shihao beside him had already seen that the situation was not right, he gently tugged on Zhang Yongping's sleeve. What are you doing? I don't like men. Don't think that just because you and I have shared troubles, you can make a move on me. Zhang Yongping said angrily to Zhong Shihao. Zhang Yali was furious when she saw Zhang Yongping's stupid look. Raising her jade hand, she slapped him on his pig head. Shut up. Oh. Zhang Yongping's face, which was wrapped in gauze, was attacked and he wailed in pain. Zhang Yali apologized and looked at Zhang Yan and said, I'm sorry, Jiang Shao. My younger brother has been spoiled by me since he was young and can't speak. I hope Jiang Shao won't mind. Zhang Yali carefully explained, hoping that Zhang Yan would not make a big deal out of it. Wu Wenbin's character. Zhang Yali was most aware of it. An absolutely selfish and self-interested businessman who could sell out everything for the sake of profit. If he knew about it, he would definitely give Zhang Yan an explanation. When the time comes to break Zhang Yongping's leg, it's not impossible, and will even implicate himself and will be chastised as well. Zhang Yali's bright fox eyes, looking at Zhang Yan's eyes, full of pleading color. Zhang Yan suddenly realized that Wu Wenbin's aesthetics is still very okay. Zhang Yali wearing a black OL professional suit. Body proportion is perfect. The same face is not worse than Dong Xiaoxian. Zhang Yan silently used the scrying skill. Name, Zhang Yali. Age, 29. Height, 169. Face value, 86. Density, 15. Remarks, delicious but dumplings. Fun but sister-in-law. Extremely mature woman. Binding can obtain 30% of the shares of Wu's group. Zhang Yan hard as shock good guy. This woman extreme face value is not low. Chow thief attribute. Is particularly attractive, but unfortunately Zhang Yan is not all the lower body thinking animal. Not moved. 30% of the shares of Wu's company. Zhang Yan will be even more unattractive. That point of things, to his woman more than a few times to consume. The rebate money can buy the entire Wu's group. Dong Xiaoxian eyes with hostility to look at Zhang Yali. This woman good means. The same woman. Dong Xiaoxian cannot help but praise. She just stood there and said nothing. Just a look can let a person soften down, and then the hot temper also cannot bear to vent toward her. Dong Xiaoxian took Zhang Yan's arm and tightened it again. She felt threatened. When Zhang Yali saw that Zhang Yan didn't say anything, she assumed that he wasn't satisfied with Zhang Yongping's attitude of admitting his mistake. She coldly said to Zhang Yongping, kneel down and apologize to Jiang Shao. What? Zhang Yongping looked unbelievably at his sister who loved him the most. She even wanted him to kneel down and apologize to someone. How was this possible? Zhang Yali looked at Zhang Yongping and repeated again, kneel and apologize to Jiang Shao. I don't want to say it a third time. Face icy cold. Expression cold. In Zhang Yongping's eyes at this time Zhang Yali, as if she had become a person. Anyone who dared to disobey her would be treated with the most cruelty. Seeing Zhang Yali's eyes, seems to be serious. Zhang Yongping until now to recognize the seriousness of the matter. It can't be. Zhang Yali also can't afford to offend this man in front of her eyes? Zhang Yali see Zhang Yongping grinding. Unwilling look. A foot on his leg nest kick. Zhang Yongping immediately kneeled down. The pain of his teeth grinning. Zhang Yali angrily said, speak quickly. Jiang Shao. I'm sorry, Zhang Yongping said by reflex. Zhang Yan said indifferently. Say what to me? The one you offended is my woman, not me. Apologizing to the wrong person. Zhang Yali said, why don't you hurry? Apologize to Miss Dong. Zhang Yongping turned his body towards Dong Xiaoxian. Miss Dong. I'm sorry, please forgive my offense. Zhang Yali took off a string of bracelets from her wrist and handed it to Dong Xiaoxian. This bracelet is from the Van Cleef and Arpels house. Carnelian clover bracelet. I just bought it yesterday. And seeing Miss Dong's white and smooth wrist, I think it has a place to go. How has Dong Xiaoxian ever seen this kind of scene? She was at a loss for words and looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan smiled faintly and said, whatever you want. Don't be afraid. I am your biggest backer. Dong Xiaoxian accepted the bracelet. and Zhang Yali's hanging heart was released. It's not that big of a deal. How about this? She was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family, and did not have the ruthless idea of breaking a leg at the drop of a hat. Moreover, she herself did not suffer a single bit of harm. Instead, it was Zhang Yongpeng and Zhong Shihao, who were beaten into a pig's head by Jiang Yan, and now they even kneeled down to apologize. Her heart had long since been free of resentment. Jiang Yan smiled gently and said, "Since you said it's fine, then just let him go." Chapter 65 Settlement. Zhang Yali breathed a huge sigh of relief. Not alarming Wu Wenbin and having things perfectly resolved was the best ending. Still not thanking Zhang Xiao, Zhang Yongping was forced by his sister's lustful authority and had no choice but to shout, "Thank you, young Jiang." Until now, he still thought that Zhang Yali was making a big deal out of it. Even if Jiang Yan was a big shot, he didn't need to grovel so much himself. Wait, things aren't over yet. At this time, Jiang Yan suddenly said. Zhang Yali was startled in her heart. Was this regret? However, Jiang Yan did not pay any attention to Zhang Yongpeng, but said to Zhong Shihao beside him, "You, stand up." This kid was quite resourceful. As Zhang Yongpeng knelt, he also knelt. At this moment, Zhong Shihao couldn't wait to bury his head in his pants, hoping that everyone wouldn't notice him. Zhang Yongpeng, a bullish sister, had to apologize in such a humiliating manner, not to mention a little karami like him. But what should come, would always come. At this moment, everyone's eyes focused on Zhong Shihao's body. He stood up trembling. His heart was filled with fear. Zhang Yongping could not afford to offend the big brother. He was even less qualified to resist. All he could do now was listen to God and pray that he could get through this. "So you are the guy who molested my woman in the rental house. Last time I didn't know. Let you off. But I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door again. Not to leave you a little miss. You are not long remembered at all." Saying that, Jiang Yan kicked at his kneecap. Crack! Ah! Zhong Shihao clutched his thigh and wailed miserably, rolling all over the ground, the gauze on his face, quickly drenched in sweat. Such a big commotion. Even if the soundproofing of Wu Wenbin's office was good, he heard it. He thought something had happened and hurriedly came out to check. As soon as he came out, he saw such a large group of people, among which there was Zhang Yali's untalented brother. Wu Wenbin mistakenly thought that he had rushed Jiang Yan. In a cold voice, he said, "Zhang Yongpeng, what are you doing here? A lifelong loafer, rotten to the core." Wu Wenbin especially disliked this guy, and when she saw him, her heart subconsciously resented him, thinking that he had run into some trouble again and let her sister wipe her ass. When Zhang Yongpeng saw Wu Wenbin, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. He knew that Wu Wenbin didn't like him, and hadn't been giving a good face. Zhang Yongpeng stammered and couldn't say the words. At the critical moment, Zhang Yali stood out. She poured a glance at the man on the ground holding his head and wailing, said, "My brother learned that this man molested Jiang Xiao's girlfriend, and specially brought him here to make amends to Jiang Xiao." "Right, Jiang Xiao?" Zhang Yali said, good-looking fox eyes, staring straight at Jiang Yan, long eyelashes blinking. Seductive. Jiang Yan did not dismantle Zhang Yali's trick. After all, has just accepted the apology, and then to dismantle it is not a villain. He said in a double entendre. "Yes, Miss Shang's inner brother. I'm very touched by the act of sending someone's head over 1,000 miles. Zhang Yunpeng had a bitter look on his face. He really broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach, an anger that could only burn itself. Hearing that Jiang Yan didn't tell what just happened, Zhang Yali was secretly relieved. If she had let Wu Wenbin know, things would have been a big deal. Not only would her brother not be able to escape, I'm afraid that she, too, would be punished. Zhong Shihao clutched his thigh, the pain that drilled through his heart. A burst invaded his mind. When hearing their conversation, the wound was even more painful. He himself was really doing the most bitter work and receiving the most poisonous beatings. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to tell the truth. If he did that, Zhang Yongpeng would definitely retaliate madly. He could not afford it. This big black pot, he was destined to carry all of it. Wu Wenbin suddenly realized that Zhang Yongping's and the wailing people on the ground were the same. Their faces were covered with thick gauze. "What's wrong with your face? Yesterday went to the skating rink, gave a fall." Zhang Yongping was much more resourceful at this time. He had completely seen that Wu Wenbin valued this young man and was treating him on an equal footing. Determined eyes. Is their own cannot afford to offend people? Oh, then what's going on with his face? I know he even dared to offend Jiang Xiao. I struck out to beat him. Oh, are you sure you didn't say anything nonsense? Zhang Yongpeng pretended to be very sad and said, "Brother-in-law, you still don't know me. I'm in front of you. Dare to say lies? Don't call me brother-in-law. Your sister and I are not husband and wife." When Zhang Yali heard Wu Wenbin's words, her heart was sad for a while, and her bright fox eyes darkened a lot. Wu Wenbin finished speaking, not bothering with him, and turned to Jiang Yan. Elder brother Jiang, do you need old brother's help? You squeak out. I'll let him spend the rest of his life in bed. Don't worry, there won't be any negative consequences. Wu Wenbin used a soft voice and said the most cruel words. Jiang Yan was surprised in his heart. It seems that this Wu Wenbin does not want to look so good on the outside. However, it was normal. Their brothers climbed up from the bottom of the society, and made their assets to such a scale. How could they be soft-hearted people? When Zhong Shihao heard this, his heart was dumbfounded. He did not dare to say anything, but only frantically hinted at Zhang Yongpeng with a look of help. Big brother, I am taking the blame for you. You are the mastermind. I am just an accessory. Zhang Yongpeng was still young in the end. He moved his feet and wanted to open his mouth to plead for mercy. Zhang Yali stretched out her slender jade finger to point at his face, touching the wound. The words Zhang Yongpeng was going to say also turned into a muffled grunt. Hiss. Old sister. What are you doing? It hurts. Zhang Yali coldly grunted. You still know it hurts. Who told you to do this kind of dangerous sport? You deserve it. Jiang Yan glanced at their siblings and said to Wu Wenbin, there's no need. It's just an ungrateful punk. It's not a crime for second brother Wu to take action. Jiang Yan said this, not only because he promised Zhang Yali not to pursue any further. More so, don't want to owe Wu Wenbin more favors. Normal favors, okay to return. This kind of cruel mob tactics may not become a handle. Jiang Yan not dip this kind of karma. Jiang Yan said, please Wu urge find people, carry him out, not a big deal. There is no need. Wu Wenbin saw Jiang Yan refused. His heart was a little disappointed. He did want to bind Jiang Yan in their boat. He had already investigated Jiang Yan's identity in detail, a child who grew up in the countryside. Very ordinary, not like a disciple of a hidden family. The only doubt was that his father was mysterious and was rumored to have made a fortune. Wu Wenbin greeted the security guards and carried Zhong Shihao out. Elder brother Jiang, let's continue drinking tea. Great. Wu Wenbin took the lead and walked into the office. Jiang Yan then followed, passing by Zhang Yali. Miss Zhang, you owe me a favor. Zhang Yali returned the smile. Dong Xiaoxian looked at the two of them, the sea of jealousy churning in her heart, but she didn't dare to snap. She was very clear about her position. Not Jiang Yan's decent girlfriend, not qualified to lose her temper. I knew that this Tai Fox was a threat. And it was. Dong Xiaoxian could only be secretly angry in her heart as she stomped her feet and quickly followed Jiang Yan's pace. After they left, Zhang Yali's smiling face immediately turned cold as ice as she coldly looked at Zhang Yongpeng. I found you a job. You do it for me. If you let me wipe your ass again, I guarantee, you will regret it. The voice was cold, like the bone-chilling wind of a waxing moon, chilling one's body. Zhang Yongpeng lowered his head. Some wilting can't several, I know. I must not give my sister trouble in the future. Chapter 66 can't wait to be corrected. Lu Fan's action is very fast. Not a moment's effort. McLaren P1's transfer procedures are done. Since it was done, Jiang Yan excused himself and left. Wu Wenbin led Zhang Yali to get up to send off. Of course, there is also a sick person wrapped into dumplings. The Paramara, left here by Jiang Yan, was replaced by the handsome supercar. Saw Jiang Yan drive away. Wu Wenbin to Zhang Yongpeng said, you kid, today finally did a thing. The branch has a manager's position. You go to do it. Zhang Yongpeng excitedly said, okay, brother-in-law. I must do a good job. Wu Wenbin said unhappily, call Mr. Wu. Okay, Mr. Wu. The white McLaren P1 traveled on the highway. Jiang Yan experienced a different feeling from Primera. If Palmer's turnaround rate was but 30%, then this car's was definitely 100%. Wherever it passed, no matter men, women, and children, no one did not turn around and stare. Dong Xiaoxian asked, where are we going? Jiang Yan said, it's noon. Don't you feel hungry? Let's go. Have a big meal. Said Jiang Yan accelerated. McLaren turned into a white lightning. In the highway a burst of speed. Now long after the peak period. Not traffic jam, not a moment, will arrive at the destination. Dong Xiaoxian curiously looked at the place where they arrived. This is the gate of an industrial park. Many vendors converge here, for the busy day off workers to provide a variety of snacks. Jiang Yan came to the meat sandwich stall on a familiar path. Boss, come to 2 meat sandwiches. Okay, right away. The boss looked up to see his Jiang Yan then smiled and greeted. Xiao Jiang ah, long time no see you. Recently in the busy what? Nothing, resigned. So can not often come, but today especially miss you this bite. This is not rushed over. The boss smiled and said, then I'll increase the amount for you a bit. Make sure you eat enough. Thank you boss. Dong Xiaoxian looked at the scene in front of her. She didn't think that Jiang Yan, such a rich son, would eat this kind of roadside stall? Although she also liked it, the fact that Jiang Yan liked it gave a very antagonistic sense of conflict, as if this was not the place for him to stay. However, it also made Jiang Yan's image in her mind, all of a sudden became three-dimensional, as if a noble gentleman who was high up in the city, came to the city, and all of a sudden became approachable. Jiang Yan seemed to have seen Dong Xiaoshuan's change in mood. What? Don't you like it? No, I like eating this too. After Dong Xiaoxian finished, she turned to the boss and said, Boss, add more sharp peppers. I like spicy food. Jiang Yan laughed. I didn't realize that it's still a spicy girl. Dong Xiaoxian smiled in embarrassment. The two then found another stall selling wontons and asked for 2 bowls. Jiang Yan especially liked food with fillings. What with meat sandwiches, dumplings, buns, and so on. Dong Xiaoxian ate with relish, her mouth full of oil. Jiang Yan looked at the food residue at the corner of Dong Xiaoshuan's mouth, and couldn't help but pull out a tissue and wipe it. Dong Xiaoxian froze for a moment. There has never been a man other than my father wiping my mouth. What? Don't like it? Jiang Yan asked. Like it very much. Dong Xiaoxian spread her face and smiled, like 100 flowers blossoming, delicate and colorful. After lunch, Dong Xiaoxian had to go to the rental house to get her personal belongings back, and Jiang Yan followed. Driving to the rental house, the roommate is not there. Went to work. Dong Xiaoxian has a lot of things. Girls, a large part of the monthly salary, are used to shopping, so the items, naturally, is numerous. Jiang Yan hands in the pocket, casually looking. House place is very small, but the area of 10 square meters, placed 2 single beds, some crowded. Jiang Yan looked around. There's nothing valuable, so don't ask for it. Dong Xiaoxian said, there are still a lot of cosmetics that I just bought, but I can't throw them away. What a waste. Jiang Yan laughed. You open your cell phone. Ah, what's wrong? Jiang Yan pulled out his cell phone and quickly transferred money. Dong Xiaoxian opened her phone and looked. You received a friend transfer? $200,000. This is enough for your cosmetic expenses, right? Enough. This is really enough. Dong Xiaoxian excitedly said back. All of her belongings, combined, were only a few tens of thousands of dollars. This was far more than several times that. Dong Xiaoxian knew that she had to respond now and use it as an incentive. If she didn't show anything and just asked for it, Jiang Yan would get tired of it. Jiang Yan, as a tycoon, naturally lacked nothing, so her only incentive was herself. Therefore, Dong Xiaoxian gently kissed Jiang Yan's cheek, slapdash and dabbing, causing Jiang Yan's heart to itch. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's eyes saw something extraordinary, and unable to hold back his curiosity, he picked it up to watch. It was a palm-sized piece of fabric, purple with lace, and even a little transparent. Dong Xiaoxian took a look and was greatly shocked, hurriedly trying to snatch the thing in Jiang Yan's hands. Her face turned hot. A reddish haze filled her face, and her tone trembled a little. This is when I was shopping on Taobao. The seller sent the wrong item. I was about to return it. Jiang Yan's hand retracted back, teasingly said, return what goods? Ah, I want to see. It must look beautiful on you. Looking at the shy Dong Xiaoxian, Jiang Yan couldn't help but eat his fingers. The woman had a black stepmother's dress. Her bumpy figure was on display. Her snow-white thighs were exposed in just the right places, making people guess that the deeper scenery must be fabulous. At this moment, Dong Xiaoxian was like a delicacy waiting for Jiang Yan to savor. The lunch just now was just a physical sense of satiety. Now, he was still hungry mentally. When Dong Xiaoxian heard Jiang Yan's words, her face became even redder. After all, she was still an untouched young girl, not a married woman who dared to say anything about tigers and wolves. She was still very tender now, although shy, but Dong Xiaoshuan's heart is still very happy. By their own recognition of the man praise, is a very beautiful thing. Jiang Yan could no longer hold back his inner restlessness, and in the midst of Dong Xiaoshuan's delicate cries, he swept her into his arms. Dong Xiaoxian felt her body become soft and feeble, but her heart became powerful, fluttering and starting to beat faster. Your heart is beating so fast, I can hear it. Jiang Yan looked at Dong Xiaoxian in his arms and teased, it's not all because of you. Dong Xiaoxian murmured softly. She didn't even have the strength to struggle now. Jiang Yan gazed at Dong Xiaoxian. The raging flames burning in his gaze seemed like they were about to explode. Looking at Jiang Yan's eyes, Dong Xiaoxian, face at a loss for words, but inwardly there is some small joy. This time, finally fell into the hands of this big devil. She closed her eyes. Trembling eyelashes exposed her nervous heart. Their first time on this to hand over? After waiting for a long time, she didn't see Jiang Yan's next move. She quietly opened her eyes, and saw Jiang Yan looking at herself with a smile. Ms. Dong, are you that impatient to turn over? Chapter 67 Energetic Wildcat. Dong Xiaoshuan's face swished red when she heard this. and when she touched it herself, it was incredibly hot. Inwardly, she secretly exasperated herself. Last time you ate a pawn, how come this time you still don't have a long memory, and you closed your eyes first again? What an indisputable thing to do. Dong Xiaoxian struggled to get up. Jiang Yan looked at Dong Xiaoxuan's petulant appearance, his heart bursting with amusement. Although there is a fiancé, but it is still an original color. This woman is really tempting. Not only the sense of anticipation of unpacking a new product, but also the fun of Chao's thieves' attributes. Red and blue buffs added. Cool. Jiang Yan held Dong Xiaoxuan's hand slightly hard. Dong Xiaoxian, that little strength, where can break free? Since you want it so much, I'll give you an early inspection period. First stamp a transfer official seal. Jiang Yan leaned down, domineeringly pasted on the lips of the beauty. What slowly cultivate? For different women, you have to take different responses. Different from the external soft internal rigid zheng shui. Dong Xiaoxian at a glance knows the kind of mu-strong type of woman. The more domineering you are, on the contrary, the more she likes. Dong Xiaoxian youthful response. She stretched out her hands hooked in Jiang Yan's neck. She now feels like a body has a fire in the burning. Only Jiang Yan's breath can extinguish the fire. Just at the critical moment when the heavenly thunder hooked the earthly fire. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came from the door of the room, like a pot of cold water pouring down. The passion and ambiguity just now were all washed away. Dong Xiaoxuan's mesmerized eyes instantly became awake as she quickly climbed up from Jiang Yan's body. Who is it? Jiang Yan at this moment really wants to chop that knocking on the door into meat sauce and make it into Laogan Ma. Dong Xiaoxian said softly, I don't know, maybe it's a roommate? At this time, the person knocking on the door, also came a voice. Xiaoxian, are you there? I know you're inside. I've specially come from my old home to look for you. Last time, I hurt your heart. I purposely asked Auntie for the location of your rented room, so I came over right away to apologize. Xiaoxian, just forgive me. Dong Xiaoxian did not reply. Her face was flat. No expression could be seen. Jiang Yan suddenly realized, this is that fiancé of yours. Right. Isn't he quite capable? How did he find his way over? Jiang Yan knew who the visitor was, then no longer worried. The visitor, without a key, could not open the door. He laughed evilly. What? See the old phase? Good looking over. Soft heart? Dong Xiaoxian angrily whacked Jiang Yan. Then, I did not let him take advantage of a little bit. The engagement is also the will of the parents. I am 100% reluctant. Otherwise, will not run to Zhanghai City to hide clean. Jiang Yan smiled and said, I believe you. When an outsider heard this, there was no way they could believe it. I'm afraid they would all think that Dong Xiaoxian was a green tea with a very high segment. However, Jiang Yan was equipped with a super system, and he knew Dong Xiaoxuan's situation very well, so he naturally knew that she was telling the truth. Dong Xiaoxian was very touched in her heart when she heard Jiang Yan's firm words. Such a man with face, money, and believe in themselves, is how many women cannot find the object of their dreams, but let her meet. This is how lucky things, the heavens treated her with such favor. Love me, Dong Xiaoxian suddenly said. Jiang Yan was surprised. You're crazy. That fiancé of yours, he's still outside. Dong Xiaoxian stuck out her tiny tongue and licked at her lips. Her eyes were mesmerized. Her look was flirtatious, and her seductive power directly exploded. You men, don't you all like this kind of tune? This kind of opportunity doesn't come along very often. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Jiang Yan used to be just a beggar man who was single-mindedly in love with a flower. Where had he seen this scene? How can this be endured? His anger value instantly exploded. He removed his shirt, directly transformed into a werewolf and pounced on him. Li Shangyang outside the door couldn't help but knock again. He took out his cell phone to see the address. Yeah, this is the place. How come there's no one? Li Shangyang couldn't help but lie down on the door and look in through the cat's eye on the door. But unfortunately, this thing was looking from the inside out, and he was doomed to see nothing from the outside. Undeterred, he knocked on the door again. Little Xian, are you there? Unfortunately, there was still no response. Suddenly, Li Shangyang heard the sound of an object crashing, as if something had knocked over. He subconsciously looked around. Meow. It turned out to be two wild cats, fighting in a pile of paper shells. Between the fight, the stack of used paper shells knocked down a large area. Crisp cat call. Endless. One of the petite female cat was beaten and fled, retreating, leaving a mess. So it's two wild cats. Getting horny, Li Shangyang muttered. However, his heart was still beating hard, as if he had lost something most important. Since he didn't find anyone, Li Shangyang left knowing that there was no point in staying any longer. He planned to change his cell phone number and call Dong Xiaoxian again. His original cell phone number had been blacked out. Li Shangyang slowly descended the stairs. This is an old neighborhood. There is no elevator. He descended a flight of stairs, and heard the same movement just now, but this time the movement was obviously much larger. Li Xianyang shook his head and said, "The big city is different. Both wildcats are so energetic." An hour later, Dong Xiaoxian was lying weakly on Jiang Yan's chest. Jiang Yan played with the green silk scattered across his face. "Let's go. Wash up. This place is too small. It affects my play. I don't want to move. You hold me." Dong Xiaoxian pouted. "Fine. You little slacker. I'll hold you," Jiang Yan said helplessly. "Where is it that I'm lazy? It's not all because of your torture." The two went to the bathroom to take a shower, inevitably sketching another picture of lovebirds playing in the water. After another hour of milling about, the two went out. Dong Xiaoxian followed Jiang Yan's advice and didn't want anything, only taking a few pieces of clothing that she particularly loved. The two of them went out, just in time to meet Dong Xiaoxuan's roommate coming back from work. "Xiao Li, back from work ah?" Dong Xiaoxian said. "Ah, back." The roommate returned awkwardly. After all, she had just torn her face yesterday, and now that she saw Dong Xiaoxian taking the initiative to greet her, she had the wrong idea instead. "Come and get a few clothes. I won't be coming back later. Other things, see if you need them. If not, throw them away for me," Dong Xiaoxian said. The roommate looked at Dong Xiaoxian holding only a clothes bag in her hand, and nothing else. Her heart was just shocked. This behavior is really defeatist. She remembers that Dong Xiaoxian spent thousands of dollars on cosmetics a few days ago, and now looks at the hands are not taking, which do not want it. Immediately after her gaze to Jiang Yan's face. "So handsome a youth. This is the person who adopted Dong Xiaoxian. This is too young. Is not an old man?" The roommate's heart began to glow with jealousy. Why did the heavens favor her so much, giving her a perfect body, exquisite looks, and it wasn't enough. She also gave her a rich male with a face. Is she God's illegitimate daughter? Chapter 68, Classmate Li Xianyang and Fiancé Li Xianyang. Dong Xiaoxian looked deeply at her roommate and wondered why their relationship had come to this point. They also had a wonderful bromance. It's just that some people walk around and fall apart. As for the future, continuing to be friends, forget it. She wasn't that generous. Your boyfriend is not suitable for you. As a bosom friend, I can only advise here. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Perhaps they will never see each other again. Dong Xiaoxian couldn't help but say a heartfelt word. Jiang Yan watched them finish and smiled. "Let's go." The roommate watched the two walk away, her heart a mixed bag of emotions. As for Dong Xiaoxuan's words, whether she heard them or not, that was something only she knew. The two of them walked out of the staircase. Dong Xiaoxian only felt that her legs were soft, and a sense of weakness came over her body. She couldn't help but scold, "You, this guy belongs to the ox. Why so powerful? Do not know the mercy of the jade." Jiang Yan heatedly laughed. "Isn't it said that there are only exhausted oxen, and no plowed ground? You can't do this?" Dong Xiaoxuan's face instantly turned red with shame, and she whispered, "Vulgar. I'm going to go to the pharmacy for a bit. These days are the danger period. I need to take precautions." Jiang Yan said, "No need. If there is, I'm responsible to the end. Keep him eating and drinking for the rest of his life." Dong Xiaoxian was very touched after hearing this, but she still decided to take good measures. Although she was a gold-digging woman, she also knew that counting on a child to bind a man would only harm herself in the end. Besides, she wasn't ready for this. Jiang Yan was indifferent. He was still young. If he wanted it or not, he would follow the woman's decision. He will not make decisions for the woman, because he knows that, regardless of the future, how the children and grandchildren, his money is absolutely enough to share. Dong Xiaoxian went to buy medicine, so he wandered around the small square in the neighborhood. Suddenly, Jiang Yan heard someone behind him calling him. "Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan turned his head and saw a familiar face, a classmate from his high school days. "Li Xianyang, why are you here?" Li Xianyang couldn't find his girlfriend, so he was distracted and wandered around this neighborhood, thinking that in case Dong Xiaoxian was working out in the neighborhood, but he didn't expect to see an old classmate from his high school days. "Jiang Yan, long time no see." Li Xianyang happily patted on Jiang Yan's body and took the initiative to come to Jiang Yan's side. "Are you working in Zhanhai City?" Jiang Yan's forehead was in a cold sweat. Wait, his have to run through it. His classmate called Li Xianyang. Jiang Yan remembered that just before when he knew Dong Xiaoxian, Dong Xiaoxuan's fiancé was also called Li Xianyang. Combined with his classmate Li Xianyang, and Dong Xiaoxuan's fiancé Li Xianyang, is the same person. This is a big joke. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly in his heart, but he does not regret. This kind of thing has happened. So what else can be done? Is it sent back? Then Jiang Yan is the world's first big fool, but also cannot tell the truth. If other students but Li Xianyang is his high school period, the few friends to play with, although after graduation, rarely contact, but after all is a precious friendship. Jiang Yan can't say bluntly, "I'm sorry, I ed your fiancé. We are truly in love." That would be too bloody. Li Shangyang was happy to see his old classmate looking. "Jiang Yan, why are you still fighting in Shanghai? I've felt it since I was in high school. This city doesn't welcome us outsiders. I returned home early to develop, opened a repair shop in my hometown, earn 100,000 or so a year, recently the old house and catch up with the demolition. The days are not bad." Li Shangyang excitedly told his own history of struggle. More than 100,000 a year. Very impressive. Jiang Yan said back, "Li Shangyang a little fat. Is the kind of rounded fat, the appearance can also be considered, is the average person. This kid, still in the same love to talk big, but he in addition to love bragging, petty, like to pat rich people's ass. There should be no other shortcomings. Hey, fooling around, just quit a few days ago, haven't thought about what to do? These days are wandering blindly." Jiang Yan heart mixed feelings, face but does not move. Li Shangyang suddenly saw the Paris family men's clothing on Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, this clothes of yours, Paris family, you kid can mix now. I didn't expect Li Shangyang to luxury goods, and research." Jiang Yan faintly said, "Fake, high imitation. You also know that now people, all pay attention to a face. I now have no object, which shall not pay attention to the personal image. Where do you buy this high imitation good goods? Send me the link. I also get one. Okay, wait for me to go back. Look for, will send you." Li Shangyang was obviously a half-baked goods. He probably only recognized a brand, and was happy to get Jiang Yan's reply. He planned to look for any women's clothing on it, and when the time came, buy one for Dong Xiaoxian, and then say that it was genuine. So maybe Dong Xiaoxian would forgive him once she was happy. The two are talking. Jiang Yan saw Dong Xiaoxian far over. Jiang Yan a burst of big head. How to explain this and Li Shangyang it? Dong Xiaoxian saw Jiang Yan chatting with someone from afar, and was curious about who it was. Closer to see, unexpectedly found that it is Li Shangyang, because it was directly behind Li Shangyang. Li Shangyang could not see Dong Xiaoxian's arrival. Jiang Yan madly winked at Dong Xiaoxian. Dong Xiaoxian had a puzzled look on her face. She didn't know what was going on. How could these two people chat? Jiang Yan saw that Dong Xiaoxian didn't know what she meant, so he no longer cared. He stood up and said, "Miss Dong, this way." When Li Shangyang heard this, he subconsciously turned his head and saw Dong Xiaoxian's arrival. Why are these two together? Without waiting for him to voice out the questions in his heart, Jiang Yan took the initiative and said, "Miss Dong, it's not easy for us dropshipping drivers to work. How can you maliciously give someone a bad review?" Although Dong Xiaoxian didn't know what kind of medicine Jiang Yan was selling, since Jiang Yan liked to act, she went to accompany him. The map shows a distance of 3 kilometers. You walked 6 kilometers. What's wrong with me giving you a bad review? I didn't jump out of the car is already my mental quality is good. That road construction. Li Shangyang was confused by the scene where they were at each other's throats as soon as they met. Wait, you guys wait. Li Shangyang on both sides to persuade and said, "This is not a big deal. There is no need to quarrel. Everyone is calm and peaceful." Jiang Yan pretended to be angry and said, "I recently did not work well. Just think of running a drop. Earn a little extra money. Who thought of running into this unreasonable woman?" Dong Xiaoxuan's eyes are full of smiles, but her mouth pretends to be fierce. "I don't care. Not only give you a bad review, but also complain about you." Chapter 69, Running a Drop. What kind of ability do you have to complain about me online? Have the ability to go with me to the Consumer Association to theorize? Dare to come? Jiang Yan was saying angry words in a serious manner, but on his face, he was squeezing his eyebrows. Dong Xiaoxian was undoubtedly a very intelligent woman. She cooperated and exclaimed, "Dare? What's there to dare? This time, I'll make you lose your job." Li Shangyang interjected. "Jiang Yan, there is something." He wanted to say a word to ease the scene, but Jiang Yan didn't give her a chance at all and directly interrupted. "Old Li, today, I have something to do. Let's have a chance next time. I'll treat you to dinner." After saying that, Jiang Yan directly walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. When he was leaving, Jiang Yan once again locked eyes with Dong Xiaoxian. After the water and milk melted together, the two of them obviously had a tacit understanding. Quite a bit of the flavor of an old married couple. Dong Xiaoxian took a step to follow. Li Shangyang hurriedly said, "Wait, I'll go with you." Dong Xiaoxian stopped her steps and looked at Li Shangyang coldly. "What are you going for? What's it to you?" Li Shangyang looked at Dong Xiaoxian cold expression. Was not frightened, but by the cold as frosty face. The excitement of the heart itchy. Such a beautiful woman. How do you not know how to cherish it? Although the parents of her family, everything seems to have become a big trend, but even the beauty of the hand did not pull through. It is too much of a failure. Be sure to persuade her back. And their own marriage. By the time the wedding candles. Li Xiangyang think about it is very beautiful. Jiang Yan is my classmate. You are my fiancé. We all know each other. I'll just go and talk to him. Li Xiangyang hammed and hawed and laughed. Dong Xiaoxian now finally understood the reason for Jiang Yan's fascinating operation. So this guy cuckolded his own classmate, and was too weak-minded to disclose the relationship between the two. Knowing the reason, Dong Xiaoxian of course cannot let Li Xiangyang follow the past. If he followed, then how can the play still act? Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoxian coldly said, "Who is your fiancé? I tell you, no matter how my parents think, I am impossible and you together. You die this heart." Li Xiangyang hurriedly explained. "Xiaoxian, I know that the matter of the bride price last time has made you unhappy. Isn't it just a $50,000 bride price? I and my family discussed. I will take out 66,000 dowry. Marry you over the door. 66 big luck. How auspicious." Dong Xiaoxian coldly laughed, when she was only forced by the pressure of her parents, only agreed to be with Li Xiangyang object. It was forced, and now it is even more impossible. You and I are impossible. I advise you not to waste your time on me. My words have been said here. I hope you can have self-knowledge. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Dong Xiaoxian didn't want to talk more nonsense with him. Jiang Yan was still waiting for her. "Wait, Xiaoxian, I'll go with you." Li Xiangyang was still undeterred and wanted to follow her over. He had found Dong Xiaoxian with great difficulty. How could he let her go so easily? Dong Xiaoxuan's voice was 3 degrees higher. "Can't you understand a word? I said, don't follow me. Don't do things that are disgusting." After saying that, Dong Xiaoxian turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to Li Xiangyang. Hearing Dong Xiaoxuan's stern rebuke, Li Xiangyang stopped in his tracks. He felt that Dong Xiaoxian was really angry and didn't dare to chase after her. He shouted at Dong Xiaoxian, who had already walked away. "I'm still waiting for you here. Come back quickly." The affectionate shout did not get the beauty to turn back, as Dong Xiaoxian gradually disappeared into the distance with an elegant stride. A corner of the street. Jiang Yan squatted alone in the corner. Today's events hit him by surprise. Did not expect Dong Xiaoxuan's fiancé actually is Li Xiangyang. For this he could only feel sorry. "Brother, this woman, you can't grasp. Let brother come." Dong Xiaoxian walked to Jiang Yan's side and laughed. "Jiang Xiao, how does it feel to be on a brother's woman?" "Well, very moist." Jiang Yan looked at Dong Xiaoxian with a bad smile. Q. Dong Xiaoxian gave Jiang Yan a flavorful blank stare. I and he is after all the same very good classmate relationship. Some things, there is no need to say it. Perhaps the second half of life is difficult to see a few faces to each other to leave a little bit of decency. This is not good? Jiang Yan said lightly. That guy is still guarding there? How do we go? Your car is still inside? Jiang Yan pondered slightly. Here, there is no other door? Dong Xiaoxian said. There's still an east gate, but it can only pass pedestrians, not cars. Then let's go. Let's go in and drive. When we get in the car, as long as it's not too close, no one will be able to see who's driving. The two walked around a big circle. From the east door in, sat in the McLaren car. Fortunately Jiang Yan parked position from the small square is quite far away. Otherwise Li Xiangyang may come over to watch the fun. Then in the discovery of Jiang Yan and Dong Xiaoxian, that would be lively. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yan's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Open a look. Surprisingly as Li Xiangyang called. Hey, old Li what's the matter? Oh, Miss Dong is your girlfriend You said it earlier, we have reached a settlement. Did you ask Miss Dong where she went? We are still together. Miss Dong your boyfriend looking. Jiang Yan looked at Dong Xiaoxian with a teasing face, and was rewarded with a big blank stare from the beauty. I'm sorry, old Li, your girlfriend, do not answer the phone. I cannot help. At this moment, Jiang Yan's heart began to move again. The hand began to be dishonest. He is now a little addicted to this feeling now. Dong Xiaoxian was cold. By Jiang Yan suddenly attacked the important parts. Could not help but lightly hummed. Li Xiangyang suddenly heard a woman's voice. Couldn't help but ask, Jiang Yan what are you doing? How do I hear a woman's voice? Oh, nothing, just focused on calling you. I bumped into a lady's body. No more chatting. I still have to apologize to people. You, pay attention. Why are you still as fussy as when you were in school? Jiang Yan didn't have time to chat with him anymore. He directly hung up the phone. His big knife was already hungry and thirsty. Li Xiangyang looked at his cell phone dumbfounded. He had the undying desire to make a call to Dong Xiaoxian. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone unsurprisingly. The phone number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please wait a little while before. Li Xiangyang knew that his cell phone number was still in the state of being blacked out. I don't know how long. Li Shangyang saw a racy white sports car, with a roar, speeding out of the cell gate. When Li Shangyang saw it, he said with envy and jealousy in his heart, "It's so handsome. If that person driving the sports car? I know it's good. Maybe I can borrow it and play with it." Chapter 70 Green Dragon Group. You're such a big pervert. If your classmate knew your true colors, what would he think? Dong Xiaoxian opened her bag and took out wet wipes to wipe her red lips. She had just almost choked to death on yogurt. Everyone has a demon in their heart, and you are the key that opens the demon in my heart? Jiang Yan looked at the beauty in front of her playfully. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Dong Xiaoxian was very happy. Wasn't this complimenting her beauty in disguise? In that case, I'm still pretty heavily wanted. Ha! Of course, you're not my vase. If you want to do something, remember to talk to me. I'll help you arrange it. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Dong Xiaoxian hurriedly took a stand. I am not a watery woman. Since I agreed to be your woman, I will be your man in life and your ghost in death. Okay, our modern people say these for what? A lifetime is too long. Do not easily promise if. Jiang Yan lit a cigarette. Listening to Dong Xiaoxuan's oath made him think of his former self. Also thought that he would only be good to Li Sherman for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, the creation of people break up after a few days. This all have two women. As long as you don't change your heart, I will support you for the rest of my life. Eat and drink without worry. As for marriage, I will not get married in this life. Jiang Yan said indifferently. When Dong Xiaoxian heard Jiang Yan's words, she was first stunned. Being a lover for life, this was not her aim. Her aim was to right the ship to the top. However, when she heard Jiang Yan say that she would not get married for the rest of her life, a big stone in the bottom of her heart fell to the ground. Not intending to get married, then everyone is at the same starting line. Then looks, then the career line. Dong Xiaoxian asked herself more than 20 years of life, never weaker than others, and the same in the future. Suddenly Jiang Yan's cell phone rings. Jiang Yan connects. Young Jiang, your villa has been cleaned. We also prepared the most professional housekeeping team for you. May I ask when you have time to come over to receive it? I know. It just so happens that I have time now. I will go over in a while. Okay, young Jiang. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan said to Dong Xiaoxian, let's go. The villa is cleaned. You don't want to sleep in the hotel. Just move into the villa. Okay, Jiang Xiao. Dong Xiaoxian had a sweet smile on her face. After Jiang Yan drove to the place, Zhang Zongheng had long been waiting at the gate, and when he saw Jiang Yan's McLaren, he knew that Jiang Yan had arrived. Originally as a 3 million luxury car, but the result of the boss do not know what kind of wind. Even chose a so expensive sports car, which are caught up with the villa selling price of the gross profit, but also not earn money? Zhang Zongheng does not know the reason. It is normal. Wu Wenbin surely had no obligation to explain to him. But Mr. Zhang Heng, as a gold medal sales, of course, he was not an idiot. The boss did so. Naturally, Jiang Yan had more than $10 million worth on him. After Zhang Zongheng made the call, he waited at the gate of the villa area, and his eyes were even looking at the gate, fearing that he would miss it. Now seeing the car, Zhang Zongheng hurriedly jogged over. Jiang Xiao, I'm over here. I'll lead the way for you. Parking the car, the crowd came to the front of the villa. The house, which didn't seem to be any different from before, but seemed to have changed again. Entering the interior of the villa, the protective film on the original sofa, all of it was torn off. The original bed sheets and covers, and even the curtains were changed. Dong Xiaoxian opened that oversized check room and was so excited that she couldn't find her way out. But, right now, there was not a single piece of clothing here that was empty. Let's go. Go help you fill this check room. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Dong Xiaoxian made a request. I want to go to Wanxiang City. I've long wanted to go somewhere to shop. In the past, things were too expensive there. Now that I have you as a big spender, I finally don't have to just look and not buy. Wanxiang City was the biggest and most lively shopping mall in Zhanghai City. It was one of the favorite places for people in Zhanghai to go to. Logically speaking, Jiang Yan should have agreed. But Jiang Wenting worked there. In case she met, it would not be good. Although the chances of this were not great, Jiang Yan wanted to kill this chance. In the cradle, Wanxiang City is a bit far. Go to Kaiyuan Mansion. It's still a bit closer. Okay, Dong Xiaoxian was a little lost, but a little while passed. Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities. It's fine to go later. The two of them some daily necessities in the mall, stuffing Dong Xiaoxuan's closet to the brim. Jiang Yan's purse was bulging quite a bit again. Can't spend it all. Really can't spend it all. What's the point of living like this? There's no goal to strive for anymore. Jiang Yan was secretly happy in his heart. A full day passed. The sun set and rose again. Jiang Yan set aside the jade arms that encircled him and lifted the bed covers. Dong Xiaoxian was awakened by Jiang Yan's movements and murmured, "What time is it? Just get up. I have something to do today, so I won't accompany you. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want." Jiang Yan said as he put on his clothes. "Okay, husband, be careful on the road." Dong Xiaoxian admonished Jiang Yan like a gentle and virtuous wife. Jiang Yan saw Dong Xiaoxuan's well-behaved behavior. A few ripples appeared in his heart, and even rushed to think that it might be nice to get married just like this. Couldn't help but lean down to give a deep kiss. Dong Xiaoxian responded passionately. She realized that she was already deeply infatuated with Jiang Yan, obsessed with his dominance, obsessed with his shamelessness, and even more obsessed with that strong physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The intimacy has reached 80, rewarding 10% of the shares of the Green Dragon Group. Jiang Yan's heart a burst of joy. Really? Although money is not everything, but the moment of impressing a woman, all need money as a pavement. Without money, Jiang Yan even if the deep love, but also a licking dog. Li Sherman is the former car. Dong Xiaoxian now really love him, really like, but without money, it is not the same. She might be companionable for a while, but if poor can't even afford to eat, this time a person appears. Following him can eat. If you are you, how would you choose? Of course, Li Shimon's kind of person who eats from the bowl and thinks about the pot belongs to the moral problem, which is no longer a problem of money. So, money was the foundation of a good life. Without it, there would be no Jiang Yan's current dashing life. Jiang Yan was not mesmerized by the intimacy of the beauty. He was sober. The intimacy could also be adjusted. So, for the sake of a good life, he was destined to be a scumbag. A small treasury. Where is it better than countless small treasuries? Green Dragon Group? Never even heard of it. Jiang Yan had not even heard of it. But, it's okay, when things are not decided, ask the Lady of the Valley. Jiang Yan a check only to know. Qinglong Group and the Wang family's Zijin Group, the same as the steel manufacturing group. Over not volume is not on a level. Zijin Group in this acreage in Shanghai is not bad, but he in the Qinglong Group then, is a small witch, not worth mentioning. Green Dragon Group is a world top 500 company, not the kind that barely crosses in, but a giant group that belongs to the forefront of the top 500. 10% of the shares are enough to be worth 10 purple gold groups. Zheng Shui 2 density rewards are just the most ordinary 100 times cashback. How did Dong Xiaoxian hear so high reward? Not scientific The system reward is completely random. There is no law. The future black technology, special skills, even supernormal capabilities, everything is possible. Before is completely your face black. Blame the system. Chapter 71, Holding on to the Cuckold. Magic City. Green Dragon Group building headquarters. Inside a luxurious office, a woman wearing a professional white-collar outfit, who was sitting on a high-class leather office chair, was bending down to work seriously. Judging from the woman's side face, this was definitely a top-notch great beauty. But unfortunately, she always kept her head down and couldn't see her full face. Knock. Knock. A sudden sharp knock on the door interrupted the woman who was working. She frowned lightly, stopped working, casually picked up the coffee on the table, took a small sip, and said nonchalantly, "Come in." The office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in, the financial director of the Qinglong Group. Unlike the previous calm and competent, at this moment he was a bit panicked. "Mr. Gu, our stock has risen. It's a big rise." The man was obviously a bit flustered, and his speech was a bit incoherent. Gu Mengyan frowned and said, "Speak slowly, Uncle Wang. How can you be so panicked when you are also a patriarch who followed my father to fight for the country?" Hearing Gu Mengyan's words, Wang Biao realized that he had lost his temper. He couldn't help but look towards the very center of the office, where Gu Mengyan sat atmospherically and calmly in the middle of the desk. The area of the solid wood desk was not small, but the woman sitting in the very center did not look petite at all, her aura completely covering the entire office. On her beautiful and delicate face, there was a kind of composure and calmness that did not change the color of her face when a mountain was pressed against it. Wang Biao couldn't help but think in his mind, such an excellent general manager Gu. What kind of person could be worthy of her? He calmed his mind, stroked his thoughts, and spoke. "General Manager Gu, our company stock was acquired by 10%, which directly led to a huge rise in the stock." "Oh, and did you find out which company did it? Seems like it wasn't a company acquisition, just a retailer? A retail investor?" Gu Mengyan finally stopped being calm. She stood up and walked to Wang Biao's side in big strides. "A retail investor that acquired 10% of a Fortune 500 company on the stock market? How is this possible? What is he and where is he?" Wang Biao returned. "I only know that his name is Jiang Yan. His address is in a small place in Shanghai City. I don't know anything else." "Jiang Yan, Malicious acquisition? Gu Mengyan muttered. Wang Biao added. Our company's share price has been at the lowest point of the market, but the profitability is at the top level of the market. The share price has been undervalued, and now it's already a piece of fat meat. It's hard to guarantee that this person isn't a stooge of some company that wants to acquire our company maliciously. Gu Mengyan thought clearly about the cause, immediately said, Uncle Wang, after Dad passed away, it's always been you who fully supported me. I'm deeply grateful. Right now, the positive group is unstable internally. I can't move around, so I'm asking you to take a trip to find out the real purpose of that person. I remember that there is a steel manufacturing company in Jianghai City, so go there in the name of an investment expedition. Okay, Mr. Gu. Wang Biao excused himself and exited the office. Gu Mengyan put down the work in her hands and walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window to get a bird's-eye view of the entire cityscape. And as far as the eye could see, the scaled buildings, and the bustling traffic, all crept under her feet. The scenery of the high place, beautiful, but also easy to be thought of by small people. Mysterious shareholders, you in the end is the enemy or friend? Zhang Yan to all of this, are uninformed. He used to be just an ordinary person. Do not know the scale of the company's 10% of the shares. What is the weight? That is the pinnacle of the right. A word. You can sway the lives of thousands of people. Maybe no. Zhang Yan also do not care. System in hand. In the future this kind of thing will only be a small scene. What he cares about now is the special rewards that the bound high-quality females get. That's the real treasure. For example, the King of Soldiers' physique plus fighting proficiency had brought him out of trouble several times, and the probing skills allowed him to lock on to his target more accurately and quickly. Bid farewell to Dong Xiaoxian. In fact, Zhang Yan did not know where to go. Just two people often get tired of together, but not a good thing. There is a saying that distance produces beauty. All of this, in fact, is Zhang Yan is giving you an excuse to find yourself? He is now, although food and drink is not worried. The money cannot be spent, but also cannot always in the house as a geek. Being a geek doesn't have a goddess coming to the door on her own accord. Today there is nothing to do. Fairyland pinch feet, and in the meantime, see if there is a high-quality goddess, so that he can put the gate. Just thinking about it, the phone rang. Zhang Yan looked at it. It turned out to be Li Shangyang called. Hey, what's up old classmate? Today is the day of our high school reunion. Don't you usually read your classmate group? Li Shangyang on the other end of the phone inquired. Zhang Yan looked through the classmate groups. He is a quiet nature. Weekdays have long been most of the groups are set up to do not disturb the message. Oh, I just saw it. Zhang Yan on what classmates reunion, and do not care, have graduated 7 or 8 years. Once classmates have long been socialization of the worldly smooth. Go, but also to see a bunch of skulking generation of the show. Are you going? I heard that Lu Yuntao also go. You did not just lose your job. You find him. That guy is now rich as hell. For the sake of classmates, may be able to arrange a good job for you. Zhang Yan just wanted to rebuff. Suddenly realized that Su Hanxia in the group also sent a message. She will also go. He was curious about what this niece would become if she took off her disguise. Having seen other high-scoring beauties, Zhang Yan knew that this woman with the highest system rating so far was definitely in existence that would amaze everyone. Okay, it just so happens that I have nothing to do. So go ahead. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. After saying that, Zhang Yan was about to prepare to hang up the phone. Wait. Li Shangyang hastily interrupted with a voice. I want to ask, are you still in contact with Dong Xiaoxian? Zhang Yan smiled awkwardly. He and Dong Xiaoxian were clearly in a state of you and me. Why did he always have the feeling of cheating and being afraid of being caught in adultery? No, you said you know each other. The two of us explained clear. There is no contact. Why? What's the matter? Li Shangyang on the other end of the phone obviously didn't want Zhang Yan to know the news that he had been blackballed by Dong Xiaoxian, and immediately pretended to speak in a calm tone. Nothing, just ask. She is so beautiful. You did not move? Heartbeat what? Although beautiful, but the temper is too bad. I have no idea. Xiaoxian's temper is a little bad. Only I can tolerate it. Li Shangyang giggled on the other end of the phone. Zhang Yan politely said, have you ever thought that you are not suitable? That woman is a wild horse. Need a prairie to keep. Li Shangyang heard. Did not refute, but very agreeable, right? But my family, although there is no grassland, but brother's annual income of more than 100,000 yuan. Get a lawn should be enough, right? Zhang Yan did not refute. A year of more than 100,000 income, obviously has surpassed most of the people, but you kid earn money does not give people to spend. Who with you? Persuasion failed. Zhang Yan also did not want to rob his fiancée, but this kid is hard to grasp the cuckold. He cannot help. Chapter 72, Class Reunion. Shangshi Tianhong Hotel. This place, Jiang Yan familiar, did not take long to arrive, driving McLaren lightly to the VIP parking space belonging to their own. The presidential suite has not yet expired. He has the right to continue to use the parking space. Jiang Yan came to the front desk of the hotel and asked, "May I ask the Santao Pavilion? How to go?" "Hello, Jiang Xiao. Turn left on the 3rd floor. The 4th room is." Jiang Yan was surprised. "You recognize me?" The front desk lady covered her mouth with a smile and said, "Long-term customer of the presidential suite. The manager requires us to memorize the name and appearance." "Oh, Jiang Xiao, do you need me to inform Sister Lu? It's your personal butler." "No need. I'm just having dinner." After saying that, Jiang Yan walked towards the elevator. He was already late at the moment. There was no way. The traffic jam was bad. Even though Jiang Yan's McLaren P1 has 900 horsepower and can reach up to 380 kilometers per hour, it can't fly, so it has to be honestly blocked. Walking into the elevator, Jiang Yan pressed the button for the 3rd floor. "Please wait." Just then, a woman ran towards the elevator with quick steps. Jiang Yan looked up and saw that the visitor was a woman, wearing a loose oversized t-shirt. She wore a pair of old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. The dress was average, one could even say it was very rustic, and the black-framed glasses covered half of her face, giving her the appearance of a female nerd. "Jiang Yan?" The woman saw Jiang Yan slightly stunned and shouted out Jiang Yan's name. Jiang Yan smiled slightly and said, "It's me. Did you just come too?" "Well, just now I took the bus, read a book, and rode past the stop." Su Hanxia raised the book in her hand and said with some embarrassment, "You've changed so much, I can't even recognize you. Obviously we met a few days ago." Su Half Summer was surprised to survey Jiang Yan's whole body. People are always changing. "I changed my hairstyle a few days ago." Jiang Yan smiled back. It seems that Jiang Wentian's makeover is still very effective. Su Hafxia's reaction already says it all. "Is that so? I feel like you've changed a lot. Not only your hairstyle, but your whole person now is also a lot more spirited than before, making people feel very..." Jiang Yan smiled and pursued, "Very what?" Su Hanxia lowered her head and said shyly, "Very attractive. A person's essence, the most responsive to a person's temperament." Jiang Yan now has money in his pocket. His waist is straight, and people talk. His eyes are no longer hiding. Self-confidence fills the whole body. Soldier King physique greatly optimized his muscle lines, although these are not outwardly obvious. But the combination together will make Jiang Yan's temperament change dramatically, like a rebirth. "Yes? In a while. I'll send you home." Su Hanxia had a questioning face. "What does this have to do with sending home?" Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. "At that time, let's see if your roommate can still let me in." As soon as she said this, Su Hanxia was embarrassed. Jiang Yan kindly sent her back, and carried her so hard up the stairs, but she didn't even let Jiang Yan take a sip of water. It was really too impolite. "Ha ha, just kidding." Jiang Yan laughed out loud, looking at Su Hanxia's embarrassed appearance. It was very amusing. "Right. Is your leg ready?" "Rested at home for 2 days. It's already fine." Su Hanxia finished and made a movement of lifting her leg, signaling that she was already completely fine. Just at this moment, the elevator door opened on the 2nd floor and a lady came up. "Ha, young Jiang?" The woman took a closer look at Jiang Yan. She was surprised. "Young Jiang, what a coincidence. You're also eating at Tianhong?" Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "It's coincidental enough. I didn't expect to meet Ms. Zhang here." Zhang Yali replied back. "Mr. Wu and I came here for a casual dinner. It's lucky to run into Jiang Xiao. Classmates haven't seen each other for years. Came over to get together." Zhang Yali slightly smiled. "So it's a classmate reunion." Shangshi Tianhong, although Mr. Wu is not involved in the management, but is the largest shareholder, also counted as half of the landlord. Jiang Xiao need to change a larger private room? The top floor's supreme private room now happens to be unoccupied. Jiang Yan waved his hand. "No need. It's just a simple get-together. There's no need to make a big fuss." Zhang Yali saw that Jiang Yan was so polite, so she didn't say anything more. "Then you're busy. Young Jiang, I'll be at the Kirin Pavilion. If there's anything you greet." "Okay." Jiang Yan nodded and went down the elevator to the 3rd floor with Su Hanxia. "Jiang Yan, are you so powerful now?" The conversation between the two just now surprised Su Hanxia, but after not seeing him for a few years, Jiang Yan has become so powerful now. The last time she saw Jiang Yan driving a luxury car, her heart wasn't very touched. Maybe it was just Jiang Yan renting it, but just now Jiang Yan and a graceful female entrepreneur, talking and laughing, listening to the words between the two people. That strong woman, as if in the bowing Jiang Yan. This is too unbelievable. "It's okay, just happen to know each other." Su Hafsia sighed. "Remember when we went to school? You at noon. Only eat white bread with pickles. A little veggies are not willing to play. Now how to change so much? Luck. Met a nobleman. Made a small fortune. God. It is also considered a nobleman. Jiang Yan should not be considered a lie. Jiang Yan smiled slightly. Let's go. We are already late. At this time, the atmosphere in Songtao Pavilion was bustling. Li Shangyang was like a fish out of water in this kind of occasion. He complimented. Lu Xiao, I heard that after you graduated, you started your own business, but in just a few years, your assets have doubled several times. It's really awesome. Li Shangyang's words immediately attracted the many ass-kissers competing to speak. Lu Xiao deserves to be the most capable among our classmates. I think if we get together again in a few years, Lu Xiao will already be the richest man in Zhanghai City. Lu Xiao is not bad now. His car is an Audi A8, all down to more than $1 million. Lu Yuntao calmly sat at the C-seat of the dining table, quietly listening to his classmates boasting, with a few moments of complacency in his heart, which was a different feeling from him being patted on the back by his subordinates in the company, the ass-kissing classmates. Several of them were in school, the study of particularly excellent good students. At that time one of them is very high and proud. Looking at these highly educated talents who went to 211, 985, one by one, they were surrounding him as a graduate of a third-rate pheasant university, saying good words. That feeling don't mention how good it is. Okay, our classmates also have a good mix. I heard that Li Shangyang opened a car repair shop. A year can earn more than 100,000. Very powerful. Li Shangyang back, barely make a living. Where can and Lu less than? Are we all here? A student asked. We're still a few short. Our class president hasn't arrived yet. Just as a few people were talking, the door of the private room was pushed open and a wonderful young girl walked in. Her features were exquisite, with a white half-sleeved shirt on top and an ink-style knee-length skirt underneath. Her tall figure was perfectly displayed, and she captured everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Chapter 73, The Drama of the Crowd. Hello everyone. It's been a long time. Sorry for the traffic jam. I came late. Zhang Mengyao had a charming smile on her face, and as soon as she entered, she began by apologizing. Big class president, you're finally here. Beautiful big class leader. We've waited for you for so long that the flowers have all given up. Senior class president is still as beautiful as ever. The crowd immediately became enthusiastic after seeing the visitor. And Lu Yuntao, as the host, even stood up to greet him. Mengyao, come sit here. Zhang Mengyao greeted the crowd with a smile, and wherever she passed, everyone stood up and responded with a smile. It was evident that the influence of this former class president was not only her face value, but her outstanding affinity, which made every student feel as if they were in the spring breeze. In high school, Zhang Mengyao was the dream girl of almost all the boys, but now that they had stepped into the society, the students had become more realistic and realized that a goddess like Zhang Mengyao was a dream that they could not hope for. Some students whose lives are not as good as they would like nowadays can only bury this thought in their hearts to commemorate their lost youth. But for the now-spirited Lu Yuntao, Zhang Mengyao would be his best prey, and since ancient times, beauty was always part of a strong man's bounty. Lu Yuntao certainly wanted to be a strong man and accept the worship of his classmates. Mengyao, here, I purposely reserved it for you. Lu Yuntao called out again. Zhang Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but still sat beside Lu Yuntao. Lu Yuntao had a few small moments of triumph in his heart as he confidently stood up. The class master has arrived. Let's get started. Wait, Zhang Yan and Su Hanxia haven't arrived yet. Li Shangyang hurriedly said. Zhang Yan and Su Hanxia? Why haven't they arrived yet? Hold on. I'm calling. Li Shangyang anxiously looked at his cell phone, but the call was never answered. To not count. No chance of mixing two not bad. Do not want to come. Do not pull over hard. How unattractive that would be, some students said derisively. Li Shangyang listened to the cell phone came beep blind sound, sighed and said, cannot get through. I guess it cannot come. Lu Yuntao said indifferently, since he can't come, let's start. The food is getting cold. Everyone was ready to start. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open and Zhang Yan and Su Hanxia walked in. Sorry, we're late. Everyone turned around to look. This person in front of them was Zhang Yan, a short chestnut head, simple, crisp and clean, facial contours hard, full of masculinity, between speech and demeanor, calm and confident, letting people like a spring breeze, a casual dress, with the right match. The whole person looks tall and handsome. Just Zhang Mengyao cannot help but look a few more eyes. Zhang Yan, how come your kid is so handsome now? Why didn't I realize it yesterday? Li Shangyang was puzzled. Could it be that he was too concerned about Dong Xiaoxian to notice Zhang Yan's changes? Yeah, his clothes match well too. And the temperament. The temperament is also very special. It gives people the feeling that they are not ordinary people. You can pull back. Jiang Yin in our school at that time is the poorest in the class. Vegetarian dishes are not willing to play. Just plain water with steamed bread. Can have what temperament? Lu Yuntao saw the crowd's eyes were focused on Jiang Yin. His heart was a little unhappy. He spent a large sum of money to book the hotel. He can't let others out of the limelight. Alright, since we're here, let's find a place to sit. Jiang Yin looked at the condescending Lu Yuntao and laughed in his heart. Before this person was this look, and still hasn't changed. When Lu Yuntao went to school, his family was in a good position, and he liked it when people bragged about him. But Jiang Yin didn't care about him, so he would come to show his superiority in front of Jiang Yin from time to time. I did not expect to grow up or this look. Jiang Yin cannot help but sigh. Jiangshan easy to change. Nature cannot change. However, all of this has nothing to do with him. This guy does not provoke their own words. Jiang Yin also lazy to take care of. Jiang Yin briefly greeted everyone, and then sat with Su Hanxia on the only 2 empty seats left. There were 13 people at this party, and the large round table in the private room was just right for sitting. Lu Yuntao didn't care about the 2 Jiang Yin and Su Hanxia at all. Jiang Yin was a fringe character in his class. Going to school was a forgotten character. Su Hanxia, not to mention, is the class of the famous Big Earth girl. Today look, really still so Earth. Zhang Mengyao was his target today. He had gone to great lengths to organize such a gathering, not for the sake of a reunion with old classmates. He saw Zhang Mengyao's eyes glancing at Jiang Yin several times, and the sea of jealousy in his heart turned over. Very unhappy, Lu Yuntao looked at Jiang Yin and said, listening to Li Shangyang said, Jiang Yin, you have no job now. Why don't you come to my company? Not to say rich and famous. It's always better than you running a drop. Lu Yuntao's words triggered a discussion among the students. Jiang Yin is running a drip? Look at the dress temperament. It doesn't look like it? Look at the temperament? Brother Sharp is handsome in temperament, but still not a beggar. Unfortunately, good resources do not know how to utilize. I want to have Jiang Yin such appearance. Find a rich woman to live the rest of her life. Is not fast. No wonder the students are discussing so passionately. It is really just when Jiang Yin came in. Too much hate. All the female students present are looking at him with unblinking eyes. And now when they heard that Jiang Yin was just a drop runner, their hearts immediately became jealous. If they knew that Jiang Yin was as rich as Lu Yuntao, it would definitely be different. People will only be jealous of people who are similar to him. If your excellence far exceeds him by 10 streets, then he will definitely not be jealous. Instead, he can only be worshipped. This is also why when you win the lottery, you need to hide your real face. Otherwise the ones who rob you might not be strangers, but acquaintances. Jiang Yin didn't bother to pay attention to them. He didn't come here to catch up on old times. He simply responded, thank you for Mr. Lu's concern. Everything is fine for me now. I don't want to change jobs. Zhang Mengyao had a different opinion. She asked curiously, Jiang Yin, you're all Parisian? Without waiting for Jiang Yin to answer, Li Shangyang made his answer. Jiang Yin, this body is high imitation goods, not worth a few dollars. By the way, Jiang Yin, you said to send me the link over. How not yet sent? Jiang Yin said faintly, too long. I have to go back to rummage. When I find, must send you over. It's really this clothes. The imitation is really good. When the time comes to send me over as well. And I obviously look on Jiang Yin clothing classmates. Not a few. All feel that today Jiang Yin's handsome. Is the credit of this high imitation goods. Also want to buy a try. Okay, when I find it, I'll send it to the classmate group. Jiang Yin said helplessly. Only their waiting was destined to be a long way off, because Jiang Yin had nothing to connect with at all. Hearing Jiang Yin's words, Zhang Mengyao was disappointed for a while. It seems that this fish is a worthless grass fish. Such a fish cannot enter their own fish tank. Although this fish is not bad, only Su Hanxia quietly watched everything. She was wondering why Jiang Yin did not take the initiative to publicize his financial strength, letting everyone laugh like this. But Jiang Yin did not say anything. She would not talk too much. Su Hanxia didn't know that Jiang Yin also wanted to pretend, but the timing wasn't right and he needed to keep a low profile. With Jiang Yin's information, was Li Shangyang and Lu Yuntao published, the curiosity of his classmates also greatly reduced. Just Jiang Yin brought a sense of surprise, but also gradually subsided. Chapter 74, Becoming a Woman's Most Wanted Thing. Mengyao, try this Australian lobster. My company is the largest supplier of the Shangshi Tianhong Hotel. This can be all freshly slaughtered and fresh. Lu Yuntao placed a piece of lobster meat in front of Zhang Mengyao. Was this a declaration of sovereignty? Zhang Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but still took it in a ladylike manner. Thank you. Zhang Mengyao lowered her head and took small, tiny bites. Lu Yuntao's heart swam as he watched. Seeing this scene, the male students who had crushed on Zhang Mengyao had their hearts broken. They knew that a flower that was going to be. Zhang Mengyao stole another glance at Jiang Yin. It was quite handsome, but nowadays, handsome can't be a meal. She has entered the society for many years, and has long been polished by the cruel society all the edges. She Zhang Mengyao steady good so what? Not enough in social resources, but also than the average social animal. A little bit stronger. The leader of a sentence. Have to be a cow as a horse. Zhang Mengyao put down her chopsticks and smiled sweetly at Lu Yuntao. It tastes good. It's fresh. Lu Yuntao was no longer the fledgling he was when he was in school. He naturally understood Zhang Mengyao's attitude, and he believed that as long as he put in a little more effort, he would be able to easily hold a beauty. He remembered that when he was in school, Zhang Mengyao was indifferent to him, and now that he had entered society, he was no longer as arrogant in front of him as he was before. Lu Yuntao secretly said in his heart, already hooked. In a few days, I will let you take the initiative to climb into my bed. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Mengyao, a sigh in his heart. Remembered that in the past he also had a crush on Zhang Mengyao. Good looking, good learning, youthful and budding teenagers. Which one does not like? Now it seems to be okay. Above the passing line. Name, Zhang Mengyao. Age, 25. Height, 166. Face value, 83. Heterosexual karma, 3. Intimacy, 32. Remarks, youthful goddess of youth. Heartbeat or not, binding can obtain the whole field. Driving skills proficiency, including, but not limited to cars, yachts, airplanes, etc. Jiang Yan was shocked in his heart. Zhang Mengyao's face value was just passable in Jiang Yan's opinion. How could she reward the special skills that Jiang Yan wished for the most? Jiang Yan silently asked the system, what's up with this binding reward? The system rewards are all random. The higher the face value, the higher the reward. But not absolutely. Sometimes good things can appear with 80 points. A nice fish that can be included in the fish pond. It's just that the fish and the bear's paw can't be combined right now. The timing is not right. Su Hanxia looked at Jiang Yan looking at Zhang Mengyao with unblinking eyes, and suddenly felt some small emotions in her heart. Jiang Yan, what are you looking at? Jiang Yan came back to his senses, looked at Su Hafxia's face, and said, I was thinking, if you take off your glasses, you will definitely be prettier than the class president. How can that be? How can I compare to class president Sama? She is the goddess of the whole class. Su Hanxia's heart was a deer in the headlights. Her heart was in turmoil. He must be listening well, just coaxing himself to be happy. In fact, Su Hanxia was a beauty embryo since she was a child. When she just went to high school, she had already fallen out of the pavilion, and was the #1 school flower of the middle school she was in at that time. Unfortunately, there are a lot of right and wrong. Su Halfsummer looks beautiful, not only attracted female classmates' rejection, but also by many adoring boys' crazy pursuit. There are extreme bad students. She blocked in the remote corner of the school, want to do mischief, but fortunately the teacher found in time, only to be spared. Since then, Su Halfsummer transferred to another school, and her character has completely changed into a different person. She learned to hide herself, deliberately study in dim light, make herself highly myopic, wear old and ugly glasses frame, wearing clothes also intentionally looking for the ugliest, the most can cover the figure of the clothes, just so deep disguise themselves, fooled all the classmates, all think she is a small earth girl. Really? Jiang Yan never tell lies. Jiang Yan looked at Su Hanxia with burning eyes, his eyes were sincere and passionate. No way. If you keep making jokes about me like this, I'll ignore you. Jiang Yan's blazing gaze looked at Su Hanxia embarrassed. She shyly lowered her head, her voice lowered several degrees. If not for Jiang Yan's ears were still sensitive, she couldn't hear it. That woman doesn't love beauty. It's just that for so many years, she has gotten used to disguising herself. Only then can she feel safe enough. Jiang Yan's sudden praise let her heart ripples. The students at the dinner table pushed the cups and exchanged the glasses. The atmosphere was warm. Lu Yuntao proposed, it's not easy for our classmates to get together once. How meaningless it is to just eat. Let's play some games? Students have agreed. What should we play? Let's play Truth or Dare. Lu Yuntao said. Okay, this one is the most exciting. No one should cheat in a while. Li Xiangyang agreed. Truth or Dare. The way to play is very simple. Find an empty wine bottle, turn it hard in the center of the table, and wait a while. The person whose bottle mouth is aimed at needs to choose a truth or dare, prying into people's privacy to ask questions, or call the ex to get back together. This kind of operation, think about it, is very exciting. The first student to play spun the bottle to Li Xiangyang, who chose truth or dare to be questioned. Classmate Li Xiangyang, if you change sex, what is the thing you want to do the most? This classmate asked an extremely tricky question. The thing you want to do the most? Li Xiangyang stroked his chin in thought. Yes, the thing that I want to do the most. The student who asked the question repeated his previous question. Everyone looked at Li Xiangyang with unblinking eyes, all wanting to know his answer. Li Xiangyang's eyes swept over a few introverted male classmates, looking at them with shivers, only to hear him heave a cheap laugh. I will let a few original male students taste the flavor of women. Rascal! The female students blushed with shame and cursed Li Xiangyang for being shameless. The male students had a chill and scolded Li Xiangyang for being heavy-handed. The atmosphere of the game, however, began to become enthusiastic, and the questions of truth and dare also became more and more daring. The next rotating bottle of wine unexpectedly stopped in front of Zhang Yan. As the questioning party, Li Xiangyang hemmed and hawed. Zhang Yan, do you choose truth or dare? Truthfulness. Zhang Yan didn't expect the first one to be himself. This was too accurate. Li Xiangyang asked a question. Student Zhang, who do you think is the most beautiful among the students present? Wow, such a sharp question? Some students were up in arms. Li Xiangyang's question was successful and triggered their gossiping mentality. In fact, everyone knew the correct answer. To say beauty, Zhang Mengyao must be the most outstanding one present. No doubt about it. On Zhang Yan's right side was Zhang Mengyao. She was also curious about Zhang Yan's answer at the moment, although she was very confident in herself. But hearing other people's praises in person was not a loss of enjoyment. On the left half of the side is Su Hanxia. She lowered her head. No surprise, that person is definitely not herself. She has already gotten used to it, pretending to be ugly more. She really does not have that confidence anymore. As for what Jiang Yan just said, she knew that it was just polite words. If she was serious, she would be a fool. Jiang Yan stood up and looked around the room. Since he meant what he said, of course he had to be rigorous. So he looked at all the female students present. Once, Chapter 75, a pig pretending to be a pig for a long time, eventually becomes a pig. Su Hanxia. Zhang Yan said his answer. Li Xiangyang laughed and said, Zhang Yan, heroes really do see the same thing. Everyone is the same aesthetic. Wait, what did you just say? Su Hanxia? Isn't it Zhang Debanshan? Not only was Li Xiangyang confused, all the people present were confused. Su Hanxia? Surprisingly, it's not Zhang Mengyao. This Zhang Yan kid's eyes aren't defective, right? It's okay. Su's skin is very good. Very white, as the saying goes. A white color covers three ugly things. It's not likely that if you dress up, you'll also be a great beauty. There were also classmates who voiced different opinions. Su Hanxia's originally lowered head, at this moment also raised. Zhang Yan, you have to answer seriously. Don't talk nonsense. Li Xiangyang coughed twice. Isn't Zhang Yan messing up? Zhang Yan said with a straight face. I'm serious. And it's not a lie. Well, everyone's aesthetics are different. And I support that student Zhang is in love with student Su Hanxia. Li Xiangyang said roundly. Lu Yuntao was mad with joy in his heart. I actually took the guy who doesn't even have normal aesthetics as an imaginary enemy. I'm also enough. Zhang Yan ignored how their expressions were. He sat himself down, looked at Su Half-Summer's pretty face and said, I'm a sincere person. To say you're pretty is really pretty. Su Hanxia glanced at him, silently did not say anything. Her heart is very complicated. Do not know what to say. This man is too good at teasing. She is now beginning to doubt that Zhang Yan has seen himself without pretending to be ugly. Zhang Mengyao didn't get the answer he wanted. His heart was a bit upset. He couldn't say why. He just didn't feel comfortable. He took a deep look at Zhang Yan, and realized that his gaze was looking at Su Hanxia. His eyes were full of warmth. The game continued. This time it was the next student's turn to spin the bottle. The bottle turned to Lu Yuntao this time. He unsurprisingly chose to speak from the heart. Mr. Lu, how much assets do you have now? A few tens of millions, right? I haven't counted it exactly. Lu Yuntao's Versailles, unsurprisingly, drew envy and jealousy from his classmates. Zhang Mengyao purposely observed Zhang Yan for a while, and she realized that unlike his classmates who were filled with envy, Zhang Yan had a calm face, as if tens of millions of dollars in his subconscious mind was not considered a few dollars. But how could that be possible? Perhaps, Zhang Yan's heart is strong enough not to be troubled by external things. Zhang Mengyao thought secretly in her heart. Zhang Yan's performance, which was very different from his classmates, successfully attracted Zhang Mengyao interest. After a few rounds of the game, it was finally Lu Yuntao's turn to spin the wine bottle, and with a push, the bottle spun. The speed of the spinning bottle slowly decreased, and the mouth of the bottle unexpectedly stopped in front of Zhang Mengyao. Lu Yuntao said, Mengyao, do you choose truth or dare? Zhang Mengyao hesitated for a moment. I'll go with truth? No going too far, oh? She playfully blinked. This cute move. The imperial lady turned into a lowly. The style switching was so comfortable. This scene made Lu Yuntao's adrenaline explode. Don't worry, Mengyao. I'm always a gentleman. May I ask Mengyao, what are your standards for choosing a spouse? Me? I just hope that my future half can be gentle and considerate, as well as preferably have a certain amount of financial strength so that he can protect me, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't. It's good if he has the motivation. I'm willing to grow with him." Zhang Mangyao spoke her heartfelt thoughts, and her classmates applauded happily, admiring the class president for her correct outlook on choosing a spouse. Lu Yuntao thought to himself, having a certain amount of financial strength, isn't that just talking about himself? Hearing Zhang Mingyao's statement, the classmates had some discussion. I can grow with the class president. You're dreaming. Don't look at your own virtues. The class president can look at you? That can't possibly look at you either. With young Mr. Lu around, you and I are just a sidekick. Lu Yuntao was in a very happy mood when he heard his classmates boasting. He said with a smile on his face, "Such a good girl. We can only digest it internally. We can't let outsiders have their way." Zhang Mengyao smiled charmingly and said, "Then you guys have to work hard. My requirements are very high." Zhang Yan looked at the proud Zhang Mengyao, and a group of licking dog classmates. Heart a burst of speechless, economic strength of good men, where need to grow up with you. The first half of the sentence is true. The second half of the sentence is purely fooling licking dog. Set up a persona only. However, as a beautiful woman looking for a rich man as a partner, this kind of a little bit is not wrong. Zhang Yan does not want to make any comments. Zhang Yan smiled and said to Su Hanxia, "You just need to take off your glasses. You definitely look better than Zhang Mengyao. And shouldn't be worse than her, right?" Su Hanxia subconsciously replied back. She looked enviously at the much welcomed Zhang Mengyao. There was that girl who didn't want to look pretty and be favored by all? Suddenly, Su Hanxia realized that she said the wrong thing. She covered her small mouth. Her brain went down at this moment, and her small face immediately turned red. Zhang Yan slightly stunned. This tone, not like an ugly duckling's answer. This niece was intentionally dressed up so ugly? Oh, could it be that you deliberately dressed up ugly? Su Hanxia stuttered, unable to speak. Okay, forget it if you don't want to say it. Oh, Zhang Yan glanced at Su Hanxia. This is really a silly girl. The old saying, if you pretend to be a pig for a long time, you will eventually become a pig. Zhang Yan looked at her fast too. Lu Yuntao saw Zhang Yan and Su Hanxia chatting enthusiastically, and didn't come to harass Zhang Mengyao, and let out a cold laugh in his heart. Count on you, kid. You still have a sense of self-awareness, so what if you are handsome? Nowadays, it is a money-oriented society. Without money, even if Daniel Wu came, it won't work. Next, everyone had a good time. Only the crowd did not notice that Li Xiangyang's words were much less, and a person began to drink mulled wine, one cup after another. He used his classmate's cell phone, and called Dong Xiaoxian, but on the other end of the phone, as soon as he heard it was Li Xiangyang's voice, he immediately hung up, not giving the slightest chance to open his mouth. As the banquet drew to a close, some students looked at the time from time to time, apparently wanting to leave the banquet, but were too embarrassed to be the first to go. After all, the bill hadn't been settled yet. Lu Yuntao obviously wanted Zhang Mengyao to drink more, but unfortunately, Zhang Mengyao always kept her senses, and resolutely refused to drink even when the atmosphere was at its peak, making his plan fall through. Lu Yuntao was not willing to do so. If a woman didn't get drunk, a man didn't have a chance. He can be too eager to get this opportunity. The goddess that he has been secretly in love with for many years is right in front of him, but he can't find the opportunity. There is no opportunity in this place, so change the place. Lu Yuntao, waiter, check out. There are students with eyesight. See Lu Shao to pretend. Immediately open the door. Do the megaphone, waiter, check out. The hotel waiter heard this and walked in quickly. Hello, sir, what service do you need? Lu Yuntao, check out. Let's see how much. The waiter smiled and said, hello, your bill has been settled. What? Settled? Lu Yuntao was astonished. The students were also confused. What's the situation? Who settled the bill and when? Chapter 76, Dismissing the Banquet. The waiter said, I don't know. The manager just informed me that the cost of the private room has been settled. Lu Yuntao was puzzled. Suddenly, his big hand clapped as if he thought of something. I know what's going on. The classmates were, all of a sudden, attracted to his attention. On my way here just now, I met the hotel's purchasing manager, Mr. Lu. We're old friends. He knew I was eating here, so maybe he settled the bill. That must be it. Old Lu didn't say anything. Hey, oh, a favor. Although Lu Yuntao was sighing, his expression didn't look like he was sighing. He was smug. When the students heard Lu Yuntao's reply, they expressed their envy. Wow, Lu Shao's circle of friends is different. Without a word, the bill was settled. So atmospheric. Lu Shao is an important supplier to the hotel. It's normal to have this kind of treatment. The mall, it's all about interests. I don't know if Mr. Lu has a girlfriend. I want to talk to him. Lu Yuntao sneaked a glance at Zhang Mengyao, and found that in her eyes there were also a few moments of awe, which made him feel very proud. It was so facile. I propose. Let's change the venue in the hijinks. All consumption. I'll pay for it. Lu Yuntao took the opportunity to say. For the sake of the beauty, Lu Yuntao intended to throw away money. Spend 70,000 to 80,000 to be able to hold the return of the beauty. These are nothing. Yeah, I haven't been to a nightclub yet. Lu Xiao atmosphere. I agree. It's rare for us to get together. Let's have fun today. Mr. Lu, you're awesome. Some people pay money. Do not go for nothing. Have a cheap not to take advantage of, is the common psychology of most of the present. Su Half-Summer frowned and whispered. I still have to work tomorrow. Hey. Zhang Yan said. Then don't go well. Let them go well. But, if everyone goes and I don't go, isn't it too What do you care about them? You're a typical ingratiating personality. Just mind your own business. But, Su Hanxia bottomed out. Still not feeling too good. I know. I'm a pleasing personality, but I can't change. What should I do? Zhang Yan faintly smiled and said, that's good. Find a man to please. How do you see me? Su Hanxia lowered her head in shame. You're a bad person. Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed. He realized that this chick was just too cute. Since you don't want to go, just follow me. I don't want to go either. Zhang Yan stood up and said to his classmates, Su Hanxia and I still have things to do, so we won't go. Have fun. Hearing Zhang Yan say that the two of them won't go, Lu Yuntao didn't care. Insignificant small role. It doesn't matter if they go or not. His purpose is Zhang Mengyao. Others are just a companion. Zhang Mengyao looked at her enthusiastic classmates and directly poured a pot of cold water on them. I won't go. I have a project to work on at the company tomorrow morning. I have to go back early to rest. You guys have fun. Lu Yuntao heard. Zhang Mengyao also do not go. Instantly lost interest. The main target does not go. But also to do what? What are you going to do? Pretend to be an ingrate? Who are you pretending to? But the cowhide has been blown out. How can this end? If directly say, do not go, inevitably exposed their own purpose. Brain crazy thinking. Just saw unconscious Li Xiangyang. Xiao Xian. I'm wrong. You forgive me. Li Xiangyang hugged the chair and was talking in his sleep. Li Xiangyang, this kid. Estimate lost love. Right? This still need to estimate. Little cute. Can also see that was dumped. Just played the game. No one to persuade. All their own irrigation themselves. Absolutely out of love. I said this kid. Today how not right. Remember before he was licking the king. Today the horse's ass obviously a lot less. After Lu Yuntao saw the drunken Li Xiangyang, his heart immediately had an excuse. Mr. Li Xiangyang is drunk. And some of his classmates don't want to go. Let's end it here? Who can send student Li Xiangyang? It was impossible for Lu Yuntao to send him. He still wanted to send Zhang Mengyao. If he went to send him, then wouldn't he miss the best chance of contact with the beauty? A boy wearing glasses came out and said, I'll go send him off. Zhang Yan to also want to send, but he drove a sports car. Just 2 seats. Sports car seats. Thieves difficult to sit in, let alone an unconscious fat man. Zhang Yan also has an important task, but also to send Su Hanxia. I'll join you. Help him to the car. Helping out. Zhang Yan could still do it. Zhang Yan and his spectacled classmates, one on the left and one on the right, set Li Xiangyang up and headed outside. Zhang Mengyao looked at the students present with a smile. There's no such thing as a banquet under the sky. We'll all gather again sometime. Good. Gather again sometime. When the big gold master didn't go, the students naturally lost interest in going and dispersed. Mengyao, wait, let me see you off? Lu Yuntao saw Zhang Mengyao walk out of the door and he hurriedly followed. Zhang Mengyao asked, Young Lu, haven't you been drinking? How can you drive? I'll just take a taxi back myself. Lu Yuntao hemmed and hawed and laughed. I just drank all Sprite. I didn't drink, and I have important work tomorrow, so I can't afford to delay it. In fact, he didn't have much to do tomorrow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed to go to a nightclub. Everything was for Zhang Mengyao. This little trick was naturally seen by Zhang Mengyao. As a high-ranking sea queen, her heart was clear, but a creature like a man is to give a sweet date from time to time, so that he will be motivated. If he is delayed in getting a response, he will give up. That's not what Zhang Mengyao wished to see. Alright, let's go. Zhang Mengyao guffawed. That kind of pure and lustful feeling made Lu Yuntao look dumbfounded. He swore in his heart that he must have gotten this woman. Zhang Mengyao walked out of the hotel, saw Zhang Yan and his classmates racking Li Xiangyang, and took the initiative to say hello. Zhang Yan, do you need help? Jiang Yan struggled to stuff Li Xiangyang into his classmate's car, and when he heard Zhang Mengyao's words, he didn't even return. It's fine. We've already taken care of it. After saying that, Jiang Yan turned to Su Hanxia and said, in a while, follow me with me. Why Su Hanxia inquired as she raised her head in doubt. How dangerous it is for a girl like you to walk by yourself. I'll see you off. Oh, Su Hanxia whispered back, a little bit of a little leap in her heart. Zhang Mengyao heard Jiang Yan just returned a sentence and stopped paying attention to her. Her heart burst with anger. How could there be such a man? Ignoring himself, a great beauty, and instead using his entire body and mind on a little dirt chick? Chapter 77, Not Enough Prioritization. Zhang Mengyao was proud. Since Jiang Yan was ignoring her, there was no way she would take a hot face and stick it to a cold ass. Young Lu, let's go. Good. Lu Yuntao had been impatient for a long time, but in order to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, he stayed quiet and didn't interrupt. Su Hanxia saw Zhang Mengyao leave and blinked. The class president adult gave you a greeting. Why do you love to ignore her? Because she's not prioritized enough. So, what priority is not enough to understand? Jiang Yan laughed. I'll tell you when you take off your glasses. Dress up properly and let me take a look. Su Hanxia bristled. Don't say. The two important characters of the party left, and the classmates also left one after another, leaving only Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia. Su Hanxia wanted to pull a female classmate to chat and talk for a few moments, but the person she pulled was indifferent. There's something going on at home, so I'll leave first. Looking at the classmates who walked away, Su Hanxia said, they are all so cold. Jiang Yan laughed. That's because you're too weak. If it was Lu Yuntao and Zhang Mengyao, do you think they would stop to chat with you? Adults in the world only have interests. How could they have the time to chat with a little earth girl like you? Jiang Yan uttered a cruel sentence. Isn't there still you here? Me? Because I'm wealth-free. It can also be said that the interests I want are much higher than them. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Suddenly, he lowered his head and looked at Su Half-Summer. Straight, looking at Su Half-Summer for a while, step by step backward, until his back was leaning on a Roman column. Am I being walloped? Su Half-Xia looked at Jiang Yan's face getting closer and closer. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights, thumping non-stop. Zhang Mengyao sat on the passenger side of the Audi A8. She subconsciously pulled out her cell phone, wanting to take a picture. As a beautiful woman, how can you not have a high-quality circle of friends? This Audi A8, barely passable. But her hand reached into the bag, but touched an empty. Zhang Mengyao rummaged through the whole body, and did not find a cell phone. Why is the cell phone gone? Did you lose it in the bag room? What's wrong? What are you looking for? Nothing. My cell phone is missing. Maybe it was lost in the package room. I'll go get it. It shouldn't be gone. Lu Yuntao didn't care when he heard that. Shangshi Tianhong was a 5-star hotel. Even if a guest left his cell phone in the private room, the attendant wouldn't take it. Need me to come along? Zhang Mengyao opened the car door. No need. I'll go and return. It should be on the table in the private room. Lu Yuntao held the steering wheel of the A8 with one hand, looking at Zhang Mengyao's walking and swaying figure. His heart floated with thoughts. It won't take long. You will belong to me. So beautiful. It's worth it to spend some time. Zhang Mengyao passed by the entrance of the hotel and saw Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia who were playing around. Her heart was cloying. This Jiang Yan, leaving such a big beautiful woman like himself alone, but playing ambiguous with a native girl here. Really infuriating. Zhang Mengyao stared straight for 3 to 5 seconds. Suddenly she couldn't help but snort in her heart. What kind of anger am I angry about? Jiang Yan and Lu Yuntao are not from the same world. I even compare the two. Really dim. Thinking clearly about what she wanted, Zhang Mengyao instantly felt refreshed and much more relaxed. She didn't greet Jiang Yan and took big steps towards the hotel. Jiang Yan, student, please respect yourself. I'm not a casual woman. If you want, go find someone else. Su Hanxia clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Jiang Yan with a wary face. Su Hanxia took what she thought were the heaviest words and said them out. She thought Jiang Yan would immediately get annoyed and leave directly, but she didn't want to. Jiang Yan didn't have the slightest impact. Instead, he calmly said, I didn't expect that I am such a person in your mind. I kindly took the hair off your face for you, but I was treated like this? Saying that, Jiang Yan took out the hair that he had removed from Su Hanxia's face, placed it on his palm and blew it gently, and it flew away. Su Hanxia's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. It was her own fault for making a fool of herself. I'm sorry, it's me who's too sensitive. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, anyway, I'm used to it, carrying someone up to the 6th floor, and surprisingly didn't give a mouthful of water to drink. Hey, Su Half-Summer, a burst of shame. This person, how to mention this matter again, can be taken by him? No, this favor must be returned. I'll treat you to dinner. As compensation, how? Only one meal. How is it enough? Su Hanxia took out her cell phone and looked at her balance. This month was already eating dirt, and now she also met a robber. She clenched her silver teeth. 2 meals. No more. A bit of a deduction. Zhang Lao Di. While the two were playing around, Jiang Yan suddenly heard someone greet him. Wu Wenbin greeted Jiang Yan in a graceful manner, and by his side was the foxy-eyed Zhang Yali. Her eyes were still so seductive and mesmerizing that it was amazing, but it was a pity that she already had a name, otherwise Jiang Yan wouldn't mind having another fish in his fish pond. Yili, and I said you were here too. I didn't believe it, but unfortunately I was busy with work and came a bit late. Did you guys break up? What a pity. Brother Wu Er has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Of course work is important. The party can be any time. There's no need to rush. Luckily, I didn't miss it completely. Or let me meet it. Where are those classmates of yours? They've already left. Only me, an idle man with nothing to do, is wandering around here blindly. Elder brother John's attitude of enjoying life really makes me envious. I was born with a laborious life. Wu Wenbin turned to Zhang Yali and said, the Buddha jumping wall we ordered. Did we serve it to elder brother Jiang? Zhang Mengya said back, that dish. It was specially ordered according to your dining time, Mr. Wu, and if the time is short, the taste will be much worse, so I didn't serve it to Mr. Jiang. However, I've already settled the bill. When Wu Wenbin heard this, he didn't blame. He was just selling in front of Jiang Yan right now. Showing an attitude would be good. Jiang Yan, Jiang old brother, this would be a bit of a pity. This Buddha jumping wall is what I booked a month in advance. Why don't we go and try it now? Su Hanxia suddenly realized that the bill for their party was settled by Jiang Yan's friend. Coincidentally at this time, Zhang Mengyao went to the newspaper room to get her cell phone and came back. She heard Wu Wenbin's words and was shocked beyond belief. Chapter 78, Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Zhang Mengyao looked at the man chatting with Jiang Yan and her curiosity rose. Although the man is not obvious, but the woman beside him, Zhang Mengyao can see clearly. The body of the brand name clothing. She is like a family treasure. Each piece is not under the 4-digit number. The most attractive Zhang Mengyao eyeballs is the woman's hand-shoulder bag, that black Hermes bag. She looked for a long time, but the price is really discouraging. To more than 300,000, really can not afford to spend. Sometimes, the woman is the biggest manifestation of the man's financial strength. Obviously, in Jiang Yan chatting with the man is not ordinary people. Zhang Mengyao see them talk to each other, is to know the old acquaintances. She cannot help but walk to Jiang Yan's side. Just heard the dinner table checkout things. Zhang Mengyao's thoughts turned electrically. The original just meal money. Not at all Lu Yuntao friend checkout. Has been unobtrusive Jiang Yan. How can he have such a powerful friend? Zhang Mengyao couldn't help but want to know. Curiosity led her to forget that Lu Yuntao was still waiting in the car. Zhang Mengyao tapped Jiang Yan's shoulder. Jiang Yan, why haven't you left yet? Jiang Yan turned around and saw that it was Zhang Mengyao. She didn't care and said lightly. Coincidentally met a friend and chatted a few words. Zhang Mengyao warmly greeted Wu Wenbin. Hello, I'm Jiang Yan's high school class president. Zhang Mengyao. Hello, Ms. Zhang. Wu Wenbin politely returned the greeting, and then joked to Jiang Yan. Elder brother Jiang is really suave. A model for my generation. Every time Wu Wenbin saw Jiang Yan, this guy was with different women. Moreover, each of them was not much worse than Zhang Yali beside himself. That is, he was the boss of a big company. He could not see so many high-quality women in a year. Where? Jiang Yan returned. Suddenly, Wu Wenbin suddenly looked like he thought of something. Elder brother Jiang, there's one more thing that I need to talk to you about. You beat up that kid from the Wang family. Even though his dad and I have communicated, it's hard to guarantee that Wang Xian won't be looking for trouble from you. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, then just beat him up again. A few more times and you'll grow a long memory. In short, it's good that you have it in your heart. Old brother Jiang. Wu Wenbin was just reminding and selling. After that it was Jiang Yan's business. He believed that Wang Xian would not pose any threat to Jiang Yan. When Zhang Mengyao heard this, she pondered in her heart. Who is this Wang Xian? To be able to make this mysterious man remind him, he probably won't be a simple character. Since that's the case, I won't bother. Does elder brother Jiang want to try the Buddha jumping wall made by the famous chef? Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, no. Second brother Wu is in a world of two. How much of a scene would I be in if I went? Wu Wenbin is also out of politeness. Ask. Jiang Yan is not interested. He will not ask more. Zhang Yali waved goodbye to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang. See you next time. Jiang Yan watched them leave and turned to the uninvited Zhang Mengyao, big class president. Why are you back again? I pulled my cell phone in the private room. Came over to get it. Zhang Mengyao shook her cell phone at Jiang Yan. Afterward, she asked curiously, who is this one? I see that you guys are chatting well. Our meal money. Is he the one who settled the bill? An ordinary friend. Ordinary friend? Ordinary friends, face have not seen, directly spend more than $10,000 to settle the bill. A little too generous, right? Why are you so nosy? I don't know why he wants to pay. Maybe I'm more handsome, Jiang Yan said. Old classmate, where did you get rich recently? Zhang Mengyao pursued. The previous Jiang Yan was just a high face value, and although Zhang Mengyao was a face controller, she could still restrain herself. But now Jiang Yan was a Pandora's box, tickling Zhang Mengyao's heart. She couldn't help but want to open it and peek at its secrets. Didn't I say? Run the drop. Oh, Zhang Mengyao surveyed Jiang Yan with a suspicious gaze. Unlike how come it always felt like Jiang Yan was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? This term, she had learned from a God Ho stream novel, and although it was a male stream, she had read it with gusto. When reading it, she was thinking, if there is a smooth man to give her a few $1,000,000, she does not mind being a mistress. Life is just a few decades, from the direction of life to death. Why not enjoy the process more, regardless of how the world looks at it? Jiang Yan, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Yan was her continuous pursuit of the question. Get impatient. He knew that this woman has been interested in her, but you cannot interrupt the QA, did not see busy. You're so annoying, asking so detailed. Checking the family register? You, just 10 minutes. This is the second time she was Jiang Yan angry. How to speak so rushed. Has never yet the opposite sex to her is this kind of attitude. Zhang Mengyao angrily walked away. The high heels on her feet, stepped on the ground, issued a d-dis sound, until far away. Su Half-Summer can still hear. Can imagine Zhang Mengyao heart indignation. Su Hanxia looked at Zhang Mengyao who walked away, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy in her heart. Jiang Yan, it's not good for you to be like this. Can't you see she deems it endless, clearly salivating for my beauty. Screw you. What beauty do you have? It's not that you showed your wealth and triggered her curiosity. TSK. Jiang Yan a burst of sigh. Can't see this niece. Not completely stupid white sweet Jiang Yan's straight gaze looked at Su Hanxia. Her small face reddened. Look what? I'm very smart. Jiang Yan expressed his approval. Actually, I have another most important reason. What reason? Because of you. You're beside me. She keeps rambling so much. Similar to a blind date. Isn't this stealing your position as the main palace? Jiang Yan said playfully. He realized that after a long time of contact, Su Hanxia was also a pretty cheerful personality, and how he hadn't realized it during high school. At that time, Jiang Yan was trying to line up with life, which had time to observe. However, it is not too late to find out now, or a watery little cabbage. Su Hanxia heard Jiang Yan's words and made a gesture to hit, but before her tiny fist was raised, Jiang Yan had already slipped away. She put down her small fist in exasperation, looked at Jiang Yan who ran away and said softly, you this guy, tease me so much. In case I'm serious. Su Hanxia's heart, which had been frozen for years, cracked open a slit. She hadn't chatted with the opposite sex like this for a long time. Ever since that incident in her old home, Su Hanxia decided to pretend to be ugly. She completely became a marginalized character. Just at first it felt okay, there were less troublesome things, but after a long time, she always felt lonely, and her whole person started to become less confident. Her parents and roommates advised her to face herself bravely, but after pretending to be a pig for a long time, she eventually became a pig. Her temperament, her self-confidence, all gone. What are you talking about? I heard you. Su Hanxia heard Jiang Yan's words. Her plain face was instantly colored with a layer of redness, delicate and beautiful. Jiang Yan saw that the beauty was embarrassed, dodged to his side and said, where to? My Princess Highness. I will send you. Jiang Yan changed the topic and also shifted Su Hanxia's embarrassment. Good, Su Hanxia whispered back with a red face. Chapter 79 Who settled the bill? Lu Yuntao waiting in the car so anxious. Cigarettes one after another, under the driver's side window, fell full of cigarette butts. The sanitation worker lady, seeing this scene, couldn't help but go forward and gently knocked on the car window. Hello, this gentleman, I just cleaned this area. Please don't throw cigarette butts on the ground. Lu Yuntao opened the car window and looked at the older lady from top to bottom. He was waiting for his heart to be anxious. Zhang Mengyao that little didn't know what she went to do. She hadn't come back in such a long time? Now there is someone who hit the gun. Isn't that what you do? What do I need you for if I don't throw out trash? That tone of voice, as if he had given the damsel a chance to work, was condescending and full of contempt for the cleaning profession. Seeing that this man spoke so crossly, the damsel was furious, her face red and her neck thick, her hands trembling as she grasped the broom. Lu Yuntao looked at the sanitation matron with contempt. A street sweeper who dared to mind his business, really not long for eyes. In the end, the damsel let out a long sigh, didn't speak, didn't argue, just silently swept the cigarette butts that Lu Yuntao had thrown out, and turned around to walk to the shade to rest. See the sanitation workers away. Lu Yuntao heart proudly, the superiority of the heart to be fully revealed. He lit another cigarette and gulped it down. However, this cigarette burned out and Zhang Mengyao hadn't arrived yet. Lu Yuntao did not intend to wait. Threw the cigarette butt to the ground, and the ground that was just cleaned by the elder woman was once again covered with cigarette ash and butts. When she saw it, she didn't say anything, but just picked up the broom and dustpan again, cleaned the ground, and then silently walked away again. Lu Yuntao extinguished the engine and closed the car door, but suddenly realized that Zhang Mengyao had returned. With the woman's sexy steps, Lu Yuntao felt that every step was stepping on his heart, and the dignified elegance of that gesture made him unable to help but reveal a demented look. Did you find the cell phone? Lu Yuntao got out of the car and jogged, opening the passenger door for Zhang Mengyao. Found it. Zhang Mengyao's residual anger had not subsided. She did not want to say more. She was still thinking, how could Jiang Yan be like this? If it was the same for anyone, Zhang Mengyao wouldn't be so angry. But Jiang Yan was so gentle and soft-spoken to Su Hanxia. When she, Zhang Mengyao, took the initiative to talk, Jiang Yan acted so impatient, and when she asked more, she was even reprimanded. Lu Yuntao heard that Zhang Mengyao's tone was clearly not right. Why was she so punchy? This woman which tendon is not right. He did not provoke her awe. In a moment of concentration, Zhang Mengyao did not sit in the open passenger seat. Instead, she sat in the back seat. Pa! The heavy slamming of the door made Lu Yuntao's heart ache. This was a new car that had just been bought not long ago. Lu Yuntao sat back in the car and stole a glance at Zhang Mengyao's complexion. Seeing the woman's undulating mountains, a stunning look flashed in his eyes. Mengyao, what's wrong with you? So angry? Zhang Mengyao wasn't even in the mood to take pictures now as she glanced at Lu Yuntao. Am I angry? Am I angry? How do you see that I'm angry? Zhang Mengyao used a series of rhetorical questions to prove that she wasn't angry at all. Lu Yuntao's face was depressed. This was still called not being angry? Who did he invite to mess with? Who did he take the bullet for? Right? The woman has not yet arrived. Is the ancestor? If his ex-girlfriend, Lu Yuntao would have long been two big mouths over, but now did not arrive. Can only endure. Where is Mengyao going? I'll send you there. Lu Yuntao changed the topic. You said, what exactly does Jiang Yan do? Zhang Mengyao answered, instead asking a very strange question. Isn't he a drop runner? Li Xiangyang even asked me to help him find a job. They even met yesterday. He saw Jiang Yan running a dropship with his own eyes. Lu Yuntao was puzzled in his heart, but he also answered along with Zhang Mengyao's words. At least his tone wasn't as impulsive as it was just now, which was a good thing. This woman's heart really is a needle under the sea. You can never guess. Lu Yuntao's answer was obviously not what Zhang Mengyao wanted. Zhang Mengyao shook her head in disappointment. There was absolutely no way that Jiang Yan was a drop runner. A big man with an obviously extraordinary temperament would chat with a drop runner for so long, and even take the initiative to help him settle the bill? It was impossible. It suddenly occurred to Zhang Mengyao that the way to prove it was simple. Ask Lu Yuntao to ask that friend of his about the bill. Wouldn't that be enough to know? Do it if you want to. She wanted to know Jiang Yan's mysterious identity too much. Young Lu, can you ask that friend of yours about the bill? I want to get to know him. Zhang Mengyao said it more politely, and did not question that the bill was not paid by Lu Yuntao's friend. The phone call, when the time comes, will naturally know, because when Lu Yuntao calls, he will definitely mention it. Lu Yuntao's psychological characteristics, which Zhang Mengyao had long seen clearly, was an extremely vain man, and when he was able to show off, he definitely wouldn't hide it. Good. This was a good moment to pretend. How could Lu Yuntao not be willing? Do, the phone was connected. Old Lu at what? The cell phone and, busy. Lu old brother, what's the matter? Nothing much, just want to ask you to have a meal. After all, let you break the bank today. I deserve to be invited back. What are you talking about? I didn't break the bank today? Lu Yuntao frowned in confusion. He felt that the situation was not right and adjusted his sitting position. The cell phone in his right hand switched to his left hand. The meal I just had at the hotel. Wasn't it you who paid for it? No, all my money is with my daughter-in-law. Only $300 in my pocket. Where am I going to pay for you? Oh, Lu Yuntao was dumbfounded. I still have things to do, so I'll hang up first. The cell phone once again sounded busy. Lu Yuntao awkwardly glanced at Zhang Mengyao. His face reddened, before in front of his classmates blowing so much. Who would have thought that it was not the old Lu who paid for it? Fortunately, the party broke up. The classmates are not there, otherwise it would be embarrassing. However, pretending to fail, Lu Yuntao was still emotionally embarrassed for a few moments, especially since Jiang Mengyao was still around. Jiang Mengyao's face was calm, as if she already knew the answer. No! Lu Yuntao finally realized that Jiang Mengyao had no reason to let his make this call for no reason. Lu Yuntao asked, "Do you know who paid the bill?" "No," Jiang Mengyao said back. Lu Yuntao scratched his head. This can put him around confused. Who so do good things without leaving a name? Classmates that dozen people. A little bit of strength. In Lu Yuntao's mind flashed one by one. But they are not the kind of silent pretentious, but brocade night people. One by one stingy to death. If they settled the bill, they would have already proclaimed it. It is impossible to be so silent. Jiang Mengyao looked at Lu Yuntao's hard-thinking appearance, and a smile floated at the corner of her mouth. Although I don't know who settled the bill, I know who he settled it for. Chapter 80. It's all about being a human being for the first time. Why should I let you bully me? Who was it for? Jiang Yan. Lu Yuntao had a shocked look on his face that he couldn't hide. How could it be? Jiang Yan, that poor boy. How could someone take the initiative to pay for him? That wasn't a small amount. A dozen of them, such a high-class hotel, at least need to spend more than $10,000. How could he, a drop runner, have such a friend? How is it impossible? Not only did I see it with my own eyes, but I also heard it with my own ears. Seeing that Lu Yuntao didn't believe it, Jiang Mengyao immediately became dissatisfied. Seeing Jiang Mengyao get angry, Lu Yuntao immediately wimped out and hurriedly said, "I'm just a little shocked. If it was any of my classmates, I wouldn't be so. It's just that Jiang Yan, what's his situation? Everyone knows." He himself admitted that he's running a dropship. A person who runs a dropship. What kind of big shot can he know? Lu Yuntao's analysis made Jiang Mengyao confused as well. What exactly was Jiang Yan up to? Obviously rich, but still pretending to keep a low profile. What kind of mentality was this? If she, Jiang Mengyao, got rich, she would definitely let the world know that a low-profile rich person, that's not a rich person. Only a comparison can show it. If you don't show off, then you're sorry for that much money. This was Jiang Mengyao's simple life values. Anyway, there's no way I can misread or mishear. That person is the one who settled the bill for Jiang Yan. Jiang Mengyao insisted on her opinion. And suddenly, she thought of something. You know, Wang Xian? It's said to be a very powerful character. Wang Xian? Lu Yuntao froze. This topic turned too fast. Just now he was still talking about Jiang Yan. How did he turn to Wang Xian? Lu Yuntao pondered a little for a while. This name is very common, but if you want to say it's powerful, it's the young proprietor of the Zijin Group, the #1 wide-breadth young man in Shanghai, and he's also called Wang Xian. Hearing Lu Yuntao's reply, Jiang Mengyao couldn't help but murmur. The first broad young man of Shanghai. What a powerful name. That's for sure. Zijin Group is the leading enterprise in our city, involving steel, real estate, medicine, with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. It's a deservedly giant enterprise. Wang Xian, the broad young man, loves to play, so it is very famous. Lu Yuntao also very much want to enter his circle, but the grade is too low. The door cannot be found. Lu Yuntao was puzzled. Mengyao, what's the point of asking this? Nothing, just heard about it and was curious to ask. At this moment, Jiang Mengyao became even more curious about Jiang Yan's identity, itching as if there were ants scratching, itching to immediately open the car door, run to Jiang Yan's side, and ask, "Why are you so powerful?" Shanghai first broad young man dared to fight. Lu Yuntao buckled his seatbelt and asked, "Mengyao, where to?" "China Street, Union Intersection. Just send me there." "Okay." Lu Yuntao was about to start the car, but saw the empty cigarette box on the center console. A few days ago in female friend's picnic, the garbage produced is still in the storage compartment. Fortunately, the bag was black. If Jiang Mengyao saw it, it would be a big deal. Lu Yuntao opened the car window, grabbed the cigarette case and the garbage bag, and skillfully threw it. This skillful action, at a glance, we know that it has been done many times. Black plastic bags fell to the ground, perhaps not tied the pocket. Crumpled toilet paper, scattered all over the ground, just cleaned the ground, became a mess. Sitting in the shade, she was angry when she saw the car throwing things again. She took her tools and came to the place where Lu Yuntao threw the garbage, and while sweeping, she muttered, "How can you be like this? Next to the dumpster, can't you take 2 steps? Lu Yuntao, who hadn't yet closed the car window, heard the older woman's complaint and frowned. A grandpa who drives an A8 is being lectured by an old woman like you. The fire that had just built up while waiting for Jiang Mengyao, all of it erupted at this moment. What's wrong with the world? How can anyone give him anger? Do not dare to mess with Jiang Mengyao. Do not dare to mess with you, this old woman. Lu Yuntao and the car rummage have found in the hospital to do the examination of the waist of the old single. is some checklist, pay the bill and so on things, now are useless. Was he along the car window, a brain all thrown out? For a moment, the sky full of waste paper sheets, such as the heavenly maiden scattered flowers, falling on the ground. Sanitation lady, see this scene, angry trembling, too bullying, she angrily raised the broom in her hand, just want to smash down. Lu Yuntao saw this scene, laughed, the garbage in the car was gone. He purposely drew out a few paper towels and threw them at the feet of the damsel to provoke. Do you know how much this car costs? Still want to smash the car? $1,600,000. You can't make that much money in your whole life. Smash. You smash it. I happen to want to change my car. Lu Yuntao's demeanor was arrogant to the extreme. A stinking sanitation worker. How dare he educate him? Is she qualified? Was she worthy? Zhang Mengyao asked without knowing why. What's going on? What are you talking about? Nothing. An old sanitation woman is giving me trouble. I'm giving her a lesson. You're a multimillionaire. What's the point of bothering with a sanitation worker? Hurry up and go. I have something to do and I'm in a hurry to go home. Zhang Mengyao was sitting in the right half of the car's back seat, thinking about Jiang Yan all the time, and was mesmerized by her thoughts. Thus, did not pay attention to Lu Yuntao's conflict with the sanitation worker. Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia, who came to the parking lot, happened to watch the scene. The sanitation lady angrily raised the broom in her hand. The Audi A8 owner not only ignored, but also in a piece, 2 pieces of waste paper thrown. Su Hanxia said angrily, this person is really excessive. Too bullying. Jiang Yan glanced at the sanitation lady, age and a few years older than Jiang mother. The years in her body to leave traces of vicissitudes, gray hair fluttering in the wind, pale face. The expression is so resentful and helpless. Jiang Yan thought a lot. Jiang Xiujing may also have suffered such treatment, but she never complained to Jiang Yan. Every time he came home, are overflowing with happy smiles, as if everyday life is a peaceful, beautiful and happy. Until Jiang Yan himself stepped into society. How can that be? There is no such thing as a cosmopolitan society. Those are just fairy tale fantasies. Maybe Jiang Xiujing had also encountered such bullying incidents, but she chose to make things difficult for herself, in exchange for a peaceful and happy life, just like the scene in front of her. As long as the sanitation lady swallowed her anger, things would be over. But on what grounds? We are all first-time human beings. Why should I let you bully and dare not say anything? The sanitation lady heard 1,600,000, just drummed up all the courage. It deflated completely. The family's doll just went to college. The man worked at the construction site, was injured, has been at home for half a year to convalesce. The whole family's burden is on her. She cannot be impulsive. Otherwise, life will really not be able to live. Thinking of this, the elder woman silently put down the broom in her hand, picked up the dustpan. Lu Yuntao threw a sheet. She swept a sheet. Chapter 81 Liver Depression and Kidney Deficiency Type Impotence. Jiang Yan strides to the side of the sanitation damsel. He sweeps the garbage on the ground into the dustpan. Then, while the Audi window was still closed, a brain dumped it back. Hey, oops, how did the stuff all fall back? The sand and dirt in the dustpan mesmerized Lu Yuntao's eyes to the point where he couldn't open them, and the fishy-smelling tissue paper wiped across his mouth, disgusting him enough. Rubbing his eyes, he wants to see, is that dare to play him like this? Before he opened his eyes, a thick pile of medical record sheets. It was slammed in the face, and the strength was so big that it was like being slapped. Deceived too much, Lu Yuntao opened the car door, smoothly stretching his foot out of the car. The tip of his shoe stretched out of the car door small half. Was Jiang Yan kicked up? Ah! Lu Yuntao was suddenly closed the car door, clamped the foot, pain wailed. The car door, moreover, was kicked out a big dent by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the wailing car owner. Yo, is Lu Xiao I said how to be so unqualified? Lu Yuntao raised his head and looked, but it was Jiang Yan. How dare he? A running drip. How dare to bully him as a multi-million-dollar tycoon? Where did the bear heart and leopard gall come from? Lu Yuntao pushed open the door of the car. His left foot brand new shiny leather shoes seriously deformed. The tip of the location, but also lost a large piece of skin. He carefully removed the shoe. His thumb was drenched in blood. The entire thumb was purple and blue, and fiery pain came from the bleeding place. Jiang Yan, look what you've done. Lu Yuntao roared angrily. Jiang Yan didn't reply. Instead, he picked up a hospital chart from the ground and looked at it twice. His heart was happy. Name, Lu Yuntao. Gender, male. Age, 25. Clinical diagnosis, liver depression and kidney deficiency type impotence. Lu Xiao, you can't litter even with this kidney deficiency? Lu Yuntao took a look at the case sheet. His heart was furious with shame. This feeling even suppressed the pain in his feet. He took an arrow step. ran to Jiang Yan's side and snatched away the case sheet. Jiang Yan didn't stop him, letting him snatch it away. Lu Yuntao's face was a shade of green and white. Unsightly. Jiang Yan, what are you mad about? What does my throwing trash have to do with you? Dog with a rat. Mind your own business. The smile in the corner of Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly disappeared. His demeanor became sharp and cold. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled. His eyes transmitting a cold chill. What did you say? Said you. Dog take. Lu Yuntao didn't know what to do and continued to provoke. Jiang Yan immediately took Lu Yuntao's fingers that reached out and broke them into 90 degrees. Ah! Pain! 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 Lu Yuntao let out a gurgling scream, his body slowly kneeling down with Jiang Yan's force. Lu Xiao, didn't your mom teach you not to talk dirty? Jiang Yan, hurry up and let go of your stepping horse, or else, there will be a time when you regret it. Lu Yuntao's body was under control, but his mouth wasn't soft at all. He was a multimillionaire. How could he be afraid of a poor man who ran a dropship? It would be laughed off. At this time, Zhang Mengyao opened the car door and saw Jiang Yan and Lu Yuntao at war, so she hurriedly urged them to fight. We are all classmates. How can we fight? Can't we discuss anything properly? Lu Yuntao, this matter is your fault. You let go first. Lu Yuntao had a burst of numbness to criticize. Now the person kneeling on the ground is me. Where did I grab him? I didn't move him. How to let go? Oh, I looked at you kneeling on the ground. Thought you want to bite Jiang Yan it. Jiang Yan, you let go first. We are all classmates. Have a good talk. Zhang Mengyao forced some defense for himself. He didn't know why. When he saw them clashing, the scale in his heart subconsciously tilted towards Jiang Yan. Su Hanxia also persuaded Jiang Yan, don't fight. Jiang Yan glanced at Lu Yuntao and loosened his fingers. He wasn't a cruel person to break someone's fingers because of a little verbal dispute. Jiang Yan loosened his hand. Lu Yuntao stood up again. His left thumb was swollen and hot and painful. The index finger of his right hand was also almost broken by Jiang Yan because of his cheap mouth. Zhang Mengyao asked, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you fighting? Su Hafasiye said, Lu Yuntao is too hateful. Throwing garbage in the car. Sanitation ants while cleaning. He also threw. Jiang Yan has seen not. And then shot. Lu Yuntao. I didn't expect you to be so classless that you would bully an old man. Lu Yuntao explained. Mengyao, I'm not trying to send you back quickly. Lu Yuntao wanted to try his best to save his image in Zhang Mengyao's heart, but Jiang Yan didn't give him this chance. He took a glance at the crumpled tissues on the ground. How much snot is this? You used so many tissues. It doesn't matter if you use a lot. It's your fault if you throw them around and affect the cityscape. Zhang Mengyao looked at the tissues on the ground. A thoughtful look appeared on her face, and immediately after, she felt a wave of nausea. Seeing Zhang Mengyao's expression change, what Lu Yuntao was worried about finally happened. Originally he wanted to maintain a good persona, but now he couldn't steal the chicken and was instead seen through as a person. Lu Yuntao's face rose to a pig's liver color, so he simply broke the pot. Jiang Yan, I throw garbage. Where I throw it is none of your business. You are a runner of drops. What is the point of taking a strong stand for someone? Jiang Yan mouth corners lightly, issued a righteous question. Respect for the elderly and love for the young is a traditional Chinese virtue. Care for the environment. It is everyone's responsibility. Why can't I manage? Su Hanxia looked at Jiang Yan's righteous speech, and couldn't help but feel waves in her heart. The way he looks now, he's really handsome. Zhang Mengyao looked at the spirited Jiang Yan, and couldn't help but marvel in her heart as well. Although she was a gold worshipper, the education of the society and the country had made her have a high sense of reverence for those who saw justice and courage. Jiang Yan's speech fulfilled her perfect imagination of heroic figures. Lu Yuntao smiled grimly. Being a hero also depends on the person. What are you pretending to be if you're a drop runner? I have a dent in the car door here from you kicking it in. You compensate for it, right? You have to give me a new one. Don't you respect the old and love the young? Don't you love a change of scenery? Lu Yuntao thrust his hands into his pockets, trying to make a handsome pose. Unexpectedly, he touched his index finger and shivered in pain. The pain caused his body to swing, and the injured part of his thumb touched the ground again. And there was another sour taste. The body swayed from side to side and almost fell. The sanitation lady knew that the kind person in front of her was out for her. This car is $1,600,000. How could an ordinary person pay for it? This gentleman, it's just the door that's broken. You don't need a new one, right? I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish. A repaired car. I don't like it, so you must give me a new one. Lu Yuntao slowly leaned against the car, stabilized his body and lit a cigarette. He would like to see what Jiang Yan, this little yakuza, would do. Chapter 82, Audi into scrap metal. Lu Yuntao glanced at the sanitation worker grimly. You'd better mind your own business. I'm good friends with the hotel's leader. If you offend me, do you still want to work here? When the sanitation maiden heard this, her heart was struck by lightning. Now the whole family relies on her to work alone. She can't lose this job. Su Hanxiao was furious. Lu Yuntao was shameless. Zhang Mangyao frowned slightly. Lu Yuntao did go too far. Why is Jiang Yan so impulsive? Now, not only is the sanitation worker unlucky, Jiang Yan also needs to pay compensation. Even if only repairing the car, that is not a small amount of money. Thinking of this, Zhang Mangyao took the initiative to open the mouth to mediate. All are classmates. There is no need to be like this. Go to the forest store to do a little sheet metal is good. Jiang Yan and then give some depreciation fee so how? Mangyao's words, I can still consider, but I have a condition. That is Jiang Yan must kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times, and then hit himself 2 slaps. Say I'm wrong. I will agree. Su Hanxiao looked at Lu Yuntao's arrogant appearance and was very angry. She defended. It's clearly you who are wrong. Throwing garbage first and then insulting the elder lady. Jiang Yan only stepped in out of righteous indignation. Then there's no need for him to care. Is he a Pacific police officer? Zhang Mangyao said, Lu Yuntao, the condition you said is impossible. Give me face. Let Jiang Yan apologize to you, okay? Jiang Yan, what do you think? No how. Jiang Yan did not accept Zhang Mangyao's good intentions. Zhang Mangyao stomped her feet in anger. This man, why is he so stubborn? She is doing it all for his own good. Could she really give Lu Yuntao a new car? That would be too stupid. I don't know why. Zhang Mangyao's original target is Lu Yuntao, but her position, but always unconsciously turned to Jiang Yan, between words and mannerisms, are biased in favor of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's body seemed to have a huge mystery, constantly attracting her to explore, even suppressing her gold-worshipping nature. Jiang Yan sneered and took 2 steps towards Lu Yuntao. What are you going to do? Lu Yuntao looked at Jiang Yan with a wary face. I advise you not to mess around. Now is the rule of law society. Just now you hit me. I will not pursue. If you do it again, I'm going to call the police. Jiang Yan's sharp eyes are really scary. Not to blame Lu Yuntao goons. It is really too scary. He has never seen an ordinary person who can kick the car door like this. The door is like being hit by a car. This is going to the person. That shall not be half a life. You're in my way. Lu Yuntao felt puzzled. What is this guy going to do? It can't be scared silly. Ha ha. Jiang Yan regrets it. $1,600,000. You open the drop. Around the earth twice. Also cannot earn $1,600,000. Now regret it? Do you want to see the extent of vehicle damage? Want to get less money? I'm telling you. No way. You kicked my car door like this. And even hurt my feet. I tell you. Without $1 million. This is not over. Jiang Yan was too lazy to listen to him, and pulled him away. To the Audi A8. A foot kicked up. Boom. The car door of the dent becomes more serious. Jiang Yan still hate not too much. Directly on the side of the road to find half a brick. Clang. Clang. The front car glass was smashed with spiderweb-like cracks. And then again. Directly broke a big hole. Lu Yuntao, dumbstruck. The words that were about to come out of his mouth also came to an abrupt end. Zhang Mangyao is also a face of shock. So just? This is $1,600,000 of luxury cars, not a child's toy car. Su Hanxia, on the other hand, looked at the figure of Jiang Yan smashing the car, feeling particularly handsome. Lu Yuntao's arrogant flames, she couldn't even stand it. Now it is really relieved. The huge commotion quickly attracted the security personnel in the parking lot. Lu Yuntao's heart rejoiced when he saw the visitors. Security comrades, you came just in time. A villain is smashing my car. You must stop him. There were young and hot-blooded junior security guards, so they immediately wanted to rush up, but unexpectedly, they were pulled back by their own captain. When Lu Yuntao saw this, he was very angry. Why are you like this? You're cowering yourself not to mention, but you're pulling the dedicated young security guard. Your dereliction of duty. I'm going to look for your leader to sue you. The young security guard was pulled in such a way that he saw the person who smashed the car and had a moment of fear. Isn't this the guest from the presidential suite? This kind of big customer is not something he can handle. Fortunately, the captain pulled him back, or else he would have gotten into big trouble. The scene formed a bizarre scene. Jiang Yan was smashing the car, but the hotel's security guards surrounded a group, and did not stop, but instead protected the person who smashed the car. Jiang Yan swung up the brick. What reflectors? Front hood, rear taillights, all hard to escape doom, without a moment, have become splintered. A few minutes passed. Audi car, become everywhere is pitted. Face is completely different. Is the senior car repair master C? Will also scratch his head. What are you guys doing? Why don't you stop him? I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to make you all get laid off. Lu Yuntao angrily looked at the immobile security guards and roared loudly. Unfortunately, no matter how much he howled. Just no one paid attention to him. Jiang Yan threw down the brick and came to Lu Yuntao's front. Isn't it just 1,060,000? Give me the account and transfer it to you. You're simply lawless. Lu Yuntao gasping for air. There are a few mouth almost can't come up. To the past. Just bought not long ago the new car. Not even a month it. Now is completely scrapped. Don't bull asterisk. Account say out. Don't say. I won't give a. Lu Yuntao's face twitched. His heart burned with anger. Your damn can really pretend. If you can take out $1 million, I'll eat upside down. Lu Yuntao uttered the account number and looked at Jiang Yan with a disdainful face. Until now, he still didn't think Jiang Yan could come up with $1,600,000. Jiang Yan was about to transfer the money, but was held down by a pair of big hands. Elder brother Jiang. Something like this happened on brother's territory. It's already my fault for not taking good care of it. This money, let brother do it. Jiang Yan looked up. Why is Wu Wenbin here? It turned out that the security guard had notified the higher-ups, and the layers of feedback had reached the general manager's level. It just so happened that the hotel's manager was accompanying Wu Wenbin. And when he heard about Jiang Yan, Wu Wenbin of course had to come over to take a look. A small farce, in the end, alarmed the entire hotel's senior management. Chen Guodong thought that it was just a small matter, and now that he saw Wu Wenbin's attitude, he finally understood that the man who had chartered the presidential suite was actually still a friend of General Manager Wu. How can we let Mr. Wu pay for it? This is our hotel's responsibility. It's me who didn't do my job. This expense can never let Mr. Wu pay for it. Lu Yuntao finally realized that something was wrong when he saw several people rush to compensate for Jiang Yan. What was this situation? Jiang Yan had such a big face? Chapter 83, Family Father Lu Duqing. Lu Yuntao saw the hotel manager and felt familiar. Wasn't this the same Manager Chen that he had always wanted to visit but always ate closed doors? Manager Chen. Hello, my father. Lu Duqing. Chen heard Lu Yuntao's chit-chat and had a cold face. Lu Duqing? Don't recognize. The damage to your car. Our hotel paid for it. However, you shouldn't come back to Shangshi Tianhong in the future. Our hotel doesn't need such a powerful supplier. Boom. Lu Yuntao only felt 5 thunderbolts. Were things so serious? The supplier's qualifications were going to be taken away? At this time, Lu Xinghan, who was in charge of purchasing, jogged all the way over. He wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Manager, what are the instructions? Go to the finance. Collect your salary for this month. Get lost with this man, and don't let me see you again. Chen Guodong said coldly. Lu Xinghan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that the matter of taking kickbacks had been denounced? But this was too fast. Right. No process at all. Direct dismissal? Lu Yuntao finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Shangshi Tianhong supplier qualification is the old man went through a lot of trouble to get. This if lost, will definitely lose a lot of money. He will go home will be killed. Manager Chen. Don't The car does not have to compensate. But don't cancel the supplier qualification Lu Yuntao begged bitterly. Suddenly he thought of something, rushed to Jiang Yan's side and said, Jiang Yan, we are joking. The car does not have to pay. You help me say good words. Jiang Yan indifferently said, I'm not that bad. He turned his head to look at Zhang Mengyao and Su Hanxia again. Hafxia, Mengyao, we're all classmates. It was all a joke just now. Help me put in a good word. Su Hafxia turned her head in disgust. Didn't she just have to ask for $1,600,000? Take it. The earth doesn't revolve around you. You can do whatever you want. Zhang Mengyao heart surprised and Lu Yuntao small. Did not expect Jiang Yan friend's energy is so big. Can let the general manager of the hotel directly take away Lu Yuntao supply qualification, but also for Jiang Yan on behalf of compensation. Zhang Mengyao is not stupid. Now cannot be messy interjection. She is clear that she does not have that weight. At this time, Lu Xinghan finally understood what was going on. He was the fish in the pond. Just how did you offend someone? Lu Xinghan's eyes were red. He had worked hard in the hotel for 7 or 8 years and finally climbed to this position. But he was ruined by Lu Yuntao just like this. He was about to be infuriated. Jiang Yan walked to the side of the sanitation matron and asked, Do you have a pen and paper? The damsel touched it awkwardly. No hey. At this time, a young man in the security guard said, I have here. Jiang Yan took it. He wrote down his cell phone number on the paper and handed it to the sanitation lady. If there's a need, give me a call. I'll do my best to help. Hey. The sanitation matron left moving tears. This was the first time a stranger cared about her so much. Chen Guodong is also a person with a lively mind. Seeing this scene, he immediately said, This damsel is also an old employee of our company. She works diligently. The area she is responsible for has always been very good in terms of hygiene. It just so happens that one of the heads of the cleaning department has left, so let the damsel fill in. Jiang Yan revealed a satisfied smile. He didn't want to cause a major change in Danyan's life because of himself. In case that Lu Yuntao guy was not in his right mind, picking up soft persimmons to pinch, and couldn't blackmail Jiang Yan, so he went to bully the sanitation maiden. Then his sin would be big. The reason for leaving a phone number was to prevent such a thing from happening. In case there was a special situation, Jiang Yan could help her arrange to work in Fairyland, so that she wouldn't lose her job. After doing all this, Jiang Yan then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, brother Wu Air. I've caused you trouble again." "It's nothing. If it's brother I see this kind of thing, I can't say I'll do it even more desperately than you." Some people are like this. After earning a little bit of money, they think they are the king of heaven. Such a person needs to be taught a lesson. Wu Wenbin laughed. "I'm really sorry for disturbing second brother Wu and sister-in-law's meal. It's a small matter. What's the point of being polite with brother? It's out of the ordinary." Zhang Yali added, "Our Mr. Wu." As soon as he heard that it was about you, brother Jiang, but he didn't even bother to eat his meal and quickly rushed over. "We are all family members. What's the point of saying so much?" Talkative. Wu Wenbin feigned annoyance. Zhang Yali immediately shut up and didn't say any more. Her purpose had been achieved. Jiang Yan solemnly said, "Second brother's sentiment. Little brother I keep in mind the matter of the commercial center. Brothers say a number. Little brother I shall help with all my might." Wu Wenbin laughed out loud and said, "No rush. No rush. When the plan is ready, I will definitely inform elder brother Jiang." "That's good. I'll wait for second brother Wu's good news." Ding. Zhang Mengyao's intimacy plus 30. Current intimacy 62. Ding. Su Hanxia intimacy plus 15. Current intimacy 78. The two girls looked at Jiang Yan who was talking and laughing. Their hearts were rippling, leaving a deep impression. On the other side, Lu Yuntao was chased and beaten by the infuriated Lu Xinghan. Due to his legs and feet, he was madly punched and cried out. Or it was Chen Guodong who couldn't stand to watch and had the security guards pull him away. The end of the chat. Jiang Yan drove out of his McLaren P1. Lu Yuntao saw a burst of remorse in the heart. The original self is which the biggest joke. Such a luxury car cannot be the average person can have. Jiang Yan, this guy has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Zhang Mengyao saw Jiang Yan's sports car. Eyes colorful. This object is the most powerful proof of financial strength. She originally guessed that Jiang Yan was the son of a high-ranking official, but now it seems that Jiang Yan is really wealthy and not relying on power. Compared to the former, Zhang Mengyao prefers the latter. Jiang Yan drove and parked beside Su Hanxia. "Let's go. Get in the car." Su Half Summer is also very surprised. Jiang Yan, how to change the car? Last time I remember, not Porsche? Jiang Yan's financial strength, really bottomless. Think of their own daily for broken silver a few taels. Really is a world of difference. Jiang Yan is about to start the car when Zhang Mengyao suddenly voiced, "Wait, Jiang Yan, you will not forget me, this old class president, right?" The woman smiled flirtatiously, with a lot of flavor. Su Hanxian nervously gripped her seatbelt. This sports car only had 2 seats. She and Zhang Mengyao were the ugly duckling and the white swan. A normal man certainly knew how to choose. Jiang Yan won't let himself off and take a taxi back, right? Su Hanxia secretly thought. "Sorry, it's already full. Class President Zhang, take a taxi. I'll give you a red packet." Zhang Mengyao was gloomy. What she wanted wasn't Jiang Yan's red packet. She just wanted to try her position in Jiang Yan's heart. She didn't know that Su Half Summer was a big beauty with more than 90 points. Even though she was now in a sealed state, her priority in Jiang Yan's heart was much higher than her. Su Half Summer had a little leap in her heart. Ding! Su Half Summer's affinity density plus 1. Jiang Yan was happy in his heart. The intimacy was pushing straight to 80. He immediately had another reward. Wu Wenbin saw this scene and took the initiative to mention Jiang Yan to relieve himself. "Yali, why don't you go send Ms. Zhang off?" "Okay, Mr. Wu." Zhang Yali nodded. "Then please, sister-in-law." Jiang Yan thanked. Although Zhang Mengyao was a gold-digging woman, but her nature wasn't bad. She had been helping herself. It wasn't really good to ignore him. Zhang Mengyao was helpless. It seems that she can't sit in this sports car today. However, there is plenty of time in the future. She doesn't believe that she still can't make it all the way in. Chapter 84, Repairing Plumbing, or Changing Light Bulbs? Su Hanxiao's home downstairs. "Thank you for sending me back. Then I'll go on." Su Hanxiao was saying thank you when Jiang Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Yan pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Mengyao's call. "Hey, class president sir? Is something wrong? Can't you make a call if there's nothing wrong?" Zhang Mengyao's flirtatious and slightly aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. "Cough, cough, can. Of course." The beauty's dainty voice. Hearing Jiang Yan's bones were crispy for a few minutes. Jiang Yan is a person who eats soft but not hard. If the more to him to hard, he will be more hard. But if the soft voice said, John Yen is generally very good to talk. Nothing much, just thank you for sending me back. I've already arrived home. It's nothing, we're all classmates. How could I let you go back by yourself? Besides, I didn't do anything. That's also for your face. Of course I'm thankful to you. Thank you for letting me recognize Lu Yuntao's true face. Otherwise, I guess I would have been cheated by him miserably. Jiang Yan secretly said in his heart, your Zhang Mengyao's segment is much higher than Lu Yuntao's. He could have fooled you? The class president adult is not such a good woman to fool. Jiang Yan said meaningfully. Zhang Mengyao cursed in her heart, what a little fox. This Jiang Yan's IQ is obviously much smarter than Lu Yuntao. How come he didn't fall for the trap? Zhang Mengyao was anxious in his heart. He was waiting for Jiang Yan to ask her out, but he never mentioned a word about it, as if her figure and looks were not attractive at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Mengyao also stopped beating around the bush. Jiang Xiao, the water pipe in my house is broken. I'm home alone now. Can you come and help me fix the water pipe? Jiang Yan didn't expect Zhang Mengyao to be so spirited. It was probably because of what just happened. The impact to her was too strong. After the banknote ability was displayed, Zhang Mengyao, the big fish, couldn't wait to deliver herself? Su Halfsummer was originally listening quietly, before their conversation. Okay, but gradually changed. Su Halfsummer is not a 3-year-old girl. The woman on the phone is getting more and more charming voice. Little cute, all heard out, is not a simple repair of plumbing. Su Halfsummer's small face read, John Yen if you wanna go, must not be a simple repair plumbing. Thinking about this, her heart was very bad, like she was about to lose her most beloved thing, not having been in love. She didn't know what kind of feeling it was. Anyway, she just didn't want Jiang Yan to go. When she thought of this, Su Hanxiao's body, she didn't know where a surge of courage came from. She ran to Jiang Yan's side and picked up his cell phone, and said into the phone, sorry, class president. Jiang Yan still has to help me change the light bulb, so he can't go over. You find someone else, said. In Jiang Yan's shocked gaze, directly gave the phone off. After doing all this, Su Hanxiao only reacted. Her face instantly floated a red cloud. What is she doing? Is Jiang Yan going or not? Where is she can make the decision? The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth floated up a smile. Is the light bulb broken in your house? Well, Su Hanxiao pinched and didn't dare to speak. Then let's go. Let's go take a look, Jiang Yan said. Then pulled Su Halfxia, went up to the 6th floor. Su Halfxia took out the key and opened the door to her room. Su Halfxia changed slippers at the door and walked in first. Jiang Yan looked at the strolling floor, not knowing how to step. Come in. No need to change shoes, Su Hanxiao whispered. Jiang Yan walked into the room. It was a 2-bedroom. The room was cleaned and bright. It should have been tidied up every day to keep it in the condition it was in. Jiang Yan had just finished his evaluation when he was hit in the face. His eyes suddenly caught a small pink fabric on the sofa. It's still tulle and semi-transparent. So giving? I just don't know whose that is. Jiang Yan subconsciously remembered that cute roommate of hers. Where's your roommate? Jiang Yan turned around, pretending as if nothing had happened and said, you mean Qian Bauer? She went to work. Su Halfsummer is preparing tea. Last time didn't let Jiang Yan in drink water. It is her rightful loss. This time can't let him catch the handle again. Is pouring water she? Suddenly eyes staring round. The cup of water are overflowing. Also did not realize. Obviously she also found the magical item on the sofa. Su Halfsummer can't think in time. Put down the kettle of water at fire speed. Rushed to the sofa in a swift manner. Took down the small piece of fabric and stuffed it into his pocket. After finishing, she also looked at Jiang Yan who was standing and surveying the room. Seeing that he didn't seem to notice, her heart was finally relieved. Qian Bauer, this dead girl. How do you take underwear and put it around? When she comes back, I must teach her a good lesson. Su Hanxia secretly spat at her roommate in her heart, and her mood finally calmed down. Please sit down and have a drink. Su Hanxia found a rag and wiped off the spilled water while greeting Jiang Yan to sit down. Jiang Yan's guest followed his master's wishes and sat down on the sofa, picking up the water cup and taking a small sip. Didn't you say the light bulb is broken? Where is it? Su Hanxia was speechless. Now they are all LED lights. Where is it so easy to break? Just now she just heard that Zhang Mengyao was going to ask Jiang Yan out. Her subconscious wanted to stop it, and she casually found an excuse for it. There is no light bulb broken. Just now it was just a slip of the tongue on my part. In fact, it's the bathroom sink that is clogged and draining slowly. It's been so many days. I haven't been able to figure out how to fix it. Su Hanxia racked her brain and finally came up with an excuse. Oh really? So it's because you want me to pass the drain. Jiang Yan rolled up his sleeves and went to the bathroom sink. He turned on the faucet to drain the water, and found that the drainage of the sink was indeed not smooth. and the water level in the ceramic basin kept increasing. Jiang Yan had encountered this situation before, so he knew what was going on. Turn off the water. Wait until the water in the ceramic basin slowly drained. Open the cabinet door under the sink. Find the interface position of the drain. Unscrew it with force. Take it out. Clean out all the dirt inside, and then reinstall it back into its original position. Then open the faucet. The water flow really much faster. The problem is perfectly solved. Su Half-Summer watched in awe. Wow! You are awesome! Su Hanxia clapped her hands and praised. Just now also just a haphazard excuse. Did not think that Jiang Yan would really solve it. This problem in their bathroom. It wasn't for a day or two. Only it was just slow drainage. It wasn't completely unusable. So they didn't look for someone to fix it. They didn't expect it to be solved perfectly by Jiang Yan. All kinds of toiletries contain oils and fats. Plus your girl's hair naturally falls out. Long hair plus sticky oils and fats. It's easy to cause clogging. Just open it at regular intervals and clean it out. I've learned another hand. Jiang Yan, how are you so good? Not only do you have face and money, your life skills are also so good. I really admire you. Really? Are you going to use this to admire me? Su Hanxia was unsure and didn't know what was going on until Jiang Yan pointed to a flash of pink color showing in his pocket. Chapter 85, Nanomedical Robot. Su Hanxia followed the direction of Jiang Yan's finger. Her face immediately turned red. It turned out to be that the pink underwear had just been revealed from the pocket. Su Hanxia was so ashamed that she was about to run away on the spot, but was yanked back by Jiang Yan. I was supposed to have an appointment, but you made me fix the drain pipe and use this to lure me. What do you think I should punish you for? Jiang Yan's scorching breath radiated in Su Hanxia's ears. She only felt her ears itch. Her body was soft, and she didn't have an ounce of strength. I didn't. This underwear is not mine, Su Hanxia whispered. What do I care if it's yours? You said, hang up the phone for me. What do you mean? Jiang Yan pressed the question step by step. I just want you to help fix the sink. Really? So innocent. Why don't I believe it? Su Hanxia lowered her small head and whispered. It's that simple. But I don't just want to fix the drain of the sink. I also want to fix you. All adults. Even if Su Hanxia was still a yellow flower virgin, she understood the meaning beyond Jiang Yan's words. Ah, don't say that. It really shames me. Su Hanxia wanted to run but had no strength in her body, probably because she subconsciously didn't resist. She didn't want Jiang Yan to go to that scenic Zhang class president. Even if Jiang Yan said dirty talk, Su Half-Xia still did not get angry. There is just a girl's shyness. Jiang Yan took off Su Half-Xia's old-fashioned black-framed glasses, revealing her beautiful eyes. Such pretty eyes. Why do you wear such ugly glasses every day? Su Half-Summer's big almond eyes are bright and clear, like a clear spring. Her long eyelashes flicker and flicker, and Jiang Yan is mesmerized by it. Half-Summer. Su Hanxia returned in a daze. Be my woman, right? Su Hanxia did not answer, just buried her head in Jiang Yan's embrace, where Jiang Yan did not know. This is the shyness of the girl's family. Embarrassed to answer directly. If you think it is a refusal, then it is really the world's greatest fool. Jiang Yan looked at the tantalizing Su Half-Summer. The heart of the heat can no longer hold back. A bite on the pink and transparent earlobe. Su Half-Xia let out a soft hum. Instantly lost all resistance. Don't be here. Go to my house. Su Half-Xia used the only strength she had left to say these words. Jiang Yan held Su Half-Xia in his arms and walked towards the bedroom. At this time, Su Half-Summer is dripping with fragrant sweat. Fat sweater, like a broken seal, revealing a small waist that can't be held. Warm and soft like jade. It is really the best enjoyment in the world. This niece so good body. Every day this are wearing what Just as they entered the bedroom, the security door of the living room suddenly opened. Climbing the 6th floor on a hot day. It's exhausting. Half-Summer sister. Quickly bring me a bottle of Coke. Qian Bauer fanned her fleshy little face with both hands, spitting out her little tongue and breathing heavily. Time suddenly froze. Qian Bauer looked at the two people with ambiguous postures in the living room, wide-eyed. Qian Bauer exclaimed. You guys? What are you doing? Hearing Qian Bauer's words, Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia reacted as if they were waking up from a dream. Su Hanxia hurriedly jumped out of Jiang Yan's arms and organized her attire. Bauer, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything. This is a little bit of the meaning of this place is not Silver 302. We are talking about love in the open. Is it necessary to explain so much? Jiang Yan could not help but cough twice. Qian Bauer angrily said, still have not done anything. My eyes blind. Su Hanxia knew she was in the wrong. Who made herself so easily captured by Jiang Yan? It's just that our wash basin is broken. I asked Jiang Yan to come and help us fix it. Repairing and repairing, just repairing to the body. Right. If I come back a few minutes later, I may not see what kind of hot ice picture. Su Hanxia was greatly ashamed. This girl is really mouthy. Now that Jiang Yan is beside her, she still said such bold words. It's really excessive. Looks like I appeared at a bad time. You guys are busy. I'll wait outside for a while. Call me when I'm done. Cough cough. What are you talking nonsense about? Su Hafxia's red little face was bashful. After finishing Su Hafxia, Chen Bauer changed her target of attack to Jiang Yan. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Although you're very handsome, you need to have some control. Cough. Cough. Can't help it. Can't help it. Mr. Jiang. Last time I didn't let you come in. It wasn't my intention. Half-Summer's sister, she placed her underwear everywhere on the sofa. She was embarrassed. Chen Bauer said to Jiang Yan. Oh, it's okay. Su Hanxia, in a state of confusion. It was clearly Chen Bauer who messed things up in the first place, and now she's putting the on her own head? Jiang Yan heard the meaning of the words. This was chucking people out. At this time, Chen Bauer's eye swept across the ground and suddenly found a small piece of pink fabric. Her face changed greatly. This was something that Su Half-Summer had unintentionally dropped out of her pocket when Jiang Yan and Su Half-Summer couldn't help themselves. Sister Half-Summer, I know that you've been alone for many years and are very lonely, but you also need to pay attention. But you can't take my underwear as a booster. Ahem. Now even Jiang Yan's thick skin couldn't hold up. He didn't expect that underwear to be Chen Bauer's. Su Half-Summer heard Chen Bauer's words, hurriedly picked up the underwear on the ground, panicked to explain, no. What you think? Not what? The evidence I have found. Still sophistry. Su Hanxia pouted her small mouth and said with a puff of anger. Su Hanxia now jumped into the Yellow River, but also cannot wash. Moreover, Jiang Yan is present. Some things are not good to say. Only 36 plans to go for the best. She turned her head to Jiang Yan and said, Jiang Yan, don't you have something else? Ah, there is something. Jiang Yan also felt awkward staying, and also followed Su Hanxia's words back. Quickly go. A moment later time will be too late. Su Half-Summer pushed Jiang Yan to the door. Bauer, I'm going to send Jiang Yan. I'll come back and explain to you later. I'd like to see how you'll explain. Chen Bauer's anger had not subsided. Su Hanxia couldn't care about pacifying. She wanted to send Jiang Yan away first before saying anything. Wait. Last time Jiang Yan didn't see Chen Bauer's attributes. This time, she couldn't forget what she said. Jiang Yan snorted. Miss Chen. I'm leaving. Oh. Humph. This was hating Jiang Yan as well. Jiang Yan took the opportunity to use his probing skill. Name, Chen Bauer. Age, 20. Height, 158. Face value, 86. Heterosexuality, 0. Density, 30. Remarks, child face giant that what little lowly. Man's heart good. Are you sure you don't want to? Bound to get a nanomedical robot. Jiang Yan saw the reward. Heart very shocked. So powerful? Jiang Yan couldn't believe it. I'm afraid this is the best reward he's ever seen. What an attractive reward. Jiang Yan did not want to go, but could not find an excuse to stay. After all, the current situation is very embarrassing. In his heart, he can only comfort himself. The next day is long. Another day, cabbage planted in the ground, and will not run. There is no hurry. Chapter 86 Super Sea Dog Pills. Unit downstairs. Jiang Yan thought of the scene just now and couldn't help but smile. It is really amazing. Su Half-Xia will be fierce by a little lowly cannot speak. It is too funny. Su Half-Xia looked at Jiang Yan who was laughing and couldn't straighten his back, and snapped. It's not all your fault. It's all because of you. The big bad guy. You hurry up and leave. I still have to go up and explain to Chen Bauer. Jiang Yan pretended to be sad. Are you trying to drive me away? Hey, I'll go. The class president lady just called me again. The sewer in her house is so clogged that it's going to fill up with water. I happen to have been there to see if it could be cleared. When Su Hanxia heard that, how come she wants to go to Zhang Mengyao's place again? She is not confident to compare to Zhang Mengyao right now. She is afraid that Jiang Yan will fall into the enemy's trap as soon as she goes there. You dare! Su Hanxia's silver teeth clenched hard, angrily rebuking Jiang Yan. Tears were swirling in her eyes and were about to flow down. As soon as Jiang Yan saw Su Hanxia's appearance, he immediately knew that the joke had gone too far. Teasing you. In my heart, you are a goddess who has thrown off Zhang Mengyao by 18 streets. How could I throw away the watermelon and pick up the sesame? Really? Su Hanxia asked with a sob. Of course. Jiang Yan said solemnly, hated to hit himself 2 mouths. This broken mouth is cheap. Old tease others girls do what? Then you are not allowed to go. Su Hanxia looked at Jiang Yan with supplicating eyes. This is the first man who makes his heart flutter. She doesn't want to lose Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Su Hafa's serious eyes. Know that he does not come a little hard. I am afraid that is not round the past. Jiang Yan finger pointed to the sky solemnly said, I Jiang Yan swear. If I go to find Zhang Mengyao words, the sky hit 5 thunderbolts. Shall not. The following words, without saying them, were covered by Su Half-Summer. Stop it. I believe you. Jiang Yan scraped Su Half-Xia's small nose. What a cute little ninny. Just came out in a hurry. Su Hanxia did not bring glasses. Looking at the beauty's beautiful big eyes, Jiang Yan had a whim. Caressing the white face, his fingers inadvertently lifted the forehead's thick bangs. Well, there is still a seal here. A true beauty does not need bangs to modify the shape of her face. Obviously Su Half-Summer is that kind of beauty. Su Half-Summer who revealed her forehead. Obviously her temperament had changed greatly. Her forehead was white and glossy, full and round. Under the sunlight, her forehead and the contour of her face formed a perfect curve. Like Venus, the god of beauty in Greek mythology. A beauty that does not exist on earth. Jiang Yan stared blankly, even forgetting to breathe. What for? The whole thing makes me weirdly embarrassed. Su Hanxia was embarrassed by the look and knocked off Jiang Yan. You know what, Su Half-Summer? You are really beautiful. Jiang Yan sends his most heartfelt compliments. Why do you keep disguising yourself? You are obviously so beautiful. Su Half-Summer was silent for a while, and told her past story of being scared by a delinquent teenager. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a wave of love and compassion rise in his heart when he heard Su Hanxia recount it. At that time, that girl must have been very scared and helpless, right? Jiang Yan wrapped Su Half-Xia tightly into his arms. Su Hanxia was silent for a while. Things had already passed for years. She didn't know how to face her past self. It was just that after so many years, she had gotten used to the disguise. Su Hanxia. Su Hanxia subconsciously returned. In the future, I will protect you. You won't receive any more harm. Jiang Yan made a promise, which he rarely did, because Jiang Yan felt that people are fickle. The you of 1 second, and the you of the next second, might not be the same person, not to mention the fact that to keep a promise that remains unchanged for decades, Jiang Yan asked himself that it is hard to do. However, when he heard about Su Half-Summer, he uttered his promise, and vowed to fulfill it as long as he lives. Aha! Su Half-Summer happily leaned in Jiang Yan's embrace. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was so warm, cozy, and gave a strong sense of security, as if even the biggest storms were fearless. Ding! The bound object has reached 80 intimacy. Obtaining 1 super sea dog pill. After taking it, you can obtain 1/3 of the kidney power of a sea dog, strengthening the kidney and body. Dragon essence. The host's career as a sea king will be unhindered and unstoppable. Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. Was this thing so magical? He knew about the sea dog pill. It was mentioned in the chat screenshot of a certain big star. But Jiang Yan believed that the one he had was definitely not as magical as this one that was rewarded. The sea dog is a magical existence that can continuously fight for 45 days without eating or drinking, up to 30 times a day. The title Kidney King Sea King. Is the animal world deservedly the strongest king? This reward is awesome. Jiang Yan loved it. Let's go. Go out and play together? Where to go? Su Hanxia struggled to get out of Jiang Yan's warm embrace. To the mall, to help you get a makeover. My goddess. How can I let a tiny Zhang Mengyao compare? But, I still have to go up and explain to Bauer. It's not too late to explain when you come back. Su Hanxia's gentle nature originally did not know how to reject others. Now Jiang Yan is so overbearing. It is even more obedient to give in. Let Jiang Yan pull. Went up to the McLaren P1. Qian Bauer in the upstairs waiting left and right. Just cannot wait for Su half up. Good you Su Half-Summer. You are not finished. Really a man who has never seen a bumpkin. Qian Bauer couldn't stand it anymore. He came to the balcony window and looked down. The room they rented was a block of flats facing the street, so the view was wide and it was easy to see what was going on downstairs. Qian Bauer looked east and west, and in a short while she found the location of the 2 Su Half-Summers, and was about to shout a few words when she saw that they had been walking outward. Good really have a boyfriend. Forget about girlfriends, I'm here waiting for you to explain, but you ran away with someone. Suddenly she saw, Su Half-Xia got into a very racy sports car. Although Qian Bauer doesn't know much about sports cars, but this shape, without a few million, absolutely can't take it. Jiang Yan, so rich? Qian Bauer looked at the figure of the two getting into the car, and even forgot the reason for her anger. Inside an upscale apartment, Zhang Mengyao was wearing a semi-transparent gauze dress, lying on her back on the sofa in the living room. She only wore a wide white body t-shirt. Her snow-white canyon trembled more than a little because of her anger. The white body shirt only managed to cover her buttocks. There was nothing on her lower body. Her slender white thighs were visible, vacuum-packed, causing infinite reverie. It was a pity that this was her home and there was no opposite sex. Otherwise she would not have immediately raised her flag and surrendered. To dare to give my phone number. It really pisses me off. Zhang Mengyao bit her red lips. her snow-white thighs swaying back and forth in the air in anger. Zhang Mengyao, who did not die, continued to send several messages to Jiang Yan, but unfortunately, after a long time passed, there was still no news. Good you Su Hanxia, you have two skills. I wanted to play fair with you. You even played dirty for me. Chapter 87, The Reformation begins. Jiang Yan was ready to give Su half-summer glasses first, but he didn't know where there was a good eyeglass store. In the past, he was indecisive and asked Dunyang, but now he has no idea and looks for Jella. Searched for a high-end store and went straight there. Entered the store. Jiang Yan said to the boss, give her a pair of contact lenses. The best. The store owner appeared to have a big customer and immediately enthusiastically marketed them. Thank you sir for visiting our store. Contact lenses. Do you choose the daily or monthly ones? What do you mean? Jiang Yan really didn't understand this. Not waiting for the boss to open his mouth, Su Hanxia explained to Jiang Yan, this is the usage period of the contact lenses. Daily disposable means it can only be used for 1 day. Monthly disposable means 1 month. I have actually learned about contact lenses, Su Half-Summer said with embarrassment. Anyone has a heart that loves beauty. The previous Su Half-Ha didn't have the courage to walk out, and now that she met Jiang Yan, she has the courage to walk out. A woman's beauty is a man's biggest face. If Su Half-Summer is still as rustic as before, it will definitely make Jiang Yan lose face. She must make a change. A woman is a woman who pleases herself. The next very smooth. Not only contact lenses, Jiang Yan also specially in the counter to find a pair of eyeglass frames. To Su Half-Summer put on try. Then the original old and earthy black frame glasses. Much more beautiful. Jiang Yan can only sigh. Su Half-Summer pick ugly objects. Really invincible. Out of the eyeglasses store, Jiang Yan saw a watch store. Luxurious and atmospheric decoration. So that as soon as people see it, they want to go shopping. Go and shop. Su Hanxia sniffed. The watches here are very expensive. Should we go? Expensive? I can't see it if it's not expensive. Is it because you are afraid that your man can't afford the price? Jiang Yan laughed. That's not true. It's just that I've never been here before. Su Hanxia was a simple white-collar class, so to ask her to go to this kind of high-end store, subconsciously, she was a bit cautious and weak. Then you have to get used to it. Being my woman, you have to come often in the future. Jiang Yan pinched Su Hanxia's cute nose and said dotingly, N. Su Half-Xia whispered. Walking into the store, immediately a staff member came over to greet them. Hello, welcome, may I ask what kind of watch you need? Jiang Yan faintly waved his hand. Let's take a look first. Then you look first. Greet me if you need. The attendant was polite and did not appear to look down on people. Thinking about it, people in this world are very busy. They all have time to taunt others. If they have to taunt everyone they see, will they still have time to eat? The glass case is full of watches of great artistic beauty. The practicality of wristwatches in modern society is not high. More as a kind of jewelry, a kind of identity role. To put it plainly is used to pretend to be X. Jiang Yan scanned around, looking at the wristwatches. Jiang Yan swept a circle, looked at Su Hanxia and asked, like that one? I'll send you one. Here in the watch is very expensive. Let's go elsewhere. Jiang Yan said mildly, what's expensive? In here and go outside. For me there is no difference. Besides, send you the first gift. Too cheap is not good. In case of bad, not a pity. But, I won't choose. Su Hanxia was persuaded by Jiang Yan's words, but her aesthetic choice is really invincible. Picking the beautiful may not be possible. Picking the ugly is invincible. Then I'll choose for you. Jiang Yan casually pointed to a separate glass cabinet. Inside was a diamond-encrusted women's watch. Sir, you really have a good eye. This is the most well-known Jaeger-LeCoultre dating moon phase watch in our store. The rose gold dial is inlaid with 36 diamonds, symbolizing this gentleman's love for you, shining forever. Seeing Jiang Yan's movement, the sales immediately came over with a flurry of introductions. Jiang Yan ignored it and said to Su Hanxia, try it on? Aha! The sales immediately understood and took out the wristwatch, carefully putting it on Su Hanxia. Jiang Yan took a look. On the white and glorious white wrist, the rose gold dial, glittering, a very beautiful picture. Jiang Yan turned to the clerk and said, this is it, issue the invoice. The clerk, don't even ask the price, just take it? She's been working in this store for a year now, and she's never met such a capricious hoi polloi. It's really shocking. Jiang Yan looked at the dumbfounded clerk and asked, what's wrong? Don't you want to buy this watch? Sell. Sell of course. Sir, this watch is priced at 220,000. May I ask if you are paying cash or transferring money? The clerk humbly inquired. Transfer. Su Hanxia immediately wanted to take it off as soon as she heard that it would cost more than $200,000. Jiang Yan, this is too expensive. I can't have it. What can't you have? Even if it's expensive, it's still something people use. Besides it suits you. Jiang Yan said gently. This is too valuable. What if I can lose it? Su Half-Summer was hesitant and didn't know what to say. What's the big deal if you lose it? I'll buy you another one. It's a mass-produced thing anyway. It's not rare. Jiang Yan said indifferently. The salesman was afraid that this big order would be cancelled, and persuaded, lady, look at how well this watch matches your wrist. Jaeger LeCoultre is a big brand, and after-sales service is more guaranteed. Boyfriend gift. Of course, to cherish, if change a few $100s of goods, not much time will be bad. Is not it tainted this gentleman's love for you? Professional is not the same. The clerk of this small mouth. Blah 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 say non-stop. Directly to the Su Half-Summer fooled confused. Su Half-Summer confused on the promise. Jiang Yin pay the bill. Invoice. Go away. Su Hanxia dizzy out of the store. She looked at the wristwatch. The sun shines on the dial. Not spirit. Not spirit. It is very beautiful. Jiang Yan looked at the girl bathed in sunlight. Her skin exudes a glistening light. The sunlight spread on her face, outlining the delicate facial contours. The beauty of the ugly duckling has been initially revealed. Just the thick bangs on the forehead are also too obstructive. Must lift the second seal on Su Half-Summer's body. Finding a high-grade barber store, he went straight in. Hello guest, what kind of help do you need? Teacher Tony went up and asked. Jiang Yan pointed at Su Hanxia and said, help her with her styling. The most important thing is to get rid of her thick bangs. Okay, guess this way please. Teacher Tony gestured for Su Half-Xia to take a seat. Su Hanxia was a little apprehensive in her heart. She hadn't changed her look for a long time. She didn't know if it would look good after she was done. What if it was very ugly and Jiang Yan didn't like it? But now, Su Hanxia could only sit up with a hard head. While waiting, Jiang Yan was bored of brushing the video, and suddenly realized that there were so many unreceived messages in his cell phone, which were sent by Zhang Mengyao. Jiang Yan, why did you hang up on me? Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Jiang Xiao, we were classmates for a while. Why are you treating me like this? I just want to chat with you. You even ignored me. It's too hurtful to people's heart. Jiang Yan saw so many messages, couldn't help but reply one. Send so many. Are you annoyed? Chapter 88, behind you followed a small tale. Zhang Mengyao thought, at this time, Jiang Yan is probably having a good time with Su Hanxia, so he definitely doesn't have time to pay attention to her. She didn't understand why Jiang Yan's attitude towards her and Su Hanxia was so different from her, since she wasn't as good as Su Hanxia's small earth girl. Ding, ding, a message came back. Zhang Mengyao hurriedly checked. Once you see the good, angry Zhang Mengyao teeth ache. Yourself such a big beauty. Rushed to the door. You even this attitude? Really angry. Who let himself as the upwardly mobile it? Since ancient times have known that the active party always not be cherished. Zhang Mengyao early psychological preparation. She tried to regulate her mindset. Jiang Yan, I'm sorry. I just want to know more about you. The way you taught Lu Yuntao a lesson. It was so cool. Jiang Yan was a man who ate softness but not hardness. When he met a gentle girl, he was still very good at talking. It's nothing. I just can't stand to see him bullying an old man. Hearing Jiang Yan's tone eased a lot. Zhang Mengyao's tense nerves finally relaxed. She was afraid that Jiang Yan ignored him. Yeah, I didn't expect Lu Yuntao to be such a person. It's really too bad. Where's Hanxia? She was the one who hung up on me just now, right? Jiang Xiao's charm is amazing. Half-Summer so simple girl are tricked by you. Where's the haircut? I happen to be idle, so I'll accompany you to chat for a while. Jiang Yan casually took his cell phone and snapped a picture of Su Half-Summer getting a haircut. Hearing Jiang Yan's answer, Zhang Mengyao was depressed to death in her heart. So I'm your spare tire. She has never been a spare tire. She has never been a spare tire. It's a great shame, but in order to sit in a multi-million-dollar sports car, she endured it, thinking about how to find a topic, and Jiang Yan chat, but suddenly received Jiang Yan's photo. Open a look. Really is in the barber store. Jiang Yan did not lie. Wait. Zhang Mengyao suddenly saw that Su Hanxia was wearing a watch on her wrist, knowing that a few hours ago, she didn't have it on her hand. Now she suddenly has it. The photo taken by remote leader was awesome. Zhang Mengyao downloaded the original picture and enlarged it 10 times. The details were still clear. Rose gold dial, inlaid with a circle of diamonds. Not spirit, not spirit. Flash Zhang Mengyao heart of the acid water surging. As a white-collar worker in the front line of fashion, of course she recognized this brand. Expensive as hell. Not something she could afford to consume at this level. Zhang Mengyao immediately took a screenshot and looked up the exact price online. Oh by karma. 280,000. Zhang Mengyao was going crazy. Su a ugly duckling, how can she have such an expensive watch? Jiang Xiao, the watch on Half-Xia's wrist. Did you just buy it? Zhang Mengyao asked nervously. She wanted to confirm it. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan didn't have time to pay attention to her anymore. Su Half-Summer, who gradually revealed her divine face, completely attracted his attention. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Jiang Yan's reply, Zhang Mengyao was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Since people do not reply, must be busy, maybe in Su Half-Summer in the honey. At this time, if they call over, absolutely no good fruit to eat, maybe will provoke Jiang Yan. However, if she doesn't call, her heart is itching to know whether Jiang Yan bought the watch or not. In fact, Zhang Mengyao knew in her heart, is absolutely Jiang Yan bought, only he has the strength. Su Half-Summer cannot have that financial strength, but she just do not want to admit. She begged for something that cannot be easily by Su Half-Summer got. Suddenly, she had a strong urge to meet Jiang Yan. She couldn't miss out on such a magnificent godly man. Zhang Mengyao couldn't help but stroke her delicate face, murmuring, such a beautiful face, how come it's so uncontested? It can't even compete with a little dirt chick. No, can't give up. I have to take the initiative. Jiang Yan here. Su Hanxia completed her makeover. The thick bangs were moved to the sides of her forehead, revealing a bare and white forehead. Her face value and temperament immediately increased several times. Teacher Tony exclaimed, "This young lady, can I take your picture and use it as a model for my store? For this hairstyle makeover, I won't charge a penny, and I will give you another modeling fee. What do you think?" Su Hanxia was embarrassed by the compliment. After so many years, it was the first time a stranger said she was beautiful. Jiang Yan directly refused. No need. Check out. Such a beautiful person. Of course it's to be appreciated by themselves. Walking on the street and letting them take a look is already their third life's fortune, but also want to keep looking. Don't even think about it. Mr. Tony regretfully said, "That's a real pity. Miss Su is the girl with the best bottom I've met. I really want to work with you." Su Half-Summer would like to work with the boss, but her man wouldn't let her. She had no choice. Who let herself be a submissive woman? The guest was unwilling. Mr. Tony had no choice but to sigh repeatedly. Jiang Yan scrutinized Su Hanxia's whole body up and down. Not bad. It's just that the clothes are too ugly, covering up a lot of the glory. Teacher Tony agreed. Miss Su's clothes. It's too much to cover up her figure. If you change it, it's definitely an existence that kills most celebrities. How much? Jiang Yan asked. Thanks for your patronage. $180. Half price discount. Miss Su really don't consider in cooperation? I can offer $3,000. As long as you put the photos in the store and exhibit them, it won't be used for other commercial purposes. Mr. Tony, still undeterred, made a last-ditch effort. $3,000 ah. Su Half-Summer was a little heartbroken. Go. Jiang Yan directly paid the bill of $360, pulling Su Hanxia out of the store. $3,000? And you sold yourself? Jiang Yan couldn't help but knock Su Hanxia on the head. Goo. $3,000 is good. I have 2 months of rent. Su Half-Summer rubbed her head and said, I don't care. In any case, I don't like my woman's photo. Put it in the store for people to visit. Your man is not that bad. Jiang Yan directly transfers $200,000 to Su Hanxia. Su Hanxia took a look at the transfer in her cell phone. Her heart was sweet. He was caring about himself. That's why he was so nervous. Right? Let's go. Jiang Yan pulls up Su Hanxia's soft little hand. Where to go ah? Su Hanxia asked in confusion. Of course, to buy clothes for you ah. Your body is too earthy. Jiang Yan pinched the beauty's small yao nose. Su Hanxia from has gradually adapted to Jiang Yan's arrangement. Let do what? Do what? The two of them went straight to the clothing mall, but they didn't notice a small tail quietly following behind them. Zhang Mengyao finally found Jiang Yan's location through online comparison. With a sun hat on her head and a big sunglasses, she was right outside the barber store, staring at Jiang Yan and the two of them. When she saw Jiang Yan and the others come out, she hurriedly followed them. When she just saw Su Hanxia who came out, Zhang Mengyao was also shocked. Is this still that ugly duckling? This is not a person at all. If not for the facial contour, Zhang Mengyao even suspected that in just a few hours, Su Half-Xia had gone for plastic surgery. How did she change so much? No wonder Jiang Yan on Su Half-Summer so favor. The original this girl. So beautiful. So she thought Jiang Yan's aesthetic is not normal? Originally also thought of whether to go to dress earthsome to attract Jiang Yan's interest. Now it seems that Jiang Yan's eyes than anyone else to be poisonous. Along the way, the picture of Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia talking and laughing made Zhang Mengyao's heart ache. And when she saw the watch on Su Hanxia's wrist, her heart ached even more. Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia stopped in front of a clothing store and walked in. When they went in, Zhang Mengyao followed them and looked up at the door sign. Chanel. Chapter 89, Successfully Breaking Up a Pair. The Chanel sales saw a customer come to the door and took a closer look. The female customer was not bad looking, but the dress was shabby, rustic, and at a glance, It was clear that it was not a customer that they served at Chanel. Her eyes turned to the male guests. Immediately changed face. As a sales, she is familiar with all the luxury brands on the market. Jiang Yan on the Paris family. The same cannot escape her poisonous eyes. In this case, at a glance, we know that it is a tycoon with a commoner woman over to see the world. It must be a big customer. The saleswoman hurriedly and enthusiastically greeted her. Esteemed guest, welcome to Chanel. I'm waitress Xiaoguo. Happy to serve you. May I ask, do you have a clear goal? Half summer. What style do you like? Give the sales a word, Jiang Yan said. Su Hafxia looked at the room full of gorgeous clothes, and was too formal to know what to say. I don't know. Okay, ma'am, may I ask what is your name? Su Hanxia. Okay, Ms. Su. Since you don't have a clear goal, I'll show you around our Chanel. What do you think? Good, Su Hanxia said. The sales said as she walked. This side is our new summer clothes. This side is the European and American style. The female sales enthusiastic introduction. Su half summer in the clothes back and forth to check. Or selection difficulties. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan said, waiter, bring over all the clothes in the store that are suitable for this beauty, and give her a try. The saleswoman was stunned, but still nodded her head in agreement and said, yes sir. After saying that, the sales took a piece and handed it to Su Hanxia. This is the best long dress we sell in the store in summer. Guest, you try it first. Su Hanxia took it and gave Jiang Yan a pinched look. Go ahead, try it on and see if it fits, Jiang Yan said. Oh, not a moment later, Su Hanxia changed and came out. Sure enough, it was beautiful. Compared to her original fat and wide bodysuit, this one was really too beautiful. When she turned around, her skirt fluttered, like an elf fairy that fell to the mortal world. This one stays, Jiang Yan commented. The saleswoman smiled with joy and took another piece. Stay. The salesman who was responsible for taking the clothes was simply going crazy with joy. This was the tycoon who came over to engage in wholesale without a moment's effort. Next to Jiang Yan's seat, big bags of clothes have been piled into a small mountain. Su Hanxia once again came out from the dressing room, saw the piles of clothes on the seat, quietly came to Jiang Yan's side and said, too much, don't buy it. She was shocked by Jiang Yan's crazy shopping style. This family just bought so much. It's already almost impossible to take. Su Hanxia said, so rustic? Buying like this? That girl can't handle it? At least I can't. What's the difference between this and that? Jiang Yan picked Su Hanxia's delicate chin, his eyes full of doting. I'm going to spoil you into the most beautiful girl in the world. Ding! Su Hafxia's intimacy +1. Su Hafxia's intimacy +1. Jiang Yan's mouth lifted into a smile. Money is really a good thing. A girl cannot love money, but you cannot be without money, because every moment that touches a girl needs money. Changing his store to continue shopping. Finally, after buying a Dior lipstick, Su Hanxia finally couldn't top it. Jiang Yan, can't buy anymore, can't hold it, my hands are sore. The first store bought too many things. This only changed to the second store. Su Hafxia can't stand it. Dior counter lady heard Su Hafxia's complaint, took a look at the two people's hands, big bags of luxury bags. Chanel's logo is too eye-catching. She smiled and said, beauty, we have a bag collection service here. Please feel free to buy. Su Hanxia froze. There is even this kind of service. Really, money in place. Everything will be solved for you. But on her face she still politely refused. No need. Things are good enough. Not the more the better. Okay. The counter lady regretfully returned. Only hate why she here is their second stop. Why not the first stop? The richness of the broken sky. She did not catch walking out of the store. Jiang Yan also felt almost done. Can't find a bag carrier every time you go shopping. It's too high profile. Jiang Yan looked at Su Hafsummer said, still buy or not buy? Su Hafsummer quickly said, do not buy. Do not buy. So much I hold all tired. Let's find a place. Take a break? Zhang Mengyao, who was at the corner, was furious in her heart when she heard Su Hanxia's Versailles. Really in the blessed not know the blessing Old lady want not yet have it. Perhaps the acidic water that flooded the room was so strong that Jiang Yan smelled it. And if anything, he glanced at the place at the corner behind Su Hafsummer. Jiang Yan, what are you looking at? Su Hafsummer well followed the direction of Jiang Yan's eyes, curiously glanced at it. Nothing, it's just that I seem to see a small wild cat, Jiang Yan said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Yan's answer, Su Hanxia didn't care. There are many wild cats in the city. It has long been seen. Well, I know. I see that there is a Starbucks in front. Let's go where to take a rest. This time I'll treat you. Su Hanxia smiled like a flower. Her beauty stunned the passers-by of Zhou, and also stunned Zhang Mengyao who peeped. Good, Jiang Yan laughed. Inside the Starbucks store, Su Hanxia carried 2 cups of coffee and came to the front in front of Jiang Yan. You bought me so many things, yet I can only treat you to a cup of coffee. You won't mind, Su Hanxia said in a bad mood. Silly girl, how can I dislike it? Jiang Yan smiled and touched Su Hanxia's head. Where are you looking? A young woman in the neighboring seat grabbed her boyfriend's ear. Ouch! Pain! Pain! The man screamed miserably and everyone around him looked over. Is it good looking? Not good looking. Where is my mother beautiful? The man complimented and ingratiated himself, admitting his mistake with a good attitude. But the woman was still angry. You just look at the beauty of other girls, but you don't look at the way they are dressed. What they are wearing is the latest Chanel this summer, and their male companion is also covered in big-name luxury goods. This kind of woman is not your kind of beggar. You can think of, there is a girlfriend like my mother. You just sneak happy, but also dare to think of other women. We are finished. Break up. The woman said more and more angry, and finally slammed the table. Coffee also do not drink. Go. Hey, Shan. I'm really wrong. Don't be angry. The man's regret was too late. He couldn't wait to slap himself. He rushed to catch up. His girlfriend was the one he had chased for a long time, and it was hard for him to just get his hands on her, so he couldn't break it off. Well, Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia did nothing to successfully break up a couple. Chapter 90, Flag fluttering in the wind. Can't blame the man for being mesmerized. It's really because the current Su half-summer is just too beautiful. Black bow short sleeves, a small black skirt underneath, long white slender legs with a pair of white sneakers, pure with a hint of sexiness. That man just now is not an exception. If anything around the eyes has not been broken. Starbucks store, a remote corner. This girl, her bottom is surprisingly so good. I was fooled by her before. Zhang Mengyao looked at Su Hanxia with a jealous face. In her heart, she had to admit that at this moment, Su Hanxia was a few points better than her. Jiang Yan, this guy's vision was really poisonous. So many people in the whole class were cheated. But he saw it. She is now a little inferiority complex. Originally planned to pretend to meet by chance, and then beautiful debut, crushed Su half-summer, so that this earth girl ashamed of themselves, their own sense to leave, but now simply cannot compare. What can be done? Zhang Mengyao didn't want to give up. Such a quality man, where to find again? Jiang Yan seemed to have discovered something. He said to Su Hanxia, I'm going to the restroom, please wait a moment. Aha, Su Hanxia obediently agreed. Jiang Yan got up and left his seat. Zhang Mengyao saw the scene and immediately followed. Come out. I see that you've been following for a long time, and you don't mind being tired. Jiang Yan stood on the corridor to the bathroom and said in the direction he came from. Zhang Mengyao stuck to the wall, jamming Jiang Yan's field of vision, but Jiang Yan had already sensed her hiding place. Knowing that she had been discovered, Zhang Mengyao stopped hiding and walked out. When Jiang Yan saw Zhang Mengyao, he was not surprised at all. He just said lightly, Zhang Debanshan, what are you doing? You are not a white-collar worker, but a secret agent now? Zhang Mengyao heard Jiang Yan's derision and said angrily, you are the secret agent. I just came to the mall to stroll around and see what good-looking clothes there are. Jiang Yan let out a light laugh, so coincidental. Strolling and following me to the toilet? Zhang Mengyao knew that she was seen through by Jiang Yan, so she didn't hide it anymore. Okay, I admit that I followed you. Who made you ignore people? I really want to understand you. Oh yeah? Wanted to get to know me? Aha, people really want to get to know you, but you never gave them a chance. Zhang Mengyao said petulantly. I'll give you a chance now. Come over here. Jiang Yan gave Zhang Mengyao a playful look and walked away. Zhang Mengyao saw the direction Jiang Yan went. There was the men's restroom. Hey, how could she, a big beautiful woman, go inside? But then she thought of Su half-summer, who was dressed in luxury and jewelry, so she clenched her teeth and followed her in. Zhang Mengyao apprehensively followed in. Fortunately, did not see any male comrades. Fortunately, Zhang Mengyao patted her own little white rabbit. Her heart was about to jump out. She had never done such a risky thing in her life. Jiang Yan saw that Zhang Mengyao really followed in. His heart was happy. The charm of this money is big. Lord Class President. What a woman. Ready to pee standing up? Jiang Yan teased. You bad egg. You weren't the one who let me in, and now you're teasing me. Zhang Mengyao's eyes reddened. Beads of tears swirling. Suddenly, there was the sound of chatting. Coming over. The distance was getting closer and closer. Zhang Mengyao was scared and hurriedly pulled Jiang Yan into a small cubicle. Quickly close the door. Zhang Mengyao said eagerly, Class President Sama, you've got a lot of guts. Jiang Yan casually closed the door and looked at Zhang Mengyao teasingly. Zhang Mengyao gave Jiang Yan a blank look with her flavorful face. It's all because of you. The moment Jiang Yan closed the door, the two men who had just chatted also walked in, one fat and one skinny, with a similar fat head and skinny head sense of immediacy. Old Wang, Where are the women? This is the men's restroom, hey, fat man said. Not looking possible, I just clearly saw it. The thin man emphasized that he didn't see it wrong. I think you're crazy for wanting a woman. The fat man started to let off steam and taunted the thin man. Jiang Yan and Zhang Mengyao hid in the narrow place. Their bodies were inevitably in skin-to-skin contact, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread between them. Jiang Yan's heart was in the mood to frivolously lift Zhang Mengyao's small face, although it was not as delicate as Su Hanxia's, but it was still a one-in-a-million beauty. Zhang Mengyao's heart thumped nonstop. At this moment, her eyebrows were full of spring. Her watery face turned into a red apple, with a tantalizing color. She really wanted to let people take a bite. Delivered to the door of the feast, Jiang Yan if not eat, feel all sorry for themselves. Jiang Yan directly is a mouthful of bite down. Moving Zhang Mengyao forgot where this place is, gently hummed out. This sound, although not big, but let the men outside heard. Old Wang, did you hear it? There's a woman's voice, the thin man said. The fat man said back, I heard it too. It can't be true that someone is messing around in the toilet, right? City people really know how to play. Let our village. It's really an eye-opener. The thin man said while squatting on the ground to see if there was a woman's foot appearing in that cubicle. The fat man also bent down to look with a lewd face, but the two searched for half a day and saw nothing. What's going on? How come there's nothing? There was clearly a woman's voice just now. The two lewd men looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. Undeterred, the thin man began to knock on the doors one by one, triggering a series of curses. It seemed that there were quite a few squatting in the pit. Brothers, have you heard a woman's voice? The thin man shouted. In fact, most of the comrades squatting in the pit heard it, but they weren't as lewd as the skinny man. They had to find it out for people. Most of them didn't pay attention to the skinny man's words. Zhang Mengyao was scared by the thin man's voice. Her heart thumped in fear. Jiang Yan also did not expect. We'll meet this kind of idle egg pain lewd man. General people encounter this kind of thing, are pretending not to know. The past is finished, which is like this. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan angrily said, damn, I watch a movie in the toilet. You knock a hammer want, I send you a link sorry, bother. When the thin man heard, it turned out to be watching porn immediately lost interest. Gray slipped away. Zhang Mengyao covered her heart that was about to jump out, and said, blame you. Scared people to death. Jiang Yan heard, looked at the other party's attractive red lips. Bad smile, I was also scared of the pull to raise the flag. Raise the flag? Zhang Mengyao looked at Jiang Yan doubtfully, not understanding what this meant. Let you be a flag raiser. Jiang Yan taught by example. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the high-quality goddess and gaining the reward driving proficiency. Jiang Yan instantly just felt a huge amount of knowledge surging in his mind. What kind of airplanes? Tanks? Yachts? As long as it was man-made machinery, there was nothing Jiang Yan wouldn't be able to drive. The most let Jiang Yan feel surprise is, this driving proficiency contains a wide range, not only mechanical products, and equestrian driving proficiency, no matter what is a big ocean horse, big yellow horse, or big black horse, can be tamed them obediently. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of the previously rewarded Sea Dog Pill. He immediately clicked to use. Sea Dog Pill disappeared from the system interface. At the same time, Jiang Yan only felt infinite energy, surging from the body, the flag fluttering in the wind, vigorously. Super Sea Dog Pill plus Horsemanship Mastery. Jiang Yan really invincible. Chapter 91, Driving Proficiency First Show of Might. Ding, ding. Jiang Yan's cell phone rang. Pulling it out to see that it was Su Hanxia calling. Zhang Mengyao also looked up curiously to see who was calling. Concentrate on your work. How is a trifling boss going to give you a raise? Jiang Yan pressed Zhang Mengyao's head back down again. Zhang Mengyao had no choice but to give Jiang Yan a grudging look and continue to work hard. Hey, baby, what's wrong? Jiang Yan picked up the phone. Why aren't you out yet? People have been waiting for half an hour. Su Hanxia said bitterly. Baby, sorry, ate too much seafood at noon. Diarrhea, it immediately come out. Jiang Yan pacified. Dawdling. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Only then did Su Hanxia finally see Jiang Yan come back. Why are you taking so long? The coffee is cold? Su Hanxia complained when she saw Jiang Yan. Cough cough. At noon, I ate too much abalone and had diarrhea. It seems that I'm allergic to seafood, so I need to abstain from it in the future. Jiang Yan explained. Let's go back. It's dark. I still have to go back to explain to Qian Baoer. Su Hanxia took Jiang Yan's arm. Well, let's go. Suddenly, Su Hanxia's little Yao nose gently sniffed, as if there was a strange smell, a perfume mixed with a fishy odor. What's wrong? Jiang Yan asked. There seems to be a strange perfume odor. Su Hanxia said. I guess it's the smoky fragrance in the toilet. It's stained from staying in there for a long time. Oh, the unpracticed girl didn't think that much and easily let Jiang Yan muddle through. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao looked at the two who walked away. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up with Su Hanxiao's position in Jiang Yan's heart. She couldn't help but sigh a little. Ding, ding. The cell phone received a message. It was from Jiang Yan. Zhang Mengyao curiously clicked on it, and her frustrated mood immediately became happy. Received a transfer from Jiang Yan, 200,000 yuan. Zhang Mengyao's mood immediately became great. Never encountered such a generous man as Jiang Yan. A handout is 200,000 yuan. If it comes a few more times, then she is not going to be the rhythm of $1 million a year. Just don't know if it can be topped. Her own jaw is still sore and aching now. It's really melancholy happiness. Ding, Zhang Mengyao affinity density +5. Jiang Yan, who was driving back, received a prompt from the system. The corners of his mouth raised in a charming smile. Today was another beautiful day. Jiang Yan, who had gained driving proficiency, felt that his driving skills had taken a qualitative leap, as if the car was an extension of his body. Even in the crowded rush hour of off-duty, he was still able to maneuver with ease, overtaking and turning with ease. The feeling of relaxation was like a fish returning to the sea and an eagle striking the sky. A red light appeared ahead. Jiang Yan slowed down and stopped. A Porsche Panamera slowly stopped next to the McLaren. The window of the Panamera rolled down, revealing a young man. Dude, nice car. Let's race. Jiang Yan twisted his head to look. How is another Panamera? This car can be really many. The Porsche owner looked at Jiang Yan's lonely and arrogant appearance, and a fire rose in his heart. He said to the co-driver, the girl is quite able to pretend all do not pay attention to us? Don't you see what kind of car it is? McLaren P1. I've seen this god car for the first time in Shanghai. The car is great. Does not mean that the person is great. How I also known as Shanghai Track Prince. Today I have to let him this god car. Fall face, so that he knows, and then good car, but also human operation. Porsche owner defiantly said. Watch out, the red light is going to be gone. 4, 3, 2, before his words fell, the McLaren next to him let out a fierce beast's roar, like an arrow off the string, catapulted out. Asterisk 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 so fierce, the Porsche owner cursed and immediately tried to start it as well. Wait, there's an old man riding an electric tricycle running a red light. The man in the passenger seat shouted. When the Porsche car heard this, he immediately stepped on the brakes, and the car just started before he stepped on it and stopped it. The owner of the Porsche car, gloating, looked at the McLaren that rushed out and said, this kid chaotic pretentious, really think the road is his home. He was miserable. Tomorrow's news headlines. I have thought wow. Shocked. Shanghai City McLaren first crash. The Porsche owner was laughing happily. On the other side, Su Hanxiao exclaimed, Jiang Yan has a car. Has a car. Got it. Jiang Yan was calm and collected. The sudden appearance of this old man on a tricycle was not in his expectations, but the more critical the situation, the more he could not disorganize himself. The old man in the center of the road, at this moment, found a car coming towards him at breakneck speed. His heart was horrified beyond words. If I had known, I wouldn't have run the red light. If this crashes, with his body bones, it is estimated that he will have to see his old partner tonight. At this moment, Jiang Yan was caught in a dilemma. If he avoids the old man, then his car will certainly hit the road guardrail, will jeopardize his and Su Half-Summer's life safety. If not to avoid, hit the unprotected tricycle boss, then he is estimated to have to ascend to heaven in situ. At the critical moment, Jiang Yan was calm and collected. The car moved with his heart, as if entering the realm of human vehicle unity. The direction was violently hit. The tires and the ground were violently friction. Rolling white smoke. The body directly to a 180-degree drift. The body directly to a turnaround in place. The rear of the car rubbed the old man's tricycle. The distance is only a few centimeters difference. The thrill of the extreme. Jiang Yan reverse driving to a safe area. In situ drift turnaround. Directly speed disappeared in the distance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So powerful? The Porsche owner screamed. This is meeting an expert. Jiang Yan, you're so powerful. You just scared me to death. Su Hanxiao patted her white rabbit and let out a long breath. It's okay, base, do not 6. Jiang Yan said in a faintly pretentious manner. In fact, his heart was also thumping hard. He didn't expect driving proficiency to be so powerful. It was too awesome. He previously was a little bit despised Zhang Mengyao's reward, feeling that it was chicken ribs. After all, he would have been able to drive airplanes and tanks and whatnot. He could not use it. Now finally understand. Driving proficiency, YYDS. It seems that the same people with a driver's license, Technology is also a world of difference. Next, all the way to nothing. Smooth to the Sue Half-Summer rented residential building. By too many things, Sue Half-Summer a person simply cannot take. Can only ask Jiang Yan together upstairs. This is just what Jiang Yan wanted. He also wanted to bind that super cute little loli. Sue Half-Xia opened the door, and saw Qian Bauer with her hands crossed daintily saying, "Good you guys, still know to come back Su Hanxia was embarrassed. Originally wanted to support Jiang Yan, properly explained to Qian Bauer, but did not expect to lead people back again. Qian Bauer then looked at the large bags of luxury goods in their hands. Her heart became even more irritated. There are gifts. There are gifts. Su Hanxia herself felt excessive. Fortunately, when shopping, she still thought about this niece and bought her a small gift. Chapter 92 Original Flavor O. Su Hanxia in a pile of bags, found a small box, took out a small brooch. Chanel's. Qian Bauer didn't look good, but once she looked at it, it became even harder. This is what I carefully selected. Spent $3,000. Like it? Su Hanxia said sincerely. Qian Bauer wanted to cry without tears, sighing that this gift appeared too untimely. If it was usual, she would be ecstatic and very touched. But now, you guys have this big bag, every piece is expensive as hell, but you send me a small brooch. It's really too bullying. Why do I feel that the picture right now is very weird? Jiang Yan held his forehead and sighed. Su Hanxia finally realized what was wrong. She looked at the $40,000 Chanel dress on her body, and the pile of handbags on the ground, each of which was worth a lot of money, all of which were much more expensive than that brooch. It seemed like it was indeed not very authentic. Su Hanxia hurriedly explained, Bauer, I don't have any other meaning. The clothes are all bought by Jiang Yan. Only this brooch. I spent half a month's salary to buy. These clothes are just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Yan, but this brooch was bought with half of my savings. Su Hanxia looked at Qian Bauer sincerely, hoping that she would accept it. Okay, I was joking before. Our bosom friend friendship is harder than iron and stronger than steel. How can I be really angry? Qian Bauer accepted Su Hanxia's sorry gift. I'm not really angry. You can get a boyfriend. I'm happier than you. What I'm angry about is that you didn't even tell me first. Qian Bauer explained. Su Hanxia blushed like a ripe apple. How does this make me tell you in advance? Do you want me to say that I only realized that I have a boyfriend today as well? Su Hanxia was helpless, unable to speak of her bitterness, and could only sigh that Jiang Yan's siege was too fast. It was too late to defend, and the city fell. Suddenly, Qian Bauer's stomach rumbled. Qian Bauer covered her stomach in embarrassment. I waited for you, and I forgot to eat my meal. Seeing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly said, I'll treat you to a seafood dinner, to celebrate your sisterly love. What do you say? Humph. I forgave Sister Half-Summer, but I didn't forgive you. How dare you abduct my best friend? Don't think you're great just because you're rich. I'm telling you, if you fail Sister Hanxia in the future, I'll make you suffer. Qian Bauer suddenly looked solemn, and a mature and sexy imperial voice came out of her mouth. Jiang Yan was instantly surprised. A loli's face, emitting an imperial sister's voice. This sense of contrast was just too strong. Hong Kong Dragon Seafood Restaurant, the most upscale seafood restaurant in Shanghai City. Jiang Yan makes a little addition. Gulp, gulp. A certain loli was frantically gulping. Don't think, a meal of seafood can buy me off. Humph. Qian Bauer turned into her lowly voice again and put her head aside. The kind that has king crab and bourbon. Jiang Yan didn't move and continued to increase his offense. Qian Bauer's eyes darted around. Unless it's 2 meals. Okay, deal. Jiang Yan nodded in acceptance. Teenagers, let's leave immediately. Qian Bauer was the first to open the door and bounced away, seemingly satisfied. This time, the voice was different again. It seemed to be a positive tone. Jiang Yan curiously asked Su Hanxia, is Qian Bauer a voice actor? Sort of. Just joined a training class. Yelling at home every day. Annoying as hell. Su Hanxia glanced at Qian Bauer and secretly said to Jiang Yan, Hey, you too, how dare you talk about your sister behind her back? Want to die? Qian Bauer stretched her voice and let out a domineering imperial voice. Su Hanxia was speechless. She had long gotten used to it, while Jiang Yan was feeling new. I wonder how the imperial sister voice calling her father would be in. He was curious. Jiang Yan's sports car is only a 2-seater. Can't sit 3 people? So they choose to take a taxi. Hong Kong Dragon Seafood. A Shanghai is very famous seafood restaurant. Of course, not only delicious and famous, the price is expensive, is also well known. Luckily, they came early, and there were private rooms. Any later, maybe they could only eat in the hall. A king crab, a bolong, both about 10 pounds. And then, a few more of your store's signature dishes at random. Not a moment later, the waiter took the king crab and the bolognese dragon and walked over. Sir, This is the king crab and bolognese you want. The waiter brought an electronic scale and weighed them in person. Wow. So big. Su Hanxia and Qian Bao marveled. It was the first time they had seen such large seafood. The wait for the food to be served was a bit boring. Qian Bao was clearly a master who couldn't stay idle, and kept chattering non-stop. Wow. I've never eaten such big crabs and lobsters before. I just don't know how it tastes. It's my first time here too, but it should be good. It's so famous after all. Jiang Yan said. It's okay, we still have a second meal. He, Qian Bao said quaintly. You're such a little glutton. You just know how to eat. Su Hanxia index finger pointed toward Qian Bao's forehead, hated the iron and said, what's wrong with eating? Isn't there a saying, only love and food can't live up to it? This is me loving life, Qian Bao defiantly argued. Seeing the cheerful and optimistic Qian Bao, Su Hanxia felt bad. She shouldn't have privately brought Jiang Yan into their rented room. She should have at least greeted him in advance. Bao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought Jiang Yan back. I should have talked to you first. Su Hanxia apologized again. I've said I forgive you. Even if you used my underwear as a prop, I forgive you. Qian Bao said. Ha? Su Hanxia was speechless. Why mention this? Is this forgiven? No, I didn't. Then why did you guys play the game? Why did you bring my underwear? I'm not accountable. Just simply curious. Qian Bao's eyes rolled around, not knowing what the hell she was thinking. No, I didn't. It was clearly you who messily threw it onto the sofa. I was afraid that Jiang Yan would messily look at it and think about it. That's why I put it in my pocket. Who would have thought that it fell out? Su Hanxia desperately defended. Jiang Yan lying down was also shot. He could only sigh helplessly and remain silent. Oh, Qian Bao's reply was perfunctory. Actually, it's okay if you guys use it as a prop. If it's not enough, I still have the original flavor. Oh, put. Jiang Yan had wanted to drink a mouthful of water, but he spat it all out. As long as the seafood dinner, add to 3 meals, it's fine. It's going to be just the level. If it's low, I can't promise. Qian Bao spoke out of turn. You dead girl. What are you talking about? How could I possibly use your stuff? Not in the past, even less in the future. Su Hanxia blushed like a monkey's butt. I don't care. I still have 2 more seafood dinners. No reneging. Qian Bao also huffed and puffed. Su Hanxia slapped her forehead. Where exactly is the focus of your girl's attention? For the sake of eating, is a little modesty also don't want. Chapter 93 Seafood Feast. Su Half-Summer exasperated said, eat, just know to eat. Why don't you just marry Jiang Yan? Anyway, he has money, just can satisfy you. I also think it's good. Just don't know. Sister Half-Summer, are you willing? Qian Bao tilted her head and thought about it, feeling that this suggestion was very good. Su Half-Summer said, I am fine with it. Let's just see if Jiang Yan is willing. Before Jiang Yan could say anything, Qian Bao hurriedly began to sell herself. Brother Jiang, I'm a voice actor. Hey, can be lustful, sweet, pure, cold. Brother Jiang, don't you like it? Kawaii to the bone lowly voice. Makes one's heart tingly. No one can resist, including Jiang Yan. Not to mention his purpose was not pure in the first place. Cough cough. Jiang Yan strategically coughed. This question could not be answered. But the eyes of the 2 beauties stared straight at Jiang Yan, both waiting for him, unable to escape. Jiang Yan cleared his throat and said his true thoughts. Bao is so cute. If I want to say I don't want to, that's definitely a lie. But no, I have a master, so I can only ask your half-sia sister if she agrees? I wouldn't mind having 1 more wife. Men really are all big pig's hooves, eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. But I'm really curious. How do you agree, Sister Half-Summer? Qian Bao looked curiously at Su Hanxia, waiting for her answer. Jiang Yan was able to not hide and sincerely say what was in his heart, showing that he was a sincere person. Su Half-Summer herself hated smooth talkers, people who had one thing on their face and another behind their back. Su half of the answer to Jiang Yan basically satisfied, at least said the truth. If you say do not like, that must not be possible. We are adults. What men think, all know well. Ding. Su Half-Summer's intimacy +1. Jiang Yan was happy in his heart. This can even increase intimacy? He felt that his great cause of embracing left and right in Su Half-Summer would be realized very early possibly. Su Half-Summer smiled and looked at Qian Bao. Good. We are good sisters for life. What is a man? So what if I share half of it with you? Qian Bao saw such an atmospheric Su Half-Summer, herself instead embarrassed up. Ha ha, just kidding. 1 man. How can 2 people share? That wouldn't kill him beautifully. I won't do such a thing. Since you don't like it, then forget it. Out of date. Don't say sister stingy. Su Hanxia's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Just now when she said that she would part Jiang Yan out, her heart was very hard. Inside she was extremely reluctant. Jiang Yan sighed regretfully when she heard that the sisters' cooperation agreement failed to be reached. This is such a pity. Su Hanxia gave Jiang Yan a blank stare and a good mood. You this guy. Having me alone is not enough. You really want to embrace the left and right. The beauty of both. Are you too busy to come over? Chatting. Time flies. Not a moment later. It is the moment when the waiter serves the food. Soon, a table of sumptuous delicacies filled the table. Two important characters made their appearance. 2 plates bigger than a face basin. One was a typhoon shelter king crab sprinkled with breadcrumbs, and one was a Boston lobster sprinkled with garlic. Wow. Wow. So tempting. I don't know which one to eat first. Qian Bauer looked at the Boston lobster and the king crab, and for a moment, it was hard to choose. You don't know which one to eat first. I know, so I'll start. After saying that, Jiang Yan nonchalantly picked up the king crab leg and put it in front of Su Half-Summer. How about Half-Summer taste it? Su Half-Summer smiled and put the crab leg into her mouth, chewing a few times. Very good. You also taste it. Saying that, she also added a piece to Jiang Yan. Seeing this scene, Qian Bauer puffed up her mouth. Good. It's obvious that you guys came to show your love after inviting me here for dinner. It's just too hateful. Qian Bauer was not willing to lag behind and immediately picked up a piece of bo-long meat and put it into her own little mouth. Her eyes narrowed slightly, carefully feeling the deliciousness on her tongue. The shrimp meat slowly filled the entire mouth with deliciousness as her teeth chewed, and one's mood immediately became enlightened. Next, several people swept up all the food on the table in a whirlwind. Among them, Qian Bauer was the one who ate the most. Half of the king crab, she ate at least half of it, plus a little more than half of the bo-long. Looking at Qian Bauer's flat belly, Jiang Yan was amazed. This tiny stomach, could it bear so much food? After the main course, Su Hanxia served a bowl of seafood porridge and handed it to Jiang Yan. She looked at Qian Bauer. Bauer, don't you want it? At this moment, Qian Bauer was half lying on the stool. She gently stroked her stomach. She ate too much. She was braced. She felt her stomach bulging, like a pregnant woman in her 3rd trimester. Don't. If I eat any more, my stomach will explode. Su Half-Summer saw Qian Bauer's appearance, couldn't help but scold. You girl, you are really hungry. Overeating. Be careful to eat your stomach bad. It's fine. Tomorrow is diarrhea. I also admit it. Only love and food can't live up to it. I am resolutely fulfilling my life motto. Qian Bauer said indifferently. Jiang Yan looked at the clean plate on the table, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I originally thought that I couldn't eat it, and it would be left over, but I didn't expect it to be a little bit left over, and I can't even think of wasting it. Bauer, you are really taking the credit for this. That's right. Remember to call me next time you have something delicious. Qian Bauer unceremoniously accepted Jiang Yan's praise. Next, Jiang Yan and Su Hanxia drank some kanji one by one to soothe and relieve their intestines. They were also propped up. Bauer, eat and drink enough. Let's go. Su Hanxia got up to get her bag. Jiang Yan also wiped his mouth and got up. Su Half-Summer realized that Qian Bauer didn't answer, and could only ask again. Bauer, let's go. It's not early. Jiang Yan has to go home after sending us off. Half-Summer sister, seems to really let you say in. My stomach seems to be not too comfortable. Is not to eat the stomach burst? Su Half-Summer only then found Qian Bauer covering her stomach, curled up in a chair. Her face was pale, her speech was intermittent, and it was very difficult to look at. Su Hanxia was in a big hurry. What's going on? She immediately became disoriented, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yan saw Qian Bauer's painful appearance and immediately analyzed that it might be due to the seafood she ate. However, both of them were fine. How come Qian Bauer had a hard stomach? Is it a seafood allergy? Hurry up and call 120. Emergency call. Jiang Yan came to Qian Bauer's side and asked, how do you feel now? Can you still hold on? Let's immediately call the 120 emergency call. But, I'm really uncomfortable. Qian Bauer covered her stomach. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Obviously, she was in great pain right now. Don't wait for 120. I'll send you to the hospital right away. Half-Summer, Qian Bauer and I will go first. You come over later. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he immediately picked up Qian Bauer and rushed out of Hong Kong Dragon Seafood Restaurant.